Just moments ago, I transformed from a dead man into a superhuman, all because when I arrived at the Hydra laboratory, I was still a dying test subject. As the countdown for the genetic serum injection sounded, a cold mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Superhuman growth system successfully activated. Full version of the Man of Steel obtained. A surge of power erupted from within me, causing all the monitoring equipment outside the experimental pod to spark and explode. What's happening? All instruments have malfunctioned. How can the test subject's vital signs exceed all upper limits? Look at the pod! Someone urgently shouted. I slowly raised my head, my eyes glowing crimson. The alloy restraints capable of holding down a main battle tank snapped like paper with just a slight tug. A female researcher stumbled back in panic, muttering, "This can't be. This alloy can withstand 500 tons of force." Standing in the center of the shattered experimental pod, I looked down at my hands, feeling the surging power within. Now, my superhearing could pick up the heartbeat of every person in the base. My X-ray vision could penetrate multiple layers of workshop steel, and every cell in my body brimmed with infinite energy. This was the power of a superhuman. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Host has obtained the full and upgradable version of the Man of Steel. Current abilities include but are not limited to super strength, bioforce field, including flight and super speed, heat vision, freeze breath, super hearing, X-ray vision, and more. As soon as the voice faded, the lab's blast doors swung open, and a dozen heavily armed Hydra agents stormed in, their energy weapons all trained on me. Freeze! Get on your knees! Hands behind your head! The lead agent barked. Fire! As the agents responded to the command, I smirked disdainfully. A storm of blue bullets came at me but were effortlessly blocked by my bioforce field. As if hitting an invisible wall, I remained unmoved, only the hem of my clothes fluttering slightly. I exhaled a blast of freeze breath, and a bone-chilling gust swept through the lab, instantly turning the agents into frozen statues, their faces locked in terror. I walked to the control panel and pressed my palm lightly. The alloy console crumpled like foil. Alarms blared, red lights flashing wildly. Warning, base entering level 1 combat readiness. All combat units report to Lab B immediately. With my X-ray vision piercing through layers of walls, I saw hundreds of Hydra soldiers assembling, along with 3 heavy mechs activating in the distance. I smiled faintly as my body gradually levitated. Time to test my power. Like a cannonball, I shot through the ceiling, blasting through 12 layers of concrete straight into the base's central hall. The shockwave sent Hydra soldiers flying. Open fire there! They shouted in panic. A web of deadly energy beams shot toward me but couldn't even graze my clothes. Hovering at the center of the hall, my eyes flashed red. Heat vision sliced through Hydra's heavy armor like butter. The base shook violently as I flew toward one of the mechs, grabbed it with one hand, and hurled it like a toy at the other two. The 3 mechs collided in a fiery explosion, the shockwave blowing off half the base's roof. Sunlight poured through the gap, and my sense of power only grew stronger. Monster! It's a monster! The surviving commander collapsed to the ground, his pistol trembling violently. I landed in front of him, my superhearing picking up encrypted conversations deep within the base. Initiate the self-destruct sequence. The test subject must not escape. But sir, there are still our people inside the base. Execute the order. Countdown 60 seconds. I shook my head and instantly flew to the commander, demanding, "You'd even kill your own men? Sacrifices are necessary for the great cause of Hydra." The commander laughed maniacally. "You can't escape. Everything within 5 kilometers will be leveled." Hail Hydra! I sighed helplessly, then shot straight up, smashing through hundreds of meters of rock to reach the surface. My gaze locked onto the core reactor of the underground base. Taking a deep breath, I unleashed my freeze breath. A torrent of absolute zero cold surged through the tunnels, instantly freezing the entire reactor. The self-destruct sequence, just activated, was forcibly halted, turning the entire base into a massive ice sculpture. I hovered high above, looking down at the Hydra base beneath me. With just a breath, I could destroy it all. But recalling the experimental files and the tragic deaths of the test subjects, I decided to infiltrate the base's control room. The files revealed that I had been randomly selected. Hydra had found my body at a car crash site. Because I still showed signs of life, they took me in as a test subject. So, all because of a car accident, I had the misfortune of ending up in the Marvel world. As I frowned, a system voice suddenly echoed in my mind. "Host, you're alive because of a moment of delay." Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. So, it was because of that delay. After closing the database, I soared into the sky, the sunlight glinting off my blue lab coat. Realizing I now had the power to change the world, I turned my gaze toward New York. Given this second chance at life, I'll do what I want. Breaking the sound barrier, I left behind a white shockwave as I vanished into the horizon, landing atop an abandoned factory in Queens. The cold wind rustled my lab coat as I rubbed my temples. My superhearing expanded like a radar net, flooding me with the city's sounds. The gold arrives at the docks tonight. This batch is 92% pure. Same place for the deal. The Black Mask Gang's transaction was happening tonight. After 3 minutes of filtering, I locked onto my target, the second basement level of the Red Snapper Club in Brooklyn, where the Irish mob had stashed 3 months' worth of illegal gains. 12:17 a.m., the perfect time to act. A faint smile appeared. In the club's back alley, 2 bodyguards were smoking. Bodyguard A felt a sudden chill on his neck before blacking out and collapsing. Bodyguard B barely reached for his waist when he saw the red glow in my eyes. Stay quiet if you want to live. He nodded dumbly, and I knocked him out with a chop to the neck. Satisfied, I sped past the security, and the surveillance cameras malfunctioned. In front of the vault, I used my X-ray vision to see through the alloy door and melted the locks with my heat vision, entering the vault silently. Inside were stacks of cash and 3 Stark Industries metal cases. I casually opened one. It was some kind of weapon prototype. Interesting. I took a photo with my phone, discarded the lab coat, stored everything in my system space, and prepared to leave. My super hearing picked up an electronic voice upstairs, and my X-ray vision revealed Black Widow interrogating the club owner. Where's the smuggling chain? Natasha's icy voice came through. I swear to God I don't know. We only deal in regular human trafficking. I had no intention of getting involved and quietly left, sealing the vault door with my freeze breath so the gangsters would think it was an inside job when they discovered the theft. At 5 a.m. in a high-end Manhattan apartment, the real estate agent drowsily looked at me, a well-dressed Asian young man standing at the door. I want to rent this place, I said, handing over a stack of cash. Right now. The agent took 6 months' rent and instantly woke up. Don't you want to see the place first? No need. I smiled faintly, a hint of blue light flashing in my eyes. 2 hours later, I was in the jacuzzi of my new home, with 3 newly purchased laptops floating in front of me. My super brain began absorbing the world's online information at an astonishing speed. Iron Man had just revealed his identity. Captain America was still frozen, and Spider-Man hadn't started fighting crime yet. No matter which world it is, getting a Chinese ID is never easy, I muttered while typing lines of code. 10 minutes later, a flawless new identity was created. Chen Tian, an American-born Chinese orphan, MIT dropout, now a freelance programmer. With my superpowers, I had 3 choices. First, hide my abilities and build a business empire, though that wasn't realistic in a superhuman world. Second, intervene in crime moderately as a shadow guardian, but I didn't want to be a friendly neighborhood hero. Third, wait for the right moment to join the Avengers, but S.H.I.E.L.D. was too annoying, and I didn't want to be controlled. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking New York, my supervision pierced through the blocks. The red-haired reporter from the Daily Bugle was writing about Iron Man. The one-eyed black man in a certain base was monitoring energy readings, and the Green Goblin on the top floor of Oscorp Tower was muttering to himself. The corner of Shao Han's mouth rose slightly. In this crisis-ridden Marvel universe, he neither wanted to be a hero nor a villain. But one thing is clear, when he's ready, the whole world will know Superman exists. And now he needs a cup of coffee, and more detailed intel on the world. Chapter 3: The Super Brain. Abandoned industrial area outside of New York. Shao Han stood in a deserted clearing, surrounded by collapsed fences and rusted machinery. Once the site of some chemical plant, all that remains today is concrete debris and overgrown weeds. System, bring up my ability panel. He recited silently in his mind. Ding. The host's ability panel has been generated. Host, Shao Han. Current ability, complete iron body can grow. Strength level, can easily lift 1,000,000 tons can grow. Defense level, immunity to conventional physical attacks, can withstand the impact of the center of the nuclear explosion without injury. Magic resistance is relatively weak compared to physical defense. In addition to senior magicians, such as the Ancient One, ordinary magicians can be ignored. Speed rating, up to 0.3 c in space, Mach 200 in atmosphere. Energy reserve, yellow solar radiation continues to energize, current energy level 97%. Special abilities, heat vision up to the surface of the sun, cryo breathing near absolute zero, bioforce field can protect or control objects in contact, see-through eyes can penetrate all substances except lead, super hearing global, directional listening. Weakness, kryptonite can cause the host to weaken and in severe cases die. However, the host can ignore this weakness, and as long as you don't want to die, no one can attack you with kryptonite, not even smoke, which can be blocked by the bioforce field. Shao Han nodded slightly as his gaze swept over the surroundings. He needed to test his abilities without drawing the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra. Test the power first. He walked over to an abandoned concrete building and pressed one hand against the wall. The bioforce field unfolded and wrapped around the entire structure of the building. He then gently lifted it. Boom! The entire building was held up by his one hand, the steel bars making a piercing twisting sound. but not a single piece of debris fell under the control of his precise bioforce field. Weighing about 8,000 tons, no pressure at all. Xiao Han muttered to himself, although the system had clearly stated the power, he was not solid in his heart until he tried it himself. Strength test completed. Current lifting limit, not reached. He gently put the building back in place, and the ground didn't even visibly shake. Next is speed. Xiao Han took a deep breath and bent his legs slightly, then. Bang! The sonic boom cloud exploded and his figure instantly disappeared. 19 seconds later, he was standing over the Atlantic Ocean, looking down on the sea below. Too fast. Xiao Han was in a trance. System, calculate my speed just now. Speed test result, approximately Mach 180. Warning, high-speed movement produces sonic booms and thermal radiation that may be detected by satellites, but the host need not be concerned. The bioforce field can be controlled not to make a sound. Xiao Han nodded as he adjusted his stance and quickly returned to the outskirts of New York. Testing thermal vision and frozen breath. He looked toward a small mountain in the distance, his eyes focusing slightly. Zip! 2 red lights as thin as hair shot out, cutting through the mountain with such precision that the rocks melted into magma without a sound. Immediately afterward, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Phew! Streams of extremely cold air swept through, and the lava instantly froze into glassy black crystals. Good control. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. System, call up the energy consumption data. Thermal vision low power, 0.01% energy consumption. Cryo-breathing single, 0.005% energy consumption. Almost negligible. Xiao Han smiled. So, what about super hearing? He closed his eyes and concentrated. Instantly, countless voices flooded into the ears. Sirens blaring, crowds clamoring, subways roaring in downtown New York. Farther away, political debates in Washington, D.C., radio communications from military bases. Or even, some secret meeting on the other side of the planet. Xiao Han's super brain automatically filtered shield-related communications. He began to search for his target, and soon, he captured an encrypted conversation. Hydra base destroyed, energy readings abnormal. No witnesses, all surveillance is down. Director Fury has asked for a continuation of the investigation, but there are too few leads. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. It seems S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed looking for him, but without a clue. He tried listening in on Hydra's communications again, but the other side's encryption was stronger and only captured bits and pieces of information. Winter Soldier on standby. Target may possess super speed. Plan ahead. Sure enough, Hydra is more vigilant than S.H.I.E.L.D. Xiao Han opened his eyes, but they didn't find me either. He decided to test one more ability, the super brain. System, call up the current world's technology tree, focus, energy technology, material science. Ding. Analyzing. The level of technology in the Marvel Universe, some areas far beyond the real world. Key technologies, arc reactor Tony Stark, vibranium Wakanda, Pym particles Hank Pym, super soldier serum Dr. Erskine's legacy. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. If I can master these techniques and combine them with my abilities. He thought for a moment and decided to reach out to the core technology of this world. Xiao Han stood in the center of the dilapidated chemical plant, surrounded by silence, with only the whimpering of the wind blowing through the rusted metal. He closed his eyes and felt the power surging through his body. A body of steel gives him near invincible defense, and a super brain gives him near infinite learning potential. But at this moment, he realized a problem. He doesn't really understand how these technologies work. If I'm going to get a foothold in this world, brute strength isn't enough, I need real knowledge. So, step 1, basic science. He took a deep breath, his eyes focusing slightly as his supervision activated. New York Public Library. His vision penetrated dozens of kilometers, locking onto the book collection area within the library. The words on the bookshelf were clearly recognizable in his eyes, and even the tiniest print font could be magnified and resolved by his supervision. University Physics, Introduction to Quantum Mechanics, Fundamentals of Biochemistry. His pupils contracted slightly, his visual nerves scanning the contents of each page at a speed far beyond normal, his super brain absorbing the information like a sponge. Molecular structure, electromagnetic theory, laws of thermodynamics, DNA coding. The knowledge poured into his consciousness like a torrent, but he did not feel confused. Instead, his mind integrates this information with amazing efficiency to build a complete system of scientific cognition. In a few minutes, he had grasped the entire framework of basic human science. So, Step 2, Advanced Technology. Reverse engineering. Now he needed something more in-depth. Target, MIT lab. Supervision penetrated the walls and locked onto an advanced lab that was still operating late at night. Graduate students are debugging a miniature nuclear magnetic resonance machine, with complex quantum computational models scrolling across the computer screen. Xiao Han's gaze swept over each line of code, each experimental parameter, and his brain automatically deduced the principles behind them. So that's how the confinement field for controlled fusion is constructed. He didn't need experimental equipment because his super brain itself was the most powerful simulator. He can construct virtual laboratories in his consciousness and extrapolate the results of any possible experiment. Next up, Step 3, Marvel's world of black technology. Now he was ready to be exposed to technology unique to this world. Stark Industries' arc reactor. His eyes spanned the city and locked onto the private lab on the top floor of the Stark Tower. Although he didn't know why the Stark Tower had appeared by now, Xiao Han guessed that it should be a parallel universe variant. Tony Stark is adjusting the output power of the new generation of reactors. Xiao Han's supervision penetrated deep into the core, observing the way the plasma flowed, the arrangement of the energy conversion matrix. His brain automatically parsed the physical laws involved and deduced a more optimized structure. Palladium is just a transition, the real breakthrough should be. His mind raced, building a brand new model of the reactor in his head, more efficient and stable than Stark's version. Molecular structure of vibranium. His eyes turned to the UN headquarters, where the Wakanda diplomat had a small sample of vibranium hidden in his suitcase. Supervision adjusted to atomic-level resolution, the unique lattice structure of vibranium was visible to his eyes. This metal vibrates at a frequency that absorbs kinetic energy? He tried to simulate the properties of vibranium in his mind, deducing how it would behave under different conditions. Soon, he understood how it worked and even began to conceptualize how to artificially synthesize a similar material. Quantum effects of Pym particles. Finally, his eyes locked on Hank Pym's old warehouse. The data logbook of the Pym particle experiment was locked in a safe, but it was no obstacle to Xiao Han's perspective ability. He observed the quantum tunneling effects of the particles, his brain automatically calculating the mathematical laws of their spatial compression. Turns out shrinking isn't mass reduction, it's dimensional folding. He began to deduce, independently. When dawn arrived, Xiao Han opened his eyes and a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't rely on the system, didn't leave any traces of intrusion, and completed a full range of learning from basic science to cutting-edge technology with only his super brain and supervision. Now, not only does he have the strength of a body of steel, but he also possesses enough knowledge to change the world. Next. He looked off into the distant skyline, time to do some experimenting. Chapter 4, Homemade Reactors. Outside New York. Dawn. In the faint light of morning, Xiao Han stood in the center of the abandoned factory, with crumbling concrete under his feet and rusted metal remains scattered around him. His super brain was still running at high speed, and the huge body of knowledge he had just absorbed was being integrated and optimized. Now he needs to practice. Knowledge is just theory, the true power lies in application. Xiao Han swept his gaze across the surroundings. He had to create simple laboratories first, without high-tech equipment, because he himself was the most sophisticated instrument. His eyes were slightly reddened, and two slim lines of heat vision shot out, cutting the discarded metal on the ground with precision. The rust evaporates at high temperatures, leaving only pure lumps of steel. He reached out and grabbed it, the bioforce field wrapping around the molten metal and molding it like Play-Doh into lab benches, stands and basic tools. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, and the stream of extremely cold air condensed a film of ice crystals close to absolute zero on the surface of the lab bench. This will simulate a cryogenic superconducting environment. Tony Stark's arc reactor relies on the element palladium, but Xiao Han has already deduced a better solution. He closed his eyes and adjusted his auditory frequencies to catch the vibrations deep within the Earth's crust. A few seconds later, he locked onto an underground vein. Uranium-238, but not pure enough. Wait, there are thorium elements there. With his legs slightly bent, he instantly broke through the sound barrier and disappeared into the sky. 0.3 seconds later, he was standing in the middle of a barren desert with one hand thrust into the ground. Boom! The Earth's crust was ripped apart, and he grabbed a piece of unrefined ore straight out of the hundreds of meters deep. His eyes lit up again as the high-temperature plasma beam stripped away impurities with precision, leaving only a few grams of pure thorium-232. More stable than plutonium, longer half-life, higher energy output. Back at the abandoned factory, he embedded thorium crystals in a homemade reactor frame. Supervision adjusts the magnetic field confinement structure to ensure stable plasma operation. Buzz. A light blue glow lit up the reactor core as the energy readings plummeted. It worked. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. The output efficiency is 2.7 times that of Stark's version. Wakanda's vibranium was too rare on the market, and he needed a quantifiable alternative. He recalled the atomic structure of vibranium and tried to reproduce its energy-absorbing properties with existing elements. Carbon nanotube skeleton, doped with rare earth elements, then rearranged lattice with high-frequency vibrations. He pressed his hands together in vain, his bioforce field precisely manipulating the combination of tiny levels of materials. Soon, a thin piece of dark silver metal took shape in his palm. He picked up a discarded steel plate and smashed it into the new material. Dang! The steel plate twisted and warped, while the silver sheet was motionless, not even a scratch. Absorbs kinetic energy close to 80% as well as vibranium, but costs several orders of magnitude less. He nodded. That's enough for now. Dr. Erskine's serum could strengthen the human body, but the side effects were extreme. Xiao Han decided to optimize it. He consciously constructed a molecular model of the serum, eliminating unstable gene fragments and redesigning the amino acid sequence. Remove the side effects of reinforcing personality traits and retain purely physiological enhancements. Instead of injecting it directly, he first simulated the human body's reaction with a biological force field. After confirming that it was safe, he injected the modified serum into a hair that happened to be passing by. Bang! The hair's muscles swelled slightly, but its behavior remained docile, only its speed and strength increased significantly. Success! Xiao Han collected the remaining serum. Maybe it will be useful in the future. The PIM particle space compression technique was too dangerous, but he needed to master its principles. He adjusted the focus of his pupils and his vision penetrated the microscopic scale to directly observe the quantum rise and fall in the vacuum. Every folding of space leaves a trace. He tries to mimic the effect of PIM particles with a biological force field wrapped around a piece of metal. Swish! The hunk of metal instantly shrinks to the nanometer level, but quickly returns to its original shape. It's not stable enough, but at least it proves viability. Xiao Han put away all the results of his experiments and looked toward the distant New York skyline. Shield, Hydra, Stark Industries. There are too many variables in this world. He pondered for a moment. If I want to really take control, I need a stronghold and an ally. After doing so, he realized something: with such a strong power, he didn't need to do it himself at all. All he had to do was find the richest or smartest person in the world and offer him a small, insignificant favor to work for him. And the smartest and richest man in the Marvel world. His sight through the layers of barriers to Tony Stark, who was tinkering in the lab. It's time to enter the city. Xiao Han had a smile on his lips. New York. Stark Industrial Fair. Xiao Han stood in the crowd at the expo, his black hair slightly raised, wearing a well-tailored dark gray suit, looking like a young and low-key scholar. He was supposed to use a bioforce field to slightly adjust the contours of his face, making his features softer and less noticeable. But on second thought, he's Superman, what does he care about that? In the center of the expo, Tony Stark is standing in front of a holographic projection, showing the audience a new generation of clean energy technologies. Stark Arc Reactor Civilization Program. Imagine a future where every home has its own miniature reactor, saying goodbye to grid dependence once and for all. Tony opened his arms and the stage erupted in applause. Xiao Han smiled faintly as his gaze fell on the projection of the reactor. 1/3 as efficient as I am. After the expo ended, Xiao Han did not leave but walked towards the RD exhibition area of Stark Industries. He stopped in front of an experimental arc generator and shook his head deliberately. There's something wrong with the way the magnetic field is constrained, the plasma escape rate is too high. He whispered to himself, but made sure the engineer next to him could hear. Sure enough, a technical supervisor came over with a frown. Sir, this device is the latest design from Stark Industries, there can't be a problem. Xiao Han raised his eyes and spoke in a calm tone. If the current distribution of the poleward field coil is adjusted, the efficiency can be increased by 17%. The supervisor froze and was about to retort when a familiar voice came from behind him. Interesting, go on. Tony Stark had stood behind them at some point, a glass of whiskey in his hand, and surveyed Xiao Han with interest. Tony raised an eyebrow. What lab are you from, MIT? CERN? Xiao Han shook his head, independent researcher. Tony snorted, come on, this level of plasma physics is not for the self-taught. Xiao Han did not argue, but instead took out a miniature device from the inner pocket of his suit. It was his homemade thorium-based reactor, only the size of 2 fingers, but emitting a steady blue light. Tony's smile froze. What is it? Improved version of the arc reactor. Xiao Han's tone was flat. Thorium fuel, magnetic field confinement optimized, energy density increased by a factor of 2.7 and half-life extended by 400%. Tony's pupils contracted slightly. He reached for the device and the sensors at his fingertips immediately detected a startling reading. Jarvis, scan this. The AI's voice rang in his ears, sir, the device's energy output does indeed far exceed that of our newest model with reduced radiation. Tony stared at Xiao Han, his eyes shifting from teasing to sharp, who the hell are you? Xiao Han smiled slightly, someone who was interested in the energy revolution. Tony was silent for 2 seconds and suddenly grinned, okay, Mr. Mystery. A drink? 10 minutes later, the two were sitting at a private bar on the top floor of the Stark Tower. Tony shook his glass, so, you show up out of the blue with a better reactor than mine and you're trying to sell patents? Or are you trying to apply for a job? Xiao Han shook his head, neither. I'm just curious as to why you're still using palladium elements since you have such technology. Tony narrowed his eyes, thorium purification and stabilization isn't that simple. Indeed. Xiao Han nodded, but if we combine the vibration absorption properties of vibranium, we can solve the critical temperature problem. Tony's finger lurched. You know about vibranium? The most stable metal on Earth, Wakanda's national treasure. Xiao Han took a sip of his wine, however, I have recently developed an alternative material with a performance close to 80%. Tony put down his glass and his tone became dangerous. Jarvis, pull up all the classified files on vibranium. Jarvis responded, shield encrypted files, access restricted. Tony stared at Xiao Han, it's impossible for ordinary people to know about the existence of vibranium. Xiao Han met his gaze, I am not an ordinary person. Chapter 5, Pride and Divine Power Collide. New York. Top floor of Stark Tower. Tony Stark shook his glass, the amber color of the liquor glinting in the light. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the young man in front of him, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. Let me guess. Tony trailed off. Are you a scientist run out of some lab? Or the newest consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Xiao Han didn't move in anger and just gazed at him calmly. I want 5% of Stark Industries. The protagonist cares not about money, so don't worry about it here, there's not a lot of follow-up description. Tony snorted, check it out, Jarvis, the unseen guest. Obviously possessing more advanced technology, he's fixated on the shares I'm holding. I don't need money. Xiao Han said indifferently. I want resources, channels, and a legitimate identity. And in exchange, I can guarantee that for the rest of your life will never be in any danger again. Tony put down his glass and spread his hands, his tone exaggerated, wow, what a touching deal. Unfortunately, I, Tony Stark, don't need anyone's protection. Xiao Han sighed softly. Looks like you need to see it for yourself. Tony's smartwatch suddenly flashed red. Unusual energy fluctuations detected. In the next second, Xiao Han's eyes glowed with a blazing golden color. Zip. Boom. 2 heat sights instantly penetrated the bulletproof glass of the Stark Tower, hitting the abandoned factory in the distance with pinpoint accuracy. Rumble. There was a loud explosion, and one of the buildings in the industrial area was reduced to flames in the heat. Tony snapped to his feet, his pupils contracting. Jarvis. Energy readings. Sir, the temperature of the beam just now reached 5,500 degrees Celsius, equivalent to the surface of the sun. Tony's breath caught slightly, but soon, he forced himself to calm down. Nice trick, a laser weapon? Or some kind of energy projection device? Xiao Han did not reply, but slowly levitated off the ground, his black suit fluttering slightly in the windless environment. Tony's expression finally changed. Anti-gravity technology? Xiao Han smiled faintly. No, it's pure power. Before Tony could react, Xiao Han instantly appeared in front of him and grabbed his shoulders. Wait, what are you doing? Bang! The sonic boom cloud exploded as the two men shot up into the sky at speeds beyond human visual capture. 0.5 seconds later. Tony's eardrums were nearly torn out by the difference in air pressure, and he gasped frantically as he realized he was standing. Earth orbit. The blue planet slowly rotated beneath them in the dark universe. Wait, I'm going to die. Stark immediately blanched. Xiaohan glanced at him and raised his hand, a layer of golden force field wrapped around Tony. Tony Stark, genius, billionaire, playboy, Iron Man. At the moment, staring dumbfounded like a child at the sight before him. This can't be. He muttered. Xiaohan's voice rang calmly in his ears. Now, do you still think I'm talking in my sleep? Tony turned his head stiffly to the man who had easily taken him through the atmosphere, and he stopped wondering why space could talk. Who the hell are you? Xiaohan's clothes were windless in the vacuum, and the sunlight formed a radiant halo behind him. Didn't you already guess? Tony's throat rolled and he spat out the name with difficulty. Superman? The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly. Right guess, but no reward. Back at Stark Tower, Tony sat paralyzed on the couch, his fingers shaking slightly. As a leading scientist, he knew all too well what that meant. Breaking through the atmosphere and withstanding the high temperatures of re-entry are areas that have so far been beyond the reach of human technology. Are you really Superman? Tony's voice was dry. Xiaohan's gaze became deep. I guess you can call me Superman. Like in the comics? Kryptonians? The yellow sun gives powers? Tony subconsciously began to analyze. Xiaohan smiled slightly, pretty much. But my story is much more complicated. Tony suddenly grasped the point. Wait, why did you say the deal was for shares in Stark Industries? With your abilities, it's perfectly. Because I don't want to rule the world, Tony. Shaw Chill interrupted him. I need a legitimate identity, a platform from which to operate. And you, for one, are the perfect candidate. 5% in exchange for you never having to worry about being kidnapped, assassinated, haunted by any threat. Tony was silent for a long time, and eventually, he looked up, no longer with arrogance in his eyes, but with some sort of complex look. Deal. For the next half hour, Tony was like an inquisitive student, constantly asking all kinds of questions. Xiaohan patiently answered some of them and skillfully evaded others. So you can hear the whole planet? See what's behind the walls? Tony's face turned odd as something suddenly occurred to him. Then wouldn't you? Don't worry, I'm not interested in other people's privacy. Xiaohan said helplessly. Tony walked over to the bar, poured himself a drink and drank it down. The alcohol calmed him a little. 5% of the shares. He muttered, the board will go nuts. You could say I'm a representative of some offshore fund. Xiaohan suggested, or just say it's your private decision. Tony suddenly revealed his trademark wry smile. How about this, you prove your sincerity by helping me with a small problem first. Xiaohan had expected this step, but he wasn't going to do it himself. The reactor in your chest is poisoning you. Tony subconsciously touched the arc reactor on his chest. That's right. But I tried all over the periodic table. The model of the fare your father left behind, Xiaohan said softly, has the answer there. Tony jerked his head up, shock flashing in his eyes. How did you know? Trust me, go check that model. Xiaohan stood up. I will come back at this time tomorrow. We'll talk about the shares in detail then. Without waiting for Tony to respond, Xiaohan's figure had already disappeared into the night sky, leaving behind only the gently swaying curtains. Tony stood frozen for a long time and suddenly said to the empty room, Jarvis, pull up all the information on the 1974 Stark Expo. It's ready, sir. The AI responded, would you like me to contact Ms. Pepper now? Tony shook his head with a look of excitement he hadn't seen in a long time. No, get my car ready first. I'm going to the warehouse. Just as Tony drove to the warehouse, the alarm had been sounded at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury stared at the figure breaking through the atmosphere in the satellite image, a dangerous glint in his one eye. Find him. Fury said to Black Widow on the other end of the screen, before anyone else does. And in some shadowy conference room, Alexander Pierce was watching the same image. The Winter Soldier program is temporarily suspended, he ordered into the other end of the line. We need to reassess this guy's threat level. In the night sky, Xiaohan hovered above the clouds, his super hearing catching every conversation on Earth that concerned him. He knew he had made waves, but that was exactly what he wanted. The game has begun. he said softly, his figure blending into the sparkling river of stars. Toward the farther side, toward the sun. Chapter 6, Children of the Sun. Shao Han broke through the Earth's atmosphere, his black combat work uniform fluttering silently in the vacuum. He glanced back at the fading azure planet, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. Stark Industries satellite. A flickering point of light appeared in his field of vision. Shao Han adjusted his stance and his super speed instantly erupted, cutting a shimmering light in the darkness of space. Seconds later, he hovered next to a silver-gray artificial satellite. The surface of the satellite is emblazoned with the eye-catching Stark Industries logo, and the solar panels sparkle in the light of the stars. Shao Han grinned and raised 2 fingers at the satellite's surveillance camera, making a V gesture. Keep a souvenir. Shao Han turned around and his gaze was directed towards the huge fireball at the center of the solar system. Now, let's go meet the real sun. His body leaned forward slightly, his bioforce field forming a golden halo on his body surface. In the next moment, Shao Han transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the sun at an astonishing speed. As the distance shortened, the sun gradually changed from a small point of light in the field of view to a blazing ball of fire that occupied the entire field of view. Even with Shao Han's current body of steel, he began to feel the sharp rise in temperature. System, analyze my current energy absorption efficiency. Ding! Detected that the host is absorbing yellow solar radiation, energy reserves are being boosted. Current efficiency, 137%. Shao Han raised an eyebrow. When he was on Earth, the maximum efficiency of his energy absorption was only 100%, and now it actually exceeded the upper limit. It does seem that being up close and personal with the sun can make a qualitative difference. Shao Han stopped when he was still 1,000,000 kilometers away from the surface of the sun. Even he felt the immense heat oppression at this moment. His skin began to redden, like metal that had been placed on a furnace to sizzle. Not close enough. Shao Han clenched his teeth and continued to push forward. 500,000 kilometers. 300,000 kilometers. 100,000 kilometers. The temperature has risen to unimaginable levels. Shao Han's skin, however, began to take on a strange golden luster, as if it was adapting to this extreme environment. Warning! The external temperature exceeds the current limit of the iron body's normal tolerance. The defense system is being automatically upgraded. Energy absorption efficiency breaks through threshold, 500%, 0.700%, 1000%. The system's beeps continued to ring in Shao Han's mind, but he was no longer able to focus on it with any distraction. All of his attention was focused on resisting the most violent energy source in the universe. When there were only 10,000 kilometers left from the surface of the sun, Shao Han finally stopped. This distance was an absolute no-go zone of death for human technology, but for him it was the perfect breeding ground for evolution. This is it. Shao Han opened his arms and let the sun's plasma storm wash over his entire body. Every cell of his body cheered, greedily absorbing the nearly infinite energy. Energy reserves, 300%. 500%. 1000%. The numbers continued to soar, and Shao Han felt unprecedented strength surging within his body. His eyes turned a pure golden color, the temperature of his heat vision skyrocketed, and the range of his biotic force field expanded more than tenfold. It's not enough, I want to go in. Shao Han made a crazy decision. He took a deep breath, even though there was no air in space. Then like a diver, he dove headfirst into the surface of the sun. In an instant, the world became pure light and heat. The environment inside the sun is beyond any human imagination. Temperatures are as high as 15 million degrees Celsius, and the pressure is 250 billion times that of the Earth's surface. Here, hydrogen nuclei fuse under extreme conditions to form helium, releasing unmeasurable amounts of energy. Shao Han felt like he had fallen into a golden ocean surrounded by boiling plasma. Tiny cracks began to appear on his skin, only to be repaired again in an instant by the newborn energy. Warning! The host's body is undergoing a fundamental reorganization. The steel body is evolving. 1%. 5%. 15%. Comfortable, unspeakably comfortable. It's like being in a hot spring. Time passed by, and Shao Han was already completely immersed in the process of evolution. His cellular structure was reorganizing, atomic arrangements were being optimized, and energy channels were expanding. Iron body evolution completion, 100%. New ability unlocked, reorganization of matter elementary. The other side. The lights at the Stark Industries lab have been on for 30 hours. Tony Stark stood at his workbench, dark circles under his eyes showing that he hadn't rested in a long time. 3 holographic projectors were running at the same time, displaying 2 very different armor designs. Adjust the breastplate arc another 0.5 degrees, Tony said into the air, running his finger over the hologram. Cancel all facial masking, I want his expression to be clearly seen. The robotic arm immediately executed the command, adjusting the details of the solid black armor that hovered in the center. The surface of the armor is devoid of any reflection, as if it absorbs all the light around it, with only a simple golden S-shaped emblem on the chest to break this pure darkness. Sir, you've worked over 30 hours straight. Jarvis reminded. Ms. Potts sent her 12th warning. Tony poured down a mouthful of espresso. Tell her to wait until I finish this artwork. He reached across the surface of the armor. What are the results of the alloy replacement layer tests? 99.2% compatibility with Mr. Shaw's bioforce field, Jarvis replied. But the defense is only 15% of Mark III. Tony grinned. That's enough. That guy can't even be killed by heat anyway, this armor is purely for styling purposes. He took 2 steps back to admire his work. Black is what matches Superman's aura, powerful, mysterious, unstoppable. Sir, based on the analysis, Mr. Zhao's defense doesn't seem to need armor. We build the armor, he might not be able to use it. Jarvis, you don't understand, this is a man's pleasure. Tony muttered as he looked at the armor. He gave us the meet and greet, we have to surprise him a little. The depths of the sun. Shao Han opened his eyes when the system's beep finally sounded. He was surprised to find that he was able to see normally inside the sun. Those raging plasmas were now like gentle streams in his eyes, and he could clearly distinguish the trajectory of each energy flow. Is this the solar perspective? Shao Han extended his hand and gently touched an energy vortex. To his shock, the high-temperature plasma changed the direction of flow with his will. The ability to reorganize matter allows the host to influence the state of matter at the atomic level. Current scope of application, non-living matter, volume limit, 100 cubic meters. Shao Han smiled. This ability was simply heaven-defying, and although there were still limitations now, in time, he might even be able to create things out of thin air. System, how long have I been in the sun? Based on Earth time, 37 hours and 42 minutes. Shao Han nodded. He took one last look around the golden world, and then with a stomp of his legs, he dashed like a rocket toward the surface of the sun. The process of leaving is 100 times easier than entering. The evolved steel body almost ignored the horrific environment of the sun, and Shao Han passed through the layers of plasma like a swimming fish, rushing out of the surface of the sun in a few minutes. On his way back to Earth, Shao Han tested his new ability. Superspeed can now reach 0.5 times the speed of light, the temperature of the heat vision is rising extremely fast, and the bioforce field has widened tenfold. His perceptions became sharper, and when he closed his eyes and concentrated, he could see the life energy of every person on the planet, flickering like countless tiny points of light on the planet's surface. When Shao Han re-entered the atmosphere, his bioforce field automatically avoided creating a sonic boom. Chapter 7 Spider-Man. It's dusk in New York and the lights are just coming on at the Stark Tower. Shao Han landed outside Tony's private lab, and his penetrating eyes saw that Tony was busy at his workbench, the new reactor on his chest emitting a soft blue light. Are all billionaires' lives like this? Shao Han's voice suddenly sounded in the lab. Tony jerked around, dropping the tool in his hand to the floor. Hell! Can't you just go through the front door? He slapped his chest. My heart can't stand this kind of shock. Shao Han smiled and said, the front door is not for me. Tony looked Shao Han up and down, his brows gradually furrowing. You look different. Indeed, dozens of hours or so of sunbathing had caused a subtle change in Shao Han's appearance. A golden halo flowed vaguely under his skin, his eyes would naturally emit a shimmer in the dark, and his entire aura was even more inhuman. I went to get some sun. Shao Han said lightly. Tony poured a glass of whiskey and took a drink. Let me guess, not your average Hamptons tanning? Pretty much. Shao Han walked over to the holographic projection. I flew into the sun. Tony's glass stopped in mid-air. You. What? Literally. Shao Han stretched out his hand, and a miniature ball of plasma emerged in his palm, an exact simulation of the sun's internal matter. Now I have 10 times the energy reserves I had before. Tony put down his glass and his expression became serious. I'm going to need to redesign the anti-superhuman armor. Shao Han raised an eyebrow. It's only been a few days, and you've started researching this kind of battle armor? Scientist instinct. Tony shrugged, but now it looks like I'm going to have to crank the power up a couple orders of magnitude. Xiaohan laughed out loud. I look forward to your work. But now. He looked out the window at the New York skyline. I sense the city needs a little help. Just then, sirens and explosions came from the distance. Xiaohan's super hearing caught the details of the bank robbery and the police firefight. New York is always rough, just time to test the powers. Xiaoman walked toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. Wanna come along for the ride, Tony? Wait, you need to put on the proper gear. Tony's voice held excitement. Unless you want to keep saving the world in this? Xiaohan then noticed that he had indeed never had a proper set of battle clothes. 3 seconds later, Xiaohan landed in Stark Labs. His eyes were immediately drawn to the black armor displayed in the center. With a pure matte black surface and gold veins like flowing lava, the overall design is both minimalist and powerful. Like it? Tony spread his arms wide. Dark Guardian special customized model. Doesn't interfere with your ability to perform, but it makes you look. He paused, more professional. Xiaohan approached the armor and lightly touched the surface with his fingers. Tiny pieces of material immediately begin to assemble. The armor fits every inch of muscle curve perfectly and the weight is barely felt. Xiaohan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at himself in the mirror. The black color made his already upright stance even more imposing. The golden lines were hidden in the light, and the lack of face armor exposed his entire face, instead adding a dangerous charm. Why is it black? Xiaohan asked. Tony shrugged. First, you're not the kind of Boy Scout who wears a red cape. Second, I've noticed you like the color black. And third. He gave a wry smile. This is more in line with your aura, powerful, mysterious and unstoppable. Tony looked back at his battle armor. I'm still getting used to appearing in my battle armor. You go ahead, I'll be right behind you. Xiaohan nodded his head, then made a gentle leap and flew through the glass window into the night sky. The glass rippled like water as he passed through it without a single shattering. Tony looked at Xiaohan's departing back and whispered to Jarvis, record the data, the energy readings, the flight patterns, the bioforce field manifestations, write it all down. It has been recorded, sir. Jarvis replied, however, I must remind you that based on the analysis of the available data, the success rate of any defensive measures against Mr. Xiaohan is less than 0.0001%. Tony gave a determined smile, then moved the decimal point back a few places. The front of the third bank in Queens is in shambles. Peter Parker frowned slightly, his homemade spider suit torn in multiple places. The monster in front of him had swelled to 3 meters tall, the muscle tissue bursting through the skin and revealing blood-red fibers. Dude, you really need to chill out, Peter said as he shot spiders to stick to the other man's eyes. We can talk about it. The mutant roared and ripped off the spider silk, slamming his fist into Peter. Peter quickly dodged as the concrete wall came crashing down under the pounding. Well, looks like negotiations broke down. Peter quickly pulled back and checked his battlesuit. This uniform is only 3 days old, you're going to have to pay me back. The mutant grabbed a steel beam and was about to throw it at Peter when suddenly a black figure descended from the sky, and the steel beams were reduced to pieces in mid-air. The dust cleared and a tall figure hovered in the air, its black armor glowing coldly in the sunlight. Stand back, boy. Xiaohan said, his voice low and strong. Peter's eyes widened. Wow. New guy? I'm Spider-Man and you're. Chat later. Xiaohan locked his gaze on the mutant. Tony, take the boy to a safe distance. Okay, Dark Knight. Tony landed beside Peter. Let's go, pajama baby, the professionals are on. Before Peter could react, he was being carried by Iron Man, flying to the side roof. Wait. That guy injected some kind of potion and his powers are still going strong. Peter struggled, I can help. Tony put him down, just watch, kid. Today you have the honor of seeing real power. Below, the mutant seemed to feel threatened, his muscles expanding further. He grabbed a police car and smashed it against Xiaohan with all his might. Xiaohan didn't move at all and gently blew out a breath the moment the police car was about to hit his face. Phew! The police car was instantly frozen into ice and then shattered into countless ice crystals. The mutant froze, instinctively taking a step back. It's over. Xiaohan said, his voice not loud but carried throughout the neighborhood. He moved instantly in front of the mutant, so fast that even Peter's enhanced eyesight only saw a residual shadow. A hand slash lightly chopped the mutant in the neck. Click. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible as the mutant's eyes rolled white and he fell to the ground with a loud thud. The whole fight took no more than 3 seconds. That's it? Peter's mouth dropped open. I was around him for 15 minutes. Tony patted Peter on the shoulder. Welcome to the world of Top Gun, kid. Xiao Han examined the unconscious mutant. This is not a natural mutation. There are traces of organized experimentation. The siren sounded from far away and Peter suddenly tensed. I should go, there's one more person I need to pick up. Wait, Spider-Man. Xiaoman called out to him, you showed a lot of bravery. Peter froze, really? I mean. Thanks. What should I call you? Xiao Han. The black armor shimmered in the sunlight, you can call me Xiao. That's so cool. Peter jumped up and down excitedly, your power is that armor? I mean. Tony rolled his eyes, save it, kid. Now get out of here, the cops are coming. Before Peter shot the spider swing away, he turned around and shouted, Mr. Xiao. Your armor is so cool. Xiao Han watched as the red-blue figure disappeared between the buildings, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Interesting young man. A vigilante in his pajamas. Tony said this with admiration in his eyes. It does have potential though. So how does the armor feel? Xiao Han looked down. The black armor looked both understated and intimidating in the sunlight, perfectly fitting his temperament. Very well. He commented briefly, then dashed off. I'm going to take a round of the city. Tony watched the black figure disappear into the sky and muttered, looks like we're going to have to prepare more replacement materials. This guy is so drawn out in everything he wears. Chapter 8 Super Soldier Serum. The sun sets and the darkness creeps across the night sky. Tony Stark stood in front of the dusty model of the fair, his fingers brushing over the miniature buildings. Sweat soaked his shirt, not from the heat, but from the excitement. With everything busy, he finally started working on the thing. After Xiao Han's reminder, he was now looking forward to it. Jarvis, scan the entire model for anomalous structures. A grid of blue lasers covers the surface of the model, and holographic projections build a three-dimensional image in the air. Suddenly, Tony's eyes locked on the support structure of the central pavilion, which was clearly a variant of an atomic model. That's it. Tony's fingers trembled as he pulled up the periodic table of elements, project the structural formula. A never-before-seen atomic structure surfaced in the air and Jarvis immediately analyzed it. Sir, this appears to be a stable isotope that could theoretically replace the element palladium. Tony's eyes glittered with madness. He grabbed his tools and began to disassemble the model with the same concentration he had used to disassemble radios in his childhood. As the last piece was removed, a design lay in his palm, Howard Stark's final gift to his son. Dad. Tony's voice choked a little, but was quickly interrupted by an alarm in the lab. Sir, high-speed approaching target detected. Before Tony could react, Xiao Han was already standing behind him. Found a new element. Tony jerked around, subconsciously hiding the design in his hand behind his back, and smiled to himself, no use hiding it for you, huh? Xiao Han's gaze fell on the design. Your father is a genius. Yeah, too bad he's better at leaving puzzles than company. Tony shook the drawing, but this does solve my problem. At 3 a.m, the underground labs of Stark Industries were lit up. Tony, wearing a grease-stained t-shirt, was debugging the particle gas pedal. Xiao Han stood on the sidelines, giving key advice from time to time. This won't work, the proton beam will diverge. Xiao Han pointed to a certain parameter, increased the magnetic field strength by 12%. Tony frowned, then adjusted. You even know quantum physics? Just learned it an hour ago. Xiao Han replied lightly. As the machine roared, a beam of blue light streamed through the vacuum tube. Tony held his breath as he watched the data curve on the detector gradually stabilize. It worked! He grabbed the new elemental with its shimmering triangles and cheered like a child. Jarvis, prepare for transplant surgery. Xiao Han pressed his shoulder. Not now, you're too tired. No. Tony's words came to an abrupt end as he realized that his feet had left the ground and Xiao Han had directly picked him up. Humans who haven't slept for 48 hours are not fit for precision surgery. Xiao Han said without question, rest for 6 hours and I'll make sure everything is ready when you wake up. Tony tried to protest, but suddenly felt an irresistible drowsiness. In his last moments before falling into darkness, he was dimly aware that the alien had used some sort of biological force field on him. 6 hours later. Tony Stark awoke to blinding white light, the smell of disinfectant irritating his nostrils. He subconsciously touched his chest, and his fingertips no longer touched the cold metal ring, but a brand new reactor, radiating a purer blue light than ever before. The surgery was a success. Tony jerked his head around and saw Xiaohan standing in front of the bioscanner, a holographic projection showing a 3D model of his chest cavity. Surgical instruments were neatly lined up, but most strikingly, all the equipment carried obvious signs of remodeling. You operated on me? Tony's voice was a little hoarse. Here? Without a medical team? Xiaohan turned off the projection and walked over to the bedside. Your vital signs are stable. The new element is perfectly fused with the heart muscle tissue, and the palladium poisoning symptoms have disappeared. Tony looked down at his body. There were no surgical incisions, no suture marks. It was as if he had never undergone open heart surgery. This medical technology. Wait, Tony suddenly realized something. You modified my medical equipment? Xiaohan picked up an ordinary surgical robot, with a little control module. His fingertips glowed with a shimmering light and flicked across the surface of the metal, displaying the completely reconfigured circuitry within. Tony's breathing became rapid. As an engineer, he knew all too well what that meant. The man who called himself Superman not only possessed godlike strength, but also wielded superhuman intelligence. I have to say, you're great. Tony finally let out a breath as he decided not to dwell on it. Tony sat up from the medical bed and moved his shoulders, feeling the brand new source of energy in his chest. The blue light filtered through the fabric of the shirt and stood out in the dimly lit lab. How does it feel? Xiaohan handed over a glass of amber-colored liquid. Tony took the glass and sniffed it, raising an eyebrow. Macallum 55? Where did you find that? Your private wine cellar. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth lifted slightly, but now it's been improved to accelerate cellular repair. Tony took a sip and his eyes lit up. Damn, that flavor. What did you add? Some sort of substitute. Xiaohan walked towards the operating table on the other side of the lab. It can temporarily enhance the efficiency of nerve conduction. Tony shook his glass and suddenly squared his shoulders. Why did you help me to this point? That surgery, those modifications, this is beyond a transaction. Xiaohan turned his back to him and tapped his finger on the holographic keyboard. 5% deserves better service. Bull. Tony put his glass down. You know the market capitalization of Stark Industries. Even without you, I could. Found it. Xiaohan interrupted him and took out a test tube from the freezing chamber. The light blue liquid glowed strangely in the light, and there seemed to be countless tiny points of light flowing inside. Tony's scientist instincts were immediately aroused. What is it? An improved version of the super soldier serum. Xiaohan placed the test tube under the optical microscope, based on Dr. Erskine's prototype, but with all side effects removed. Tony peered closer, and Jarvis immediately projected analysis data on his retina. The molecular structure is 37% more complex than the version in the SHIELD files. These protein chains. The strength increase is 2.5 times that of the original, the metabolic rate is increased by 400%, and the bone density. Xiaohan paused. Enough to make you fall 30 stories and only scrape your skin. Tony straightened up and his expression became serious. You replicated the super soldier serum? In just a few days? Not exactly a copy. Xiaohan turned the test tube. I rewrote the entire genetic sequence. There will be no side effects like those of the Red Skull, nor will it change the personality traits of the user. Chapter 9, Nick Fury. A brief silence fell over the lab. Tony's eyes darted back and forth between the test tube and Xiaohan, finally settling on the other's calm face. Why? He asked softly. This is way beyond what we traded. Xiaohan put the test tube into the portable cooler and pushed it in front of Tony. I don't like to owe favors. Xiaohan made a random excuse, something he had decided to do while Tony was unconscious. He suddenly wanted to see what impact a Tony Stark with a physique beyond the norm would have at Marvel. Of course, the most important thing was that, as Superman, he would definitely get the Silver Superman template from the system later. Then, traveling around the worlds was his goal. With Marvel World as his home base, he definitely needs a strong ally to watch his back for him. And right now, Tony is the best choice. A favor? Tony frowned. What kind of favor? That battle armor. Xiaohan's voice was soft, or rather, you could have used all your resources to research countermeasures. But you chose to trust. Tony opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. He looked down at the cooler and suddenly smiled. So this is your return gift? Make me Captain America 2.0? 3.0, Xiaohan corrected, and you can choose not to use it. It's just an insurance policy. Besides, it's one of the surprises. Tony picked up the cooler and felt the cold touch. Will the injection make you righteous like Rogers? It won't. Xiaohan shook his head, it will only enhance your physical quality. Will, character, morality, these are all up to you. Tony placed the cooler in the safe under the workbench and the fingerprint lock made a dripping confirmation sound. As he turned around, that cynical smile was back on his face. So, now we're real partners? If you want. Xiaohan walked toward the floor-to-ceiling windows as the morning light of New York began to color the skyline. But it's recommended that you get a full medical checkup before you get the injection. Although I weeded out the side effects, everyone's body type is different. Tony waved his hand, suddenly remembering something. Wait, you said this was one of the surprises? There are other gifts? The corner of Xiaohan's mouth hooked into a mysterious smile, that one can only be shown after you've used the serum. Tony narrowed his eyes, I want to know now. Patience is a virtue, Mr. Stark. Xiaohan began to levitate and fly out the window. Remember to complete the injection within 72 hours or the active ingredient will degrade. Hey! Wait! Tony reached out to grab it, but Xiaohan had already flown away. The lab echoed with Xiaohan's last message. See you in 3 days. I hope to see an upgraded version of you then. Tony stood still for a long moment before calling out to the empty lab, Jarvis. Prepare to analyze. Yes, sir, paused Jarvis. Do you need me to contact medical now to prepare for the physical? Tony looked at the safe and tapped his fingers unconsciously on the workbench. Finally, he took a deep breath. Contact Pepper first. No, wait. Start by pulling up all the information on the super soldier serum, especially Dr. Erskine's original research notes from 1943. The holographic screen unfolded in front of him, but Tony couldn't help his gaze drifting to the safe. A certain long-lost, almost childlike curiosity and anticipation pulsed through his chest. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time, not since his father's death. Outside the window, the sun pierced through the clouds and gilded the Stark Tower. Tony was still standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought, when Jarvis's voice suddenly broke the quiet of the lab. Sir, unauthorized landing detected on the top tarmac. Tony raised an eyebrow. Media helicopters? Tell them it's private airspace. Not the media, sir. Jarvis' tone took on a rare hint of caution. Recognition signals indicate a SHIELD special Quinjet. Tony's expression instantly went cold. He turned toward his workbench and quickly pushed the cooler into the dark compartment, and the diagram of the serum's molecular structure on the holographic screen disappeared. Activate defense protocols and lock down all research data on Shaw. He ordered in a low voice while straightening his wrinkled shirt. Let our one-eyed guest in. The moment the elevator doors opened, Nick Fury stepped into the lab in stride, his black leather jacket fluttering behind him as he scanned the surroundings with one eye. He was followed by 2 heavily armed agents, vigilantly guarding the elevator entrance. Stark. Fury's voice was low and direct. We need to talk about that new friend of yours. Tony leaned against the operating table and casually picked up a glass of whiskey, purposely acting careless. Nick, you've personally come to my door at this late hour. Is it because you want to invest in my clean energy project? Fury ignored his flirtation and walked straight to the central holographic projection area. With a flick of his wrist, a miniature projection device landed on the tabletop, instantly displaying surveillance footage from the Bank of Queens a few hours ago. The whole process of the black-armored Xiaohan easily subduing the mutant. Explain, Stark. Who is this man in the armor you designed with supernatural powers? Don't tell me he's Superman. Fury's one eye was fixed on Tony. SHIELD has no record of him in their database. Tony took a sip of his drink, his eyes lingering on the image for a moment. Guess what, he's Superman. Pausing for a moment, Tony looked at Fury, who still had a serious look on his face. Well, it's a trade secret, Nick. New security consultant for Stark Industries, that's all. A security consultant? Fury sneered, running his finger across the projection as the screen switched to a set of energy readings. This counselor casually struck with enough force to destroy Stark Tower in battle. What would he have sent if he was at full power? Tony put down his glass, the cynical expression on his face fading. So you guys are spying on me? We monitor all potential threats. Fury took a step forward, and the distance between the two men plummeted. Especially when some billionaire suddenly starts working with unknown superpowers. The atmosphere in the lab tightened instantly. Tony could feel the oppression radiating from Fury, but he didn't budge at all. Listen, Fury. Tony's voice went cold. Shaw is my partner, and the source of his powers and the purpose of his actions are my private business. S.H.I.E.L.D. has no jurisdiction. Fury's one eye narrowed slightly. Anything paranormal is under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction, Stark. Especially if it could threaten national security. National security? Tony snorted. You're the biggest security threat. I've seen S.H.I.E.L.D.'s insurance measures, studying the Tesseract as a toy, though I don't know what the toy can do. But as far as I know, Hydra is using cosmic magic for evil. Fury's expression changed slightly. How did you know? I know a lot more than you think, Mr. Director. Tony interrupted him, walking towards another holographic terminal. Like the 24-hour surveillance you're doing on the big green guy. Fury was silent for a few seconds before suddenly changing tack. Stark, I'm not here to antagonize you. His tone eased. Actually, I'm here to invite you to join the Avengers program. Tony turned around, eyebrows raised high. The Avengers? Sounds like some second-rate band. A special ops team. Fury removed an encrypted document from his inner pocket. Comprised of the world's most brilliant clairvoyants and scientists, it responds to threats that ordinary armies can't handle. Chapter 10 Captain America 3.0. Tony took the file and quickly skimmed the names on it. Black Widow, Hawkeye. His eyes lingered for a moment on a pending slot. Bruce Banner. Interesting list. Tony tossed the file back to Fury. I do have a question though. Who is this team under the command of? S.H.I.E.L.D.? The World Security Council? Or some secret organization I don't know about? Fury's expression became inscrutable. In special circumstances, the group will have autonomy to make decisions. Which means, ultimately, it's up to you guys. Tony shook his head. Sorry, Nick. I'm not good at following orders, especially when one of the leaders is a smug old man. Tony paused, hesitated a bit, and finally said, besides, I prefer not to work for an organization that's more than half penetrated by Hydra. Nick Fury's one eye tightened. Hydra? How do you know that? Shaw. Tony lied dryly. He has a special ability to see through disguises. He said at least a third of the agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. are working for Hydra. The lab fell into a dead silence. Fury's expression became unusually serious, and Tony could tell he was assessing the credibility of this information. Even if it were true, Fury finally spoke, his voice low. It also just goes to show that we need someone like Shaw on board. His abilities could help us remove the spies. Tony walked back to the window and looked out at the night view of New York. Shaw is not the kind of man you can control, Fury. He's powerful, far more than you can imagine. No one is uncontrollable, Stark. Fury's voice held a dangerous undertone. Including you. Tony turned and met Fury on all fours. Threats don't work on me, Chief. I've got a better partner. The air between the two seemed to freeze. Eventually, Fury took a step back and put away the projection device. We will continue to investigate your partner, Stark. If he is found to be a threat to the public. Save it, Nick. Tony waved his hand impatiently. Instead of wasting time investigating Shaw, why don't you check your own base? I've heard that Agent Sidwell has taken a particular interest in the Tesseract lately? Fury's expression instantly became alert. Sidwell is a S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 8 agent in charge of several classified programs. Tony deliberately mentioned this name precisely to verify the information Shao Han had deliberately told him about Hydra's infiltration. Thank you for the reminder, Fury finally said, turning towards the elevator. But our conversation isn't over, Stark. S.H.I.E.L.D. will be watching you. After the elevator doors closed, Tony took a long breath and sat down in his chair. Jarvis immediately reported, Sir, heat signature still detected on the top floor. Someone is lurking in the ventilation system. Tony sneered, Black Widow, I guess? Let her stay, she won't find anything anyway. He walked towards the hidden safe and removed the modified serum, the blue liquid glinting tantalizingly in the light. Jarvis, prepare the injection program. Tony's voice became firm. If S.H.I.E.L.D. is already on the move, we need to speed things up. Sir, are you sure you want to use a biological agent that has not been fully tested? Jarvis asked. According to the agreement. I wrote the agreement, Jarvis. Tony interrupted him. And I trust Shaw's skills. Even Tony himself was a little surprised when the words came out. He had never been one to trust anyone easily, let alone an alien with unknown powers. But some sort of intuition told him that Xiao Han was serious, and that the serum was indeed a gift, not a trap, as he had said. Also, Tony continued, activate the Iron Legion program, and I want all Mark series armors at battle readiness. Executed, sir. Jarvis responded, but based on an analysis of Mr. Shaw's abilities, our weapon systems are virtually ineffective against him. Tony looked at the liquid in the test tube and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile, who said it was for use against Shaw. His eyes sharpened as he put the serum into the auto-injector. The sudden visit from S.H.I.E.L.D. confirmed his suspicion that Fury would not let go of a being like Xiao Han so easily. And if Hydra has indeed infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., then an even more dangerous enemy may already be operating in the shadows. Prepare the holographic projection, I'm going to redesign the Mark battle armor. Tony rolled up his sleeves. Also, contact Rod and tell him that the weekend party is cancelled, I have more important things to do. As the auto-injector pushed the blue liquid into Tony's vein, a strange warmth instantly flowed through his body. He felt muscle fibers reorganizing, nerve conduction speeding up, and his senses becoming unusually sharp. Vital signs are stable, with significant increases in all indicators. Jarvis reported, initial tests show a 240% increase in muscle density, 180% increase in bone strength, metabolism. Based on muscle density analysis, it can wield 16.7 tons of force at full strength. SIR, you have surpassed Captain America. Tony stood up without listening, feeling the power surging through his body. He casually picked up a metal wrench and gave it a squeeze, and the hard steel deformed like Play-Doh. Wow. Tony sighed softly, excitement shining in his eyes. Shaw wasn't lying, this is indeed version 3.0. He walked towards the center of the lab and suddenly accelerated his run, almost turning into a blur of shadows in the eyes of regular people, before easily leaping 3 meters high and landing firmly on the workbench. Sir, your heart rate is a little elevated. Jarvis cautioned. That's because I'm so excited, Jarvis. Tony jumped down with a big grin, this feels. It's incredible. But soon, his expression became serious again. Enhanced physical fitness was just the beginning. He needed to be more prepared for the coming storm. Whether it's from S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, or a more dangerous enemy. Jarvis, send a message to Shaw. Tony walked towards the armored assembly area, tell him. I accepted his gift and can't wait to see what surprise number 2 is. Outside the window, the night sky over New York is shrouded in dark clouds, and a storm is brewing. And inside Stark Tower, a new Tony Stark is being born, no longer a mere technological genius, but a superhuman in the truest sense of the word. Tony knew that everything was going to change starting tonight. S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers program. All of these once important terms became less critical after Xiao Han appeared. With power and technology like that. Tony whispered to himself as he looked at his clenched fists, maybe we don't really need S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore. Chapter 11 New Mexico. New Mexico, U.S. State. Desert towns. The setting sun colored the sky blood red, and a dry wind whipped up sand and dust that slapped against the dilapidated motel. Inside Jane Foster's makeshift lab, there was a lot of arguing. I told you, I'm Thor Odinson. The Thor of Asgard. The burly blonde man slammed the table, annoyance and resentment burning in his eyes. I have been banished here, but my divine power will return at last. Enough. Jane rubbed her temples with a look of exhaustion. I don't know if you're high or mentally ill, but I'll have to call the police if you keep babbling like that. Daisy Louise, however, her eyes lit up and she approached Thor excitedly. You said you're the god of thunder? The one from Norse mythology? How about? Thor clenched his fists and looked anxious. If Myrtle Neal is here. And that's when it happened. Boom! Debris suddenly flew outside the house. A dark figure fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. The dust cleared and Jane and Daisy hurried toward the door. It was a man in black exoskeleton armor with harsh lines and a golden S emblem on his chest that glowed coldly in the dim light. His face was cold and his eyes had a slight golden light flowing through them. Instead, Saul jerked his body upright and stared warily at the visitor. Who are you? Xiao Han's gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Saul. I believe you. His voice trailed off. You are Thor, god of thunder, son of Odin. Thor froze, then rejoiced wildly. Finally. The Athenians finally have someone who understands. Jane's eyes widened. Wait, are you crazy? How could he? Xiao Han ignored her and walked straight to Seoul. I need you to take me to Asgard. Thor frowned, mortals cannot travel to the realm of the gods. I am not a mortal. Shao Han said indifferently, then grabbed Saul's shoulders. And, don't you want your hammer back? A struggle flashed in Saul's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by eagerness. Fine. I'll take you there. But first, I have to retrieve Myrnal. Shao Han nodded his head, and in the next second. Bang! Sonic booms rang through the town. The two instantly rose into the air and shot straight up into the sky. Jane and Daisy stared blankly at the sky for a long time. The middle of the desert. Shield temporary base. Agent Coulson stood in front of the monitor screen with a frown on his face. Sir, the energy readings are coming back. It's near the hammer. An agent reported sharply. Reinforce the alert. Coulson ordered immediately, all personnel in position, a possible target has appeared. However, as soon as his words. Rumble. The top of the base suddenly exploded. A black shadow smashed through the layers of protection like a meteorite, landing directly next to Thor's hammer. Dust billowed and sirens shrilled. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The agents quickly assembled, guns loaded, and aimed in unison at the figure in the smoke. As the smoke cleared, Shao Han let go of Saul and swept his gaze calmly over the surroundings. Shao Han did this on purpose. He had long heard Nick Fury and Tony's conversation. You're so arrogant, then I won't give you any face. Thor, however, could no longer care about anything else, and the only thing in his eyes was the Thor's hammer on the ground. Myrnal. He rushed forward in excitement, grabbed the hammer handle and lifted it with all his might. Ripple. Saul's expression froze. No. This can't be. He frantically exerted force, his muscles tensed, his forehead veins rippled, but the hammer remained firmly embedded in the ground, as if it had become one with the earth. Why? Father, have you really abandoned me? Saul fell to his knees, his voice hoarse. Shao Han quietly watched the scene without intervening. He knew that Saul had to go through this to truly awaken. But the SHIELD agents had already surrounded it. Don't move! Hands on your head! Dozens of firearms were aimed at Shao Han and Saul, and Coulson stepped out from the crowd, his face grave. Gentlemen, you are trespassing in a SHIELD-controlled area, please cooperate with the investigation. Shao Han glanced at him and said indifferently, Get out of the way, you can't stop me. Coulson narrowed his eyes, Try it. Before the words left his mouth, all the agents opened fire at the same time. Bullets poured in like a rainstorm. Shao Han didn't even raise his eyelids. Ding ding ding. All the bullets suddenly stopped an inch away from his body, as if they had hit an invisible barrier, and then crackled and fell to the ground. The agents stared in disbelief. I said that you guys can't stop me. Shao Han took a step forward. The ground trembled. The bioforce field wrapped around the entire field, and all the agents instantly felt breathless, their legs were weak, and they couldn't even hold their guns steady. Cold sweat oozed from Coulson's forehead, but he still braced himself and ordered, Energy weapons quasi. Before his words had left his mouth, the agents had lost their breath and collapsed to the ground, going to meet God early. Just as Coulson was dumbfounded, the desert sky suddenly twisted and a ghostly green vortex appeared out of nowhere. The destroyer armor slowly stepped out. Oh, my dear brother. A frivolous voice came from the vortex, and Loki's figure slowly emerged, holding the lance of eternity with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Look at you in this sorry state, even a mole can hold you down. Thor, you're a mess. Loki's voice taunted in quick succession. Thor jerked his head up, Loki. Father, he. Dead. Loki interrupted, a sly glint in his eyes, because of your foolish actions, Father has left us. Thor was struck by lightning and staggered back a few steps, no. This can't be. Shao Han stayed on the sidelines, though he didn't know why Saul would believe those words. But instead of poking at it, he simply turned his gaze to the destroyer armor that slowly stood up not far away. Loki! Thor suddenly roared, What are you doing here in the atrium with your father's destroyer? Loki gracefully spread his hands, Of course I'm here to clean up the mess you caused, my dear brother. After all, I am the king of Asgard now. The destroyer faceplate opened and fiery energy began to converge. Watch out! Saul instinctively lunged at Shao Han, but he pounced. Shao Han had long since disappeared from his spot and appeared in front of the destroyer in the next second. That's a lot of crap, he said coldly, sweeping down with a whip leg. Boom! Destroyer was split right in half by the kick, starting at the head. The blazing energy core was exposed and was then instantly vaporized by Xiao Han's heat vision. Loki, who was far away in Asgard, took a violent step back, his eyes full of shock. That's impossible. That's Odin's destroyer. At the same time, the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds converged crazily with Sol at the center, and thunder rolled through the clouds. Loki! Thor's roar echoed through the desert along with thunder. You're lying. A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting Sol squarely. In the dazzling lightning, Sol's figure began to change. The red cloak was windless, and Thor's hammer automatically flew into his hand. When the lightning cleared, Thor had regained his Thor form, and Mjolnir shimmered with electricity in his hands. Xiao Han hugged his arms. The enemy is already gone before you start transforming? Sol coughed awkwardly. Well. Ritual is important. Loki's visions began to dissipate, and his last expression was one of both shock and anger. You think this is the end? See you in Asgard. Thor raised Thor's hammer. Heimdall. Open the rainbow bridge. 7 colored pillars of light descended from the sky, enveloping Xiao Han, Sol, and the wreckage of the destroyer together. When the light cleared, the two had stood in the golden halls of Asgard, surrounded by dozens of tightly guarded fairy palace guards with spears pointed directly at them. Welcome home. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. Looks like your brother is well prepared. Thor gripped his hammer tightly, lightning traveling around him. He always does this. At the end of the hall, Loki stood in front of his throne, holding the Gonaril lance, his face grim. Finish them off. The immortal palace guards roared and rushed up. A golden light flourished in Xiao Han's eyes. It's just the right time to move your muscles. Chapter 12 Asgard. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly as he looked at the rushing immortal palace guards. He gently raised his right hand and the bioforce field instantly unfolded, forming an invisible barrier. Sol, your brother is yours. I'll take care of these stragglers. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Han's figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next second, he had already rushed into the array of immortal palace guards. Bang! 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 His speed was so fast that the immortal palace guards didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying by a force. Xiao Han did not strike with a deadly hand, but only used his bioforce field to control the force and stun them. Each of his punches and kicks were incredibly precise, and the weapons of the immortal palace guards were like toys in front of him, easily broken or bounced off. Thor, in turn, roared and swung Mjolnir at Loki on the throne. It's time for you to pay for your lies, brother. Loki laughed coldly and swung the Gonaril godlance in his hand. A golden wave of energy swept out. You think you can win against me just by restoring your divine power? Thor swung his hammer, his thunder power exploding as he blocked the blow hard. The two energies collided, and the entire immortal palace hall trembled. You betrayed father. Betrayed Asgard. Thor roared, charging forward again. Loki's figure, however, suddenly became illusory, instantly splitting into dozens of phantoms that surrounded Thor. Betrayal? I am only protecting the 9 realms. You, on the other hand, will only bring war. Sol had a hard time telling the truth from the lie for a moment, and could only look around warily. On the other side, Xiao Han had already resolved all the immortal palace guards, and he hovered in mid-air, looking at Loki's phantom with golden light flashing in his eyes. Sol, he's 3 meters behind your left. Xiao Han's voice clearly entered Sol's ears. Without hesitation, Thor turned violently and slammed his hammer into the ground. Boom! The power of thunder erupted, and Loki's illusion was instantly shattered, and his true form was forced to reveal itself, staggering back a few steps. You! Loki glared angrily at Xiao Han, a mortal who dares to meddle in the affairs of the divine realm? Xiao Han slowly landed and stood beside Sol. I am no mortal. A hint of viciousness flashed in Loki's eyes as he suddenly raised Gungnir and aimed at the dome of the fairy palace. Since you want to seek death, let's destroy them all together. Buzz! A piercing golden beam of light shot out from the divine spear and shot straight into the sky. He's activating the Rainbow Bridge's destruction mode. Thor's face suddenly changed. He's going to let the Rainbow Bridge's energy go out of control, destroying Jotunheim and maybe even spreading to Atrium. Xiao Han shrugged his shoulders. Then what are you waiting for? Stop him. Thor gritted his teeth and charged at Loki again. But Loki was prepared for this. He swung his god gun violently, an energy barrier blocked in front of him, and Thor's hammer smashed on it, but it was actually bounced off. It's no use, brother. Loki grinned. The power of the Rainbow Bridge has begun to converge. You can't stop it. Xiao Han did not say anything, and his eyes suddenly lit up with a blazing red light. Zip! 2 heat sights instantly shot out and blasted directly onto Loki's energy barrier. Click! A crack appeared in the barrier and Loki's face paled. Impossible. Seizing the opportunity, Thor swung his hammer again, the full force of the thunderbolt slamming down hard on the barrier. Boom! The barrier shattered completely, and Loki was sent flying by the tremendous impact, hitting the throne hard. It's over, Loki. Thor strides forward and reaches out to grab him. However, Loki suddenly revealed a wry smile. No, brother, this is just the beginning. He violently raised his hand, and a green magical energy erupted as the entire hall of the Immortal Palace began to vibrate violently. He's using magic to interfere with the stability of the Rainbow Bridge. Thor roared, if this keeps up, all of Asgard will be caught in the spatial turbulence. Shao Han nodded and looked up in the direction of the Rainbow Bridge, where a terrifying amount of energy had already converged and could go out of control at any time. Thor, you go close the Rainbow Bridge. Shao Han said in a deep voice, leave Loki to me. Thor nodded, and without hesitation, turned and rushed toward the Rainbow Bridge. Loki tried to block, but Shao Han was already in front of him. You think you can stop me? Loki laughed coldly, and a magical dagger coalesced in his hand. Shao Han did not reply, but only slowly raised his hand, the force controlled to a tiny level. In the next second, his figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already thrown a punch at Loki's abdomen. Bang! Loki arched his body violently, his eyes widened, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. He looked at Shao Han incredulously, how can you? Shao Han didn't give him a chance to catch his breath and lifted him up with a grip on his neck. Your magic is useless to me, Loki. Loki struggled, a flicker of fear finally flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Thor had already rushed to the Rainbow Bridge's console, and with a roar of rage, he raised Thor's hammer and smashed it fiercely into the control unit. Boom! The energy core of the Rainbow Bridge began to collapse, and a violent energy turbulence swept out. Shah! Move! Saul yelled back. Shao Han glanced at Loki in his hands, snorted coldly, and directly flung him towards Saul. Take him with you. Thor grabbed Loki and the three were instantly engulfed by the energy of the Rainbow Bridge. Buzz! When the light dissipated, they had been transported to the end of the Rainbow Bridge, the frozen wasteland of Jotunheim. Loki collapsed weakly to the ground, his face pale. You ruined everything. Thor was silent for a moment and finally sighed. No, brother, I just stopped you from making a bigger mistake. Shao Han stood aside and looked up to the sky. The energy of the Rainbow Bridge was slowly dissipating and the crisis was lifted. What next? He looked to Saul. Thor took a deep breath. Take Loki back to Asgard and be judged. Loki sneered. A trial? Father is alive. Thor interrupted him, a flicker of sadness in his eyes. He has been asleep, but never dead. You are blinded by your own ambition, brother. Loki's expression froze. Shao Han shook his head. You guys can solve the family conflicts yourselves. He looked at the end of the Rainbow Bridge and looked at the dissipating energy turbulence, pondering. Soul. He spoke suddenly. Saul froze. What? Shao Han turned around with an inquisitive glint in his eyes. Asgard is one of the most advanced civilizations in the 9 realms, and I am very interested in your technology that combines technology and magic. Loki sat paralyzed on the ground and couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. A mortal who also wants to peek into the mysteries of the divine realm? Shao Han glanced at him. Your illusions are ineffective against me, your magic can't hurt me, and your trickery can't fool me, so where did you get the confidence to call me mortal? Loki choked and grimaced. Saul laughed out loud and patted Shao Han's shoulder. Good. Since you want to stay, Asgard welcomes you. Father will definitely be very interested in you when he wakes up. Shao Han nodded. Take me to your library, or technology workshop, I want to see how advanced your knowledge really is. Saul agreed readily, no problem. But until then. As he picked up Loki, I have to put this troublemaker in the dungeon first. Loki struggled a bit and gritted his teeth. You'll regret this. Saul ignored his threat and turned his head to Shao Han. Come with me, I'll take you to see Mother first. Chapter 13, Superman Learning Magic. The Depths of the Palace of the Immortals. Frigga's bedchamber. Frigga, Queen of Asgard, is standing at the window, looking worried. When she saw Saul walk in with Shao Han, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Mother! Thor strides forward. I'm back and Loki is under control. Frigga sighed in relief, then her gaze fell on Shao Han. This is Shao Han, from the atrium. Saul introduced. But he is not an ordinary human, his power even surpasses me. Frigga nodded slightly, carefully sizing up Shao Han. After a moment, she broke into a gentle smile. Welcome, Shah. Sol seldom speaks so highly of others, you must be extraordinary. Shao Han nodded his head in greeting. Queen, I came to Asgard to learn about your technology and magic. Frigga was thoughtful. The knowledge of Asgard is indeed vast, but not everyone can understand it. I can try. Shao Han calmly said. Frigga smiled. Fine, I'll arrange for someone to take you to the library and workshop. But until then. She looked to Sol. How is your father doing? Thor looked grim. Odin's sleep is not over yet, but Loki's plot has been stopped. The crisis at the Rainbow Bridge is lifted, and he should wake up soon. Frigga nodded, then said to Shao Han, Shao, if you really want to learn about Asgard, perhaps you can start with the theory of the world tree. World tree? Shao Han raised his eyebrows. It is the root of the 9 realms and the source of all our magic. Frigga explained. If you can understand it, you can understand the nature of Asgard. A hint of interest flashed in Shao Han's eyes. Sounds like exactly what I need. Asgard Library. It was a magnificent golden hall, with countless ancient scrolls and metal tomes on the towering shelves. Shao Han stood in the center and looked up, his supervision allowing him to instantly scan the contents of the entire library. The knowledge here covers the history of the 9 realms, magic, technology, and war. Sol proudly describes, even I haven't read a tenth of it yet. Shao Han walked towards one of the bookshelves and casually took down a metal tome. His fingertips gently touched the pages of the book, and his superbrain began to rapidly parse the words and symbols within. Your rune system is very interesting. Shao Han whispered, they are not just words, they also contain energy. Sol was surprised. You can read? Shao Han did not reply, but continued to flip through the pages. His learning speed was far beyond normal, and the contents of each page could be fully understood and memorized with just one sweep of his eyes. After a few minutes, he closed the book with a thoughtful glint in his eyes. I see, Asgard's magic is essentially another way of utilizing the energy of the universe. Sol scratched his head. About right? Shao Han put down the book and looked at Sol. Take me to your technology workshop, I want to see your forging technology. Sol grinned. No problem. It just so happens that our master craftsman, Etre, has just recently built a new batch of weapons. Nidavel. Dwarf Kingdom. Passing through the Rainbow Bridge, Shao Han and Sol arrived at the dwarf's forge world. Here lava tumbles in huge rings surround a dying star, and the dwarves use the star's energy to forge artifacts. Sol. The dwarf king Etre's booming voice rang out. What brings you here? And with a stranger? This is Shah, from Atrium. Sol introduced. He's interested in your forging techniques. Echui sized up Shao Han for a few moments and said in a gruff voice, immortal? He can withstand the temperature here? Shao Han smiled faintly and walked straight to the edge of the furnace. The blazing heat had no effect on him, not even the corners of his coat were set ablaze. Etre narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Shao Han observed the dwarf's forging process, his supervision allowing him to see where each hammer fell and the timing of each quenching. His brain analyzed it rapidly and quickly understood the principle. Your forging is more than just physical hammering. Shao Han spoke. It also incorporates the energy pulse of the world tree, which is why it was able to create a divine artifact. Etre was shocked. How did you know? Shao Han did not explain, but instead walked towards a piece of unforged Uru metal. Can I try it? Etre hesitated and finally nodded. Yes, but don't waste the materials. Shao Han picked up the forging hammer and a golden light flashed in his eyes. His movements were a little rusty at first, but quickly became fluid. What was even more amazing was that each of his hammers was incredibly precise, with just the right amount of force control. Dang! 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 The metal gradually took shape under his hammering, with energy vaguely flowing inside. Echui looked dumbfounded. This is impossible. Even an Asgardian would need decades to master this skill. Sol also had a shocked look on his face. Shao, what exactly are you? Shao Han stopped his movements and looked at the metal blade molding in his hand as he faintly said, a learner. Just then, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky. Sol jerked his head up. It's father's call. He's awake. Shao Han put down his forging hammer and looked to the sky. It seems that Odin wants to see me. Throne room at the Palace of the Immortals. Odin sat on his throne, his one eye gazing at Shao Han who walked in. His gaze was deep and majestic, as if he could see through everything. Visitors from the atrium. Odin spoke slowly. Your power, it's special. Shao Han frankly locked eyes with him. My power belongs to me. Odin was silent for a moment, then said, Thor told me that you saved Asgard and stopped Loki's mad plan. And for that, I thank you. Shao Han nodded, I just did what needed to be done. But you stayed in Asgard for more than just learning, didn't you? Odin's gaze sharpened. Shao Han didn't hold back, knowledge is power, and power that allows me to better control my destiny. Odin stared at him for a long time before finally leaning slowly back into his throne. Fine, you can stay and learn about Asgard. But remember. His voice was low, there are some secrets that are not for mortals to touch. Shao Han smiled faintly, don't worry, I'm not interested in secrets, I'm only interested in the truth. The corners of Odin's mouth turned up slightly, interesting answer. Shao Han traveled through Asgard's libraries, workshops, and even magic halls, hungrily absorbing knowledge. He parsed rune magic, understood the energy flow of the world tree, and even learned simple spatial teleportation techniques. All the knowledge he had read had been committed to memory to recall at any time. In the meantime, he's cut his teeth with Saul a couple times. The battle between the two shook the entire fairy palace, the clash of thunder and heat vision leaving the Asgardian warriors watching the battle with their jaws on the ground. Frigga occasionally instructs him in the use of magic herself, while the dwarf King Etri praises his talent for forging. Loki was locked up in the dungeon, but Shao Han could sense that his plot was not over. Morning. Shao Han stood at the supreme height of the immortal palace, overlooking the 9 realms. Almost done learning. He whispered to himself, it's time to go back to Earth. Saul walked over to him and handed him a glass of honeyed wine, leaving? Shao Han took the wine cup and drank it all in one go. Well, Earth still has things to deal with. Thor grinned, next time you come, remember to bring some of the good wine of the atrium. Shao Han smiled back, definitely. The light of the rainbow bridge lit up again, and Shao Han's figure disappeared into the light pillar. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing on the streets of New York. The sky was dark and cloudy, and sirens and explosions were heard in the distance. Shao Han raised his head and looked in the direction of Stark Tower, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. It seems I've come back just in time. Chapter 14 Return to Earth. Shao Han's supervision pierced through the skyscrapers of New York and locked onto a chaotic street. Tony Stark was wearing the latest model of battle armor and was engaged in a fierce battle with a heavy armor that was 3 meters tall. Energy beams exploded through the streets as passers-by screamed and scattered. Looks like our billionaire is having quite a good time. The corner of Shao Han's mouth rose slightly and his legs curled slightly. Bang! The black figure quickly ascended into the air as Shao Han crossed the sky at an extremely fast speed. Crowds of people in the streets looked up in amazement. That's Superman? Inside Tony's battle armor visor, Jarvis' voice rang out, Sir, high-speed approaching target detected, energy signature match, it's Mr. Shao. Finally back. Tony blasted a palm cannon into the chest of the enemy armor and took a moment to glance at the sky. Just in time to show him my new toy. The black figure stopped sharply in front of the 2 men in a manner that defied the rules of physics. Shao Han hovered in the air, the golden lines on his black battle suit glittering in the sunlight. Need Superman's help? Shao Han raised an eyebrow at Tony. The enemy armor seized the opportunity and slammed a heavy punch into the back of Shao Han's head. The fist stopped abruptly when it was centimeters away from his hairline, as if it had hit an invisible wall. Tony shrugged, thanks, but I was just testing the performance parameters of the new battle armor. He gestured to the opposing armor, a naughty villain. Shao Han shook his head, there's no need to test it, it will soon have to be updated. What do you mean? Tony's visor rose to a confused expression. Shao Han did not reply and turned to face the enemy armor. The behemoth seemed to sense the threat, and all of its weapon ports lit up with a simultaneous recharge. Goodbye. Shao Han lightly waved his right hand and a golden rune flashed in the air. A ghostly blue spatial vortex suddenly appeared beneath the armored feet, and the entire machine was instantly engulfed. In the next second, a sharp whistling sound came from high up in the sky, and the armor was doing a free fall at a height of 3,000 meters. Jarvis! Track the target! Tony exclaimed. Shao Han had already rushed up into the sky, instantly catching up with the falling armor. A whip kick is delivered, and the armor is torn apart with a loud thud. Just as the debris was about to scatter, Shao Han drew a circle with one hand and another portal appeared, engulfing all the debris. 3 seconds later, he landed lightly back on the ground carrying the unconscious bandit and tossed the man to the dazed police. You? Who are you? The policeman stammered, his hand pressing on his sidearm but not daring to draw it. Shao Han smiled slightly, You can call me Superman. Tony landed next to him, his mask rising again. Wait, what was that just now? Magic? Jarvis showed that armor disappearing. Teleported to your private storage. Xiaohan patted Tony's shoulder. Asgardian magic. Tony's eyes instantly lit up. Magic? Go back and talk again. Xiaohan looked around at the growing crowd and the passers-by who raised their cell phones. Unless you want to make all the headlines tomorrow. The two rushed up into the sky, leaving the streets in awe. A couple of kids jumped around excitedly and yelled, "It's the Man of Steel and Superman." They're in cahoots. In the top floor lab of the Stark Tower, Tony couldn't wait to examine the remains of the armor that had appeared out of thin air. This is incredible. He picked up a twisted metal plate. Instantaneous teleportation with zero energy loss and no spatial folds, which completely defies the known laws of physics. Xiaohan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the dusk of New York. The Asgardians call it Heimdall's blessing, which is essentially a spatial folding utilizing world tree energy. I saved Saul and made a trip to Asgard. Tony jerked around. Asgard? You're talking about the mythical. That's right, it's what you think. Xiaohan nodded. Tony's eyes widened and the metal plate in his hand banged on the floor. Wait, I'm a little lost. You just said God? Asgard? He gestured exaggeratedly, the guy in Norse mythology who flies all over the place with a hammer? Odin, Loki, Thor, all of these, you name it. Xiaohan explained with a smile. Is this real? Am I not on Earth? Why are all the myths becoming reality? Tony was still in a bit of disbelief. Xiaohan took out a huge box from the system space. It's much more real than you think. He opened the box, and inside lay a piece of metal glowing with a ghostly blue light. Quietly, this is the URU metal sent by Sol, the material used by the Immortal Palace to forge divine weapons. Well, I'm not surprised anymore. Watching Xiaohan change items out of thin air again, Tony took a deep breath. He carefully poked the piece of metal with his finger and Jarvis immediately sounded the alarm. Unknown element detected, unusually stable atomic structure. Sir, this is in complete violation of the periodic table of elements. So, all those myths are true? Tony grabbed the whiskey next to him and took a swig, firing off another question. Odin? Loki? Pretty much. Xiaohan pointed at the piece of metal. But they prefer to call themselves a higher civilization rather than a god. Thor is just an alien prince who likes to swing a hammer, only their civilization developed earlier. Tony suddenly perked up. What about their technology? Weapons? Energy sources? Transportation methods? This is the surprise I'm going to give you. A hint of a smile flashed across Xiaohan's eyes. He pressed the dark pattern on the metal box, and the box suddenly disintegrated into countless nanoscale particles, reorganizing in the air into the shape of a miniature warhammer. Asgard's nanotechnology. Xiaohan looked at Tony's shocked expression. It's more advanced than your Mark series. Tony peered closer like a child seeing a new toy. It's impossible. Nanoscale self-reorganization requires unimaginable computational power and energy control. Plus a little bit of the magical properties of URU metal. Xiaohan snapped his fingers, and the warhammer transformed back into a box. It took me a little while to figure out the principle. The good news is that I've reverse-engineered and simplified the version for Earth materials. Tony suddenly grabbed Xiaohan's shoulder. You must teach me. The conditions are at your disposal. This is surprise number 2. Xiaohan once again took out a data chip from the system space. All the technical parameters are here, including the fusion scheme of URU metal and Earth alloy. It's enough for you to upgrade your Mark battle armor into a nano battle armor, and by the way, help me build a set as well. Tony grabbed the chip as if it were a treasure, his hands shaking. Jarvis. Scanning immediately. Initiate holographic modeling. Blue light swept across the chip and a complex diagram of the molecular structure was immediately projected in the center of the lab. Tony fiddled back and forth in the hologram like a madman. This energy conduction method. And this reorganization algorithm. They're simply geniuses. Xiaohan leaned over the console and watched as Tony fell into a technological frenzy. As a reminder, URU metal requires a specific energy frequency to activate. I think you need to modify the reactor output mode. Remember to upgrade the energy core first. Chapter 15 Nanotechnology. Tony was immersed in a holographic model of nanotechnology, his fingers fiddling rapidly with a diagram of the molecular structure, his mouth mumbling the energy transfer parameters. Xiaohan suddenly raised his head and the corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile. "Tony, put away your little toy." Xiaohan knocked on the operating table. "We have guests." "What?" "Not now. I'm seeing the key part." Before Tony could finish his sentence, Jarvis sounded the alarm. SIR, shield Quinjets detected approaching, expected to arrive on the tarmac in 30 seconds. Tony cursed and quickly shut down the holographic projection. "Jarvis, activate data encryption protocols and hide all research on nanotechnology." Xiaohan leisurely walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and watched the black fighter jet slowly land on the tarmac of the Stark Tower. Nick Fury's trademark black trench coat hunted in the gusts of wind swept up by the propellers. "This guy is getting more and more like to show up uninvited." Tony scratched his hair in annoyance. "After the last time he mentioned the Avengers program, I explicitly rejected it." Xiaohan let out a light laugh. "He came at me." The moment the elevator door opened, Fury's one eye locked onto Xiaohan. He was followed by two heavily armed agents, but Xiaohan noticed that they kept their fingers away from the trigger. Clearly Fury had learned his lesson from last time. "Mr. Shaw." Fury's voice was low and a little restrained. "We need to talk about what you did in New Mexico." Tony stepped between the two. "Hey, Nick, this is my place, make an appointment to talk." "That's okay, Tony." Shaman patted him on the shoulder. "I'd like to hear what the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. has to say as well." Fury's eyes scanned the lab, finally coming to rest on the box containing the URU metal. "As far as I know, you had unauthorized access to alien technology, and now, it seems, brought back alien material without authorization." Xiaohan raised an eyebrow. So? Fury's voice raised a few notches. "Do you realize that this is a violation of the Alien Technology Control Agreement? Those things could be a threat to Earth's security." Xiaohan couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Nick, are you mistaken about something? I'm not your agent and I'm not under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. I can go wherever I want and bring back whatever I want. In short, I do what I want." Fury's face grimaced. "Everyone must follow the rules, Mr. Shaw. Even for someone like you. Special individual." "Rules?" Xiaohan's eyes suddenly became dangerous. "Do you mean obeying the rules like your secret research on the Tesseract? Or do you mean following the rules like you condone the infiltration of Hydra?" Fury's one eye contracted slightly. "This is an internal matter for us." "I know a lot more than you think, Chief." Xiaohan took a step forward, and his biological force field unfolded silently, as if the air in the entire laboratory had frozen. Like a certain Tesseract program that's being researched in secret, like a certain Winter Soldier hiding in a Siberian base, like... He deliberately trailed off. Carol Danvers. The atmosphere in the room changed instantly as soon as the name was uttered. Fury's expression instantly became extremely brilliant, and the two agents subconsciously felt for their weapons, but in the next second they realized they couldn't move. Xiaohan's bioforce field had them under complete control. "Relax, Chief." Xiaohan's voice returned to calm. "I'm not interested in your little secrets. But if you continue to interfere with my actions with that attitude..." Xiaohan paused for a moment and his body levitated, his eyes lit up with a golden light. "I don't mind letting S.H.I.E.L.D. experience what it means to be Superman's wrath." Fury's one eye stared at Xiaohan dead in the face. "You think you're invincible, don't you? You're not the only superhero in this world." Xiaohan landed on the ground and shrugged. "I'm certainly not invincible. If you feel the need to call back that Captain Marvel who was a vigilante in outer space, by all means try. I'm curious which is stronger, her photon energy or my heat vision." Fury's breath caught noticeably. "How the hell do you know all this?" "I suggest you check out the Superman comics to learn what powers Superman has." Shaman turned toward the window, his back to Fury. "Now, if there's nothing else, Tony and I have work to finish." The lab fell silent. Tony looked at Shotchill, then at Fury, and had the sense to keep his mouth shut. Eventually, Fury took a deep breath and turned towards the elevator. "Thanks for the heads up, Mr. Shao, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be watching you." Before the elevator door closed, Xiaohan said without looking back, "Remember to say hello to Minister Pierce for me." The moment the elevator doors closed, Tony whistled exaggeratedly. "Wow. Shaw, you were simply awesome just now. But who's Carol Danvers? And what's up with Pierce?" Xiaohan retracted his bioforce field and the air in the lab flowed again. "Carol is Fury's ace in the hole, an energy manipulator who can fly in space. As for Pierce, He gave an impish smile. That's S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own problem. Tony nodded thoughtfully and suddenly perked up. So you can really hear anything anywhere on Earth? Like I said, Tony, I'm not interested in your personal life. Xiao Han rolled his eyes. Now, want to continue working on your nano battle armor? Of course. Tony immediately put the earlier conflict behind him. Jarvis, pull up the data from earlier. Meanwhile, aboard S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Quinjet, Fury's one eye flashed. He pulled out an old-fashioned pager, his thumb hovering over the call button for a long time before he finally put it back. Not yet. He whispered to himself. Tony Stark was absorbed in tweaking the prototype design of the nano-battle armor as the holographic projection shifted in front of him. Xiao Han, on the other hand, stood aside, his eyes slightly closed, and his super hearing was capturing the abnormal energy fluctuations on a global scale. Unfortunately, though, he didn't hear anything interesting. The only thing that surprised him was just finding out that this world still had certain characters that were only in manga. For example, the last time we saw Spider-Man, it was the Generations version. Like Nightcrawler, Blade Runner, Master of Mimicry, and so on. Right at this moment, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Han's mind. Mr. Shaw, if you'd like, the Karmitage welcomes you. Xiao Han opened his eyes. The voice, it was the venerable ancient one. Tony sensed something strange about him. Shaw, what's wrong? Xiao Han pondered for a moment. Tony, I have to leave for a while. Tony raised an eyebrow. Where to? Nepal. Xiao Han didn't explain much. An old friend wants to see me. Tony nodded, though puzzled. Okay, I've got to figure out this project. Xiao Han did not take off his battle armor and directly charged up into the sky, transforming into a black stream of light as he sped towards the direction of Nepal. Nepali. Kathmandu, capital of Nepal. Xiao Han landed on the ancient streets of Kathmandu, his super senses quickly capturing the energy fluctuations around him. Soon, he detected a strange magical energy coursing through the depths of one of the alleys. Found it. He whispered, stepping towards the hidden magical barrier. As he approached, the air suddenly rippled with gold and a portal slowly unfolded, revealing the ancient gates of the Karmitage. A man wearing a dark blue robe with a serious face stood inside the door, his hands behind his back, his eyes sharply sizing up Xiao Han. Mr. Xiao Han? His voice was steady. I am Modu, and the Supreme Mage has asked me to wait for you here. Xiao Han nodded. Lead the way. Modu sidestepped out of the way as Xiao Han stepped into the Karmitage. In an instant, the scenery around them suddenly changed. Old wooden buildings, burning incense burners, magical energy in the air, and mages practicing their spells in the distance. Here, it's the Mecca of Earth magic. Modu walked ahead, his tone calm. Supreme Venerable is waiting for you. Xiao Han did not say much and followed him through the long corridor, eventually arriving in front of a quiet meditation room. The door slowly opened, and Venerable Ancient One was sitting cross-legged on a futon with a steaming cup of tea in front of him. She raised her head and smiled faintly. Mr. Xiao Han, welcome to the Kamitagia. Chapter 16 Kuwaichi's Request. Xiao Han stepped into the meditation room and his gaze lingered on Gui for a moment. This guardian of the earth seems so ordinary, yet contains unfathomable power. Supreme Mage. Xiao Han nodded slightly. It seems that my arrival has caught your attention. Gui gently waved his hand and a cup of tea appeared in front of Xiao Han out of thin air. Have a seat. It's hard not to notice your presence like a torch in the night. Xiao Han took the teacup and sat down cross-legged. The scent of tea filled the air with some sort of strange energy wave. So, you're here to warn me off the planet? On the contrary. Kuwaichi sipped his tea. I'm here to thank you. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. Thank you? You stopped Loki's plot and avoided a war between the 9 realms. Kuwaichi's gaze looked through the window and into the distance. And you taught Thor humility, which will be vital to the future king of Asgard. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. He didn't know what kind of medicine Gui was selling in his gourd. Based on his understanding, Gui should have more likely said that he had disturbed the timeline rather than praising it. Still, he let out a soft laugh. I just did what I wanted to do. It is this purity that is rare. Kuwaichi put down his teacup. Xiao, what do you know about this universe? More than enough. A golden light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. For example, I know that Dormammu is coveting the earth, such as the exterminator is collecting infinity gems. Gui's expression fluctuated for the first time. You even. And I know your secret. Xiao Han looked straight into Gui's eyes as he probably understood what Gui knew about him. Maybe he just knew he was an outsider, but wasn't sure what he was. The time gem in the eye of Argamotor, and the power you draw from the dark dimension. The air inside the meditation room instantly froze. Moto subconsciously gripped his magic weapon outside the door. Gui was silent for a long time and suddenly laughed. Interesting. It seems that I have underestimated you. She stood up, her robes windless. In that case, why don't we talk in detail somewhere else? She drew her hands in a circle, and a portal glowing with golden sparks unfolded before her. On the other side of the gate is the snow-capped top of the Himalayas. Xiaohan stepped through without hesitation. The biting wind had no effect on him, and the snow under his feet didn't even leave footprints under the biotic force field. Gui then walked out of the portal. It's quiet enough here that we can speak freely. What do you want to know? Xiaohan was straightforward. Your purpose. Koichi's expression became serious. Possessing such power, yet choosing to stay on Earth, what exactly do you want on Earth? Including, where you came from. Xiaohan looked toward the rolling hills in the distance, a home. This simple answer caused Gui to be slightly stunned. Where did I come from? Perhaps you will not believe me, I am actually Kryptonian, I just came to this world by accident. Xiaohan opened his mouth and immediately started making things up. After a pause, he continued, Here, I have a new life. I just want to live my life on my own terms and protect what I think is worth protecting. Including making enemies of S.H.I.E.L.D.? That includes doing anything I want to do. Golden light flowed in Xiaohan's eyes. As long as they don't mess with me. Koichi pondered for a moment. What if I invite you to join Comitage and become the new Supreme Mage? The offer made Xiaohan freeze. Why me? Because you can see things I can't. Hirachi's voice suddenly became tired. I've been guarding this world for too long, Shaw. The time gem has shown me countless possible futures, but in all timelines there is a common ending, my death. Though that was my own idea. Xiaohan keenly noticed the meaning in her words. You're preparing for the handover. Koichi nodded. Dr. Strange still needs time to grow. And your presence is a variable. An existence that shouldn't have existed in the first place. And, your arrival has blurred the timeline so much that I can no longer watch. The wind and snow at the top of the mountain grew stronger, but an invisible barrier formed around the two men, and the snowflakes quietly melted just meters away from them. I can't accept it. Xiaohan finally replied, I have my own path to follow. Koichi seemed to have anticipated this answer. Then promise me at least one thing, that when darkness falls and the earth needs you, you will step up. Xiaohan smiled. It depends on what I was thinking at the time. Koichi smiled back. Enough. She opened the portal again. Would you like to visit the library? Comitage's collection might be useful to you. Xiaohan's eyes lit up. This is a good proposal. Inside the Karmitage library, ancient bookshelves towered over the city, and the scent of parchment mixed with sandalwood filled the air. Xiaohan stood in the center, the golden lines on his black battlesuit looming under the candlelight, forming a marvelous contrast with the ancient magical atmosphere around him. This is the most complete collection of magical texts on Earth. Mage Ancient One had his hands behind his back, his white yellow vestments were windless, containing the crystallization of wisdom left behind by successive generations of supreme mages, from Bison Emperor to Argomoto. The librarian king looked at Xiaohan warily. Supreme Mage, this is a guest, king. Koichi said gently, he has the right to consult any book he wishes. King's mouth dropped open in surprise, but quickly regained his professional demeanor. What category is needed? All. Xiaohan's supervision had already begun scanning the bookshelves, especially the ones about the multiverse and the dark dimension. Supreme Mage, these canons are too dangerous, even senior mages need guidance too. Wang was instantly surprised when he heard this. Let him look. Gui interrupted softly, his gaze always resting on Xiaohan. I'm sure Mr. Xiao has his own way. Xiaohan nodded slightly as his supervision activated and the structure of the entire library was analyzed by him in an instant. The way the bookshelves were categorized, the regularity of the arrangement of the tome, and even the areas that were hidden by magic were all invisible to his super senses. The text on the spine of each book, the symbols on each page, even the hidden contents of those magically sealed, were all in his field of vision. Interesting. Xiaohan walked towards the nearest bookshelf, his fingers gently brushing over a row of heavy tomes inlaid with precious stones. Your magic system is completely different from Asgard's. They rely on the divine power in their bloodline, while you borrow the power of the dimensions. Xiaohan continued to walk towards the space theory area, his finger hovering above a row of sapphire-encrusted tome. Your magic is built on the lending of dimensional energy, which explains the need for the hanging ring as a medium. King's mouth opened wide in surprise. You just took one look at the bookshelf categorization and Xiaohan had already taken down the basic spatial principles and quickly flipped through it. His fingers flipped through the pages of the book at speeds unattainable to humans, lingering on each page for no more than a second. A tome that an ordinary person would need to study for months was memorized in its entirety in less than 2 minutes in his hands. Spatial folding. Dimensional localization. Energy anchors. Xiaohan closed the book with a thoughtful glint in his eyes. He raised his right hand and attempted to trace the trajectory of the portal as described in the book, but only a few faint sparks stirred in the air and then dissipated. The corners of Mage Fiorucci's mouth rose slightly. It seems that even superhumans need to follow the basic laws of magic. Xiaohan didn't take it personally. I'm just testing the theory. He pointed to his temple. All of the knowledge here has been memorized. It is only the energy channels to cast the spells that are lacking for now. I will consider using magic by using the energy in my body as a medium when I return. Wang's expression changed from one of caution to one of pure shock. You memorized the entire book? It's not just this book. Xiaohan walked towards the next bookshelf. Introduction to Mirror Dimensions, Fundamentals of Soul Projection, Compendium of Defense Spells. These are all on my to-read list. Chapter 17, Superman Learns Magic. For the next 3 hours, Xiaohan absorbed Karma Taj's magic theory with amazing efficiency. Unlike ordinary mages who needed to practice incantations and gestures over and over again, with his superbrain he directly stored all his knowledge in separate categories and established a complete theoretical framework. When Xiaohan finished reading the last page of Higher Dimensional Mathematics, Mage Ancient One suddenly spoke. Your learning style is amazing, Mr. Xiao. But magic is more than just theoretical knowledge, it requires resonance with the dimensions and the practice of mindfulness. Xiaohan placed the tome back on the bookshelf. I don't want to cast these spells for now. But understanding the principles is the first step. He pointed to his eyes. My heat vision is not innate either, but was mastered through understanding the interaction of solar energy with biological force fields. Kueichi nodded thoughtfully. So you believe that with a deep enough understanding, you can eventually find a way to cast spells that doesn't rely on the suspension ring? Like you said, using yourself as a medium? Perhaps. Xiaohan walked towards the deepest forbidden area of the library. Right now, though, I'm more interested in learning what tactics our enemies will use. His fingers had just touched the copy scroll of the Book of Darkness God when the king rushed forward with an arrow step. No way. That book is too dangerous. Even supreme mages. Let him watch. Gui said again, his voice calm but undeniable. Mr. Xiao is right, understanding the enemy is necessary. Xiaohan unfolded the scroll and quickly skimmed through the twisted text on it. As he read deeper, his brow creased. The dark dimension corrupts in a more cunning way than I thought. He utilizes emotional loopholes rather than magical loopholes. Kueichi walked up to him. Is that so? Maybe you found something different. Look here. Xiaohan pointed to a seemingly ordinary incantation note. Instead of forcibly breaking through the protection, the dark dimension creates a rift through the negativity within the Guardian. Fear, doubt, pride. Those are the real breakthroughs. Gui's expression became unusually serious. She was silent for a long time before she said softly, You're right. 500 years ago, it was the greed of the guard mages that allowed Dormammu to break through the protection for the first time. The king sucked in a breath of cold air. Supreme Mage. This is top secret. There is no longer a need for secrecy. Gui looked toward Xiaohan with a complex light flickering in his eyes. It took Mr. Shaw 3 hours to discover truths that we have not fully understood for centuries. Wang was already too shocked to speak, and just stared blankly at Xiaohan as if he was looking at some kind of unbelievable existence. Venerable Ancient One let out a long breath, a rare expression of exhaustion mixed with relief appearing on his face. Follow me, Mr. Shaw. She opened a portal to the terrace. It seems we need to talk more. On the terrace, a cold Himalayan wind whistled through, but a barrier of warmth surrounded the two men. Kueichi stared at the snowy mountains in the distance and was silent for a long time. Shaw. She finally spoke, an unprecedented solemnity in her voice. I once again ask that you consider taking over the position of Supreme Mage. Xiaohan raised an eyebrow. I thought we already talked about this. At the time I didn't fully understand what you were capable of. Gui turned around, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Xiaohan did not answer and quietly waited for her to continue. I had thought Dr. Strange would be my successor. Gui smiled bitterly, but your appearance changed all that. In just a few hours, you mastered the knowledge of magic that ordinary mages need decades to understand. You found holes in the protection that even I hadn't noticed you even. She paused. Your intelligence is at the very level of a supreme mage, and you, perhaps after a while, will be able to open the portal without the hanging ring. Xiao Han looked into the distance. Supreme mages need more than just power. Exactly. Koichi's voice suddenly became fervent. You have power, yet you don't misuse it. You find loopholes and fix them immediately. You refuse power, yet you are willing to take responsibility. These qualities are more precious than any magical talent. The cold wind swept up Koichi's yellow vestments, and she looked more like an ordinary practitioner than a guardian of the earth than ever. I foresee darkness coming, Sha, and Dormammu is just the beginning of the extermination, the collapse of dimensions, the reorganization of the universe. The world needs a guardian stronger than me. Xiao Han pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, in this universe, did you see how you died? Koichi's expression froze for a moment. I see. Many possibilities. But one thing is certain, when I die, someone must take my place, or the earth will be plunged into eternal darkness. Xiao Han exhaled, and the white mist condensed and dissipated in the cold air. He turned around and looked straight into Gui's eyes. I can't agree to take over as supreme mage. I still have my own path to follow, many things to deal with. Gui's shoulders slumped slightly, but Xiao Han's next words caused her to raise her head again. But Xiao Han's voice was tinged with flirtation. If that day really comes, I will make a move, and I still have to live on Earth. Until then, I promise to help protect the 3 temples against Dormammu and other threats. A trace of relief flashed in Gui's eyes as she nodded slightly. That's enough. Thank you, Xiao Han. The two stood in silence on the terrace as the first rays of morning light from the distance pierced through the clouds and gilded the snow-covered mountains with a golden glow. It's dawn. Xiao Han broke the silence. I should get back. Tony is probably already wondering about my disappearance. Koichi smiled. You are welcome back anytime. There will always be a place for you at Karmatage. She scratched open a portal to New York, and Xiao Han was about to step in when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Mage. Without looking back, he said, try to live as long as you can. The world needs you. After saying that, he stepped into the portal and disappeared into the golden sparks. Koichi stood alone in the morning light, a smile if any hanging at the corner of his mouth. She whispered to herself, no, Xiao Han. What this world will eventually need is strong people. After Xiao Han left, Modu walked over to Gui. Do you really trust him? Gui looked at the starry sky. I trust his choice. I believe that in all futures, he is on the side of light. Even if he doesn't want to become a supreme mage? Especially because he doesn't want to become a supreme mage. Koichi turned and walked back to the sanctuary. A true hero never fights for power. Under the night sky of New York, Xiao Han hovered above the clouds, recalling today's experience. Kamatage's knowledge of magic opened a new door to a more complete understanding of the world's power system. Chapter 18, Superpowers Out of Control. Stark Tower Laboratory. Tony Stark was staring intently at the model of the nanostructure in the holographic projection, his fingers constantly tracing in the air, adjusting the molecular arrangement. His workbench was strewn with various pieces of metal and energy cores, as well as half a cup of coffee that had gone cold. Jarvis, bring up the 7th set of parameters. Tony said without looking up, a noticeable dark circle hanging below his eyes. Sir, you've been working for 36 hours straight. Jarvis reminded. Under the health agreement. I wrote the health protocols, Jarvis. Tony waved his hand smilingly. Now, the parameters. The holographic projection immediately switched to a complex set of molecular structure diagrams. Tony narrowed his eyes and suddenly snapped his fingers in excitement. This is it. The energy conduction nodes need to be rearranged. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. You're going in the wrong direction. Ah! Tony nearly jumped out of his chair in shock, the tool in his hand dropping to the floor with a crisp clatter. Hell! Sha! Can you walk through the front door like a normal person? Xiao Han stood in the center of the lab, the golden lines on his black battlesuit flickering slightly under the light. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Sorry, get used to it. Tony rubbed his temples and picked up the drop tool. So, where did the great Mr. Superman go? Xiao Han walked towards the workbench and swept a glance at the holographic projection. Karmatage, the magic mecca on Earth. Tony raised an eyebrow. Magic? I thought you'd learned enough of those sorcerer's tricks in Asgard. Not the same. Xiao Han shook his head as his finger gently crossed the holographic projection, and the molecular structure immediately reorganized into a completely new arrangement. Asgard's magic is more of a combination of technology and divine power, whereas the magic of the Kamatage is pure dimensional energy manipulation. Tony's eyes grew bright as he stared at the reorganized structural diagram. Wait. This energy conduction method. More efficient, right? Xiaohan smiled. Magic and technology are both essentially the use of energy, just different paths. Tony suddenly turned and rushed to another holographic terminal. Jarvis. Record this structure. Recalculate the energy loss. Xiaohan looked at Tony, who had fallen into a frenzy, and gently shook his head. You study first, I still have some things to take care of. Wait. Tony shouted without looking back, you still haven't told me about that magic shrine. Can they really conjure fireballs out of thin air? Or can they just wave their hands and teleport like in the comics? Pretty much. Xiaohan shrugged, but it requires the assistance of a specific mage. Their supreme mage wants me to take her place. Tony jerked around and stared. What? You're going to be a wizard? Refused. Xiaohan walked towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. I have my own plans. Tony breathed a sigh of relief, then asked curiously, is that supreme mage strong? Xiaohan remembered Guyi's eyes that could see through time. It's much stronger than you think. Better than you? Tony trailed off. Xiaohan was silent for a moment. In some ways, yes. This answer made Tony's expression turn serious. He put down the tools in his hands and walked over to Xiaohan. Just how many other powerful existences are there in this world that I don't know about? A lot. Xiaohan looked out the window at the night view of New York. That's why I need to get stronger. Tony nodded thoughtfully. So what's your plan? Xiaohan didn't answer directly, but asked, do you know about mutants? Mutants? Tony frowned. You mean those X-gene carriers? I've heard rumors, but there's little reliable information in the SHIELD archives. Because most of them live in seclusion everywhere. Xiaohan turned around and walked towards the entrance of the laboratory. Maybe I'll go talk to them. Tony followed 2 steps ahead. Wait, why the sudden interest in mutants? Xiaohan stopped and looked back at Tony. Because in this world, mutants are one of the few existences that could threaten me. I need to know about them, especially some guy who can manipulate magnetic fields. Xiaohan opened his mouth to make something up. Magneto might as well have been KO'd by his punch. Xiaohan paused for a moment and suddenly smiled, but before that, I'm going to teach a few naughty children to learn to use their abilities. Children? Tony looked puzzled. A few kids who got superpowers by accident. Xiaohan shrugged. Tony wanted to ask something else, but Xiaohan had already turned into a black stream of light and disappeared through the glass window into the night. Jarvis, Tony stared in the direction Xiaohan had left. Pull up everything you can on mutants, especially ones that can manipulate magnetic fields. It's been pulled up, sir. But the information is very limited. Jarvis replied, do we need to contact Professor X? Tony raised an eyebrow in surprise. Professor X? You mean the director of that mutant academy? No, sir. But based on analysis of the cyber traces, he's probably one of the mutant leaders. Tony walked back to his workbench with an excited glint in his eyes. Wait a minute. Let's get this structure that Xiao gave us done first. When the nano battle armor is finished. He looked out the window at the night sky, a confident smile curling the corners of his mouth. Maybe it's time for me to meet these mutants. New York. Xiaohan was suspended at a height of 1,000 meters, his super hearing unfolding like an invisible radar network, capturing abnormal sounds across the globe. A minute ago, his super hearing caught 3 voices in a heated argument. He adjusted his hearing frequency and locked onto the location of the sound source, a deserted industrial park in Brooklyn. Abandoned industrial zone. The afterglow of the setting sun poured over the clearing, and the 3 college students stood by the pile of rubble in a stony atmosphere. Andrew crouched on the ground, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with a piece of gravel, letting it hover a few centimeters above his palm and gently lowering it again. He had heavy dark circles under his eyes, like he hadn't slept well in a long time. We have to think of something. Matt pushed up his glasses, his voice low. That rock. It's not right. Wrong? Steve snorted. It gave us superpowers. It's a ING miracle, okay? So Andrew almost throwing a car at someone last night was a miracle too? Matt asked rhetorically. Andrew jerked his head up, a flash of pain in his eyes. I told you it was an accident. His voice choked, his fingers shaking slightly as the gravel around him began to tremble. Hey, take it easy, man. Steve frowned and reached out to squeeze his shoulder, but Andrew shook him off violently. Don't touch me. The gravel suddenly burst into flames, splattering in all directions like bullets. Phew! A dark shadow falls noiselessly. All the splattered debris instantly stopped in mid-air, then slowly fell back to the ground. The three men froze at the same time and looked up at the tall figure. Black battlesuit, golden veins, no anger in his deep eyes, only a calm scrutiny. You're the Superman. With Tony Stark today, Matt muttered, nearly dropping the tablet in his hand. Shao Han did not speak immediately, his gaze sweeping over the three men and finally resting on Andrew. The boy's eyes were red and his fingers were clenched like a string stretched to the breaking point. What did you guys find here? Shao Han asked, his voice gentle. The three looked at each other, but finally Matt spoke up, "A rock that glows. In the cave." Shao Han nodded and looked towards the deep mine cave. Can you show me around? Chapter 19 Xavier College. Recesses of the Earth. The blue crystals were suspended in mid-air, like a frozen piece of a river of stars, their light flickering on and off with a breath-like rhythm. Shao Han stood in front of it, and his supervision penetrated the surface to see the energy veins flowing inside. It's beautiful, isn't it? Andrew spoke suddenly, his voice soft, like it's alive. Shao Han didn't deny it, it is indeed beautiful. We can make things fly when we touch it. Steve scratched his head. It started out as something small and then it began to affect you all. Shaman picked up on his words, his gaze returning to Andrew, especially you. Andrew's shoulders shook. How did you know? Because you have the strongest energy response. Shao Han took a step closer, his voice was soft. What did it plant in your heart? Anger? Or loneliness? Andrew's breath caught, his fingers unconsciously digging into the palms of his hands. It makes me powerful. Being powerful is not a bad thing. Shao Han said, but power is like fire, it can keep you warm or burn everything. Matt couldn't help but interject, what the hell is this rock? Shao Han was silent for a moment, I'm not sure. But it doesn't belong to Earth. Steve's eyes widened, alien technology? Or worse. Shao Han reached out and gently touched the surface of the crystal. Energy ripples rippled out, and his fingertips glowed with a shimmering light. Andrew suddenly stepped forward. Can you take it? Shao Han looked at him. You want me to take it away? Andrew lowered his head, his voice barely audible. I can't control myself. Sometimes I just want to shut everyone up. The hole in the ground was quiet for a few seconds. Shao Han inquired in his heart, system, can you absorb this? It's okay, host. You approach it. Shao Han withdrew his hand and looked at them. I can take it away. But your abilities will not disappear. So what's going to happen to Andrew? Matt asked nervously. It's up to him. Shao Han looked to Andrew. Abilities are tools, not masters. Andrew bit his lip and didn't say anything. Shao Han didn't push any further and just stood quietly. Finally, Andrew took a deep breath. Take it away. Shao Han nodded and reached out to press on the crystal. The crystal suddenly erupted with a blinding light. Ding! Alien energy radiation detected. Analyzing. Resonating with the host's bioforce field. In the middle of the fusion of the power of Nimrod. Shao Han felt that the energy structure in his body was being reorganized, and some kind of brand new power was leaping at the nerve endings. He tried to lift a stone with his mind and it immediately levitated as if it were nothing. A finer control than a biological force field. Shao Han muttered. With a movement of his mind, the blue light skyrocketed, and the entire crystal began to shrink, eventually turning into a stream of light that disappeared into his palm. Ding! Energy absorption complete. Pneumatic module and bioforce field fused. Bioforce field greatly enhanced. The mind darkened, leaving only the beam of the flashlight. It's over? Steve asked blankly. No. Shao Han shook his head, this is just the beginning. He walked towards the cave entrance, and the three subconsciously followed. The night breeze brushed by, and starlight poured over the four. If you guys want to learn how to control your abilities, Shao Han turned back, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. I can help you. Andrew finally looked up. You'll teach us? I know a place. Shao Han's voice carried a faint smile. After all, every clairvoyant needs a guide. Xiao Han's eyes glowed with a faint golden light, and his supervision penetrated through the layers of obstacles, quickly locking onto a hidden manor in the outskirts of New York. There was a unique energy fluctuation emanating from there, very different from ordinary humans. Found it, he said softly, his gaze sweeping over the three young men. Are you ready? Matt pushed up his glasses, his voice shaking a little. Where are we going? A place that can help you. Xiao Han smiled faintly as the bioforce field wordlessly unfolded, wrapping the three of them in it. Hold on tight. The next second, the four of them took to the air, the lights of New York rapidly shrinking beneath their feet. Andrew had a death grip on Steve's arm, but his eyes were amazingly bright. Matt, on the other hand, let out a gasp of surprise, then was too shocked to speak by the sight before him. The wind whistled in their ears, but the bioforce field insulated most of the air currents, allowing them to breathe smoothly. Xiao Han controlled the speed to ensure that the three would not feel uncomfortable. Is that Xavier's Academy for Gifted Youngsters? Matt suddenly recognized the destination, his voice rising with excitement. Oh my god, that's the X-Men's headquarters. Steve's eyes widened. Wait, you mean the mutants? Xiao Han did not reply as he had sensed a powerful mind energy scanning them. That's Charles Xavier, Professor X's tentacle of consciousness. When the four of them landed on the lawn in front of the academy, a group of figures were already waiting there. At the head of the group was a bald man in a wheelchair with a glint of intelligence in his gentle blue eyes. Behind him stood several X-Men, Laser Eye holding his red quartz glasses warily, Storm's white hair fluttering in the night wind, Wolverine smoking a cigar, looming behind him. Welcome, what shall I call you, Mr. Superman? Professor X's voice was gentle, and these three young people. I sense that you all have unusual energy. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Charles, I've heard a lot about you. My name is Xiao Han, you can call me Xiao. These three young people have accidentally acquired superpowers, but lack guidance. He briefly explained about the blue crystals, skipping the part where he absorbed the energy. Professor X's gaze lingered on Andrew in particular for a moment, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. I feel the pain inside you, child. He said softly, but this will be your home. Andrew subconsciously took half a step back, his fingers trembling slightly. You can read my thoughts? Only the parts you are willing to share. Professor X replied gently, then turned to Xiao Han. Thank you for bringing them, Mr. Shaw. I'm curious how you found this place, though. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. Super sight and perception, your mind barrier is strong, but buildings don't hide energy signatures. Laserbeam stepped forward. Professor, we need to confirm where he's coming from. Relax, Scott. Professor X waved his hand. If Mr. Shaw had any ill intentions, we would have known by now. He looked at Xiao Han. Why don't you come in for a cup of tea? I think we have a lot to talk about. Xiao Han nodded his head in agreement and the group headed towards the academy. The three Andrews were taken by Hank McCoy. That is, the beasts were taken away to settle down while Xiao Han followed Professor X to his study. Inside the study, Professor X poured 2 cups of tea. So, Mr. Xiao, aside from sending those 3 young men here, what is the real purpose of your trip? Xiao Han took the teacup and looked straight into Professor X's eyes. Make a friend. If one day, this world is about to face an unprecedented threat, then we need to unite all forces. You mean? The Cosmic Overlord, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, and other dimensional invaders. Xiao Han's voice was low. Mutants, and other forces on Earth, we need an alliance. A flicker of surprise flashed in Professor X's eyes. You're calmer than I thought, but mutant-human relations are already strained, and openly align with other superpowers. That's precisely why it's all the more important to save for a rainy day. Xiao Han put down his teacup. Charles, your ideals are noble, but sometimes understanding and tolerance are not enough. When a real crisis comes, we need to prepare. The two men lapsed into silence, with only the occasional soft pop of firewood in the fireplace. Eventually, Professor X nodded slowly. I will consider your offer. But before that... His words cut off abruptly, his brow furrowed. Xiao Han had long since sensed the abnormality, the energy fluctuations in the outer perimeter of the academy, only that he did not care. There's an intruder. Professor X's voice turned serious. It's Magneto. Alarms blared throughout the academy as the X-Men quickly went into battle. Xiao Han stood up, a golden light flowing in his eyes. It seems that our conversation will be interrupted for the time being. Professor X nodded gruffly. It's no coincidence that Eric chose tonight to act. He must have sensed something. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Then let's go and see what this magnetic master really wants. Before the words fell, the entire academy suddenly shook violently, and the metal structure emitted a piercing and twisting sound. Magneto's power is sweeping in from afar. Chapter 20, Magneto's Purpose. Shao Han and Professor X looked at each other and instantly reached a tacit understanding. Scott, Oro, activate defense protocols immediately. Professor X telepathically gave orders to the X-Men while the wheelchair automatically turned towards the gate. Mr. Shao, it looks like our cooperation is going to start early. The corner of Shao Han's mouth rose slightly, just what I wanted. He pressed a button and the battle armor began to lift, revealing the combat work uniform inside. Then with a flash of his body, he rushed straight out of the house and hovered over the academy. Supervision pierced through the night and locked onto the figure hovering in mid-air a kilometer away, Magneto. Eric Ranchel was clad in a crimson cloak, his metal helmet glowing coldly in the moonlight. His arms unfolded, and all the metal wreckage, abandoned vehicles, and even streetlights around him were manipulated by invisible magnetic force, spinning around him like a storm. Charles. Magneto's voice resonated through the magnetic field throughout the academy. I know you have that alien energy body. Give him to me. Shao Han raised his eyebrows. So Magneto came for the blue crystals? It seems he sensed that particular energy fluctuation. Mr. Ranchel. Shao Han's voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted into Magneto's ears with the added power of the bioforce field. That thing has been safely disposed of. Magneto sneered, safe handling? You have no idea what that is. He raised his hand and the entire metal structure of the academy began to tremble. He is creation, it rewrites mutant genes, giving mutants new abilities. This information caused Shao Han to narrow his eyes slightly. Rewriting genes? It seemed that the origin of that alien crystal was more complicated than he had thought. Perhaps an experiment of the Kree Empire? Accidentally dropped on Earth? But no matter what, it was already his and no one could take it away. Professor X's voice sounded in both of their minds at the same time. Eric, if you have information, we can sit down and talk. Violence won't solve the problem. Talk? Magneto sneered, like we've been talking for decades? With a hook of his finger, 3 abandoned cars slammed into the main building of the academy. Shao Han acted instantly as the bioforce field unfolded, catching the car firmly. But in the next second, the ground under his feet suddenly cracked, and the steel bars buried in the ground quickly sprang out and instantly wrapped around his limbs. You think you can stop the controller of magnetic fields? Magneto sneered, his palms clenching violently. The steel bars suddenly contracted in an attempt to strangle Shao Han. Click. All the steel bars collapsed the moment they touched Shao Han's skin, like fragile straws. Magneto's pupils constricted. What? Nice try. Shao Han shook his head, ending the idea of letting go of the water, and with a gentle tremor, all the remaining metal fragments fell to the ground. But my body can be harder than steel. Magneto stopped talking nonsense and waved his arms. All the metal within a 100-meter radius was pulled by the magnetic force, forming a torrent of metal that pressed down on Shao Han in an overwhelming manner. A golden light flashed in Shao Han's eyes as his heat vision suddenly erupted. Zip! The crimson beam swept across, and the torrent of metal was instantly melted, turning into iron and spilling down. But Magneto had long since taken the opportunity to retreat, while pulling a miniature device from his arms. Buzz! A strange magnetic field fluctuation spread out, and Shao Han suddenly felt a slight body sink. Anti-gravity field? Shao Han was slightly surprised, but then sneered, unfortunately, my flight doesn't rely on technology. He accelerated violently, breaking the sound barrier and rushing towards Magneto. In the nick of time, a silver lightning bolt suddenly cut into the battlefield. Quicksilver. The world seemed to fall into slow motion as Pietro Maximoff circled around behind Shao Han at supersonic speeds and attempted to give him a handshake. Snap. Shao Han backhanded him and grabbed his wrist. Quicksilver's eyes widened. You're fast. Shao Han suddenly turned and grabbed Quicksilver's wrist with precision, but not fast enough. Pietro's eyes widened as his proud speed was cracked head-on for the first time. Without waiting for him to react, Shao Han's biological force field had already firmly imprisoned him. Let go of him. Magneto roared as the entire metal frame of the academy began to twist and distort. The steel plates of the outer wall of the teaching building were torn off raw, forming a huge metal palm in the air and slapping at Shao Han. Shao Han held Quicksilver in one hand and met the giant palm with the other. The moment the two forces collided, the shockwave toppled the nearby debris. Magneto saw this and suddenly changed tactics. He pressed down with both hands, and the entire underground structure of the academy began to vibrate violently. Since you won't hand over the shard, I'll find it myself. Magneto roared. Professor X's voice suddenly became serious. Eric, you are endangering innocent students. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, Xiaohan suddenly spoke. Stop. Magneto sensed Xiaohan's danger and chose to stop for the time being, saying coldly, I only want that fragment. Xiaohan exchanged a look with Professor X. The fragments have already been absorbed by me, Xiaohan confessed. But its energy structure has been completely absorbed by me, so if you're looking for trouble, I'm happy to play along. Magneto narrowed his eyes. You absorbed it? He burst out laughing. Charles, this ally you found is even more reckless than I thought. Professor X responded stoically, Eric, Mr. Shaw has got that thing, we should stop. Magneto was silent for a moment as the metal storm around him subsided. Eventually, he glanced at Professor X and said meaningfully, Charles, a taste for peace will not bring good. With that said, he created metal platforms and left with the Brotherhood of Mutants. Xiaohan watched them disappear into the sky and turned to the arriving X-Men. Charles, I almost couldn't help but finish him off just now. Here it's a deliberate attempt not to kill because a certain heroine is involved. Professor X looked calm. Eric has always been like that, he and I have been arguing for decades. And beside Xiaohan, Quicksilver was still struggling in the biotic force field. He's just going to leave? Leaving me here? Xiaohan carried him and landed on the ground. Pietro, Xiaohan looked at him and inquired tentatively, what is your relationship to him? Quicksilver looked away. He was just trying to save the mutants. That stuff really helps. Xiaohan didn't say anything and looked at him quietly. After looking at Xiaohan's sturdy figure, he still had this in mind and hurriedly spoke, my sister and I were separated in the war, he saved me and let me join the mutant brotherhood. Speaking of this, Pietro was a bit glum. My sister has been missing for a long time, and I've been looking for her, but... He lowered his head, and Xiaohan's eyes flickered slightly, probably understanding the character relationships. Perhaps when he was free, he had one more task to do. Like, saving lost girls? And in the academy lab, Hank McCoy had taken the three Andrews to begin testing the energy residue in their bodies. Andrew looked at his trembling hands and asked in a low voice, could what that Magneto said be true? That the energy inside us will change our genes? Hank pushed up his glasses. That's what we're trying to figure out. But don't worry, with Charles and that Mr. Shaw, we'll find out. Chapter 21 Anti-Magic Battle Armor. In lab. A trace of uneasiness flashed in Andrew's eyes, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the lab bench. If it really will change the genes, will I become a monster? Hank was about to reply when the door to the lab suddenly slid open. Xiaohan's figure appeared in the doorway, and the black battle armor had already worn back into his body. Genetic mutation is not necessarily a bad thing. Xiaohan walked into the lab and his gaze fell on Andrew. The key is how to control it. Matt pushed up his glasses. Mr. Xiao, that alien debris Magneto was talking about, can it really rewrite genes? Xiaohan did not answer directly, but instead stretched out his right hand. A ball of ghostly blue energy light emerged above his palm, the very energy absorbed from the crystal. This energy does have gene editing properties. He gazed at the ball of light. But the mechanics of how it works are more complicated than Magneto thought. Hank was immediately intrigued and came closer to observe. Incredible. This energy structure completely defies known biological principles. Because it comes from the depths of the universe. Xiaohan put away the energy ball. Perhaps it's some alien empire's research. Steve's eyes widened. Wait, are you saying aliens really exist? The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly, much more than you think. Andrew suddenly looked up with a strange gleam in his eyes. So, does it make me stronger? The lab fell into a brief silence. Hank and Xiaohan exchanged a look. Theoretically possible. Xiaohan smiled and replied, but there are risks associated with this kind of gene editing. We need more research. Andrew's fists clenched and unclenched. I'm willing to try. No. Matt interrupted sternly. Andrew, have you forgotten what happened last night when you lost control? This energy is affecting your emotions. Steve also squeezed Andrew's shoulder. Dude, calm down. We need to figure out what the hell is going on with this thing first. Xiaohan gazed at the three young men and suddenly spoke, you need a mentor. Turning to Hank, he asked deliberately, would Xavier's academy be willing to take them? Hank understood, then pushed up his glasses. Charles has agreed. But He hesitated, considering Magneto's interest in the energy. They may need special protection. I'll take care of it. Xiao Han nodded. Also, you guys need to learn to get along with the people at the academy, if you want to be superheroes. Andrew brightened. Of course. Of course we want to. His words were interrupted by Xiao Han raising his hand, but not now. There are still things on the other side that I need to deal with. You guys stay here for now. Hank will help you control your abilities. Notify me immediately of anything out of the ordinary. Andrew was about to say something, but finally just nodded. Cheer up. Xiao Han finished to Hank and turned toward the window. In the next second, he turned into a black stream of light and disappeared into the night sky of New York. Stark Tower Laboratory. Xiao Han's figure silently appeared in the center of the laboratory, the golden lines on his black battle armor glowing coldly under the light. Tony Stark was buried in a holographic projection, his fingers rapidly tracing and adjusting the parameters of the nanostructures. The coffee cup beside him had long since bottomed out, and he had obviously been up all night again. Back? Tony didn't look up, his tone casual. How's it going with the mutants? Xiao Han walked up to him and swept his gaze over the data stream on the holographic projection. It's more complicated than expected. Only then did Tony stop what he was doing, turn around, and raise an eyebrow. Oh? The famous Superman has something he can't handle? Magneto intervened, but I scared him off. Xiao Han explained briefly. He's got his eye on a piece of that alien crystal, thinking it can rewrite mutant genes. Tony's expression instantly became serious. Rewrite genes? That thing really has that kind of function? Yes, but the risk is extremely high. Xiao Han nodded. I've absorbed it so thoroughly that there's no chance of it spreading. Tony stared at him for a few seconds and suddenly laughed. So not only did you steal Magneto's target, you absorbed it? I bet he's pissed off. Pretty much. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. But he's backed off for now, and Professor X will handle the follow-up. Tony raised an eyebrow and turned to continue fiddling with his holographic model. Fine, you can always handle trouble anyway. Remember to let me know ahead of time next time though. I don't want to watch the news one day only to find out that you and Magneto took down half of New York. Xiao Han didn't answer, but walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the lab, overlooking the night view of New York. After a few moments of silence, he spoke. Tony, I may be gone for a while next, for an indeterminate amount of time. Tony's fingers lurched and he turned his head. Where to? Find a quiet place. Xiao Han's gaze cast into the distance. I need to try a new way of using my power. Magic? Tony responded immediately, a flash of excitement in his eyes. The Karmatage set? Xiao Han nodded. Their magic requires the use of suspension rings and spells, but I want to try to see if I can directly use the energy in my body as a medium. Tony put down the tools in his hands and wrapped his arms around his chest. Sounds like it's going to be a forced fusion of technology and magic, and that's not going to be easy. So it takes time. Xiao Han turned to Tony. If it works, it might open up a whole new path. Tony was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly grinned. Okay, geniuses always have the right to be capricious. But... He pointed to the ceiling, signaling Jarvis's presence. Remember to notify me first of any progress. I don't want to miss a breakthrough of this caliber. Xiao Han laughed lightly. It will. As the words fell, his body levitated. See you in a few days, and remember my battle armor. In the next second, Xiao Han completely disappeared into the laboratory, turning into a black stream of light rushing high into the sky. Tony stood in place, staring at the place where Xiao Han disappeared, before shaking his head for a long time and muttering to himself, this guy is really getting more and more outrageous. He turned back to his workbench, the model of the nanostructure on the holographic projection still rotating slowly. Tony's fingertips gently tapped the desktop, suddenly revealing a wry smile. Jarvis, pull up all the theoretical research on combining magical energy with technology. Sir, the relevant data is very limited. Jarvis responded. Then start from scratch. Work on the tech part first, the magic part will wait until I get Shaw to learn it. Tony's eyes glittered with challenge. After all, I can't let him make a fool of himself. SIR, it's time for a code name. It's called Anti-Magic Battle Armor. Outside the window, the lights of New York still shine brightly. Xiao Han, on the other hand, had already begun to fly extremely fast in the darkness. Chapter 22. Call me, Sun God. In the sky. Xiao Han's figure shot straight up into the sky, breaking through the clouds in the blink of an eye. The silhouette of New York shrinks rapidly behind it, the lights of the city dissolving into tiny points of light that are eventually swallowed up by the deep blue of the night. The altitude continues to climb and the air gets thinner. The bioforce field automatically adjusted so that he wasn't affected much. His skin could feel the subtle touch of the cosmic rays, but it was no more than a breeze to the body of steel. Speed is not enough. He adjusted his stance, arms close to his sides, his bioforce field forming a streamlined barrier on his body surface. Accelerate! Bang! The sonic boom went off, and his speed skyrocketed, breaking Mach 30, Mach 60, up to the edge of the atmosphere. The arc of the Earth emerges clearly in the field of vision, and the azure ocean intertwined with white clouds is breathtakingly beautiful. The last layer of thin atmosphere was torn apart, and Xiaohan officially entered space. In the boundless darkness, Xiaohan was like a retrograde meteor that sped in the direction of the sun. Without air resistance, he was going faster and faster, 0.1 times the speed of light, 0.2 times the speed of light. The last time he entered the sun's absorption, he had been able to reach a maximum speed of 0.5 c. At this rate, it will only take 10 minutes to reach the sun. He relaxed his body and let inertia carry him forward. Super senses catch the slightest fluctuations in the universe. In the distance, astronauts from the International Space Station are observing Earth through a porthole. Farther out in orbit, several satellites operated silently. And on the other side of the planet, a cloaked alien scout ship lurks quietly. Supervision instantly locked onto the target, a strangely shaped scout ship that was hiding in the sky above. Its surface was covered with some sort of optical camouflage, but it was null and void to Xiaohan's penetrating eye. Not Earth technology. Nor is it Asgardian. The airship seemed to have sensed the threat and suddenly started its engines in an attempt to flee. Xiaohan hovered in the air and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Now that you're here, don't go. His eyes suddenly lit up, two red-hot sights cutting through the night sky. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no scattering of splattered wreckage. The heat vision pierced the engine core with precision, and the ship disintegrated silently like a punctured balloon. A few shards grazed his cheek, vaporizing the moment they touched his skin. It seems like someone is interested in Earth. Xiaohan memorized the coordinates. Destroying the scattered ship wreckage, Xiaohan continued to accelerate. The dark universe unfolded before him. Here he felt truly free. No gravity to bind, no air resistance, just eternal starlight. The sun's rays wrapped around him gently, like a mother's embrace. Warm, cozy, and full of power. This is what home feels like. He relaxed his entire body and let the sun's gravity pull him. Golden energy coursed through his veins, every cell rejoicing. As he drew closer, the brilliant plasma flames of the corona danced before his eyes. Xiaohan opened his arms and threw himself into the embrace of the sun like a returning wanderer. The flames kissed his skin, and instead of burning, it brought a sense of fullness that he had never felt before. He took a deep breath. Despite the lack of air in space, solar radiation was the best nutrient. He adjusted his stance and began to slow down. Golden plasma churned like a sea wave, and occasional bursts of solar flares released enough energy to destroy planets. But to Xiaohan, this was the purest source of power. Now. Xiaohan sat on his knees in the churning corona as golden energy flowed around him. The flames wrapped around him, energy surging into every cell like a tidal wave. It's time to start the experiment. If my power comes from the sun, can magic also be mediated by solar energy? The idea had been swirling around in his head for a long time. While at Komitage, Koichi had said, the essence of magic is the flow of energy, and the medium is merely a tool to channel it. So, since his body itself is an energy container, could he just use himself as a medium for casting spells? He had to understand the nature of magic. Xiaohan closed his eyes and recalled what he had learned at Komitage. Ordinary mages need to rely on hanging rings or spells, borrowing energy from other dimensions and then channeling it through incantations and gestures. Part of Gui's energy came from the dark dimension, but her power stemmed more from her understanding of the rules. And his own energy comes from the sun, fully internalized in his body, without borrowing. If I could just replace dimensional energy with my own, then magic would no longer need an outside medium. Maybe I should just try a self-contract? Xiaohan raised his hand and his fingertips glowed with a golden shimmer. He whispered the Karmataiji's contract spell. By my will, link the streams of the multiverse. Instantly, he felt the sun energy in his body tremble slightly, as if it was being pulled by some invisible rule. But soon the energy was calm again. The contract is established, but there is no channel for the energy to flow. He realized that Cometidge's magic system was based on borrowing and lending, while his energy was entirely his own and did not require a contract. Maybe, I don't need to follow their rules. My rules are the rules? Xiaohan decided to stop imitating Cometidge's techniques and try to channel the energy in his own way. As he began his first attempt, he visualized energy flowing from his fingertips, forming sparks. The result was only sporadic flashes of light that quickly dissipated. On the second attempt, he adjusted the output of his energies so that they wrapped around his palms like a biological force field. This time, the sparks lasted longer, but still hadn't taken shape. On his third attempt, he no longer deliberately controlled the shape of the energies, but let them flow naturally, just like breathing. Perhaps magic does not need to be forcibly molded, but rather follows the nature of energy. Xiaohan relaxed his mind and stopped obsessing over the correct way to cast the spell. He closed his eyes and visualized himself becoming one with the sun's energy. I don't need to borrow any power, I am power itself. He raised his hand slowly, no circle drawn, no incantation, just letting the energy release naturally with his will. Buzz! A golden spark erupted in front of him, then quickly expanded to form a complete portal. At the other end, Earth's clouds are clearly visible. It worked! Xiaohan could feel that every time he used magic, a tiny amount of energy was consumed, but the sun's radiation replenished him constantly. I can cast unlimited spells as long as I don't leave the range of the sun's radiation or exhaust my body's stored energy all at once. This meant that he could teleport without limitations, no longer relying on the hanging ring, and open portals at his fingertips. There is also a stronger spell power after all. Solar energy is purer than normal dimensional energy, and spell effects may be stronger. There is also a unique magic system that he can develop, just his own sun magic. Xiaohan was suspended in the flames of the sun with a thoughtful glint in his eyes. There's a lot of room to develop that ability. For example, energy compression, which highly condenses the sun's energy to create an attack similar to a magical projectile or weapon. It is also possible to dimensionally interfere, stabilizing or disrupting channels in other dimensions with your own energy. Or, a fusion of magic and superpowers. For example, combining heat vision with magic to form a soul-scorching attack. Using mirror space to trap an enemy? Or use space magic and super speed for intergalactic teleportation? Xiaohan suppressed his excitement. Magic and superpowers were more complementary to each other, and with his physical quality, not many people could make him use particularly advanced magic. He looked in the direction of Earth, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. It's still early, why don't we try a more complicated spell before we go back? Saying so, he raised his hand and golden energy gathered in his palm, this time attempting to create a spatial door that opened to other dimensions. For example, open a space gate in the Hell dimension and see what Hell looks like. Or see if Dormammu is eager to negotiate? No matter what, Xiaohan wanted to try it out, just like a kid who sees a smartphone for the first time and wants to click on everything. Chapter 23: The Multiverse. Xiaohan gazed at the golden energy leaping in his palm, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand and began to outline a more complex rune, an ancient incantation he'd seen deep within the Cometidge library, said to be the key used to unlock dimensional passages. In the name of the ancient gods, open the door. He chanted in a low voice, the sound echoing silently in the vacuum but triggering a resonance of energy. Golden sparks swirled and expanded in front of him, gradually forming a huge vortex. Unlike the regular circular shape of the Cometidge portal, the edges of this passageway took on an irregular flame-like shape, as if it were burning space itself. At the other end of the passage, a dark red wilderness gradually appeared. Twisted mountains like the backbone of a giant beast, eerie purple swirls floating in the sky, and the scent of sulfur in the air. This look is a Hell dimension. Interesting. Xiaohan squinted his eyes as his supervision penetrated the dimensional barrier and saw the scene further away. Countless demons were wandering in the magma river, and deeper down, several powerful auras were slumbering. As he watched, a huge demonic claw suddenly protruded from the passageway, the size of a truck, with lava flowing from its scale-covered skin. Roll back. Xiaohan coldly said, his eyes flashing with red light. Zip. The heat vision severed the claw with precision, and the demon let out a silent scream as the stump quickly retracted back into the dimensional channel. The swarm of demons at the other end of the passage stirred, but all kept their distance cautiously. It seems that the Hell creatures aren't stupid either. Xiaohan laughed lightly and casually closed the passageway. He thought for a moment and decided to try to open a passage to another dimension, this time the dark dimension of Dormammu. Let me see how strong this so-called Lord of Dimensions is. A new incantation took shape at his fingertips, and this time the energy fluctuated even more violently. The solar energy was repulsive to the nature of the dark dimension, and the moment the channel opened there was a fierce spark of energy. The scene of the dark dimension gradually became clearer, the endless void, the floating purple crystals, and a pair of huge eyes that suddenly opened. Who is peering into my realm? Dormammu's voice exploded directly in Xiao Han's mind, carrying the pressure of a dimensional lord. Xiao Han's face did not change. Passing sun god, say hello. Dormammu's anger surged out of the passageway like substance, insignificant creature. How dare you? Save it. Xiao Han interrupted, through the dimensional barrier, you cannot hurt me. However, the corners of his mouth curved up, I could have given you a souvenir instead. Before the words fell, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly brightened to the extreme, and the two magically enhanced heat sight lines penetrated through the dimensional channel and struck directly at Dormammu's main body. A violent energy fluctuation erupted in the dark dimension, and Dormammu's roar shook the passageway to the point where it began to become unstable. How dare you? Bye. Xiao Han casually closed the passageway, and Dormammu's roar came to an abrupt end. He levitated in the flames of the sun, feeling the data from the encounter. The strength of the dimensional magic, the energy consumption, the stability of the channel, everything was as he expected. It seems that even dimension lords, separated by dimensions, can't do anything to me. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. Since we can open these two dimensions, what about the other dimensions? He muttered, a searching gleam in his eyes, like, a heavenly dimension? Or a more distant universe? He raised his hand, ready to try again to open a new space door. However, just at the moment he was about to release his energy. Ding! Detected host attempting interdimensional exploration. The system's beep suddenly sounded, interrupting Xiao Han's movements. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, what's wrong with the system? Ding! The host has successfully mastered the ability to open dimensional channels on his own, meeting the task system activation conditions. The Multiverse mission module has been unlocked. Xiao Han was slightly stunned. Mission system? Yes, host. The system's mechanical voice sounded in his mind, simply chant Multiverse in your mind and the spacegate will randomly open a parallel world. The host can choose to go there to carry out a mission, and upon completion, he will receive growth points and rewards. A hint of interest flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. Mission? Rewards? Tell me in detail. Mission module, the host can choose to accept a mission and travel to other universes to accomplish a specific goal. After completing the mission, you can return to this universe at any time and receive System Mall growth points, also known as exchange points. System Mall? In the next second, a virtual interface surfaced in Xiao Han's field of vision, with a wide array of commodities displayed therein, clearly categorized. Ding! The System Mall is open for preview. In the next second, a virtual light screen unfolded in Xiao Han's field of vision, with countless items categorized and displayed in a wide array. Kryptonian battle armor 10,000 points. Life code 500,000 points. Doomsday cells 800,000 points. Anti-Watcher armor 2 million points. Cosmic treadmill 150,000 points. Master box 100,000 points. Unlimited gems single 5 million points. Eye of Agamotto 300,000 points. Lance of Eternity 250,000 points. Iron Man Nano Battle Armor 8,000 points. Thor's Hammer 20,000 points. Green Lantern Ring 50,000 points. Xiao Han quickly browsed through the items. He had no interest in the Kryptonian battle armor, he didn't like wearing his underwear outside. The life codex his steel body had fused, it was just the cells of Doomsday that interested him a bit. Xiao Han swept a glance at the price and raised his eyebrows slightly. TSK, really expensive. Ding! Host's current growth points, 0. Nothing cheaper? System? There are many modules in the mall, so please explore them on your own. Alright, let's try it first. Xiao Han put away the system interface and raised his hand as golden energy gathered in his palm. Then, open one at random. He murmured in his mind that the multiverse. Buzz. The space door unfolded suddenly, and unlike the stable circular shape of the previous doorway, this time the edges of the doorway flickered with irregular blue arcs of electricity, as if it were tearing apart reality itself. Xiao Han looked through the space door and what met his eyes was a familiar city, New York. The skyscrapers were full of traffic, and the sunlight poured down on the glass walls of the Stark building, reflecting the dazzling light. Looks similar to my world? Ding. Current universe detected as Cinematic Universe 199999. Mission released, The Shock of the Battle of New York. Mission objective, solve the crisis in front of the Avengers when the Xetarians invade New York and make everyone feel the power of Superman. Mission reward, 5,000 growth points, randomized rewards. A golden light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, interesting. Without hesitation, he took a step into the space door. The next second, his figure appeared over New York, overlooking the city that was about to be plunged into war. Then, the corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. It's time to show the world what it means to be a real Superman. Chapter 24, You Can Call Me Superman. 19,999 Universe. New York. The atmosphere in the conference room of the S.H.I.E.L.D. space mothership was heavy as lead. On the holographic projection, Loki's face with a sneer had just disappeared, leaving an oppressive silence in the conference room. Tony Stark leaned over the edge of the table, his fingers tapping anxiously on the metal tabletop, the visor of his battle armor casually tossed aside, his face still bearing the marks of abrasions. So that asshole is going to party at my house now? He sneered, what a way to pick a place. Steve Rogers' brow furrowed as the tactical tablet in his hand displayed a real-time surveillance feed from Stark Tower. Loki's target is the Tesseract, he needs a high-energy source to activate the teleportation device. And the arc reactor at Stark Tower fits the bill. Black Widow added, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. We don't have time. Thor, the god of thunder, gripped Myrtle tightly and said in a deep voice, once Loki's army descends, the Atrium will face extinction. The army? Dr. Banner pushed up his glasses, his voice shaking a little. You mean, the alien fleet? The Xetarians. Thor nodded, a bloodthirsty band of interstellar marauders who take orders only from the exterminator. Tony was puzzled, exterminator? Who's this? This is no time for jokes, Stark. Steve snapped. I'm not kidding. Tony grabbed the mask as soon as he could. Jarvis, activate Mark 7, we need to smash that alien scum before they throw a party. Sir, Mark 7 has not yet completed final commissioning. Jarvis's voice came out of the speakers. There's no time to make do. Above New York, Xiao Han hovered between the clouds, the golden lines on his black battle armor glistening in the sunlight. His supervision pierced through the clouds and took in the entire city. System, what point in time is it? He asked in his mind. Ding. The current date is May 4, 2012, 3 minutes before the start of the Xetari invasion. The corners of Xiao Han's mouth lifted slightly, enough for him to be prepared. He adjusted his super hearing to catch any unusual movement in the city. Soon, several familiar voices came into earshot. Top floor of Stark Tower, abnormal energy readings. Black Widow's voice came over the S.H.I.E.L.D. channel. Fury, we may need an evacuation plan. Captain America's serious tone. I'm on my way, this thing looks like a portal of some sort. Tony's flirty tone had a slight edge to it. Xiao Han's gaze turned in the direction of Stark Tower. Sure enough, on the platform at the top of the building, Dr. Eric Selvig was debugging an odd machine, while Loki stood with his scepter in hand, a smug grin on his face. Observe first. Xiao Han decided not to show himself for the time being as he flew higher and hid above the clouds, quietly waiting for events to unfold. Time passed by 1 second at a time. As Selvig activated the machine, a column of blue energy shot up into the sky, tearing a huge rift in space over New York. The hideous silhouette of the Xetari mothership loomed in the blackness of space. It's starting. Xiao Han said softly. The first wave of Xetari soldiers poured out of the wormhole like locusts, riding their flying machines as they ravaged the skies over New York. Explosions, screams instantly resonated throughout Manhattan. The Avengers quickly assembled. Iron Man intercepts the craft in the air, Captain America organizes the evacuation on the ground, and Black Widow and Hawkeye cooperate in the attack. The belated Hulk, on the other hand, rampages through the streets like a human tank. Xiao Han watched all of this and assessed the battle situation. The Avengers worked well together, but the Xetarians were simply too numerous. A Leviathan behemoth breaks through the defenses and crashes through several buildings, triggering panic on a larger scale. It's about time. Xiao Han took a deep breath and swooped down from the clouds. He deliberately controlled his speed so that he cut through the sky like a black meteor, braking violently as he neared the ground, the shockwave toppling a dozen or so Zetas around him. What's that? Captain America, who was evacuating the citizens, jerked his head up, his shield reflecting the sunlight. Xiao Han landed on top of a half-destroyed building, his black battle armor obvious in the sunlight. He looked around and locked onto a few of the most intense battlefields. Start with the biggest first. He bent his legs slightly and instantly catapulted himself towards the rampaging Leviathan beast. During the flight, his eyes lit up with a blazing red light. Zip! 2 heat sights hit Leviathan's head with laser-like precision. The behemoth let out a hiss of pain as its metallic shell was sliced through like butter. Xiao Han did not stop, his heat vision cutting all the way down the spine of the giant beast, splitting it into 2 halves. Boom! The remains of the behemoth smashed into the street, stirring up dust. Jarvis, what was that? Iron Man hovered in the air, Tony Stark's eyes wide under his mask. Unknown target, sir. Energy readings out of measurement range. On the ground, Black Widow and Hawkeye took care of a squad of Zitari soldiers back to back, also shocked by the sudden assistance. Fury, we have a new player entering. Black Widow reported as she pressed her headset. Xiao Han ignored their reactions and continued to move. He flew below the wormhole, where a large Zitari army had gathered. Taking a deep breath, his lungs expanded, then. Phew! Frozen breath swept across the area, and hundreds of Zitarian soldiers were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, which were then reduced to pieces in the breeze. God! Hawkeye lowered his bow and watched the scene in disbelief. Xiao Han did not stop as he flew towards the wormhole, his super vision analyzing the energy structure. The same energy as Loki's scepter. Can be turned off. Just then, Fury's voice came over the comm channel. Attention all units, the council has decided to launch the nukes. What? Captain America roared, there are still civilians here. Xiao Han frowned. A nuclear bomb? That wasn't in his plans. Super hearing locks onto the missile's launch, and he instantly breaks the sound barrier and flies into the sky. Seconds later, he intercepted the launched nuke, easily altering its trajectory and taking it straight for the wormhole. Gentlemen, he flew into space carrying a nuclear bomb. Black Widow teased. Xiao Han took the nuke through the wormhole to the space where the Zitari mothership was located. He let go of the nuke and watched it detonate on the mothership before quickly turning back. At the other end of the wormhole, the Avengers are waiting nervously. If that nuke goes off over there, will the shockwave? Before Captain America finished his words, a black figure had already flown out of the wormhole. Xiao Han returned unharmed, and the wormhole behind him began to fluctuate violently. He landed on the platform of Stark Tower, facing Loki directly. You? Who are you? Loki took a step back and pointed his scepter at Xiao Han. On your knees. Xiao Han laughed coldly, ignoring the energy wave from the scepter, and lifted Loki up by his neck. You know, I could have crushed your neck, but someone might have minded. Loki struggled, his face reddening. You can't. Xiao Han's other hand easily snatched the scepter, then tossed Loki aside like a piece of trash. His super vision penetrated the platform and found the functioning Tesseract device. It's over. He gripped the scepter and walked towards the device. The tip of the scepter pierced the energy barrier with such precision that the device immediately stopped functioning. The wormhole above began to collapse and eventually disappeared. Calm was restored to New York, leaving only the devastated streets and the dazed Avengers. Tony was the first to land on the platform, his mask popping open. Well, this. Whoever you are, I gotta say, nice job. But could you introduce yourself first? Xiao Han turned to face the members of the Avengers. Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye arrived one after another, with Hulk growling lowly not far away, while Thor, the god of thunder, picked up the wretched Loki and looked at Xiao Han warily. My name is Xiao Han, he said calmly. You can call me Superman. Chapter 25 Artificial Sun. Superman? Captain America frowned. If you're not talking about the one in the comics. What organization are you with? I work for myself. Shannon replied, I was just passing by today and saw you guys needed help. Passing through? Black Widow raised an eyebrow, the kind of passing through that casually solves alien invasions? Tony circled around Xiao Han, his battle armor scanner dripping. Jarvis can't analyze your body data at all, but your battle armor is definitely something I've researched. And those powers you just had, heat vision? Frozen breathing? That's no ordinary superpower, don't tell me you're really Superman. Thor stepped forward, Thor's hammer clutched in his hand. Mortal, that is an Asgardian artifact in your hand, please return it. Xiao Han looked at the scepter and then at Saul. this thing is dangerous and is not suitable to be left in your hands. It's not for you to decide. Captain America said gravely, these weapons should be placed in the custody of S.H.I.E.L.D. Xiao Han smiled, S.H.I.E.L.D.? That's the organization that was half infiltrated by Hydra? The words detonated like a bomb in the crowd. What? Captain America's face paled. Hydra? Black Widow and Hawkeye exchanged a look. Tony whistled, wow, that's a big enough melon. Thor looks confused, things are so complicated in the atrium. Xiao Han didn't continue the topic. He walked towards the Tesseract device and easily removed the cube that emanated a blue light, then used his magic to remove the mind gem and the scepter. This is my trophy, the scepter can be left for you to study. Wait. Captain America rushed forward to stop it, but Xiao Han had already levitated into the air. New York needs to be rebuilt, you have more important things to do. Xiaowen looked at them. We'll see you again. After saying that, he rushed up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. After flying to a high enough position, Xiao Han checked the tesseract in his hand and the system prompts. Ding! 100% mission completion. Reward, 5,000 growth points. Random rewards being drawn. Obtained, 1 copy of Alien Black Technology Artificial Sun information. Xiao Han nodded with satisfaction, this crossing was quite rewarding, not only did he obtain a large number of growth points, he also obtained artificial sun information. This meant that as long as he built this, he wouldn't be short of magical energy in the future. Even when you go where the sun doesn't shine, you can still be self-sufficient. Most importantly, he could keep absorbing energy to evolve. As for the Tesseract and the Mind Gem. System, can I take him away? Ding! Space Gem and Mind Gem Infinity Gem detected. It can be taken away, but it will cause a butterfly effect. Take it with you first and study it when you return. Xiao Han put the magic cube into the system space. Will you return immediately? Xiao Han glanced at New York City below. The Avengers are still gathered on the Stark Tower platform, apparently discussing his appearance intensely. Captain America looked up into the sky and seemed to be able to feel Xiao Han's gaze. Interesting world. Xiao Han laughed lightly. It's too early to go back, Tony might not be done with the battle armor yet, I'll go get some more goodies. Xiao Han's gaze pierced through the clouds and locked onto a hidden corner of the African continent, Wakanda. This country, hidden by a high-tech barrier, is home to the most precious resource on Earth, vibranium. Xiao Han's figure flickered and instantly broke through the sound barrier as he sped towards the African continent. A few seconds later, he had levitated outside of Wakanda's cloaking shield. With supervision, the entire outline of Wakanda was clearly visible, the bustling city of gold, the hovering maglev train, the veins of vibranium, and the statue of the panther god that stood in the center of the city. Technology meets tradition. Xiao Han sighed in admiration, then looked deeper into Wakanda, his supervision observing the veins of vibranium hidden under the ground. The corners of his mouth lifted as he raised his hand and began to draw a circle, a golden portal slowly appeared, and on the opposite side of the portal was at the Xinjiang vein. Xiao Han's figure silently appeared in the pitch-black mine cave, surrounded by raw vibranium ore that glowed with a ghostly blue color. His stealth magic perfectly isolates Wakanda's detection systems, and his supervision penetrates the rock formations to lock onto the purest veins of vibranium. Sure enough, Wakanda's vibranium reserves are far greater than the outside world imagined. He whispered to himself, his fingertips gently touching the walls of the mine, feeling the unique energy fluctuations of the vibranium. System, how many things can the system space hold? Xiao Han inquired. There are 999 compartments in the system space, and the same kind of item can only be stored in one compartment, but there is no limit to the number of compartments. Unlimited number? Still you understand me, system. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, his eyes lit up slightly with a golden light as his heat vision aimed at a vein emitting a particular frequency. Soon, the vibranium there began to soften temporarily, and Xiao Han immediately began to cut the vein with precision, and large chunks of vibranium ore were stripped off and levitated into the space gate. Ding! High-purity vibranium detected, being absorbed. Current gold reserves, 2 tons, 5 tons, 10 tons, 50 tons. Xiao Han was not greedy and only collected an amount sufficient for use before stopping his movements. Almost there. He swept a glance at the raw vibranium ore within the system space and nodded in satisfaction. However, just as he was about to leave, a low vibration suddenly came from the depths of the mine. Knock! The ground trembled slightly, as if some ancient being had been awakened. Xiao Han frowned as his supervision penetrated deeper into the ground, then narrowed his eyes. At the core of a huge vibranium vein, there was actually a black-colored metal beast sleeping. It resembled a cheetah, but its entire body was made up of liquid vibranium, and its eyes glowed scarlet as it slowly awoke. Guardians of Wakanda? Or a companion creature of the vibranium vein? Xiao Han did not panic, but instead observed it with interest. The giant beast let out a low roar, and the vibranium gold vein actually wriggled like a living thing, transforming into countless spikes that came at Xiao Han. Interesting. Xiao Han laughed softly, not flickering or avoiding, allowing the Jinjin spikes to crash onto his body. Dang! 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 All attacks stopped the instant they touched his skin, not even leaving a scratch. The giant beast seemed to freeze for a moment and then became furious, and the vibranium of the entire mine began to boil, turning into a monstrous wave of metal that attempted to devour Xiao Han. Enough playing. The golden light in Xiao Han's eyes flourished, and the heat vision erupted suddenly with a specific frequency, directly penetrating the giant beast's head. However, the liquid vibranium healed quickly, and the behemoth was unharmed, but instead became even more furious. Physical attacks are ineffective? Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, then sneered, "Then try this." He clasped his hands together, energy rushing through his body, and then opened them violently. Buzz! A blazing golden magic formation unfolded in his palm, and countless runic chains shot out from the void, instantly wrapping around the giant beast. Solar magic dimensional imprisonment. The vibranium beast struggled frantically, but the magical chains didn't move at all, but instead got tighter and tighter. In the end, it let out an unwilling hiss, and its entire body disintegrated, turning back into an ordinary vibranium vein. Xiao Han withdrew his magic and pondered, it seems that Wakanda's vibranium veins have self-awareness? No wonder they can develop such advanced technology. But it's not about him. The vibranium has arrived and it's time to leave. He raised his hand to slice open the portal and took a step in, his figure disappearing completely. Seconds later, Wakanda's alarms belatedly sounded. Unusual energy fluctuations in the Jinjin vein. Okoye rushed into the mine with his royal escort, but all he saw was a peaceful vein of vibranium, as if nothing had happened. This can't be. She examined the probe data incredulously, there was clearly an intruder just now. Chala rushed to the scene, crouched down, fingers lightly touching the ground, eyes closed in perception. A moment later, he opened his eyes and looked grave. Someone was here, but he didn't leave any traces. Who is it? Okoye gripped his spear. Chala shook her head slowly, a presence we cannot track. Over Wakanda. Xiao Han was hovering over the clouds and his supervision was observing the situation of the vein mine. Wakanda was the only thing that got him hooked on vibranium, and heart-shaped grass didn't interest him at all. Mentioning this, Xiao Han had to spit out that as the most developed country on Earth, the technology was far beyond Tony Stark. That's all. I can't believe they didn't develop a reinforcing serum? The other guy, Dr. Erskine, developed the circus serum over 60 years ago. And as a high-tech nation, strengthening the human body also depends on a Black Panther. Xiao Han shook his head and stopped paying attention to the situation below. Chapter 26, The Future Banner. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the current universe mission, is it returning to the original world? Xiao Han swept a glance at the system interface and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. No rush, just stroll around again. He was just about to continue on to somewhere else when suddenly, a golden portal spun and unfolded in front of him. The Ancient One mage flew out of the portal, his wide yellow vestments swaying gently in the wind. Her gaze was deep and calm, but it carried a majesty that could not be ignored. You are not from this world. Koichi's voice was soft, but firm. Xiao Han let out a light laugh without answering directly. Hello again, Venerable Ancient One. Venerable Ancient One's brows furrowed slightly as she gazed at Xiao Han. Are you saying you know the other me? There was a hint of curiosity in her voice. Not only do you know each other, but just a few days ago, you wanted me to be the next supreme mage. Xiao Han then gently lifted his fingertips, and golden magical energy flowed in his palm, outlining a familiar rune that was none other than the guardian spell of Karma Taiji. Your magic. Koichi was even more curious. But the source of your energy is not the Visanti or the dark dimension. The sun. Xiao Han smiled, I reconstructed the magic system in my own way. Gui was silent for a moment, and his gaze fell on Xiao Han. Those two gems don't belong to you, she said slowly. I know. Xiao Han nodded, but it stays here, and in the future, it will be taken by the exterminator. Also, the time gem has been taken away, and the person who will hand it over will be Stephen Strange. Gu Yi's breath stuttered slightly. What did you say? Xiao Han instantly understood in his heart that perhaps he had moved too quickly, and Dr. Banner hadn't even begun to cross over yet. Thinking of this, Xiao Han looked straight into her eyes. In the future, Strange will take the initiative to give the time gem to the exterminator because he sees the only possibility of victory, but at the cost of half of his life fading away. Hirachi's expression froze. Her fingers tightened slightly, as if she were pushing some possibility. Are you sure? 1,000 times true. Xiao Han nodded his head. There's no way to prove it because it's a decision that falls outside the timeline. Hirachi closed his eyes and gently touched his fingertips to the eye of Agamotto on his chest. A moment later, she opened her eyes with a complicated look. It's true that the time gem can't be seen, so you took it away to stop this? Not really. Xiao Han frankly said, I just think that instead of letting it fall into the hands of the exterminator, it would be better for me to keep it. If I really need it in the future, I will return. Gu Yi looked deeply at him and suddenly smiled. Interesting, that the other me would allow you to be a candidate for Supreme Mage? Xiao Han spread his hands, she seems to appreciate me quite a bit. Gu Yi gently shook his head, a hint of helplessness and relief in his gaze. Perhaps it's time for me to consider early retirement. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, not going to guard it for a few more centuries? Time has long since ceased to be a constraint for me. Gu Yi smiled faintly, however, before I leave, I have a question. Have you ever learned the magic of interdimensional contact? Xiao Han shook his head, not at the moment, but I can learn now. Gu smiled, and with a flick of his finger, a golden rune appeared in the air. It's Commodage's interdimensional communication technique, so if you do manage to learn it, perhaps you can try to power it with your energy. Xiao Han stared at the rune, his eyes slightly lit up with golden light, the sun energy in his body flowed rapidly, an array of blazing golden light coalesced from his fingertips. In the next second, the rune was lit up, and a dimension-spanning energy wave rippled out. A hint of marvel flashed in Gu Yi's eyes. You're a fast learner. Xiao Han put away his magic and smiled, thank you, perhaps next time we meet, we can talk about life after retirement. Gu Yi nodded gently and was just about to turn around and step into the teleportation portal when Xiao Han called out to stop him. What's wrong? Koichi was a bit puzzled. Looks like we'll have to go over there together. Xiao Han said with a smile. Just now, Xiao Han's supervision had seen the situation located in Brooklyn, New York. There, Bruce Banner is checking out Saint Nobody. He, in turn, received a quest prompt from the system. Hidden mission trigger, resolve the arriving exterminator and save the Avengers. Mission reward, 10,000 growth points, 1 random reward. New York Sanctuary. Bruce Banner stood in front of the roof door of the sanctuary, straightening his clothes somewhat nervously. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Anyone? Banner looked around. The sanctuary was empty, with only ancient books and magical implements quietly on display. Just then, a golden portal unfolded in front of him, and the Ancient One mage walked out slowly, followed by a man in black battle armor with a golden S symbol emblazoned on his chest. Banner froze, then recognized the Ancient One mage, but the man he had never seen before. Ancient One mage. Banner rushed forward, I'm Bruce Banner, from the future, and I need your help. Koichi smiled slightly and looked at him with a calm gaze, I know who you are, Dr. Banner. Time travel is not common, but your arrival is something I have long foreseen. Banner breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly tensed again, so you know what I'm here for? Time gem. Koichi nodded, but I'm afraid, you're already too late. Banner froze, what do you mean? At that moment, the man standing beside Koichi spoke, because I have the jewel. It was then that Banner took a closer look at him. Black battle clothes, golden lines, and deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. His presence was so strong that just standing there gave people an invisible sense of oppression. Who are you? Banner asked warily. Xiao Han. The man smiled slightly, you can call me Superman. Superman? Banner frowned, a name he'd only heard before in the comics. Dr. Banner, he's a visitor from another universe. Koichi explained. He's got the space gem and the mind gem, and the time gem, for the time being, is in his custody. That's right, just now, Gu Yi had already figured out how things would go, and without hesitation, he directly handed the time gem to Xiao Han. But, it's temporary, it has to be returned when it's used up, and the other gems are at his disposal. Banner's face changed. That's impossible. The gem must remain in the original timeline or it will trigger catastrophic consequences. Xiaohan shook his head. On the contrary. If the gems stay here, the future exterminator will gather them and snap his fingers to erase half of all life. And by taking them away, I can stop this instead. Banner's eyes widened. How do you know about the exterminator? Wait, are you saying that you've seen the future? No, I just know your story. Xiaohan shrugged. You guys went back in time to collect the gems and resurrect the people who were wiped out by the exterminators, right? Banner was utterly shocked that this plan was known only to the core members of the Avengers and this man in front of him knew all about it. Just then, Banner's communicator suddenly rang with Tony Stark's voice. Banner. Something's not right. We haven't found the Tesseract on our side, and the scepter is missing. Also, the 2012 Battle of New York actually ended early. They're still talking about a guy named Superman. What have you got on your end? I have the gem, so you guys go back and wait for me. Banner responded. Chapter 27, Who's gonna snap that finger? Banner looked up at Xiaohan with complicated eyes. So, it's really you? Xiaohan nodded. That's right, I just went through a big battle in New York and took care of the Zetarians in passing. Banner took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Well, assuming what you say is true, what are you going to do now? We need the gems to resurrect the vanished. I can help you guys. Xiaohan said, but I have conditions. What conditions? Banner asked warily. First, the gems of this universe, such as space, mind, and time, will have to be given to me when these three are used up. Xiaohan's gaze was sharp. Second, I need your trust. Banner hesitated and looked to the Ancient One mage. Koichi smiled slightly. Dr. Banner, his power is far beyond your imagination. If he wants to help you guys, perhaps this is the best option. Perhaps fearing that he wouldn't believe him, Mage Ancient One added, his level of magic is very high. Banner was silent for a moment before finally nodding. Okay, I believe you. But we need to get back to 2023 as soon as possible, the others are still waiting for us. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly. No problem. Tell me the coordinates of your universe. Banner spoke the coordinates, after which, Xiaohan raised his hand and golden energy converged in his palm as a huge space door slowly unfolded. On the other end of the door is none other than the Avengers base in 2023. Banner's eyes widened. This is intertemporal teleportation? Let's go. Xiaohan took the lead and stepped into the space door. Your teammates are waiting. Banner and Gucci looked at each other and then followed, while Gucci stayed in 2012. 2023. Avengers base. Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, Scott Lang, and others are waiting anxiously. Suddenly, a golden space door unfolded in the center of the base, and Banner, along with a strange man, stepped out. Doctor. Tony stepped forward quickly. How's it going? This one is? His gaze landed on Xiaohan, and he frowned slightly. Banner hurriedly introduced, this is Xiaohan, he has the time, space, and mind gems, but he is willing to help us. What? Steve looked at Xiaohan warily. He's got the gem? Xiaohan did not speak nonsense and directly raised his hand, and three kinds of gems appeared in his palm. The gems are here. He said calmly, but I need to make sure you are willing. Willing to what? Steve asked. He'll have to return these three gems when they're used up. Banner explained hastily. Tony stared at him with complicated eyes. Who the hell are you? A visitor from another universe. Xiaohan smiled faintly. Perhaps you can call me Superman. Superman? Scott couldn't help but interject, like the one in the comics? Pretty much. Xiaohan shrugged. But I prefer to solve problems with my fists. The crowd looked at each other, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Eventually, Tony sighed, well, since you have the gem and you're willing to help, there's no reason for us to refuse. However, the snapping of the fingers. I'll do it. Xiaohan interrupted him, your bodies can't withstand the energy of the gems, but I can. Banner looked at him in surprise, are you sure? The energy of 6 gems is enough to destroy any life form. Xiaohan smiled, trust me, I'm not like you guys. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and invisible power flowed around him. Tony stared at him for a few seconds and suddenly smiled, fine, we don't have any other choice anyway. Welcome to the Avengers, Mr. Superman. Xiaohan nodded, well, it's a different feeling. Where are Natasha and Clint? Banner asked suddenly. And that's when it happened. Clint Barton staggered out of the quantum tunnel, the orange soul gem clutched in his hand, grief written all over his face. We got the gem. His voice was hoarse, but Natasha. She? The crowd instantly understood what was happening. Tony stepped forward and gently patted Clint on the shoulder. We'll remember her sacrifice. Banner's face bristled as he stumbled back 2 steps, his arms braced on the lab bench with a harsh scraping sound. No. This can't be. His pupils began to glow green and his muscles bulged abnormally under his skin. We clearly agreed to come back together. Xiaohan keenly noticed the violent fluctuation of gamma energy within Banner's body. Without moving, he releases his bioforce field, separating Banner from the others. Calm down, Doctor. His voice carried some strange soothing power. Anger solves nothing. Calm down? Banner jerked around and slammed his fist into the wall. The wall shattered like paper under Hulk's power, but Xiaohan's force field absorbed the shockwave in time to avoid rippling the lab equipment. She's dead. Because of that damn gem. Banner's roar had taken on the characteristic Hulk hoarseness. Steve stepped forward and squeezed Banner's shaking shoulders. We'll all miss her, but right now we need you, Bruce. Fulfilling her wishes is the best way to honor her. Banner's breathing was ragged, the green in his eyes coming and going. Xiaohan suddenly reached out and pressed his hand on his temple, his fingertips glowing with a faint golden light. Banner shuddered as the storming gamma energy in his body miraculously calmed down. What did you do to him? Saul gripped his hammer warily. It just helped him regulate his endocrine. Xiaohan withdrew his hand. Now, shouldn't we get down to business? Tony looked thoughtfully at Banner, who had regained his composure, and turned to activate the holographic projection. According to the model calculations, we need to focus the energy of the 6 gems on the nanoglove. Banner's emotions gradually calmed down under Xiaohan's soothing presence, but his eyes remained bleak. We have to finish this. He whispered, his fists clenching and unclenching, for Natasha. The crowd followed Tony to the room with the nano-infinity gloves, and as the glass enclosure opened, a pair of gloves popped out through the elevator. Everyone looked at Xiaohan, only to see him calmly walking to the glove, his right hand reaching inside, and the glove automatically adjusting to the size that suited him. Then, Xiaohan put on the infinity gems one by one, and instantly, 6 colors of energy flowed through his body. The crowd stared with bated breath at the nanoglove inlaid with 6 infinite gems on Xiaohan's hand, and the brilliant light reflected on everyone's face. Xiaohan could feel an unprecedented amount of energy rushing through his body, each gemstone burning like a star in his glove. Force, space, reality, soul, time and mind. The 6 cosmic origin forces intertwined at his fingertips, as if the weight of the entire universe was pressing down on his arm. This feels. Xiaohan narrowed his eyes slightly. With his body, he could feel that he could blow up the earth with a single punch and even tear through space. But he controlled the urge and turned to the Avengers around him. Chapter 28, the fastest resolution of a battle in history. Inside the Avenger base. Are you ready? Xiaohan asked in a deep voice. Tony gulped nervously. God, I hope our calculations are right. Steve gripped his shield tightly. We trust you. Dr. Banner's eyes glistened with tears, for Natasha. Thor raised Thor's hammer, for Asgard. Rocket Raccoon hid behind Soul. Hurry up, I hate this waiting. Just as the crowd was fully focused, Nebula silently took a few steps back and turned around to disappear into the shadows of the corridor. Xiaohan captured this scene, but he only slightly raised the corners of his mouth without pointing it out. He knew that even if he stopped it, he'd still be in more trouble, so he might as well let her do it and solve it himself once and for all. Then, Xiaohan took a deep breath and slowly raised his infinity glove-wearing right hand. Bring everyone back. The crisp sound of ringing fingers echoed through the lab. In an instant, 6 colors of light erupted from the glove, incomparably dazzling. The energy wave spread out with Xiaohan as the center, passing through the wall, through the atmosphere, and through the entire universe. Xiaohan could feel that this force was reshaping reality, and countless erased lives were returning. His super hearing caught the gasps of surprise coming from all over the world. Missing loved ones suddenly appear at the dinner table, empty streets are instantly filled with people, and patients who have disappeared from hospitals are suddenly lying in their beds. It worked! Clint shuddered as he pulled out his cell phone, the screen showing a missed call from his wife. Dr. Banner's monitoring device flashed frantically, global vital signs index surging. They're back. However, at this moment of celebration, the entire base suddenly shook violently, and the light fixtures on the ceiling fell down. What's going on? Tony quickly activated his battle armor. Friday, scan the exterior. Sir, massive spatial distortion detected. Friday's voice was interrupted by a deafening explosion. The eastern wall of the base was ripped right through by some massive force, revealing the cloudy sky outside and the massive fleet hovering there. That's... Steve's pupils constricted suddenly. A ring-shaped mothership, larger than a mountain, hovered over the base, surrounded by countless Zitari battlecruisers. And in the clearing in front of the base, a purple-skinned giant was sitting on a rock, with a large golden sword sticking out beside him. Exterminator. There was hatred in Thor's voice. But what shocked them even more was that standing next to the exterminator was none other than Nebula, who had just disappeared. Do you humans really think you can change your destiny? The exterminator's low voice rang out. I remade the universe, and you are trying to reverse that. Tony quickly analyzed the situation. Friday, energy readings. Space gem energy response detected. The exterminator fleet is arriving directly on Earth via space jump. The exterminator raised his double-bladed war knife and pointed it at the Avengers. Today, I'm going to make you watch as this universe is completely purified. No longer half, but all. As he spoke, countless Vanguard guards came down from the mothership like a tidal wave, and the sky was as dense as locusts with Zitari flying machines. Steve immediately went into a fighting stance. Everyone, prepare to meet the battle. Thor summons Thunderbolt, for vengeance. Right at this moment, Xiaohan slowly raised his right hand, and the jewel on his infinity glove lit up once again. You guys stand back. His voice was not loud, but it stopped everyone in their tracks. The exterminator narrowed his eyes as well, eyeing the strange human warily. Who are you? Exterminator questioned. Xiaohan didn't reply, but instead looked at the fleet in the sky and then at the thousands of troops behind the exterminator. Is that all? The exterminator froze. What? I said. Xiaohan suddenly disappeared in place and in the next second had appeared in front of the exterminator, and his right hand wearing the infinity glove directly grabbed the exterminator's throat. Is that all you have in your army? The exterminator's reaction was extremely fast, and his battle sword instantly slashed at Xiaohan's neck, but it was blocked by an invisible force field a centimeter away from his skin. A red light flashed in Xiaohan's eyes, and his heat vision directly pierced through the exterminator's shoulder. Ah! The exterminator roared and swung at Xiaohan's face with his left hand clenched in a fist. The punch was enough to daze Hulk, but the moment it touched Xiaohan's skin, the exterminator's own knuckles made a cracking sound. This can't be. The exterminator stepped back in shock. Xiaohan did not pursue the attack, but looked up at the fleet in the sky, since everyone has arrived. He raised the infinity glove, and the 6 jewels simultaneously blossomed into a dazzling light. Then disappear together. The sound of ringing fingers echoed across the battlefield even louder than before. In an instant, the exterminator's entire fleet dissipated in the wind like a sand painting, and thousands of Vanguard guards and Zitarian soldiers were reduced to ashes. The exterminator himself looked down at his gradually disintegrating body with disbelief in his eyes. It's heavenly destiny. Before he could finish his words, his entire body had already turned into dust and drifted away. The battlefield was instantly quiet. The Avengers watched this in disbelief. The enemy that they couldn't defeat even if they put their lives on the line was just solved by Xiaohan with a snap of his fingers? Xiaohan slowly landed on the ground, and the gems on the infinity glove had dimmed. He looked to the dumbfounded Avengers. Problem solved. Tony was the first to snap back. Jesus, who the hell are you? Like I said, Xiaohan smiled slightly. You guys can call me Superman. Ding. Mission accomplished. Gain 10,000 growth points. Random rewards are being drawn from. Acquired, new ability, turn stone into gold. A money-making artifact that, as the name suggests, can turn stone into gold. Xiaohan? Steve stepped forward and extended his hand. Whoever you are, thank you for saving the world. Xiaohan shook his hand. No need to thank me, this is what I should do. Dr. Banner looked at the infinity glove on Xiaohan's hand. Those gems. As agreed, the space, mind and time gems are mine. Xiaohan removed the 3 gems and returned the glove to Tony along with the remaining power, reality, and soul gems. You can handle these. Tony took the gloves carefully. We'll keep them safe. Wait, you're leaving? Xiaohan nodded. My mission is complete. It's time to return to my own universe. Saul strides forward. Wait, friend. At least tell us where you're going? Xiao smiled but did not reply, only raising his hand to draw a golden portal. On the other side of the door, the Avengers see New York in 2012. The time gem needs to be returned. If there is fate, we will meet again. Xiao turned around and stepped into the teleportation portal, his figure fading away. The battle was over so quickly that Doctor Strange didn't even have time to open the portal. Just before he left completely, Tony suddenly called out, "Hey! If our world gets in trouble again, can I call you for help?" Xiao voice came through the portal, "Find Strange, he'll know what to do." The portal closes, leaving the Avengers staring at each other. So? Scott scratched his head, did we just get saved by a Superman? Clint looked at the cell phone in his hand, a picture of him with his family on the screen. Anyway, he helped us get back the people we lost. Tony stared at the Infinity Gauntlet, thoughtfully. Friday, record all the data on Superman. I have a feeling we'll need his help again. At the same time, Xiao figure reappeared in the sky above New York in the 2012 movie universe. The system beep sounded once again. Ding! Detected that the host has completed all the tasks. Will he receive the extra reward? Xiao smiled faintly. Pick up. Acquisition, parallel universe locator free to travel to and from explored parallel universes. Xiao looked at the delicate device that appeared in his hand and didn't know where to start spitting. This thing could make it possible to go back to the universe just now at any time, but, by portal magic he could do that, too. Looks like my journey has just begun. He looked downward toward the city below, and his figure turned into a stream of light as he flew toward the New York Sanctuary. Chapter 29, Return to the Universe. New York Sanctuary. Xiao figure landed noiselessly on the roof of the sanctuary, and the time gemstone hovered in his palm and glowed with a ghostly green light. He gently pushed open the skylight and leapt inside. Venerable Kuchi was standing in the center of the hall, his back to him, as if he had anticipated his arrival. You keep your word. Her voice was as calm as water. Xiao walked forward and handed her the time gem. Return it to its original owner. Koichi took the gem, his fingertips lightly touched the eye of Argamotor, a green light bloomed, and the gem hovered and slowly embedded itself in it. She looked up at Xiao with a hint of probing in her eyes. You changed their future. Just a little help. Xiao shrugged, the exterminator no longer exists. Gui raised his eyebrows slightly. You killed him? A matter of a ringing finger. Xiao spoke in a relaxed tone. Gui was silent for a moment and suddenly smiled. Interesting. The timeline has shifted because of you, but the balance of the universe is unaffected. She paused. Perhaps that's why the other me is willing to trust you. But these are only temporary, you'll have your hands full later. Xiao was non-committal and turned to ask, where is Strange now? Still working as his surgeon. Hirachi's gaze went to the window. There is still a long way to go before he becomes a supreme mage. That's good. Xiao nodded. At least this time, he doesn't have to go through all that pain. Koichi looked to him. What are you going to do next? The corner of Xiao mouth rose slightly. Go home. He raised his hand, golden energy flowing through his fingertips as a portal slowly unfolded. On the other side of the door was the New York skyline he knew so well, his own universe. Mage Koichi, he said, turning back before stepping through the portal, if you have the chance, come to my side as a guest. Koichi smiled slightly. I will. The portal closed and Xiao figure completely disappeared. Koichi stood in place, fingertips brushing against the eye of Argamotor, and whispered to himself, perhaps we really do need a Superman. Earth 169,278 Universe. New York. Xiao figure appeared in the lab of the Stark Tower. Tony Stark was burying his head in debugging the nanobattle armor, and when he heard the commotion he looked up so violently that the tool in his hand almost fell to the ground again. Hell! How many times has this happened, Shaw? Can you stop being so goddamned weird all the time? Tony's eyes widened. After 3 days of not being seen, I thought you were attracted to some cover girl. Xiao laughed softly, went to another universe to take a stroll and solved a little trouble along the way. Tony stared at him suspiciously. What kind of trouble? Exterminator. Tony's expression became more puzzled. Well, I don't understand it either. Xiao walked over to the workstation and casually picked up a cup of coffee, even though it was already cold, and took a sip. The details are not important. Rather, it is you. How is the development of the battle armor going? Tony opened his mouth as if he had a million questions to ask, but in the end he just rubbed his temples. Forget it, you're always like this anyway. The nano battle armor is basically complete, but the energy core still needs to be optimized. Xiaohan put down his coffee cup and took out a piece of raw vibranium ore from the system space and threw it to Tony. Take a look at this. Tony quickly caught it, looked down and his eyes lit up. Vibranium? Where did you get that? Wakanda. Xiaohan sounded casual. Borrowed some. Tony's mouth twitched. Borrow? Are you sure it's not robbery? Xiaohan spread his hands innocently. It's not like they're going to run out. Tony rolled his eyes, but was soon attracted by the properties of vibranium and fiddled with it excitedly. With this, the battle armor can indeed be upgraded, but it's not too little. However, let me study it first. Xiaohan looked at Tony, who was caught up in a scientific research frenzy, and smiled, turning toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, the night sky of New York was dotted with stars, and the lights of the city were like a flowing galaxy. His super hearing caught the distant wail of sirens, people talking, and even the vibration of the underground railroad tracks. Everything is so familiar, yet full of endless possibilities. System prompt: hosts current growth points, 15,000 points. Do you enter the system mall to exchange rewards? Xiaohan's mind moved and the system interface unfolded before his eyes. He browsed through the wide array of goods and his gaze finally rested on the Destruction Day cell. 800,000 points. Isn't even close. He whispered to himself. But that's okay, he has all the time in the world. Xiaohan turned around and walked towards the workbench. Tony was buried in adjusting the nanostructures in the holographic projection, his fingers flying across the data stream. Suddenly, a stack of heavy metal materials was slapped down on the workbench in front of him with a loud thud that rattled his coffee cup. What's this? Tony frowned and looked up to find Xiaohan standing by the table with a playful smile on his lips. A new toy for you. Xiaohan tapped the stack of information, more interesting than Jinjin. Tony turned the first page suspiciously, his eyes sweeping over the dense formulas and three-dimensional structural diagrams. His fingers suddenly stopped, his pupils contracting slightly. Wait. This is? His voice took on a rare hint of shock. The holographic projection automatically captured the content of the information and immediately unfolded a complex energy model next to it. A miniature star is constrained in a matrix of magnetic fields, and the hot plasma burns steadily in the force field, releasing pure and surging energy. Artificial sun? Tony snapped his head up and stared sharply at Xiaohan. This technology doesn't even exist on Earth. It's something that Spider-Man defeated a year ago by a guy who was working on something similar. And you've got this. He pointed his finger at the projection. Fark. This is a star shoved into a reactor? Xiaohan shrugged. Alien technology. It's a bit better than that little light bulb of yours. Tony grabbed the information and flipped through it quickly, muttering, magnetic field confinement parameters, plasma turbulence suppression, this energy density. He suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing. Where did you get that? Don't tell me it's your research. The spoils of another universe. Xiaohan interrupted him. The exact source is not important, what is important is. He pointed to a line of equations at the end of the information. This thing can be built. Tony took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He put down the information and propped his hands on the desktop, looking down in silence for a few seconds before suddenly grinning. Jarvis, clear all schedules for tonight. Sir, you were scheduled to have dinner with Miss Pepper. Postpone. No, cancel. Without looking up, Tony's fingers were already flying over the holographic keyboard. Tell her. Just tell her that the end of the world is coming again and I have to save the planet. Xiaohan raised an eyebrow. Using this kind of excuse? Works every time. Without looking up, Tony was fully focused on pulling up Stark Industries' energy database. Wait. Tony suddenly narrowed his eyes. You don't think you want to use this artificial sun? Replacing your arc reactor? Xiaohan laughed. No, it's more direct than that. He nodded at his chest. It keeps me supplied with energy while I'm away from the star. And for you. Tony picked up on his words with a spark of madness in his eyes. Infinite energy. Real, clean, inexhaustible energy. He jerked to his feet. Jarvis, contact Rhodes and call up that abandoned nuclear test site the military has in Alamogordo and tell them I want to rent it for a week. Xiaohan hugged his arms. No small test first? Small? Tony snorted, his finger tracing a spherical structure 10 meters in diameter on the hologram. This is the small, first-generation prototype with enough power to light up all of Manhattan. He paused, frowning suddenly. Constraint field stability is a problem, though. If the plasma leaks, then it's not lighting up, it's vaporizing Manhattan. Xiao Han added calmly. Tony glared at him, that's not funny. I'm not kidding. Xiao Han walked over to the workbench and his fingers traced a few golden trails in the projection. That's why the magnetic field generator needs to be improved. Use vibranium as a base and incorporate the magical properties of URU metal. Give the force field the ability to repair itself. Tony slammed the table. Genius. I'm admiring you more and more, Shaw. What the hell are you? Aliens are so outrageous. Chapter 30 The Kree. For 48 hours down the line, the hierarchical order of the lab was completely turned upside down. Xiao Han stood in front of the central holographic stage, his hands sliding non-stop as countless parameter streams rotated around him. Tony, on the other hand, became the perfect assistant, machining the parts according to precise, down-to-the-minute instructions. The vibranium base should be thinner. Xiao Han did not raise his head. The lattice arrangement of the URU metal must be exactly at this angle. Tony gritted his teeth and operated. Are you sure this curvature won't trigger quantum decoherence? 642 possibilities have been calculated. Xiao Han casually pulled up a string of formulas, used this magnetic field to compensate. When the last component was in place, Xiao Han pressed his hands vainly above the reactor. His eyes glowed with a golden light, his heat vision spot welding key nodes at precise picosecond intervals. Initiate. Anum. Buzz. All of the lab's electronic equipment went out at the same time. In the central reactor, a single photon is suddenly born, then 2, 4, exponentially. Tony subconsciously took half a step back. God. A miniature golden sun was born in the reactor, its light gentle but containing terrifying energy. The data screen frantically refreshed. Energy output, 128,000 megawatts. Stability, 99.999%. Estimated duration of operation, 12,000 years. It's... Tony's voice shook a little. We just created eternal energy? Xiao Han reached out and lightly touched the shield, the light of the artificial sun flowing between his fingers, enough to give human civilization the key to move forward. Tony suddenly grabbed Xiao Han's shoulder. You have to tell me, this kind of technology, this kind of thinking, how do I have to have this kind of brain? The golden light in Xiao Han's eyes gradually converged, revealing a mysterious smile. I'll tell you next time. Now. He pointed to the energy monitors that were starting to alarm. We've got to fix the heat problem first, unless you want Manhattan to turn into a crater. Tony looked at the temperature profile, which had spiked to dangerous levels, and suddenly burst out laughing. Ha! Come on. Jarvis, activate all cooling systems. A few hours later. The rays of the artificial sun burned steadily in the reactor, and a golden glow reflected throughout the lab. Tony Stark stared at the readout on the data screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desktop, his eyes flashing with excitement and a hint of imperceptible awe. 128,000 megawatts. He murmured, that's enough to supply the entire East Coast's power needs and... His gaze turned to Xiao Han. Are you sure this thing won't suddenly go out of control and blow us all sky high? Xiao Han clasped his hands to his chest and leaned against the side of the experimental bench, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. As long as the magnetic field constraints don't fall apart, it is safe. Oh, that's so reassuring. Tony rolled his eyes, but the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. He reached out and tapped on the reactor's shields, and the glow of the artificial sun fluctuated slightly, then returned to stability. So, what's this thing doing besides being a rechargeable battery for you? A lot. Xiao Han straightened up and walked towards the holographic projection table, flicking his fingers and calling up a new set of data models. E.g. His fingertips traced a path of energy through the projection, and the energy of the artificial sun was channeled into an entirely new structural model, creating a blazing beam of light. Directed energy weapons? Tony raised an eyebrow. No. Xiao Han shook his head. It's an interdimensional energy transfer. Tony's expression froze for a split second, then snapped closer to the projection. Wait, are you saying you can use this energy to go directly to another place? In theory, yes. Xiao Han nodded. I fused the sun energy to give him an extremely high degree of plasticity, and if it can be precisely manipulated, it can mimic the energy properties of any dimension. To be precise, it is magic. A spark of madness instantly ignited in Tony's eyes. Shaw, what do I need to learn magic? Sir, you've been working for 72 hours straight. Jarvis reminded. Who cares? Tony interrupted with a wave of his hand. Let's talk about it. For now, let's take care of this first. Xiao Han laughed lightly and did not retort. He stepped in front of the projection, his eyes lighting up slightly with a golden glow as his super brain raced to calculate the optimal solution for the flow of energy. The two men lapsed into silence, and the only thing left in the lab was the hum of the holographic projections and Tony's occasional whispered curses. 3 hours later. There! Tony slapped the virtual confirmation button and the model in the holographic projection suddenly contracted, forming a perfect closed loop of energy. Try? Xiao Han nodded and raised his hand to press on the reactor's control terminal. The energy of the artificial sun was channeled into his body, and golden streams of energy flowed like liquid. He reached out and drew a circle. Buzz. Space twisted slightly as a golden spark erupted in the center of the ring-shaped device, which then expanded rapidly to form a stable circular portal. On the other side of the door was a barren red desert with an eerie purple-red sky. Mars? Tony narrowed his eyes. No. Xiao Han shook his head. It's a mirror dimension. Tony jerked his head around. What is this? Did we just really open up a magical dimension with technology? The boundaries between technology and magic are inherently blurred. Xiao Han withdrew his hand and the portal slowly closed. This is just a preliminary test, the real applications are yet to come. Tony stared at the ring device, which had regained its composure, and suddenly grinned. Shaw, do you know what this means? You made history. Tony's eyes glittered with almost manic excitement. No, not just history, you redefined the possibilities of energy. Xiao Han smiled faintly and did not answer. His super hearing caught an unusual movement in the distant sky, a faint energy fluctuation that was approaching New York at great speed. Tony. He spoke suddenly. What's wrong? Tony asked, frowning as he sensed the change in him. We have a guest. Xiao Han looked up at the ceiling, his vision seeing the sky outside through the layers of metal. And, it's not coming from a good place. Tony reacted immediately and quickly activated his battle armor donning program. Jarvis, activate building defense protocols and scan the skies over New York. UFO detected, sir. Jarvis' voice rang out. Energy signature matching. Is not part of Earth's known technology. Xiao Han's figure had levitated and the golden lines on his black battle armor glowed slightly. I'll go take a look. Wait. Tony called out to him, don't be a hero by yourself this time, remember to call me. Xiao Han glanced back at him, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Put on your battle armor, mustache. Before the words fell, his figure had already transformed into a black stream of light, breaking through the lab's skylight and rushing straight into the sky. Tony looked at Xiao Han's departing direction and cursed in a low voice, then speeded up the wearing of his battle armor. Jarvis, activate Mark 6 nano battle armor, full weapon system warm up. Sir, this battle armor has not been tested. Isn't it now? It's in place, sir. Tony put on the bracelet and tapped it twice, and the battle armor came out like a tidal wave, instantly covering his entire body, and the moment the faceplate was synthesized, the power core of the battle armor roared to life. He took a deep breath, his legs curled slightly, and his thrusters exploded instantly. All right, alien bastards. His voice came through the battle armor with a hint of excitement and wariness. Welcome to Earth. Chapter 31, Earth, My Land. Over New York. Xiao Han hovered above the clouds, his supervision penetrating the atmosphere and locking onto an approaching stealth ship. It had an angular shape and was covered in some sort of optical camouflage, but it did nothing for Xiao Han's penetrating eyes. A Kree Empire scout ship? He whispered to himself, frowning slightly. Just then, the hatch of the airship suddenly opened, and a figure slowly flew out, a tall humanoid creature covered in blue armor, its eyes under the helmet glowing with an icy red light. Interesting Earthling, I didn't realize that Earth still had an existence like you. Your body is very special, come back to the Kree Empire with me. The other party's voice came through some kind of amplification device with a mechanized coldness. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. Unfortunately, Superman is not for sale. The Kree warrior seemed to freeze for a moment, then raised his arm and an energy cannon instantly coalesced. Death, then. Zip! The high-energy particle beam tore through the air and struck Xiao Han directly in the face. Xiao Han did not dodge and allowed the energy cannon to strike his forehead. Blinding light erupted, but in the next second, his figure slowly emerged from the aftermath of the explosion, unharmed. That's it? He sneered, and his eyes suddenly lit up with a blazing red light. The Kree warrior obviously didn't see this coming, and the systems within the armor went into a frenzy of alarms. He quickly retreated while activating his full-body shield. But it's too late. Zip. Boom. Xiao Han's heat vision was like two crimson spears that instantly penetrated the Kree warrior's shield and armor. A massive cavity was melted out of his chest, and his vitals within his armor failed rapidly. Unable. The Kree warrior's voice broke as he looked down at his shattered body. Who are you? Superman. Xiao Han responded indifferently, then looked up at the Kree ship that was rapidly retreating. Trying to run? His figure instantly broke through the sound barrier, like a black lightning bolt straight at the airship. The Kree ship's engines ran at full power in an attempt to escape, but it was meaningless in the face of Xiao Han's speed. A jab. Rumble. The ship's shell was dented like papier-mâché, and the entire hull tumbled through space, sparks flying from its internal systems. Xiao Han hovered in front of the airship, his hands clasping his chest as he coldly gazed at the panicked Kree in the cockpit. Pay attention in your next life. His voice traveled through the vacuum and directly into the Kree's mind. Earth, it's my place. The Kree dies, and Xiao Han learns that his purpose is to get the Tesseract by understanding and translating their words. After looking at it, he raised his hand, his heat vision cutting with precision, and the ship's engines were completely destroyed. The Kree ship loses power and begins to fall toward Earth's atmosphere. Jarvis, track the drop point of that ship. Tony's voice suddenly came over the comm. He had just arrived at the battlefield, his battle armor hovering not far away. We need this gift. Xiao Han nodded his head and watched the ship crash into its intended area in the Atlantic Ocean. He then turned to Tony. It seems the Kree Empire is interested in the Tesseract. Yes? Looks like the battle armor core is on the agenda. Tony responded sarcastically. But how do they know where the gems are? Xiao Han pondered for a moment. It could be that the spatial fluctuations from before caught their attention. He looked to Tony. We need to be ready, the Kree Empire won't give up that easily. Tony's battle armor visor popped open to reveal his serious expression. So, we just messed with an interstellar empire? Pretty much. Xiao Han shrugged his shoulders. Awesome. Tony rolled his eyes. I knew nothing good could come from hanging out with you. Xiao Han laughed lightly. Regret? Ha! Tony grinned as the faceplate of his battle armor closed again. Just kidding, this is a lot more exciting than developing clean energy. The two figures hovered over New York, the lights of the city below like stars. The threat had appeared, but at this moment, Xiao Han only had calmness in his eyes. Come on, Tony. He turned and flew toward Stark Tower. We have work to do. Tony kept up with him, the battle armor's thrusters spitting out a bright blue tail flame. Such as? For example, the corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. Putting an artificial sun on our battle armor. Tony's laughter rang out over the comm channel. Ha! Now that's more like it. In the night, two figures crossed the sky and flew towards Stark Tower. The miniature prototype of the artificial sun hovered over the central lab bench, emitting a soft golden glow. Tony Stark stood in front of the holographic projection, his fingers flying over the stream of data, his brow furrowed. The energy output is stable, but the fluctuations in the constraint field are still problematic. He whispered to himself, his fingertips tapping on one of the parameters on the projection. Xiao Han stood aside, his eyes faintly glowing with golden light as his supervision penetrated the reactor's shell, observing the plasma flow inside. The magical resonance frequency of the URU metal needs to be adjusted by another 0.3%. He suddenly spoke, pointing to a certain node on the hologram. Tony raised an eyebrow. You can even measure magic with your eyes? Get used to it. Xiao Han shrugged. Tony grunted, and with a stroke of his finger, the parameters were immediately adjusted. The energy curve on the projection smoothed out instantly, and the fluctuations in the constraint field disappeared without a trace. Perfect. Tony grinned. Jarvis, record the value and just press that next time. Recorded, sir. Jarvis responded. Very well, start fusing. A few hours later. Tony whistled and crossed his arms over his chest, surveying the two suits of battle armor suspended in the center of the lab with satisfaction. Jarvis, activate display mode. The lights in the lab dimmed, and the two sets of nano battle armor slowly rotated in a soft blue glow. One set was in Tony's signature gold and red color scheme, with a metallic sheen on the surface of the streamlined armor. The artificial sun core in his chest emitted a faint golden glow, and energy veins flowed inside the armor like blood vessels. The other set was Xiao Han's exclusive battle armor, which was pitch black and covered with fine golden lines, as if it was some sort of ancient runes. The S emblem on the chest is also powered by an artificial sun, but the energy flows in a more internalized way. Beautiful, isn't it? Tony patted Xiao Han's shoulder. Both sets of battle armor have had a bit of magical element added to them by you, and in your set, the resonant frequency of the URU metal fits perfectly with your bioforce field. Xiao Han approached his battle armor and reached out to lightly touch the surface. The nanomaterials immediately flowed like water, automatically adapting to the contours of his fingers. The reaction speed is good. Xiao Han nodded slightly. The energy conduction efficiency is also good. That's for sure. Tony raised his chin triumphantly. I've combined vibraphone into the nanostructures, and with the magical properties of URU metal, this armor can theoretically withstand high-level energy impacts. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. Theoretically? Tony spread his hands. Well, actually it might be close, but at least it'll keep you from getting damaged while fighting the enemy. The battle armor is just decoration. In a real fight, the bioforce field will protect the armor. Tony. Chapter 32 Flight Test. Rolling his eyes, Tony circled around the two suits of battle armor. Fingers gently stroked over his gold and red nano battle armor, and excitement flickered in his eyes. Honestly, your design for this battle armor is much cooler than mine. Tony bristled. Black with gold, understated and arrogant, and you don't have to wear face armor, it's like cheating. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. You can also not wear the face armor. And then the press gets a picture of me rolling my eyes? Tony rolled his eyes. Never mind, I still like my high-tech style. He walked over to his battle armor and tapped the curved reactor on his chest, where a miniature artificial sun was now embedded, golden energy flowing slowly within. Jarvis, initiate the test program. Activated, sir. Tony's battle armor instantly disintegrated into countless nanoparticles that flowed like liquid metal, quickly covering his entire body. In the next second, the gold and red color scheme of the battle armor closed perfectly, and the eyes on the visor lit up with blue light. Xiao Han stood in front of his black battle armor, his supervision scanning the structure of every nano unit. The golden S-shaped emblem on the chest of the battle armor glistened in the light, and the overall lines were cleaner and more severe than Tony's. You really don't need face armor for your battle armor? I still can't figure it out. Tony walked over and curiously poked the neck design of Xiao Han's battle armor. No need. Xiao Han smiled faintly. My eyes are the best sensors. Tony bristled. Okay. How does it feel? Seeing Tony checking out his battle armor like a curious baby, Xiao Han asked. Awesome. Tony's voice came through the battle armor speakers with obvious excitement. The energy flow is so much smoother than before. It's like liquid sunlight flowing through your veins. Xiao Han nodded, and with a movement of his fingers, the black battle armor instantly disintegrated into countless nanoparticles that wrapped around his body like living creatures. In less than a second, the battle armor was perfectly suited, golden lines flowing in shimmering light over the black base. Jarvis, initiate the test program. Tony raised his arm. Start with the basic functions. The floor of the lab suddenly sank, revealing a huge testing ground. Various targets, obstacles, and simulated enemies rise from under the floor. The usual rule, whoever scores low will treat. Tony looked provocatively at Xiao Han. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. Are you sure you want to bet on this? Hey, this is different. 6 micro-thrusters unfolded behind Tony's battle armor. I upgraded all the systems based on the technology you provided. Let's get started then. Before the words fell, 2 figures shot out at the same time. Tony was the first to fire, his palm cannon shattering 3 targets as the nano-battle armor nimbly changed direction at high speeds with little inertial lag. He whistled triumphantly. See? The magical properties of URU's metal give the battle armor an increased reaction time. His words came to an abrupt end as Xiao Han had silently levitated in front of him, and all the surrounding targets had been cut with heat vision precision. That's not fair. Tony protested. You use superpowers. You said to compare battle armor performance. Xiao Han innocently spread his hands. This is my battle armor performance. Tony muttered something and suddenly accelerated towards the other end of the testing ground. Let's get real then. The battle armor's arms unfolded, and dozens of miniature missiles whistled out, while the palm cannon fired continuously, forming a dense network of firepower. Xiao Han let out a light laugh as his figure instantly disappeared, weaving through the barrage at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Sir, you can barely win a match like that against Mr. Shaw. Jarvis reminded. Shut up, Jarvis, I'm working miracles. Tony gritted his teeth and continued his attack. Suddenly, all the missiles stopped in mid-air at the same time, as if they had hit an invisible wall. Xiaohan levitated in the center of the testing field, his eyes blazing with golden light. My turn. He gently raised his hand, and surprisingly those missiles reversed their direction and aimed at Tony in unison. Wait. This isn't scientific. Tony scrambled to activate his defenses. How can you control my missiles? Nimrodynamics. Xiaohan laughed. How about it, want to learn? The missiles suddenly all self-destructed, but the flames of the explosion were bound by some sort of force field, forming a perfect fireball that slowly drifted toward Tony. Admit defeat? Xiaohan asked. Tony's face armor popped off, revealing a helpless expression. Okay, tonight's my treat. But... He suddenly revealed a wry smile. Let's test it again. Xiaohan put away his battle armor and landed lightly on the ground. What? Try flying? Tony offered. Are you sure? Xiaohan's expression was a bit odd. Sure plus sure. Tony grinned, and the thrusters on the soles of his battle armor's feet instantly erupted as his entire body rocketed towards the lab's skylight. Xiaohan lightly leaped, his figure instantly breaking through the sound barrier, leaving a circle of white air waves in the air. The two sprinted out of the building one after the other, making a brilliant trajectory through the New York night sky. Jarvis, turn on full speed mode. Tony shouted excitedly. Warning, sir, speed exceeding safety threshold. Whatever. Tony's battle armor thrusters were at full power, and his golden red figure was like a shooting star, shooting straight up into the sky. Xiaohan, on the other hand, easily followed along, and even managed to leisurely glance sideways at him. Are you sure you can keep up with me? How about the noise reduction mode of the battle armor? Xiaohan teased. It's pretty windy up high. Shut up. Tony's voice came over the comm. I'm wearing the most advanced battle armor in the world. Is that so? Xiaohan laughed lightly and suddenly accelerated, his figure instantly disappearing from Tony's field of vision. Hey! Cheating! Tony's eyes widened as his battle armor radar scanned frantically, but he couldn't capture Xiaohan's trail at all. In the next second, Xiaohan's voice came from behind him, you're too slow. Tony turned around violently and realized that Xiaohan was levitating behind him, his arms hugging his chest with a leisurely look on his face. Damn it! Tony gritted his teeth. Jarvis, activate overclocking mode. Sir, the overclocking mode will consume a great deal of energy, it is recommended that. Initiate. In an instant, Tony's battle armor thrusters erupted with a piercing blue light, and his speed soared again, even leaving a series of sonic boom clouds in the air. Xiaohan raised an eyebrow, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Not bad, there is progress. After saying that, his figure disappeared once again, and this time, he directly broke through the atmosphere and rushed into outer space. Tony followed suit as alarms within the battle armor went wild. Warning. Oxygen supply in the air is reduced. External temperature dropping dramatically. Shut up, Jarvis. I can do it. Tony gritted his teeth as the battle armor continued to adjust its stance against the pressure from the thinning atmosphere. Finally, his vision opened up to the dark universe and the azure arc of the earth. As well as Xiaohan, who was suspended not far away and bathed in the sunlight. Xiaohan turned his head and gave him a small smile. Welcome to space again, Tony. Tony froze for a second, then burst out laughing. Ha! This feels like crazy. He looked down at the earth, the lights of New York looming beneath the clouds, the waves of the Atlantic reflecting the moonlight. I never thought that one day I'd be able to fly here in a battle armor I built myself. Tony's voice took on a rare hint of emotion. Xiaohan levitated beside him, his gaze cast to the farther starry sky. This is just the beginning. Tony looked at him sideways. You got used to this perspective a long time ago, didn't you? Xiaohan smiled. Getting used to it? No, every time I look at it, I feel shocked. The two were silent for a while, enjoying the silent universe. P.S. There are still a few chapters to go before the recommendations start, honestly a little nervous, although it is already the third book. If you like this book, you can move your fingers and click to urge more, praise, or give some small gifts, free of charge. In the next 7 days, your every move will determine the results of this book. Chapter 33 The Inhumans. The corners of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly as his gaze was cast toward the grayish-white planet in the distance. Tony, want to visit the moon? Tony was admiring the arc of the earth and sniffed. The moon? What's there to see in that place that's bare? I've seen it a million times on NASA photos. A photo can't show all of it. Xiao Han smiled mysteriously and raised his hand to draw a golden circle of light in the air. The portal slowly unfolded, and at the other end was the rugged crater on the backside of the moon. Wait, this is... Tony's eyes widened. You can even teleport across planets? Little trick. Xiao Han made an inviting gesture. Coming? Tony's battle armor thrusters adjusted their attitude slightly. That's what you said. Pepper would go crazy if she teleported me to some weird place. The two went through the portal one after the other, and were instantly on the surface of the moon. Tony's battle armor automatically adjusted its gravity system and life support as he carefully stepped on the moon soil, leaving clear footprints. Wow! Tony looked down at his footprints. Armstrong's feeling it. Xiao Han, on the other hand, hovered a few centimeters off the ground, his eyes scanning the surrounding terrain. What are you looking for? Tony asked curiously. A hidden city. Xiao Han's eyes glowed slightly with a golden light as his supervision penetrated the surface of the moon, searching for abnormal energy fluctuations. A city? On the moon? Tony snorted. Unless it's aliens. Wait, you don't mean... Xiao Han suddenly raised his hand and another portal unfolded, but this time the other end of the portal was not the desolate lunar surface, but a huge dome city filled with technology. Holy! Tony's breath stopped for a split second. That's impossible. How could the backside of the moon have? Welcome to Attilan. Xiao Han was the first to fly into the portal, the capital of the Inhumans. Tony hesitated for a second, then gritted his teeth and followed. Jarvis, record everything. The moment he passed through the portal, Tony's eyes opened up. Towering spires gleamed under shades of pale blue energy, and hovering vehicles traced elegant trajectories through the air. Some of the humanoids walking the streets are indistinguishable from humans, while others have scales, wings, or other mutated features. This. Tony's visor popped open, revealing an expression of shock to the point of stupefaction. This violates every law of physics. How could our satellites not have detected a city of this size? A magical barrier plus the technology of the Kree Empire. Xiao Han explained, the Inhumans have lived here for centuries. Just then, a group of guards in silver uniforms quickly surrounded them, the energy weapons in their hands flashing dangerously. Intruder! Drop your weapons! The lead guard droned, a glowing crystal embedded in his forehead. Tony subconsciously raised his palm cannon. Jarvis, analyze these weapons. Energy readings are unknown, vigilance is advised, sir. Xiao Han, however, just looked at them calmly. We have no ill intentions, we just want to talk to your king. The guards looked at each other, obviously not expecting the other to speak their language. Suddenly, the crowd parted and a man in an ornate black robe and a woman with red hair stepped out. The man's eyes took on an unnatural blue color and a faint energy field surrounded him. I am the Black Bat King, and this is my wife Medusa, who for some reason will be my spokesperson. The man was gesturing sign language while the woman translated. Why are you trespassing on Attilan? Xiao Han nodded slightly. I've heard a lot about you, Black Bat King. I am Xiao Han, and this is Tony Stark. We are from Earth and would like to establish contact with the Inhumans. The Black Bat King's gaze lingered on the two for a moment, especially on Xiao Han's battle armor for a few more moments. Have the Terrans developed to this extent? Medusa synchronized herself to translate. Actually, most Earthlings don't know there's a city on the backside of the moon yet. Tony interjected, to be honest, I only just found out. The Black Bat King's expression became serious and he quickly gestured a few times, which Medusa quickly translated, follow me, this is not the place to talk. He turned toward the central palace, and the guards gestured for the two to follow. Tony came to Xiao Han's ear and whispered, you knew there was an alien city here long ago? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Surprise. Xiao Han laughed lightly. Moreover, some things are more impactful when you see them with your own eyes, aren't they? Tony rolled his eyes. I've had a serious shock to my three senses, and I'm going to have to go back and drink a whole bottle of whiskey to get over it. The interior of the palace is even grander than it looks on the outside, with futuristic technology blending seamlessly with the ancient decor. Welcome, visitors from Earth. Medusa looked at the two and spoke with a smile. To break through our barrier, you are by no means ordinary people. Tony couldn't help but stare at her hair. Wow, that's a cool haircut. How did it happen? Medusa smiled slightly, the gift of the Inhumans. Xiao Han went straight to the point. We came here this time to explore the possibility of cooperation between the Inhumans and Earth. The Black Bat King and Medusa exchanged a look. We live here in seclusion because we don't want to get involved in Earth's strife. Medusa said. But the crisis on Earth may spread to the moon. Xiao Han responded calmly, the Kree Empire has already begun to act, and they are interested in the cosmic tesseract. Hearing the word Kree Empire, the Black Bat King's body visibly tensed up. Medusa's face also became grave. You know the Kree? Just repelled a scout ship. Tony said smugly, but Shaw took care of it all by himself. The Black Bat King suddenly stood up and walked over to Xiao Han, sizing him up from close range. After a moment, his gestured up, you're not a normal human. Xiao Han nodded, you can call me Superman. Superman? Medusa raised an eyebrow, what a cocky title. In name only. Tony interjected, this guy can dismantle a spaceship with his bare hands. The Black Bat King pondered for a moment before suddenly raising his hand to signal the guards to retreat. We need to talk. His expression was unusually serious. About the Kree Empire, about the future of the Inhumans, and the fate of Earth. Xiao Han smiled faintly, this is exactly what we came for. The ensuing conversation lasted for hours. Like a kid in a candy store, Tony marveled at the Inhumans' technology, especially their Terrigen-ness technology. Xiao Han, on the other hand, had reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with the Black Bat King to support each other when the Earth was under threat, and to gradually promote exchanges between the two sides. Although Xiao Han felt that with him being there, he didn't need much support, but one more friend was better than one more enemy. When the two of them were ready to leave, Medusa handed Xiao Han a crystal. This is a communicator, so you can contact us if you need to. Xiao Han took the crystal and nodded his thanks. Tony, on the other hand, looked fondly at the hovering vehicles. Can I bring some research equipment next time? Your anti-gravity technology is fantastic. Medusa laughed softly, perhaps, Mr. Stark. Before the portal for the return trip, Tony suddenly thought of something and turned to ask, wait, do you guys have Wi-Fi here? The Black Bat King and Medusa were at a loss. Never mind, forget I asked. Tony snapped, rubbing his nose. Back through the portal to the surface of the moon, Tony was still in shock. I can't believe. There's actually a super civilization hiding on the back of the moon. All our astronomers should be fired. Xiao Han looked at him with amusement. With the magical barrier coupled with advanced technology, it's normal that your telescopes can't detect it. It's not scientific. Tony waved his arms, a city that big. So many people. What do they eat? What do they drink? Where does the oxygen come from? Kree technology can solve these problems. Xiao Han explained, the Inhumans are a product of the Kree Empire's early genetic experiments. Tony suddenly stopped, wait. Those people are humans who have been modified by aliens? Pretty much. Wow. Tony whistled, this is much more exciting than a classified shield file. Xiao Han raised his hand to slice open the portal back to Earth, ready for more surprises? The universe can be much bigger than you think. Tony took a deep breath and stepped through the portal. I suddenly feel that there is still a lot of room for improvement in my battle armor. The figures of the two disappeared into the surface of the moon, leaving only two strings of side-by-side footprints lying silently on the silent lunar soil. 34. Small Town Talk. A few hours ago. Vermont, U.S. State. Some small town. Nick Fury and Coulson stood in front of an old house on the outskirts of town, the setting sun stretching the shadows of the two men. Are you sure this is the place? Fury asked in a low voice, his one eye scanning his surroundings. Coulson nodded, a faint energy reading flickering on the screen of the tablet in his hand. That's where the antimatter fluctuations are coming from, sir. Fury took a deep breath and raised his hand to knock on the door. A few seconds later, the door was pulled open and a tall black man appeared in the doorway. He looked like a middle-aged man, wearing a simple plaid shirt and jeans and holding a cup of coffee. His eyes were calm, but deep down there was an ineffable sense of power. Who are you looking for? The man's voice was low and gentle. Fury looked him straight in the eye. Adam Bernard? The man's expression gave a slight lurch, then returned to normal. That was a name from a long time ago. I'm Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury flashed his credentials. This is Agent Phil Coulson. Adam was silent for a moment and sidestepped out of the way. Come in. The house is simply furnished, but neat and cozy. A few family photos hang on the walls and the shelves are filled with books. Adam gestured for the two men to sit down while he himself leaned against the fireplace, arms crossed. So, what does S.H.I.E.L.D. want with me? Fury didn't beat around the bush. We need your help. Adam laughed softly. I've been retired for decades, Director Fury. The president himself ordered me to go incognito and live a normal life back then. The world has changed. Fury's voice trailed off. There's a guy in New York right now who calls himself Superman, whose powers are far beyond normal, whose behavior is unchecked, and who even threatens S.H.I.E.L.D. Adam's brow furrowed slightly. Superman? A guy in a black battlesuit that can fly, fire heat vision, and is powerful enough to destroy buildings. Coulson added. He's also been close to Tony Stark lately. Adam rubbed his coffee cup thoughtfully. Sounds like a character from a comic book. But he's real. Fury stared at him, and he won't take orders from anyone. Adam was silent for a while and finally shook his head. Chief Fury, I'm not the same Lancy I was back then. I'm just an ordinary guy now, teaching, planting flowers, and occasionally helping my neighbors fix their cars. But the world needs you. Fury's voice took on a rare hint of oppression. We're putting together a team, the Avengers, to specialize in threats that are outside the norm, or alien invasions. And you are one of the best people for the job. Adam's eyes fell on the picture on the mantel, a picture of him with his wife and daughter. He sighed softly. I promised my family I wouldn't get involved in this anymore. If Superman gets out of control, or something worse comes along, do you think your family will still be safe? Fury asked rhetorically. Adam's eyes wavered slightly. Just then, there was a sudden roar from outside the house, followed by the harsh sound of brakes. Fury and Coulson immediately stood up alertly while Adam frowned and put down his coffee cup. You guys brought tails? No way. Fury shook his head. Adam strides toward the door and pushes it open, only to see a black SUV straddling the center of the yard with the S.H.I.E.L.D. logo emblazoned on the door. Looks like someone came uninvited. Adam whispered. The car door opened and a man in a suit stepped out with a fake smile on his face. Chief Fury, what a coincidence. Fury's one eye narrowed. Secretary Pierce. Alexander Pierce, the former minister of the World Security Council, was currently standing in Adam's yard, followed by several heavily armed agents. I heard you were recruiting. Pierce's gaze swept over Adam, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Mr. Adam, I've heard a lot about you. Adam's expression went cold. I haven't used that name in a long time. Pierce shrugged. Times are changing. We need a force like you. Fury stepped in front of Adam. Pierce, S.H.I.E.L.D. is in charge of this. S.H.I.E.L.D.? Pierce chuckled softly. Fury, you've been making too many moves lately. The council is worried about your judgment. The atmosphere was instantly tight. Adam looked at Fury and then at Pierce and suddenly smiled. Looks like you guys have a lot of internal problems. Pierce's gaze returned to Adam. Mr. Adam, we offer better terms. Higher authority, more freedom to act. Sounds like you want me to be the punching bag. Adam trailed off. Just cooperating. Pierce smiled. Adam was silent for a moment and finally shook his head. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your power games. Pierce's smile stiffened slightly. Are you sure? It wouldn't be wise to turn us down. Fury sneered. Threats? Pierce, you crossed the line. Pierce ignored Fury and stared at Adam. Think it over, Mr. Rancic. The world is changing, and the price of being on the wrong side is high. Adam's eyes grew sharp, an invisible energy flowing vaguely around him. I've been through war, Mr. Pierce. Threats don't work on me. Pierce narrowed his eyes and finally took a step back. Very well. I hope you won't regret it. He turned and walked toward the SUV, the agents following close behind. The car started and took off. Silence resumed in the yard. Fury looked to Adam. Thanks. Adam shook his head. I'm not doing this for you. Coulson couldn't help but ask, how did Secretary Pierce know we were here? A cold glint flashed in Fury's one eye. Looks like there are more rats than just Hydra. Adam took a deep breath as if he had made up his mind. Fury, I can help you, but I have conditions. Fury nodded. Tell me about it. First, my family must be absolutely protected. No problem. Secondly, I don't accept any political manipulation, I just do what I think is right. Fury was silent for a moment, his brows furrowed as he remembered Shao Han, sighed, and finally nodded. Yes. Adam held out his hand. Well then, good cooperation. Fury shook his hand. Welcome to the Avengers. Stark Tower Laboratory. Tony and Shawan had just returned from the moon as the golden sparks of the portal slowly dissipated in the air. Tony stretched and took a sip of the whiskey on the table in his hand and sighed. The Inhumans' technology is truly coveted, their anti-gravity engines are much quieter than my thrusters. Just then, Jarvis' voice rang out. Sir, as a reminder, the Senate Armed Services Committee hearings will be held the day after tomorrow at 10 a.m. You have not yet prepared any speaking materials. Tony's expression instantly collapsed. Oh, I totally forgot about that. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. During the time he was back, he didn't intentionally receive news from the world. What hearing? Tony rubbed his temples in annoyance. Ever since the last time we showed up in New York in our battle armor, those old guys in the Senate have been on to me. They want me to hand over the battle armor technology, saying something about national security, military control. Heh, dreaming. Xiao Han immediately understood that this was the plot of Iron Man 2. In the original world line, Tony would have faced the Senate's dilemma alone and shut everyone up with a brilliant tongue lashing. But now, things have clearly changed. So, they want you to give the battle armor to the military? Xiao Han asked. Pretty much. Tony sneered. They even got a so-called expert to prove that my battle armor should be nationalized. Justin Hammer, the jumped-up clown who only plagiarizes. Xiao Han nodded and suddenly smiled. Leave it to me. Tony froze. What do you mean? It's simple. Xiao Han stuck his hands in his pockets and spoke in a relaxed tone. Just tell them that the battle armor is not a product of Stark Industries, but my creation, Superman's battle armor. Tell them to come talk to me. Tony narrowed his eyes. Are you sure? Those politicians are not easy to deal with. What do you think they can do to me? Xiao Han shrugged. Besides, I'll go to the hearing site myself. Tony stared at him for 2 seconds and suddenly grinned. Ha! I'd love to see the look on their faces. So, what exactly do you have in store for the politicians? Xiao Han stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the sunlight spilling through the glass onto the black battlesuit that he had just covered his entire body, the golden S emblem on his chest flickering slightly. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. It's simple, since I'm Superman, how can I do without fans? Tony froze. Fans? Wait, what are you doing? Before the words fell, Xiao Han's figure had already transformed into a black stream of light that instantly broke through the glass and disappeared into the sky. Tony's eyes widened and he rushed to the window. Jarvis. Track his position. A few minutes later. Tony stared at Xiao Han's flight path on the holographic screen, the corner of his mouth twitching. Jarvis, where is this guy now? Sir, Mr. Shaw is currently over the Indian Ocean at approximately Mach 30 per hour. Tony held his forehead. Okay, it looks like he's really going to let the world know Superman exists. P.S. Recommendations are starting. Brothers, whether this book can be hot or not depends on you. The little author is here to ask for support. Chapter 35, I'm Superman, I speak for myself. Global action, commence. Paris, capital of France. Eiffel Tower. A tourist's backpack accidentally fell from the observation deck and was about to hit a pedestrian below. Swish. A black figure instantly swept past, steadily catching the backpack, then hovering in midair, gently handing it back to the stunned tourists. Be careful next time. Xiao Han smiled faintly and then rushed up into the sky, leaving behind the surrounding tourists' exclamations of surprise and quickly raised cell phone cameras. Seoul, capital of South Korea. Chinese spelling adopted in 2005. Financial district. A runaway truck crashed into a crosswalk, sending crowds screaming and scattering. Boom! Xiao Han descended from the sky and pressed one hand against the front of the truck, the tires scraping out an ear-splitting sound on the ground, but unable to advance an inch further. The driver looked at him dumbfounded, while Xiao Han just gave a gentle push and the truck came to a steady stop. He scanned the passers-by around him who were holding up their cell phones to take pictures, nodded, and then disappeared. Middle East. A terrorist stronghold. The militants were massing for an attack when suddenly the sky darkened. Boom! A black figure smashed into the center of the camp like a meteorite, cracking the ground and causing smoke and dust to rise. The terrorists raised their guns in panic, but the bullets bounced off the moment they touched Xiao Han's skin. Game over. Xiao Han's eyes flashed red. Zip! Boom! Heat vision swept across the room as the weapons cache instantly exploded and all the militants were toppled by the shockwave. Xiao Han hovered in mid-air and coldly scanned the circle, confirming that there was no more threat before instantly disappearing. Continent. Drought-stricken area. The blazing sun scorched the parched earth as a group of children stared around a dry well. Suddenly, the sky casts a shadow. Xiao Han slowly landed and lightly pressed his palm against the ground. Buzz. Frozen breath gushed out, instantly condensing a thick layer of ice at the bottom of the well, which then melted and the crisp water gushed up. The children cheered, while Xiaohan had quietly ascended into the air, leaving only a smile. 1 hour, Stark Tower. Tony was paralyzed on the couch, the holographic screen in front of him frantically refreshing news headlines from around the globe. Superman appeared in Paris. A video of him catching a falling object with his bare hands has gone viral. Carl's truck out of control incident, mysterious man in black forced to stop with one hand. Middle East terrorist stronghold destroyed by mysterious man, witnesses say his eyes were glowing. Miraculous rescue of drought-stricken village in Africa, villagers kneel down to worship the God of heaven. Holy. Tony rubbed his temples. Jarvis, count how many news stories he's been on? 98% of the world's mainstream media headlines are covered, and all of the top 20 social media trends are related to him. Jarvis paused. Also, S.H.I.E.L.D. has called you 37 times in a row. Tony grinned and dialed Xiaohan's comb. Had enough fun? Fury is about to blow up my combs. The sound of whistling wind came from the other end of the communicator, and Xiaohan's voice carried a smile. What's the hurry? Tony looked at the news scrolling frantically on the screen and shook his head, sighing. You guys really know how to grab headlines. Xiaohan laughed lightly. This is just the beginning. Pacific Ocean. Attack on a cargo ship. A cargo ship is being hijacked by pirates, with armed men at gunpoint forcing the crew to kneel on the deck. Suddenly, a sonic boom came from the sky. Boom! A dark shadow slammed into the center of the deck like a meteorite, and the shockwave shook the pirates as they staggered back. What man? The pirate leader roared, raising his gun. As the smoke and dust cleared, Xiaohan slowly straightened up, his black battlesuit glowing coldly in the sunlight, and the S emblem on his chest gleaming. As you can see. He smiled slightly. Superman. The pirates froze for a second, then opened wildfire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet paused in front of Xiaohan, as if it had hit a wall. He sighed, his eyes suddenly lighting up red. Zip. Heat vision swept through with precision, and all weapons melted instantly. The pirates looked at the smoking gun barrels in their hands in horror, and before they could react, Xiaohan had already appeared in front of them like a ghost. Take a nap. Bang. 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 3 hand strikes, knocking out 3 with precision. The remaining pirates turned around and tried to escape when Xiaohan lightly stomped his foot. Boom. The entire ship shook violently, and the pirates all fell to the ground and fainted. The crew looked at him dumbfounded, and one of the little girls asked timidly, Who are you? Xiaohan crouched down and smiled gently, You can call me Superman. In the next second, he rushed up and disappeared into the sky. High-altitude rescue, New York. Dozens of people were trapped on the upper floors of a skyscraper when a fire broke out and smoke billowed out. Fire engines arrived, but the ladder could not reach the top floor. In a moment of despair. Whoosh! A dark shadow broke through the smoke and hovered outside the window. The trapped person stared wide-eyed, only to see Xiaohan gently push with one hand, and the entire surface of the tempered glass shattered silently. Hold on to me. He held out his hand. A mother trembled as she held her child, and Xiaohan wrapped them in a bioforce field and instantly flew away from the fire, landing steadily in a safe area. Oh my God! Thank you! The woman burst into tears. Xiaohan nodded, Go to a safe place. Immediately, he rushed into the fire again, back and forth again, and in just 10 seconds, all the trapped people were all rescued. The crowd of onlookers erupted into cheers, and countless cell phone lenses were trained on him. Superman! It's Superman! Xiaohan did not stop and only nodded slightly to the crowd, then flew off into the distance. Southeast Asia. Medical assistance. A plague breaks out in a remote village and the medical team is helpless. When Xiaohan landed, the villagers backed away in terror, thinking he was some sort of god. Don't be afraid. He raised his hand, his bioforce field scanning over each patient. I can help you. His eyes glowed slightly, his heat vision cauterizing away the virus from the patient's body with precision, while freezing his breath to condense pure ice water for drinking. An old man took his hand tremblingly. Are you sent by God? Xiaohan shook his head and smiled. No, just passing Superman. Middle East. War zone. A refugee camp was shelled and children ran away crying. Xiaohan descended from the sky and spread his arms out. Buzz. The chanting power instantly expanded, forming an invisible barrier. The shell hovered 10 meters above the ground and then exploded, but could not hurt the bottom in the slightest. The soldiers looked at the black figure suspended in midair in horror as Xiaohan coldly scanned them. The war is over. The next moment, he traveled through the battlefield like lightning, dismantling all armed vehicles and disarming every soldier with his bare hands. In less than 5 minutes, an entire army was out of action. The refugees stared at him in disbelief, and a little boy gathered his courage and ran over to him. "Sir, are you a superhero?" Xiaohan rubbed his hair and laughed. "You can call me that." Stark Tower. Global news explosion. Tony stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the glass reflecting real-time global news. Superman appears around the world. Mysterious hero saves thousands of people in 1 hour. Miraculous ceasefire in Middle East war zone. Eyewitnesses say the god in black has descended. A plague-stricken village is cured overnight. The villagers kneeled down to worship Superman. All survived the fire in New York. Heroes, the public chanted. Jarvis. Tony rubbed his temples. Is this guy playing too much? Sir, Mr. Xiao has just landed in Antarctica and seems to be helping the science team repair their snowmobiles. Tony. Early morning the next day. Global social media completely exploded. Hashtag Superman is real hashtag. This hashtag sweeps all platforms. In the streets, people excitedly discussed the legend of the black battle-armored hero. Xiaohan spends his time fighting crime and rescuing ordinary people around the globe. In just one night, the global crime rate dropped extremely fast. If anything, the previous 2 outings in New York were just debuts. Well, last night. Superman, an overnight success. Chapter 36, Superman's New Home. The streets of New York. A reporter held a microphone with the big screen in Times Square in the background that had Superman news scrolling on it. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning global social media has been completely triggered by Superman. The mysterious hero launched an unprecedented rescue operation around the globe last night. We were fortunate enough to interview several citizens who witnessed Superman firsthand. The camera switches to a young mother holding a child with red eyes. Daly's voice trembled. "He saved my daughter. We were trapped on the 23rd floor during the fire, and the smoke was already pouring in. Suddenly the glass shattered and there he stood, like a shadow. He flew down with one arm around us. I could even feel the wind graze my cheeks, but his arms were steady as steel." Reporter, what do you think Superman is like? Without hesitation, Daly said, "Hero. Without him, Sophia and I would be dead." The camera cuts to the streets of Tokyo, where a suit-clad office worker gesticulates excitedly. "Ginger, when the truck rushed by, I thought it was over. It turned out that with a loud boom, the man stopped the car like a pillar nailed into the ground. The driver slumped in his seat in shock, while he just tapped the front of the car, said something about checking the brakes next time and walked away, and by God, he was speaking Korean." In a Middle Eastern refugee camp, an elderly man kneels for the camera and is picked up by a reporter in a panic. The shell stopped. In the sky, he stood in midair, his black robe blown by the wind like an eagle's wing, and the barrels of all those soldiers' guns twisted into twists. The children now call him Almalike Angel. A backpacker shows a cell phone video to a reporter under the Eiffel Tower in Paris. He shouted excitedly, "Look! This is what I captured." The speed at which he caught the backpack blurred even the camera. I asked him his name and he turned around and laughed and said, "Call me Superman," which is definitely not a special effect, and my cell phone is an old Nokia. Virginia, U.S. State. Senator Stern's villa. Stern's silver dinner fork poked into the fried egg so hard that the yolk splattered onto a high-resolution photo on the front page of the Washington Post. Xiaohan levitated over the fire scene, with the rescued people behind him. Stern threw away the wrestling paper and picked up the phone on his desk and dialed, "Find out for me immediately. Is this Superman the same person as the black-clad battle armor that was with Stark earlier?" On the other end of the phone came the voice of a trembling assistant. "Sir, S.H.I.E.L.D. just blocked all the information. But we compared the battle armor pattern and the description of the sighting, and the match is 99%. Also, Stark Industries' stock price has skyrocketed 200% on rumors of an alien tech partnership." Stern grimaced and crushed his coffee cup. "Damn overachievers, the hearing is 1 day away. Contact Hammer immediately, change of plans, start pressuring Tony Stark now." At this point, Stern's TV is showing an interview with Tony Stark. Tony shrugged in the face of the reporter and smiled broadly. "Superman? Oh, he's a friend of mine, good personality, just always drinks all the red wine." Fark. Stern threw the remote at the TV. S.H.I.E.L.D. classified conference room. Nick Fury's one eye stared at the satellite image of Shaman landing in Antarctica as Coulson reported quickly from the sidelines. More than 200 crises around the world have been defused with no casualties, but videos taken by the public have caused panic. The council has asked us to bring the situation under control immediately. Fury sneered, control? You got a bunch of politicians controlling guys who can stop trucks with their bare hands? He flung out a pile of papers. Let's take care of our own people first. Pierce just met with Rancic in secret. Hydra's digging in our heels. Suddenly, the alarm blew and the screen flashed red. An agent reported sharply, Sir. Anomalous energy fluctuations have been detected and Superman is approaching New York at Mach 60. Fury grabbed his jacket and strutted toward the door. Very well, show the world what is truly uncontrollable. Top floor of Stark Tower. Shao Han's figure landed on the terrace, and the golden lines on his battlesuit glowed faintly in the setting sun. He had just stepped into the living room when he saw Tony with his legs crossed, a glass of red wine swaying in his hand, and a holographic screen showing a global news report about Superman. Having fun, Mr. Savior? Tony raised an eyebrow, a derisive smile on his lips. After saving 42 countries in one night and helping fix the generator at the Antarctic Science Station along the way, Jarvis says they now have you on the Penguin Conservation Society's badge. Shao Han disarmed his battle armor and casually picked up the cup of water on the coffee table and drank it in one go. Penguin? He snorted, might as well send a box to Senator Stern, he should need something cute to ease his blood pressure. Tony laughed out loud and threw him a key. Bought you a villa, on the north shore of Long Island. 3 stories, private beach, and the basement is lead shielded like you asked, although I don't see why you have to be X-ray proof. He blinked. It can't be hidden kryptonite, can it? A defense against certain one-eyed dragons who like to snoop. Shao Han took the key and rubbed his fingertips over the letter S engraved on the keychain. But? Thanks. Tony shook his glass and suddenly squared his shoulders. Stern contacted Hammer Industries today, and they're getting ready to start in. He snorted, what's going on in this crowd's heads? Do they want to control Superman? A golden light flashed in Shao Han's eyes. Let him try. He walked towards the floor-to-ceiling windows, the lights of New York flowing at his feet. I'll be there on time tomorrow, dressed formally. Tony raised his glass in salute. Do you need me to prepare some special effects? Like you falling from the sky and smashing through the roof of the council? No need. Shao Han turned back, the corner of his mouth curving dangerously. They'll understand soon enough. He pushed open the glass door, the night breeze lifting the corners of his coat. The so-called regulation is just human wishful thinking about the gods. Before the words fell, he had already transformed into a black meteor and swept into the night sky. Long Island North Shore Villa. The waves lapped gently against the private pier, and the moonlight spilled over the clean lines of the pure white modern buildings. Shao Han landed in the center of the courtyard, his black battlesuit flowing slightly in the night breeze, and the sensor light bands under his feet lit up one by one as he walked, outlining the path to the villa. Pushing open the heavy walnut door, the smart home system activates silently, and soft light streams from the hidden light trough, illuminating the 6-meter-high living room. Outside the full-length floor-to-ceiling windows, the Atlantic Ocean is visible at night, the waves breaking into silver shards in the moonlight. Welcome home, sir. The AI butler's voice rang out gently, the temperature automatically adjusted to a most comfortable 22 degrees, and the electronic flame in the fireplace jumped with an orange-red light. Shao Han pressed the letter S on his chest and the battle armor automatically retracted, a multifunctional watch forming on his left wrist. Revealing the black combat overalls underneath, his boots stomped on the gray-grained marble floor. A bottle of freshly awakened red wine sat on the center island in the open kitchen, next to the sticky note Tony had left. 82 Lafite, better than your frozen breath with a night scene. T.S. He laughed softly and picked up his glass of wine and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. The villa is a minimalist design with black, white and gray tones embellished with dark gold metal trim, understated and luxurious. A suspended staircase on one side of the living room leads to the second floor, and a glass handrail makes the space more airy. The master bedroom on the second floor continues in the same vein, with a king-size bed facing the floor-to-ceiling windows, and motorized curtains that gently open to reveal endless ocean views. In the check room hung the customized suits Tony had prepared, each one ironed without a crease. Covert. The elevator doors slid open noiselessly to reveal a private training facility that rivaled Stark Industries labs. The alloy-built range, simulated gravity chamber, and holographic combat system were all there, and there was even a miniature solar light array in the corner, apparently designed by Tony specifically for his energy needs. Xiao Han walked to the glass wall at the edge of the training ground and pressed the hidden button. The curtain wall slowly descends to reveal an infinity pool that extends into the sea, the bottom of which is paved with a special material that changes color with body temperature, glowing with an eerie blue shimmer in the moonlight. He stripped off his shirt and leapt into the water, the current cutting through his muscular body. As he turned around at the end of the pool, the smart lighting throughout the villa switched to Starry Night mode just in time, the ceiling projecting a realistic Milky Way that blended in with the real stars of the sea and sky in the distance. Not bad. Xiao Han leaned against the poolside, his fingertips tapping the rim of his glass. The mellow aroma of red wine is intertwined with the sea breeze, and the intelligence system plays a low piano tune at the right time. This was the moment when, as Superman, he finally had a home worthy of him. Chapter 37 Hydra Base. Xiao Han leaned against the poolside of the villa, his fingertips gently tapping the rim of his glass, the red wine glowing amber in the moonlight. He closed his eyes and his super hearing unfolded like an invisible radar, and the sounds of the globe flooded into his ears like a tidal wave. The wail of police sirens on the streets of New York, the announcement of stops on the Tokyo subway, the debates in the Houses of Parliament in London, the whispers of the underground arms trade in Moscow. Billion voices intertwined into a cacophonous torrent. He filtered through the information with precision, looking for valuable snippets. Superman, I want a girlfriend. Come on, Mark, let's hope that Superman doesn't show up tonight. Sir, tomorrow's council. Countless information Xiao Han's ears filtered and sifted through. Suddenly, a faint voice caught his attention. If there really is a Superman, then come and save me. The voice was as soft as a mosquito's, but it carried a heartbreaking desperation. Xiao Han snapped his eyes open, his supervision penetrating through the layers of obstruction and locking onto the Hydra base somewhere in the deep mountains of Eastern Europe. Inside a clear cylindrical glass enclosure, a young red-haired girl sat. She was about 19 or 20 years old, with white skin and red eyes that shone with pain and hope. Crimson energy flowed around her like a living thing, occasionally striking the glass cover and eliciting ear-piercing alarms from the instruments outside. He set down his glass of red wine and stood up slowly, droplets of water sliding down the contours of his muscles, shimmering in the moonlight. He put on his clothes and picked up the watch next to him. With a nanomechanical buzzing sound, the multifunctional watch on Xiao Han's wrist instantly disintegrated, and countless black particles spread along his arm like living creatures. In less than a second, the pitch-black battle armor covered his entire body, and the golden S emblem on his chest shimmered slightly in the moonlight. Xiao Han walked onto the terrace of the villa as the night breeze brushed the surface of the battle armor. He closed his eyes again, his super hearing pinpointing the faint cry for help, the desperate whispers of a young red-haired girl somewhere in Eastern Europe, deep underground in a Hydra base. Found it. He raised his right hand, his fingertips glowing with golden magical energy. With a smooth circling motion, fine golden sparks floated in the air, quickly expanding into a portal 2 meters in diameter. At the other end of the door, the dimly lit laboratory and the red-haired girl suspended in a glass enclosure were faintly visible. Xiao Han did not hesitate and took a step into the teleportation portal. The golden sparks slowly went out behind him, and the villa returned to peace, leaving only the water of the pool rippling slightly, as if telling of what had just happened. Half an hour ago. Eastern European. Hydra secret base. Labs. Wanda huddled inside the glass enclosure, hands on her knees, her gaze fixed dead on the operating table in the center of the lab. There lay a scrawny boy, 15 at the most, his pale wrists secured by metal shackles, his bare chest plastered with electrode pads. His pupils were lax, his lips trembling with fear, but he couldn't make any sound, the Hydra's nerve inhibitors denying him the right to even scream. Subject 47, X-gene activation test, 9th attempt. The researcher wearing a gas mask indifferently recorded the data, while the other held a syringe glittering with a ghostly green liquid, the dripping liquid from the tip of the needle glowing eerily under the surgical lights. Serum concentration raised to 80%, new catalyst added. Wanda's nails pinched deep into her palms. She had seen this experiment too many times. And failure means death. The needle pierced the boy's neck and the agent was slowly pushed in. At first, nothing happened. After that, the boy's muscles suddenly spasmed, his spine arched, and a hoarse whimper squeezed out of his throat. His skin began to redden and his veins wriggled underneath the skin, as if there were countless snakes roaming around inside his body. Vital signs spiking. Heart rate 220, the researcher's voice carried a hint of excitement. The boy's bones made a toothsome clicking sound as his arms twisted and contorted, his knuckles elongating and his nails hardening into dark, sharp claws. His pupils contracted into beastly vertical lines and a low growl rolled from his throat. It worked? Someone asked in a low voice. The next second. Pust. The boy's chest suddenly burst open, a splinter of white bone piercing through the flesh and spattering blood on the sterile floor. His scream finally broke through his throat and tore at his heart. Out of control. Suppress him. Alarms blared shrilly and the soldiers raised their stun guns, but it was too late. The boy's body looked like it was being torn by an invisible force, his bones flared out, his muscles swelled, and his skin cracked inch by inch. His head was twisted and deformed, and his jaw was split open, revealing his morose fangs. Kill him. Hurry. The high-voltage current struck the boy's back, but only made him more frenzied. He broke free of his shackles and ripped the nearest soldier apart with a claw, blood splashing over the surgical lights and staining the entire lab scarlet. Wanda covered her mouth in death, the energy of chaos magic pulsing uncontrollably through her fingertips. She looked at the boy, that was no longer human. Pouncing on the second fellow, his sharp teeth crushed his throat. Initiate incineration protocol. The vents in the ceiling opened and blazing white flames poured down. The boy wailed in the fire, his skin carbonized and flaking off, but still struggling. His gaze suddenly met Wanda's, and in those eyes there was still a trace of human desperation. Save me. His lips quirked in a silent plea. After that. Boom. The blast door to the lab was opened and a heavy squad rushed in, energy rifles firing. The boy's body was blasted into pieces, charred limbs scattered all over the place. The flames went out and the only thing left in the lab was the pungent smell of burning and the flashing alarm lights. Subject 47, failed. Record uncontrollable mutation after X gene activation, recommend lowering serum concentration and adjusting catalyst ratios. The researcher's voice was cold as if he were discussing scrapped machines. They didn't even give the pile of charred corpses a second glance, just waved the cleaning robots in to take care of it. Let's go, another wasted day. One of the fellows shouted to the other. The Baron said that if we don't make progress tomorrow, we'll all be punished. God. Wanda's tears slid silently down her face as the red light of chaos magic coalesced and went out in her palm. She had seen too many things like this, and the only thing she could do was to save herself. Soon, everyone withdrew, leaving only 2 soldiers on guard. In the cold white light, Wanda Maximoff huddled inside a glass enclosure, her slender fingers unconsciously rubbing the floor. Once again, she witnessed yet another subject die in agony, a boy who was no more than a teenager. The 2 Hydra soldiers outside the glass enclosure leaned against the wall, chatting idly. Have you heard? It's been in the news again out there lately. The tall soldier fiddled with the energy rifle in his hand. That Superman single-handedly stopped a runaway truck in Tokyo last night without even scratching the paint. The short soldier snorted, read too many comics? Superman? At best it's some kind of superpowered person, or a mutant. It's true. The tall soldier lowered his voice and pulled out his cell phone and shook it. My friend at Shield Logistics said that satellites captured him crossing the Pacific Ocean at an extremely high speed. The higher-ups have ordered all bases to go on level 2 alert for fear that this monster will find us. Wanda's fingertips twitched slightly, the red light of chaos magic looming in her palm. She held her breath and pressed her ear close to the glass. If you ask me, we should just let the brass sneak in and build an anti-superhuman weapon out of the Tesseract. The short soldier kicked the shackles around his feet. All these mutant monsters. Shut up. The tall soldier scanned the lab with sudden alarm. Do you want to be transformed into a reptile by Baron Sklar? The 2 men were silenced, but Wanda's heart beat violently. Superman? Her gaze fell on her trembling hands, scarlet energy like tiny lightning bolts leaping between her fingers. If there really is a Superman. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Please. Help me now. Then she let out another laugh and shook her head in self-deprecation. How in the world could Superman, always a comic book character, show up to save her? Just then, the golden saffron made a sound in the air. A golden portal slowly opened. Wanda jerked her head up. A black figure stood on the other side of the portal. His eyes, burning like the sun. 38, Baron Sklar. Golden sparks swirled and bloomed in the air of the lab. The 2 Hydra soldiers turned around violently, their energy rifles instantly aimed at the suddenly appearing space door. What? The tall soldier's exclamation of surprise came to an abrupt end. 2 crimson heat sights shot out of the portal and accurately penetrated both men's eyebrows. Their bodies didn't even have time to fall before they were already carbonized by the heat and turned into two charred statues. Xiaohan stepped out of the teleportation portal, and his black combat boots stepped on the metal ground with a dull reverberation. His cloak was windless, and the S emblem on his chest glowed cold and golden in the bleak white light of the lab. Wanda huddled inside the glass enclosure, her scarlet eyes widening to their limits. Her lips quivered as the energy of chaos magic leapt uncontrollably through her fingertips, reflecting the entire glass enclosure in blood red. "Stand back." Xiaohan's voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable power. Wanda subconsciously moved backward, her back pressed against the cold glass wall. In the next second, Xiaohan's eyes once again lit up with an appalling red light. Zira! The heat vision cut through the reinforced glass like butter, and the container shattered in response. Wanda felt a heavenly spin as the energy of chaos magic rushed out of her like a flood from a broken dike. A storm of scarlet energy swept through the entire lab, the experimental equipment was torn into pieces, the metal tables twisted and deformed, and the lamps on the ceiling exploded one after another. No. I can't help it. Wanda clutched her head in agony as scarlet energy formed a furious vortex around her. Xiaohan frowned slightly, and the bioforce field instantly unfolded, restricting the out-of-control energy within a certain range. He strides toward Wanda and reaches out to press his hand on her shoulder. Just moments before the two made contact, Wanda's vision was suddenly flooded with countless broken images. She saw Xiaohan hovering over New York, his eyes blasting out a devastating heat vision that sliced the alien creature in half. She saw him rush into outer space carrying a nuclear bomb, which annihilated the alien warship. She saw him wearing the Infinity Gauntlet, and a snap of his fingers sent the alien fleet up in smoke. The images passed through Wanda's brain like an electric current, bringing a sharp sting. She screamed as the energy of chaos magic suddenly erupted, sending Xiaohan back half a step. You? Who are you? Wanda sat paralyzed on the floor, her voice too hoarse to be her own. Alarms blared throughout the base, and red warning lights colored the corridors the color of blood. Heavy footsteps were coming from all directions as Hydra's reinforcements were assembling. Xiaohan didn't answer Wanda's question immediately. He turned to face the lab door, listening to the sound of approaching footsteps, the corner of his mouth curving up. "Breathe in," he said suddenly. Wanda froze and subconsciously took a deep breath. Xiaohan's chest puffed out slightly afterward. Phew! Extremely cold freezing spit erupted from his mouth, and white cold streams swept through the entire corridor like a blizzard. The 6 Hydra soldiers who were the first to rush in were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, their faces still frozen in shock. The cold continued to spread, a thick layer of ice condensed on the walls, the alarms froze and burst, and even the moisture in the air turned into tiny ice crystals. God! Wanda muttered, exhaling white air that condensed in front of her. She had never seen power like this before, it was elegant, but deadly. Xiaohan turned around and held out his hand to her. "Can you still walk?" Wanda hesitated for a second, trembling, and placed her hand in his palm. Xiaohan gently pulled and protected her behind him. "Stay close to me." They walked out of the lab and the corridor was already filled with heavily armed Hydra soldiers. The hum of energy weapons recharging rose and fell, and red aiming lasers intertwined into a web in Xiaohan's chest. Fire! Dozens of energy beams shot out at the same time, but they strangely hovered a few centimeters away from Xiaohan's skin, as if they had hit an invisible wall. A red light flashed in Xiaohan's eyes as his heat vision swept across, and the soldiers in the front row were cut off before they could even scream. Wanda clutched Xiaohan's cloak and watched in horror. She had fantasized in her nightmares about someone coming to destroy this hell, but never imagined it would come true in such a bloody way. For every flash of heat vision, a group of soldiers fell. There was also a similar ability to her, and he saw Xiaohan just slightly raise his hand, and all the bullets had turned around and flew towards Hydra. Xiaohan traveled through the base like a god of death, leaving only broken corpses and twisted metal wherever he passed. Baron Sklar. Xiaohan's supervision pierced through the layers of obstruction. So he escaped in a helicopter. North. Xiaohan turned back to Wanda. "Close your eyes." Wanda had just closed her eyelids when she felt a sense of weightlessness hit her. Xiaohan's bioforce field wrapped around her. Followed by boom! A huge hole was knocked out of the ceiling, and the concrete and rebar shattered like pieces of paper. Wanda felt herself rising sharply as the cold wind whistled across her cheeks. When she mustered the courage to open her eyes, the entire Hydra base had been reduced to a tiny point of light at her feet, and the flames of the explosion burned through the base. This base, which had plagued countless people, was completely destroyed. Hold on tight. Xiao Han's voice was still clear in the wind. Wanda felt her heart skip a beat. They were flying at unimaginable speeds. The clouds receded sharply around them, and the ground blurred into a patchwork of color. A few seconds later, she saw a small black dot moving through the air in the distance. That's Sklar's helicopter. There was an icy certainty in Xiao Han's voice. His eyes lit up red again, and 2 lines of heat vision sliced through the sky, striking the helicopter's tail with pinpoint accuracy. Black smoke immediately rose from the fuselage, and the helicopter began to spiral downward. Please don't kill him, I want to do it myself. Wanda suddenly grabbed Xiao Han's arm. Xiao Han nodded, then changed his flight trajectory and swooped down towards the falling helicopter. The moment the helicopter was about to hit the ground, he braced the fuselage with one hand and gently set it down in a clearing. Baron Sklar crawled out of the twisted cabin, his face covered in blood. When he looked at the black figure standing in front of him, his face instantly turned pale. Sup? Superman. His voice trembled so much it was barely audible. It's none of your business. This is inside Hydra. Xiao Han revealed a cold smile and directly grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Why didn't you think of that when you were experimenting on me? A hint of cunning flashed in Sklar's eyes. Let go. Let me go. I'll tell you all the secrets. Click. Xiao Han broke his right arm without hesitation. Sklar let out a murderous howl. Next time it's the left arm. Xiao Han's voice was frighteningly calm, then the legs. You have one chance. Don't think of asking anything. Sklar sniffled in pain. Long live Hydra. Xiao Han, controlling him with his Nian power, then turned to Wanda. I've rescued all the others in a matter of seconds, and they went directly through my portal to where they should go. As for him, I'll leave it to you. Wanda froze, tears in her eyes glistening in the moonlight. Is it finally going to end? Wanda controlled the chaos magic and ended Baron Sklar's life. Xiao Han didn't say anything. His eyes shot out 2 hot sight lines as thin as hair. The helicopter was accurately ignited and a huge fireball rose into the air, lighting up half the sky. Let's go. Xiao Han once again wrapped Wanda in a bioforce field and flew in the direction of New York. New York. The lights of the Long Island cottage were warm in the night. When Xiao Han landed on the terrace with Wanda, the smart home system automatically adjusted the room temperature and light, and soft piano music flowed out from the hidden stereo. Wanda stood barefoot on the soft carpet and couldn't believe her eyes. Spacious living room with floor-to-ceiling windows out to the Atlantic Ocean and valuable artwork on the walls. All of this was in stark contrast to the Hydra cage she had spent 3 years in. It's your home? She asked softly, her voice hoarse from a long lack of use. It's yours for now, too. Xiao Han pressed the S symbol on his chest, and the nano battle armor receded like a tidal wave, revealing the black combat suit inside. There are empty rooms on the 2nd floor, so you can pick one for yourself. Wanda looked around warily. Why? Why did you save me? Xiao Han walked towards the center island counter in the kitchen and poured 2 glasses of water. I heard your plea for help. Thank you. Wanda's stomach twisted as the bodies, shredded by the heat vision, came back to her. Xiao Han handed her the cup of water. Those people used children as experiments and deserved to die. Wanda took the glass of water, her hands still shaking slightly. The feeling of warm water sliding down her throat was so unfamiliar that she realized how long it had been since she had taken a sip of clean water. You saw my memories. Xiao Han suddenly said, the moment we made contact. Wanda jerked her head up. Those are all true? You really defeated the aliens? Carrying a nuclear bomb? Xiao Han nodded. I've been to other places. Here, I choose to do what I want. He paused, including saving you. Gratitude flashed in Wanda's eyes. Thank you, I don't know how long I would have been able to free myself without you. Xiao Han pointed upstairs. You need to rest tonight. There are clean clothes and toiletries in the bathroom. Chapter 39, Beginning of the Senate. Wanda hesitated and finally nodded. She dragged her tired body up the stairs and wandered around the 2nd floor corridor for a moment before finally choosing a guest room that was closest to Xiao Han's bedroom. The room was even more luxurious than she had expected. The king-size bed is covered in silk sheets, the floor-to-ceiling windows have views of the private beach, and the bathroom's jacuzzi is big enough to fit 3 people. Wanda stood in front of the mirror, barely recognizing herself inside, with her gaunt face, deep-set eye sockets, and red hair as messy as a bird's nest. She put in a full tank of hot water and carefully slid it in. The moment the warmth enveloped her, the tears finally broke out. 3 years of fear, pain, and despair all turned into silent sobs at this moment. An hour later, Wanda was toweling off her wet hair when she suddenly heard a soft knock on the door. She gripped the towel nervously, the red light of chaos magic looming between her fingers. Is it convenient to talk? Xiao Han's voice came through the door panel. Wanda took a deep breath and gathered the neckline of her pajamas together. Please come in. The door slid open noiselessly and Xiao Han walked in carrying a tray. It was topped with nothing but warm milk and a couple of waffles slathered in honey, and the sweet aroma immediately filled the room. He placed the tray on the nightstand. You need more calories. Wanda's stomach growled uncontrollably and she ducked her head in embarrassment. Xiao Han, however, only smiled faintly and sat down in the armchair by the window. Moonlight spilled over his silhouette through the floor-to-ceiling windows. I can help you. Xiao Han's voice was low. He raised his right hand and a golden light suddenly surged from his palm. Wanda was surprised to see that a gemstone emitting a soft yellow glow slowly emerged and hovered 3 inches above Xiao Han's palm. It was as if there was a liquid light flowing inside the gemstone, causing the air to ripple with each pulsation. It's the mind gem. Xiao Han gazed at the gem, the light casting shifting shadows on his angular face, one of the 6 most powerful infinity gems in the universe. Wanda unconsciously leaned forward, the energy of chaos magic shimmering in her eyes like an echo. She felt a strange attraction, as if the jewel was calling on her strength. I can feel it. She murmured, her fingers unconsciously reaching for the gem and jerking back as she was about to touch it. It's talking to me. Xiao Han nodded. Your ability is very special, Wanda. It's not ordinary mutant genes, but the materialization of chaos magic. He flipped his wrist and the gem's light flowed with it. The mind gem can help you control this power and even become more powerful. Wanda's breath hitched, 3 years of captivity making her instinctively wary of any promises. Why? Why do you want to help me? Xiao Han put away the gemstone and the light instantly disappeared, returning the room to dimness. He got up and walked to the window, his back to Wanda, because I've seen people manipulated, and I've seen people who manipulate others, and both are equally pathetic. What do you mean? Wanda gripped the sheets. The energy in your body is chaos magic. Xiao Han looked at the night scene outside the window. When you master it completely, it's simple to be able to rewrite reality on your own. Wanda's pupils contracted slightly. Really? Xiao Han turned around, the moonlight pulled his shadow long. I can teach you to control chaos magic, remember? His gaze was like a torch. Power is a tool, not an answer. The room lapsed into silence, only the sound of the waves lapping the beach faintly audible. Wanda gazed at the mysterious man and for the first time in 3 years felt the fire of hope ignite in her chest. I should. What do I do? She finally asked, her voice so soft it was barely audible. Xiao Han took out a small golden necklace from his pocket, which had a magical seal to stabilize his mind. Wear it. It will establish a connection with you and help you sort out the chaotic energies. Wanda trembled as she took the necklace. The moment the metal touched her skin, a flood of warmth rushed through her limbs. She sucked in a breath, seeing her hands surrounded by a mixture of scarlet and golden energy, and for the first time, the chaos magic followed her guidance so meekly. It's amazing. She watched as the energy danced around her fingertips, forming intricate patterns. Xiao Han stood at the junction of light and shadow, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. This is just the beginning. Tomorrow, I will teach you basic energy control. For now, rest. He turned toward the door of the room, but was stopped by Wanda. Sir. She rubbed the necklace on her chest. Thank you. Not just for this. And I know. Xiao Han didn't turn around and just gently brought the door with him. Wanda slumped into the soft bed, the mind gem blowing slightly at her collarbone. She closed her eyes, and for the first time in 3 years, the nightmare didn't come as promised. Early the next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Wanda stirred from her slumber and sat up violently, the red light of chaos magic instantly coalescing in her palms. Good morning, Ms. Maximoff. A gentle mechanical voice came from the ceiling, room temperature 22 degrees Celsius, humidity 45%, air quality excellent. Wanda looked around warily. Who's talking? I am the villa's intelligent housekeeping system. Mr. Xiao named me Turing. The AI's voice carried a hint of humor. Based on your physiological data, it is recommended that you enjoy breakfast before beginning your training. Wanda's tense shoulders slowly relaxed. You're an AI? Yes, ma'am. Would you like me to draw the curtains for you? With Wanda's nod, the blackout curtains slid silently open, and the turquoise-blue seascape suddenly came into view. She couldn't help but walk over to the window and touch her fingers lightly to the glass. Mr. Shaw traveled to Washington this morning for Senate Armed Services Committee hearings. Turing continued. He has a training program and breakfast for you. The holographic projection unfolded next to the bed, displaying a detailed schedule. Wanda curiously touched the projection and the screen immediately switched to a live news broadcast. Tony Stark's face suddenly appeared in the projection, sitting in the witness box in the council chambers, suited but full of impatience. Wanda's breathing stopped momentarily, her fingers unconsciously pinched into her palms. Mr. Stark, you must acknowledge that these armor technologies pose a threat to national security. A congressman is speaking. The image awakened Wanda's deepest memories. The explosion when she was 10 years old, her parents' last embrace, the 2 days and 2 nights she and Pietro spent shivering under the rubble. The mangled Stark Industries cannon shell casing landed less than a meter away from them. Ms. Maximoff, your heart rate is abnormally elevated. Turing's voice carried concern. Do you need medical assistance? Wanda took a deep breath and forced herself to unclench her clenched fists. No, it's fine. Why did Mr. Shaw go there? According to analysis, there's a 99.7% chance it's in solidarity with Mr. Stark. The projection switches to an overhead shot of thousands of people with support Superman signs gathered outside the Parliament building. Just then, there was a sudden commotion on the live feed. Councillors rose to their feet and pointed towards the doors of the council. Wanda narrowed her eyes as a black figure was pushing open the door into the conference room. Sir is here. Turing said calmly. The parliamentary scene instantly exploded. The guards raised their weapons handily, but were afraid to actually fire. Senator Stern grimaced and slapped the table. This is the floor of Parliament, and extraneous persons are not welcome. Shao-Han slowly walked over to the seat behind Tony and sat down. He wasn't wearing battle armor, just a well-tailored black suit, but everyone knew what kind of power was hidden under that fabric. Sorry for being late. Shao-Han nodded to Tony. His voice was not loud but made the entire council chamber instantly quiet. Solved a couple of problems on the way. Tony raised an eyebrow. Like what? A gang firefight in Los Angeles, and a couple of terrorists who tried to launch an attack. Shao-Han shrugged. I'll get them safely to the North Pole to help the science team dig for ice. Digging for ice? Tony's expression was a little odd. Senator Stern snapped to his feet. Superman. You have no right. Senator. Shao-Han turned his head to look at him, a glint of gold in his eyes. Under the First Amendment to the United States Constitution, I have the right to be present at any public hearing. Or do you want to explain for the federal courts to the people why you speak in favor of criminals? There was a dead silence. Stern's lips quivered and he eventually sat back heavily in his chair. Wanda looked at Shao-Han's unhurried figure in the projection, and the depression in her chest unconsciously dissipated a bit. She lightly touched the mind gem necklace at her collarbone, feeling the steady pulse of energy in it. Turing. She said suddenly, I want to start training. Wise choice, ma'am. The gym is ready, and besides. The AI paused. Mr. Shaw left a message saying he would personally tell you the truth about the Stark Industries shells when you were ready. Wanda snapped her head up. What truth? I don't have enough authority to answer that question. Turing said mildly. However, it is recommended that you complete the primary energy control course first. According to Mr. Zhao's assessment, your potential far exceeds that of an ordinary mutant. Wanda looked toward Shao-Han, who was circling the counselors in the projection, and then down at the scarlet energy leaping from her palm, feeling for the first time that the steering wheel of her destiny was in her hands. Chapter 40. No one can take my skills away from me. Washington, D.C. U.S. Federal Capitol. Senate Armed Services Committee hearing site. 10 minutes ago. Outside the Parliament building, crowds are pouring in. Reporters with their long guns surrounded the entrance. Flashes were coming and going, the blinding white light still striking in the early morning sun. Senator Stern. What do you think of Stark Industries' battle armor technology? A CNN reporter fought his way to the front row and handed the microphone to Stern, who was walking towards the entrance. Stern stopped and straightened his tie, the trademark smile of a politician on his face. National security is not to be trifled with. Any weapons technology that could threaten the safety of the population must be regulated. But Mr. Stark insists his battle armor is not a weapon. The reporter pressed. What do you think? Stern's smile stiffened slightly. When a man can fly freely over New York in battle armor and even break out into combat, it's hard not to define it as a weapon. Not far away, Justin Hammer is surrounded by a group of reporters. He wore a well-tailored silver suit and his hair was slicked back like an open peacock. Mr. Hammer, do you appear at the hearing today as a technical expert who believes that the Iron Man battle armor should be classified as a military weapon? Hammer spread his hands exaggeratedly. Dear friends, is that even a question? Look at those videos. Palm cannons, miniature missiles, laser cutting systems. If that's not a weapon, then my pen is a dove of peace. There was a roar of laughter from the reporters. Just then, a roar of an engine came from far away. The silver-gray Audi R8 pulled up with a nice swerve and came to a steady stop at the bottom of the steps of the Parliament building. The car door slowly lifted upwards and Tony Stark stepped out, a cynical smile on his lips under his sunglasses. Reporters immediately reversed direction and flocked to Tony. Mr. Stark, what are your preparations for today's hearing? It is rumored that the military wants to commandeer your battle armor technology. Will you compromise? Tony took off his sunglasses and flashed his trademark gangly grin. Relax, guys. I'm just here for coffee. He pointed to the council house. I hear they have good Blue Mountain coffee. Aren't you worried about the war armor technology being forcibly nationalized? A reporter asked loudly. Tony shrugged. First of all, battle armor is not a weapon. Secondly. He winked. Secondly, no one can take it. Escorted by security, Tony dashed up the steps and into the council chambers. Reporters scrambled to follow up, and live cameras tracked the whole thing. The hearing was duly opened. Senator Stern stood at the podium and banged his gavel. The subject of this hearing is to assess whether the Iron Man battle armor developed by Stark Industries poses a national security threat and whether it should be brought under military arms control. He turned to Tony, who was sitting on the witness stand. Mr. Stark, please state your position. Tony leaned back in his chair lazily. My position is simple. The battle armor is my personal property, like my watch, my sports car. Only it happens to fly and shoot lasers. There was a commotion in the meeting room. You are in contempt of Parliament. One counselor slapped the table. That battle armor could easily destroy a block. Tony spread his hands. I can crash my sports car too. Are you going to confiscate all of them? Stern sneered. Mr. Stark, please don't confuse things. We have Mr. Justin Hammer, CEO of Hammer Industries, as a technical advisor. Han walked up to the witness stand with an exaggerated stride, a tablet in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, he pulled up a video. This is a record of a Stark battle armor flight over New York. Speeds in excess of Mach 5 and maneuverability comparable to a fighter jet. He switched to another screen. Here's the energy reading from the palm cannon, enough to penetrate tank armor. Finally, he releases a blurry video, and this is 3 days ago. A man in black battle armor, believed to be Stark's new partner, single-handedly stops an out-of-control truck. That kind of power, if used in a crime. The stage erupted in laughter as everyone realized that this man was Superman being saved. Tony rolled his eyes. Hammer, your PPT skills are much better than your robot. Stern banged his gavel to maintain order. We also have Colonel Rhodes, speaking as a representative of the military. James Rhodes stepped up to the witness stand with a serious expression. I must state that I am present in my personal capacity. He glanced at Tony. Tony is my friend, but as a soldier, I have to consider national security. So, Colonel Rhodes, Stern asked. Do you consider the Iron Man battle armor to be a weapons system? Rod hesitated. From a technical standpoint, it does. It looks like a weapon, but it's more of an aid. Hammer immediately jumped up and interrupted him. Did you hear that? Even the military recognizes it as a weapon. Tony's face sank. He turned his head to the back door of the council chambers, which remained empty. Stern rode the wave. Mr. Stark, in light of the battle armor's weapon attributes, the council demands that you immediately turn in all technical information and cease private development. Tony took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. Interesting. He said slowly, the battle armor isn't actually my work. The whole room was silent. What do you mean? Stern frowned. Meaning? Tony stood up. The battle armor technology, including the arc reactor, came from my partner, Mr. Superman. As if rehearsed, the back door of the council chamber was pushed open just then. Shao-Han stepped in, a perfectly tailored black suit unable to hide his perfectly billeted musculature. He didn't say anything, but the whole place was instantly so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Sorry for being late. Xiaohan walked towards the empty seat next to Tony, solved a couple of problems on the way. Tony raised an eyebrow, like what? Gang firefights in LA and a couple of terrorists who tried to set off a bomb downtown. Xiaohan calmly sat down. I sent them to the North Pole to help the research team dig up ice. Tony looked odd. Digging for ice? Stern snapped to his feet. Superman. This is a parliamentary site, and extraneous persons are not welcome. Xiaohan raised his eyes to look at him, his golden pupils glowing slightly in the shadows. Senator, I have the right to be present at any public hearing under the First Amendment of the Constitution. He paused. Or do you want to defend those criminals? Stern's face went green and white for a moment before he finally sat back heavily in his chair. The hearing continued, but the atmosphere had changed completely. When Hammer again tried to justify the weapon attributes of the battle armor, Tony directly interrupted him. Let me be clear, the battle armor is an auxiliary tool developed by Shaw to rescue and punish crime. Just like a police officer's sidearm, the key lies with the user. Ridiculous. Stern tapped the table. Who's to say these technologies won't be abused? Xiaohan slowly stood up. His movements were light, but everyone held their breath involuntarily. I promise. Xiaohan's voice was not loud, but it silenced the entire council chamber. The battle armor is my work, used to protect the innocent. If anyone tries to take it away. His gaze swept over each counselor. Might as well give it a try. The knot in Stern's throat rolled. Is that a threat? State the facts. Xiaohan straightened his cuffs. I respect the law, but will not tolerate anyone practicing plunder in the name of the law. He turned to the live camera and spoke directly to the entire population of the United States. I have no thoughts of destroying the world, I only wish for the peaceful coexistence of mankind. But if anyone violates my rights. Xiaohan did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. Corner of the auditorium. Natasha Romanoff crossed her legs and tapped her fingers on the arm of her seat. This guy is more interesting than the report makes him out to be. Coulson pulled a mint from the inside pocket of his suit. Considering he probably did manage to catch the missile with his bare hands, I'd say that's restraint. Fury would love him. Natasha narrowed her eyes, or is already trying to recruit him. Coulson folded the sugar paper into a neat square. I'm more worried about what the latter might trigger. Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion, and Xiaohan and Tony got up and left the table at the same time. Senator Stern opened his mouth, but in the end did not dare to cry out the word adjournment. The other counselors looked at each other in disbelief, unconsciously pinching creases in the papers in their hands. One of the counselors narrowed his eyes, ready to go back and apply to the organization for the anti-superhuman program. Hammer, like a rooster with his neck in a chokehold, turned red but couldn't make a sound. Only Colonel Rhodes breathed an imperceptible sigh of relief. Chapter 41, I just wanted to say thank you. As Xiaohan walked across the center aisle, a young congresswoman in the front row suddenly stood up. Mr. Shaw. Her voice was exceptionally loud in the silence. I just wanted to say thank you. You were the one who saved my sister in the New York subway accident yesterday. Xiaohan's footsteps slightly paused and he nodded his head before continuing on his way. This simple action was like opening some kind of valve, and one after another, people in the audience stood up and applauded. As the two pushed through the doors of the council, there was already a thunderous applause and cheering behind them. Senator Stern stood alone at the podium, the gavel in his hand hanging in mid-air, eventually falling powerlessly. The hearing ended in an eerie silence. When Xiaohan and Tony walked out of the Parliament building, thousands of people had already gathered outside. They held signs in support of Superman and cheered. Can I have your autograph? A little girl timidly handed over her notebook. Xiaohan squatted down and took the pen. What's your name? Alice. The girl replied, blushing. In his notebook, Xiaohan wrote, to Alice with great power comes great responsibility. Then sign your name. Tony raised an eyebrow at the side, stealing quotes? The original author won't mind anyway. Xiaohan stood up and nodded his head to the crowd before walking with Tony to the Audi R8, escorted by security personnel. The moment the car door closed, Tony let out a long breath. Jesus, I almost thought you were going to heat vision across the council. Xiaohan put on his seatbelt. They're not worth it. The engine roared as the sports car pulled away from the Parliament building. In the rearview mirror, the crowd was still cheering, flashing lights streaking across the room. So? Tony turned the wheel. Where to next? Save the world or get coffee? Xiaohan looked out the window at the passing street. Go to your building first, then go home. Wanda is still waiting for her training session. Tony whistled. Wow, who's Wanda? A golden girl so soon? She is a mutant. Xiaohan said indifferently, very capable, but needs guidance. Mutants, alien technology, magic. Tony shook his head and sighed. My life has been a mess since I met you. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth lifted slightly, but you enjoy it. Tony didn't deny it, just hit the gas and sent the sports car racing through the streets of Washington. Stark Tower Laboratory. The silver-gray elevator doors slid slowly open and Pepper Potts walked in clutching a stack of papers, her heels tapping out crisply on the marble floor. She was looking down at the data pad in her hands, her blonde hair pulled back into a competent bun at the back of her head. Tony, I'll put the quarterly earnings report you asked for at. Her words came to a screeching halt as she looked up to see an unfamiliar figure standing in the lab in addition to Tony. Xiaohan was turning his back to her, and his heart-stopping side face was even more attractive under the light of the lab. He turned at the sound of the voice, his deep eyes glowing faintly golden in the light. Pepper's eyes widened slightly. Oh, Pepper. Tony poked his head out from behind his workbench, still holding a sparking circuit board. Just in time, let me introduce you, this is our new shareholder, Xiaohan. Xiaohan nodded slightly and revealed a polite smile, Ms. Boz. Pepper quickly adjusted his expression and revealed a professional smile, Mr. Xiao, I've heard a lot about you. Tony often mentions you. I hope it's not something bad. Xiaohan's voice was gentle. On the contrary. Pepper set the papers down on the table, his eyes lingering on Xiaohan's battle dress for a moment. He says you're the smartest man he's ever met. Tony spread his hands exaggeratedly, I didn't say that. Pepper blankly glanced at him and turned to Xiaohan, although you hold shares, you never seem to participate in company decisions? I am not interested in business. Xiaohan said indifferently. Only thoughts on the technology itself. Pepper nodded, seemingly satisfied with the answer, that's just as well, saves Tony and I having to deal with one more capricious board member. Tony pretended to be hurt and covered his chest, hey. Where did I go capricious? Do I need to list them? Pepper raised an eyebrow. Between the time you came back and now, our military industry has all but disappeared, along with last week. Okay. Tony hurriedly interrupted, squeezing his eyes at Xiaohan. See? This is why you can't mess with women. X is horrible. Pepper grunted lightly and picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. I'm just here to deliver the paperwork, so you guys go on. Tony, are you still going to Monaco on Thursday to watch the game? When I'm done. Tony replied perfunctorily. She nodded at Xiaohan in greeting and turned towards the elevator. After the elevator doors closed, Tony let out a long breath and turned toward the center workbench. Women never get it right. Xiaohan looked in the direction of the elevator, pondering, she's smart. Too smart for my own good. Tony muttered, fingers flying over the holographic keyboard. Sometimes I wonder if she's the CEO. The holographic projection lit up, displaying a new set of battle armor designs. Unlike the previous streamlined style, this battle armor is more angular, with retractable vibranium construction at the joints. A new prototype of Mark's battle armor, nanotechnology plus the URU metal you gave me, and a little new technology from Asgard you gave me. Tony spun the model excitedly. A 40% increase in energy transfer efficiency, but 1/10 the weight of its predecessor. Xiaohan approached and observed, his supervision penetrating the projection and analyzing every detail. The shoulder joints need to be strengthened, they tend to overheat when maneuvering at high speeds. It's been taken into account. Tony scratched out a submenu. I added a liquid cooling system, but it takes up 3% of the energy output. Use the URU metal ones instead. Xiaohan pointed to the shoulder armor area. Asgard's energy circuits can fix that. Tony's eyes lit up, yeah. Why didn't I think of that? He immediately modified the design, and the grain of the URU metal formed an intricate runic pattern on the shoulder armor. The two just discussed the technical details and the time flew by. After a long time, Tony suddenly stopped the work in his hands and leaned on the edge of the table to look at Xiaohan. I remember what you said before Pepper came? That Wanda. She's related to me? Xiaohan put away the hologram and stuck his hands in his pockets. Her parents died in an explosion in Sokovia, and the murderer used missiles from Stark Industries. Tony's expression froze instantly. She and her twin brother hid under the rubble for 3 days, and a dud bomb landed right in front of them with your name on it. Xiaohan's voice was calm, but it made Tony's fingers involuntarily tighten. Obadiah. Tony whispered, a flash of pain in his eyes. Unsurprisingly, that shipment of weapons must have been smuggled out without my knowledge. Does she know? Xiaohan shook his head, even if you know, so what? The facts won't change. The lab fell into silence, only the hum of the machines echoing through the air. You can explain it yourself after she stabilizes. Xiaohan finally said. Tony looked up at him, do you think she'll listen? She's stronger than you think. Xiaohan walked toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. Hate can blind the eyes, but the truth always finds a way out. Tony nodded thoughtfully and suddenly asked, why did you help her? Xiaohan revealed a meaningful smile, you guess. He raised his hand and golden sparks made perfect circles in the air, and at the other end of the portal was the living room of the Long Island villa. Wanda was sitting on the couch reading a book when she heard the commotion and looked up. See you tomorrow, Tony. Xiaohan stepped into the portal and his figure disappeared into the golden light. Tony stood alone in the lab, the blue light of the holographic projection reflecting on his face. He was silent for a long time before suddenly slamming his fist on the table. Jarvis, start the clean energy program. All of them, sir? All of it. Tony's voice was as firm as it had ever been, shut down all production lines and redirect funds to healthcare and energy. Also, contact the families of those victims, especially in Sokovia. He looked out the window at the night view of New York with a determined gleam in his eye. This time, he's going to atone for his sins in his own way. Chapter 42 Power is not an answer, it's a tool. In the living room of the Long Island villa, the golden portal slowly unfolded and Xiaohan stepped out. Wanda was sitting on the couch with her legs circled, holding a book in her hands, scarlet energy looming at her fingertips, flowing gently as the pages turned. At the sound of movement, she looked up, her red hair shimmering in the sunlight coming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Mr. Xiao, back? She closed the book, her voice much clearer and brighter than when we first met. Just call me Xia. Xiaohan nodded, taking off his jacket and hanging it on the coat rack by the door. The hearing is nothing interesting, just going through the motions. Wanda's eyes fell on him, wanting to speak. Finally, she asked softly, Xia, you know Tony Stark? Aha! Xiaohan walked towards the kitchen and poured a glass of water. He just became a shareholder of Stark Industries some time ago, and is considered a partner. Wanda's fingers unconsciously clenched the pages of the book, her knuckles slightly white. Xiaohan glanced at her and didn't urge her, just leaned against the island platform and waited quietly. After a few seconds of silence, Wanda finally spoke, her voice so low it was barely audible. Does he know me? Turing said you know my past, you know what I mean. I know. Xiaohan put down his glass of water, he's seen your profile. Wanda snapped her head up, a scarlet flash in her eyes, and did he say anything? About Sokovia? About those missiles? Xiaohan looked her straight in the eye. He said that the shipment of weapons was smuggled to Hydra by Obadiah Staney without his knowledge. Unaware? Wanda sneered, the chaos magic in her palm erupting uncontrollably, searing the book with a scorched black mark. A Stark Industries weapon, bearing his name, killed my parents, and now he says he didn't know? Xiaohan did not retort, but only raised his hand and flicked it, a golden energy barrier restricting the out-of-control magic around the sofa to avoid spreading to the living room. I'm just telling you the truth. His voice was calm, as for whether or not you believe it, it's up to you. Wanda's chest rose and fell violently, the red light in her eyes fading. She looked down at the charred pages and felt a sudden wave of exhaustion. If it really is Hydra. Her voice shook slightly. And who should I direct my hatred toward? Xiaohan walked up to her and half crouched down to her level. Hatred doesn't need a target, Wanda. It only consumes you yourself. He held out his hand, and an image of the mind gem appeared in his palm. I can teach you to control chaos magic, so that you can be powerful enough to destroy all of Hydra, or even rewrite reality, and then, you can do whatever you want. But before that, you need to understand one thing. His golden pupils looked directly at her. Power is not an answer, it is a tool. Use it for revenge, or use it for protection, it's up to you. Wanda stared at him blankly, the anger in her eyes gradually being replaced by confusion. I don't know. She said softly, all these years, all that has kept me alive is the thought of revenge. Without that, what else could I do? Xiaohan put away the mind gem and stood up. You can be a hero, like you saw on the news today. He pointed to the television, which was replaying the hearing, with the crowd holding up signs saying support Superman and cheering through the speakers. Wanda was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, did you save me because you saw my potential, or just because you heard my plea for help? The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly, both. He turned toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sunlight outlining his upright silhouette. Training starts tomorrow. Today you rest first. Wanda looked at his back and suddenly called out to him, wait. Xiao Han turned back. If I wanted to seek revenge on Hydra myself, she said with a flash of determination in her eyes. Will you help me? Xiao Han smiled, I will teach you how to control the power. As for how to use it, that is your choice. With that, he pushed open the glass door and walked toward the beach, his black figure fading away in the sunlight. Wanda looked down at her hands, the scarlet energy wrapped meekly around her fingertips, no longer raging as it had in the past. She gently gripped the necklace on her chest, and a steady pulsation came from the mind gem, as if in response to her resolve. Hydra. She whispered the name, the red light in her eyes no longer confused but coalescing into a sharp edge. Outside the window, the waves lapped at the beach, the tide rising and falling, like the emotions churning in her mind, eventually returning to calm. Wanda suddenly stood up from the sofa and quickly chased after Xiao Han outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Wait! She stepped barefoot on the beach, fine sand spilling out from between her toes. I can start training today. Xiao Han stopped and turned to look at her. Reason? Wanda took a deep breath and rubbed her fingers unconsciously over the necklace. I don't want to be haunted by nightmares anymore. Every time I close my eyes, those experiment scenes. Her voice trembled slightly. I want to learn to control it, not be controlled by it. Xiao Han gazed at her for a moment and nodded. Follow me. The light in the underground training room automatically adjusted to a soft amber color. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion in the center and gestured for Wanda to sit across from him. Karmataiji's Qi nourishment technique. He pressed his hands vainly to his knees, palms facing up. Learn to breathe first. Wanda followed his posture, only to realize that the simple act of sitting in a plank caused her muscles to tighten. Xiao Han reached out and gently nudged her shoulder, and a warm current instantly dissolved the stiffness. Breathe in for 4 seconds, hold your breath for 7, and breathe out for 8. Xiao Han's voice carried a strange rhythm. Feel the flow of energy in the meridians. Wanda closed her eyes and followed the guidance. At first all she could hear was her rapid heartbeat, but gradually a peculiar buzzing resonated in her ears. Crimson energy spontaneously flowed around her, but no longer furiously, but like a gentle stream. It's... She opened her eyes in surprise. Your magic is responding to you. Xiao Han's fingertips lit up with golden runes, drawing complex trajectories in the air. Chaos magic is different from ordinary spells in that it stems from a very powerful energy that is essentially a reality warping force. Wanda tried to touch the runes, and the scarlet energy immediately resonated with them, interweaving magnificent patterns of light in the air. So my ability, it's not a mutant gene? Yes and no. Xiao Han waved his hand to disperse the runes. Your mutant genes acted like a door for chaos magic to select you. But what's really powerful is your innate mental strength. Xiao Han taught her how to construct a shield with her mind, how to condense chaotic energy into solid weapons, and even how to briefly foresee the future with magic. Teaching begins. For the 7th time in a row, Wanda screamed in terror at the sudden onslaught of light bullets. After the 8th failure, she slammed the energy mass into the ground in exasperation, only to hear a soft laugh in the exploding red light. What are you laughing at? I've met many mages. Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh. You're the first to hit the floor with chaos magic. As twilight fell, Wanda finally managed to construct a full shield that lasted 5 seconds. She turned around with a leap of joy, only to find that Xiao Han was drawing out complex golden trajectories into the void, and the bands of light formed by those runes were like living rivers of stars. Although she had been able to make the crimson energy change forms as she wished, Xiao Han seemed to be even more powerful, and she had a long way to go to catch up. I've never felt so relaxed. The corners of Wanda's mouth involuntarily rose as she looked at the butterfly of energy leaping in her palm. Xiao Han stood up. Rest. Excessive exertion is counterproductive. Wanda followed and stood up, suddenly saying, I can cook. Can't, keep freeloading. Seeing Xiao Han raise an eyebrow, she hastily added, when I was at home, I often helped my mom. Okay, Xiao Han nodded. Kitchenette. Wanda had her hands full with the steak in the pan. Oil stars splattered, and she subconsciously formed a barrier with her chaos magic, which ended up coloring the entire stovetop pink. She looked awkwardly at the fried steak, maybe rusty. Xiao Han laughed out softly and took the spatula. The fire is the key. With a flick of his wrist, the steak flipped perfectly. Chaos magic is not suitable for frying steaks, but it can be used to sense the state of ingredients. Wanda moved closer to observe, the tip of her nose almost touching his arm. How do you even cook? Actually, I am a Chinese. Xiao Han sprinkled a handful of spices and the aroma instantly exploded. In China, if you can't cook, it's a shame. Dinner was surprisingly delicious. Wanda's eyes lit up as she took her first bite of the tender steak. This is 10,000 times better than Hydra's synthetic protein. Xiao Han shook his glass of red wine. I'll teach you a more complicated protection spell tomorrow. Wanda suddenly put down her knife and fork, her voice light but firm. Thank you. Not just for the training. Rather, for giving me the right to choose. Moonlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting the shadows of the two on the wall. The waves crashed softly in the distance, as if to echo the belated thanks. Chapter 43 Jarvis, lock my armor, I don't want to hurt anyone. Xiao Han stood on the terrace of the Long Island villa, the night breeze brushing his black battlesuit. Wanda was already asleep in her bedroom, the enchanted necklace glowing dimly on her collarbone so that she could finally be free of her nightmares. Turing. He called softly. The AI butler's voice rang out gently. What can I do for you, sir? Monitor Wanda's status, and if she wakes up, tell her I'm going out. Understood, sir. Xiao Han raised his hand, his fingertips glowing with golden magical energy, drawing a perfect circular arc in the air. Blazing golden sparks swirled and spread, forming a portal to the sun. At the other end of the door was the churning corona, a golden plasma like a boiling ocean, radiating endless light and heat. He was just about to step in when suddenly... Ding! Multiverse anomaly detected. The system's beep sounded in his head. Urgent mission released, stop the zombie virus from spreading to other universes. Target world coordinates have been locked, please go to the host immediately. Xiao Han frowned slightly. Zombie virus? The system didn't explain too much, only projecting a broken image in his field of vision. A rotting Captain America rips into innocent civilians, a zombified Iron Man roars madly from within his battle armor, and the entire world is plunged into a bloody apocalypse. Xiao Han was silent for a moment and looked back at the villa. Wanda was still asleep and her training was just beginning, but he had no time to delay. Turing, if Wanda asks, tell her I have something urgent to take care of, and tell her to keep practicing as planned. Recording complete, good luck with your mission, sir. Xiao Han no longer hesitated and raised his hand to slice open another portal. This time, instead of a blazing sun on the other side of the door, there was a gray sky. New York. But it was very different from the one he was familiar with. Smoke filled the air, buildings collapsed, and the streets were streaked with blood. He stepped through, and the moment the portal closed behind him, a putrid smell of blood hit him. Roar! In the street below, a group of zombies are frantically tearing apart a mutilated body. And further away, a red and blue figure swung through the tall buildings. It was Spider-Man, but his uniform was tattered, half his face was rotted, and under his white blindfold was a pair of scarlet eyes. Interesting. Xiao Han revealed an interested expression. The zombie universe. He levitated high in the air, his supervision instantly scanning the entire city. The Stark Tower still stands in the distance, but the arc reactor on the top floor has gone out and the glass facade is shattered. And inside the building, a faint energy signal caught his attention. Jarvis? Without hesitation, Xiao Han instantly accelerated, turning into a black stream of light and rushing towards Stark Tower. The mission, officially. Xiao Han levitated outside the top-floor laboratory of the Stark Tower and looked in through the broken glass window. The lab was a mess, with various instruments strewn about and dried blood on the walls. In the center of the lab, a set of modified Mark 43 battle armor was firmly fixed by dozens of mechanical arms, and a beastly low roar came from within the armor. Unknown life form detected. Jarvis's voice suddenly came out of the lab's speakers. Energy signature anomaly, no match recorded in database. Xiao Han slowly landed inside the laboratory, his black combat boots stepping on the broken glass with a crisp sound. I am Xiao Han, from another universe. Tony, the zombie inside the battle armor, heard the commotion and jerked his head up, his face armor opening automatically to reveal a half-rotted face. He struggled frantically, his robotic arm creaking with the weight of being overwhelmed. Another universe? Jarvis' voice held a distinct hesitation. This explains a lot of the anomalous readings. Xiao Han walked towards the main console and lightly touched the holographic projection with his finger. The data stream immediately unfolded before his eyes. Tell me what happened. Xiao Han said in a deep voice. Jarvis pulled up a holographic video. 3 months ago, Mr. Fantastic had an accident while conducting a quantum channeling experiment, releasing an unknown virus. Mr. Reed was the first to be infected, followed by his family. The scene shows members of the Fantastic Four mutating one by one as they attack the Avengers who have come to their aid. Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow fall one after the other, and then get back up again, only in a different form. Mr. Stark initiated quarantine protocols immediately after he was bitten. Jarvis continued. He modified the battle armor to allow me to lock him in permanently. He's been fighting the virus for the past 87 days. Xiao Han looked at Tony in the battle armor, and that rotting face actually retained a trace of familiarity. Suddenly, zombie Tony let out a hoarse hiss, "Kill! Kill! Me!" Jarvis immediately reinforced the restraints, "Sir, please." Xiao Han was silent for a moment and asked, "Other survivors?" According to the last scans, there may be a small number of humans still hiding in the underground facility. Jarvis replied. But the superheroes have almost all transformed. The most dangerous is the zombie Hulk, who destroyed 3 cities. Just then, an alarm suddenly sounded, "Warning! High energy reaction detected approaching. Thor, the god of thunder, is." Before the words fell, a lightning bolt split the sky and directly shattered the outer wall of the lab. In the smoke and dust, a tall figure walked slowly, Thor, the god of thunder. But he had lost most of his blonde hair, his skin was an unnatural greenish gray, and Mjolnir was stained with dried blood. Roar! Zombie Thor let out a deafening roar, a maddening hunger flashing in his one eye. A golden light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. "Asgardians, it is time for you to rest in peace." He instantly breaks the sound barrier and punches Saul in the chest. The zombie Thor didn't even have time to react before his entire chest was blasted out of a large hole, and his rotting innards splattered in all directions. Xiao Han didn't stop, his heat vision cutting off Saul's cervical vertebrae with such precision that the head rolled to the ground with its mouth still futilely opening and closing. The whole process took less than 0.3 seconds. Threats. Dismissed? Jarvis's voice held obvious shock. "You destroyed Thor, the god of thunder." Xiao Han shook off the rotting flesh on his hand. "He's not Thor anymore." Turning to Tony in his battle armor, he wanted to see if Jarvis had any ideas before he used his super brain. "Can you work on the potion?" Jarvis gave a quick reply with regret in his voice. "I'm sorry, sir, I've simulated this countless times and can't find the replaceable materials needed for the potion and how to remove the virus." "I see, tell me the location of the Fantastic Four's lab." "The Baxter building, but that's been converted by Reed into." "I know the risks." Xiao Han interrupted. The information Tony left behind mentioned a vaccine. The zombie Tony in the battle armor suddenly struggled violently, and his mechanical arm made a piercing metallic deformation sound. Jarvis immediately activated the backup power. Binding systems are about to fail. Xiao Han walked over to the battle armor and locked eyes with Tony's rotting eyes. "Hang in there, Tony. I will end this." Zombie Tony's throat cackled, surprisingly squeezing out a full sentence. "Reed. Retaining sanity. Be careful." As soon as the words fell, the binding device finally collapsed. Zombie Tony lunged at Xiao Han, but was blocked by an invisible biological force field half a meter away from him. "Good night, Tony," Xiao Han said softly, waving his hand and striking a spell. The spell caused visions in Tony's consciousness and he would think he was dead. His body then stiffened for a second before he slowly collapsed, finally gaining a brief moment of rest. The lab fell into dead silence, with only the occasional spark erupting from the broken wiring. "Mr. Gone?" Jarvis asked softly. Xiao Han nodded. "Not dead, but have to sleep for a while." "Are you really traveling to Baxter House?" "That's where the infection originated." Xiao Han was already walking towards the shattered window, the golden lines of his black armor shimmering in the light. "Someone has to clean up the mess." He raised his hand to slice through a golden portal and looked back at the devastated lab. "Wanna come along, Jarvis?" "Mr. Xiao, according to my analysis, your watch was developed by Tony from another universe. It contains my core program. I will follow you through the program." Jarvis' voice came out of the remains of the battle armor. "Maybe we can save something this time." Xiao Han smiled faintly and stepped into the teleportation portal. The golden sparks slowly went out behind them, leaving only a room of silence. "P.S. First of all, thank you all very much for your support. Here's a unified response. First, The protagonist is not a mother of God, but also not anti-human. If you see people to kill, honestly in the earth is not much to mix, enjoy life, and constantly become stronger is what should be done. I know you want to see the cool points, I will write it, but don't be too outrageous. A small Karami's life and death should also be catty, if so written. Then, in less than a year there will be no other human beings on Earth. Secondly, there is definitely a female lead, but don't be too outrageous. It's only 40 chapters, and the early part of the book is still opening up the worldview, so the female lead definitely needs to be there. But it's also not possible to ask people if they can go to bed as soon as they come up, right? This I might as well write small royal text it. Which sane person would write this? Chapter 44, Banner the Zombie. Xiaohan stepped out of the portal, and just as his black combat boots stepped onto the broken tarmac, an arrow whistled and went straight for his throat. Without lifting his head, his eyes flashed with red light, and the arrow turned into ashes in mid-air. Immediately afterward a heat vision shot out, cutting off the zombie Hawkeye, who was hiding behind a scrapped car. Clint. Xiaohan watched the remnants of the former divine archer twitching on the ground, his rotting face still carrying a hideous hunger. But there's no time for sentimentality. The moment the portal closed behind him, the entire street was suddenly quiet for a second. Then, countless pairs of bloodshot eyes turned to him in unison. The zombie heroes. Captain America's rotting stars and stripes uniform reveals grimy white bones underneath, the edges of his shield stained with dried blood. Wolverine's Edelman alloy bone claws were hanging from shredded flesh, and a low, beastly growl escaped his throat. The rocky skin of Ben Grimm, the Stone Man, crawled with greenish-gray corpses, leaving cracked footprints on the ground with every step. Roar! With a hiss from Deathstroke America, all the heroes stormed up at the same time. Team USA threw out their shields, Xiaohan intercepted them with one hand and threw his backhand towards Team USA's cervical vertebrae. With a click, the head with the tattered hood was skewed at an eerie angle, but the body continued to lurch forward until Xiaohan replenished the heat vision with a shot that vaporized its head completely. The second to pounce was Wolverine. Logan, rest in peace. Xiaohan's eyes blazed with light, his heat vision cutting Wolverine off like a laser scalpel. But Wolverine didn't die, the charred lower half of the body actually began to wriggle and regenerate, while the upper half continued to crawl in with its sharp claws picking at the ground. Trouble. Xiaohan frowned, and the nimble power field instantly unfolded, confining the remnants of Wolverine's body in mid-air. Rotting entrails and writhing buds of flesh twisted in the force field but could not break free. The third is a stoner. 100 tons of heavy fists blasted towards Xiaohan's face, but they were hard blocked by the bio-force field 3 inches from the tip of his nose. You're too slow. Xiaohan spun around and delivered a whip kick, and the sonic boom cloud exploded at his ankle. The Stone Man was hit by a huge force and flew backwards, crashing through 3 buildings in a row before coming to a stop. The zombie thunderbolt swooped down from high above, his entire body ablaze with ghostly blue flames. Burn to ashes. He laughed and lunged. Xiaohan didn't even lift his eyelids, a hair of heat vision penetrated his brow. The zombie thunderbolt was instantly muted, turning into a charred corpse and smashing into the ground. Just as he was about to continue tackling the other heroes, a deafening roar suddenly came from above his head. Hulk! Smash! The giant green shadow smashed down like a cannonball. Xiaohan didn't leave his spot, he knew it was the Hulk coming. He wanted to test a guess. With that, he crossed his arms to block, and the moment the two forces strong enough to shake the continental shelf collided, the ground in a 100-meter radius collapsed in the form of a spider web. The bioforce field locked the shockwave firmly within the battle space, otherwise all of Manhattan would have landed and sunk under the blow. Interesting, looks like a real comic book setting. Xiaohan looked at the Hulk in front of him, whose muscles were rotting but still terrifying, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a warlike arc. A scarlet glow danced in the opponent's eye sockets, and corrosive saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth, scorching the ground with gouts of smoke. This is a real rivalry. Hulk swung his fist again, and Xiaohan did not dodge, and blasted out with the same punch. Boom! The shockwave from the collision of the two fists lifted all the surrounding zombie heroes off the ground. Xiaohan levitated ahead of time, the bioforce field dissolved most of the impact, and his figure only flew backward a little. Hulk then crashed into the building behind him, but immediately roared back out. Mirror space. Xiaohan suddenly made a seal with both hands, and golden sparks traced out complex trajectories in the void. Reality shatters like glass, and all the zombie heroes, along with the Hulk, are pulled into the mirror dimension of light. Twisted buildings float around, where the laws of physics lose their meaning. You can let go now. Xiao Han craned his neck. Hulk didn't even give him a chance to catch his breath, and the rotting giant fist was already blasting in front of him. Xiao Han similarly swung his fist to meet the attack, and the two of them transformed into two residual shadows, one black and one green, in the mirror space, with each collision causing the spatial structure to vibrate violently. Hulk's rotting fist smashed with the force of 10,000 pounds, Xiao Han dodged sideways, and the mirrored building behind him was instantly shattered into pieces by the aftermath. Roar! Hulk opened his bloody mouth and green saliva splattered. The golden light in Xiao Han's eyes skyrocketed, and his heat vision shot precisely into Hulk's throat, but only burned out a bloody hole that was rapidly healing. Target cells regenerate faster than expected? The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. That's what makes it interesting. He suddenly withdrew his bioforce field restriction and built up his right fist to the extreme, his Kryptonian cells glowing brightly with the sun's energy infusion. Bang! The shockwave from the collision of the two fists spread in a spherical shape, and the New York City in the mirror space collapsed layer by layer like blocks. Hulk was blown away for kilometers, crashing through a dozen mirrored buildings in quick succession. Xiao Han shook off his tingling arm, sighing that the comic book version of the Hulk was still outrageous. I'm running out of power myself, so it looks like I'm going to go get a little more sun when I get back. Hulk strikes again. Bang! Once again, Xiao Han lands an uppercut that sends Hulk high into the air, only for the latter to suddenly grab onto the floating wreckage of the building to use his strength to counterattack. Zombie Spider-Man took the opportunity to sneak attack from the side, and his spider silk wrapped around Xiao Han's right leg. Xiao Han quickly turned his head and blew his head off with a single shot of heat vision, while his left leg chopped down like a battle axe, cutting another sneak-attacking zombie hero off at the waist. Hulk seized this instantaneous break and slammed a heavy punch hard towards Xiao Han's back. Xiao Han's reaction speed had been known for a long time, and Hulk's fist was as slow as a snail in his eyes. He sidesteps his body in the air and slams a whip kick onto Hulk's ceiling. Roar! Hulk spewed black blood from his 7 orifices, but became even more furious. He tried to pick up Xiao Han by the waist, but Xiao Han backhanded his neck and pushed him to crash through a dozen or so mirrored buildings in a row. Wherever the two passed, the structure of space twisted and ruptured like a torn canvas. Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up with an unprecedented golden light. Enough! Solar flares. Blazing white flames of light erupted from every pore of his body as Hulk was hit at close range, his rotting skin instantly carbonized. But unbelievably, he still did not let go. Instead, he opened his bloody mouth and bit Xiao Han's throat. Stubborn. Xiao Han choked Hulk's neck with one hand, and with his other hand, he merged his fingers like a knife and stabbed into his chest with a poof. When his hand withdrew, he clutched a beating, green heart covered in black veins in his palm. Hulk's movements came to a screeching halt. Those scarlet eyes gradually dimmed, and finally there was even a flash of relief like clarity. Dr. Banner? Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. Hulk's lips quirked as he squeezed out a few words with the last of his breath. Destroy. Read. The lab. The green giant's body fell to the ground with a loud noise. The mirror space began to collapse, and the surviving zombie heroes were reduced to black smoke. Xiao Han stood in the void and stared at the heart in his palm that gradually stopped beating. It's time to go to the underground lab in the Baxter building. Sir, the coordinates have been locked, but an abnormal energy response has been detected. Jarvis had long ago accessed Xiao Han's multifunctional watch, and it sounded a bit gruff. Recommendations. Suggestion invalid. Xiao Han crushed his heart and a new portal unfolded in front of him. It's time to go see what Mr. Shenanigans has done again. Chapter 45 Mutant Mother Goddess. Baxter Building. Underground Laboratory. The golden sparks of the portal dissipated and Xiao Han stepped into a dimly lit space. It was a very different place from the outside world, with the walls crawling with black veins like some kind of biological tissue, and the floor writhing slightly as if it were stepping on the entrails of some living creature. The air was filled with a sickening odor of rot and metal mixed together. Xiao Han's super senses monitored the high concentration of virus particles. Without hesitation, he directly turned on the bioforce field filter. Xiao Han's eyes slightly lit up with a golden light, and his bioforce field silently covered his entire body. He stepped forward slowly, his supervision piercing through the layers of barriers and locking onto a figure in the deepest part of the lab. Reed Richards. His voice echoed through the empty lab. In front, a long, thin back slowly turned around. Mr. Fantastic, or rather, what used to be Reed Richards. At this moment, he had completely changed his appearance. His body was twisted and elongated like an elongated rotting corpse, his skin took on an abnormal gray-green color, and his eye sockets were deep set, but they flickered with an eerie light of sanity. Ah! New guests. Reed's voice was raspy and slow, but unexpectedly clear. Who are you? This world has no information about you? Xiaohan stopped and confronted him. It seems you still retain your sanity. Reed grinned, revealing rotting gums. Sanity? Nah. I'm just more conscious of my hunger than they are. His neck suddenly stretched out, and his head eerily approached Xiaohan, inhaling deeply. Your flesh and blood smells very special. Xiaohan didn't step back and just coldly said, you created this disaster. Disaster? Reed suddenly laughed, a laugh like metal scraping. This is evolution. Humans, no, all life will eventually come together as one. His body suddenly split, and dozens of tentacle-like limbs stretched out from his back, each covered in spikes and suckers, sweeping toward Xiaohan. The golden light in Xiaohan's eyes suddenly brightened as his heat vision swept across. Snort! The tentacles were neatly severed and putrid liquids spewed out, but the severed limbs wriggled on the ground and quickly regenerated. Reed's body twisted and contorted like mud, and the entire black veins of the lab suddenly came to life. The walls, the ceiling, the floor, all of them transformed into his weapons. You can't kill me. Reed's voice came from all directions. I have fused perfectly with the virus. I am the plague itself. Xiaohan levitated and the bioforce field was fully opened, shattering all the incoming black tentacles. He looked around, his super brain analyzing at a rapid pace. Reed's body had completely alienated and fused with the entire lab. Normal physical attacks are ineffective, and heat vision only temporarily slows his regeneration. He began to analyze the scan for weaknesses. Supersight saw the energy core fluctuating, located directly below the lab. Xiaohan instantly understood that Reed was not invincible, and his consciousness was still dependent on a certain core. Found you. He swooped down and blasted his fist into the ground. Boom! The concrete and metal structures shattered like paper mache, and Xiaohan directly penetrated through several floors and crashed into the deepest part of the underground. It was a huge spherical space with a throbbing black sarcoma suspended in the center, its surface covered with vein-like energy conduits that were transporting the virus throughout the city in a steady stream. So it is. Xiaohan narrowed his eyes. You transformed yourself into a virus mother nest. The sarcoma suddenly cracked open a slit, and Reed's face emerged from it, hideous and mad. You can't stop evolution. Join us for eternity. Xiaohan stopped talking nonsense, his eyes golden light sword, and solar flare-level energy converged in his palm. It's over. He clasped his hands together and a pillar of blazing white light interspersed with magic exploded, instantly engulfing the entire sarcoma. No! Reed's screams twisted and dissipated in a torrent of energy, the black sarcoma rapidly melting away like ice in the hot sun. The entire laboratory began to tremble violently, and those writhing black veins withered and fell off. However, Xiaohan's super hearing caught the hissing sounds that still rose and fell from all parts of the city. The zombie heroes did not stop their activities. Sir, the secondary infected have not been inactivated, Jarvis analyzed immediately. Based on the analysis, the virus is fully integrated into the host cell as its life infrastructure. Xiaohan frowned and flew to the experiment table. Scattered across the countertop were Reed's research notes, the paper dense with frantic and sophisticated data. He flipped through it quickly, his super brain digesting everything in fractions of a second. Damn! The final conclusion of the notes is clear and desperate. This virus is not a foreign infection, but activates some kind of primitive code that lies dormant in the DNA of a living being. Once awakened, it cannot be reversed. Forced removal of the virus is equivalent to killing the host. Reed wrote in epileptic handwriting on the last page. We're not infected, we're finally becoming what we were meant to be. Xiaohan closed his notes in silence. He can't save the world. Mr. Jarvis whispered, a large number of high-energy reactions are detected approaching, from recent superheroes. Xiaohan raised his head and his supervision penetrated through the layers of walls to see multiple zombie heroes pouring into the Baxter building from all directions. They sensed the destruction of the mother lair, and now, they were enraged. Go, and end their sins. Xiaohan stood at the top of the burning Baxter building, and at his feet was Reed Richards' thoroughly incinerated viral mother lair. The whole city is still wailing as the hissing of the zombie heroes rises and falls. Jarvis, confirm there are no survivors in New York. Scanning complete, sir. Jarvis's voice came out of the multifunction watch, no human vital signs detected. Xiaohan was silent for a moment, then raised his head. They're coming. Roar. In the ruins in the distance, countless twisted figures came from all directions. The heroes who had once guarded the world were now nothing but bloodthirsty madness. Underneath Nightmare's rotting red battlesuit, his bones twisted and contorted, his hands transformed into sharp claws, and a low, beastly growl rolled from his throat. He used to fight on his super senses, but now he's nothing but bloodthirsty madness. Luke Cage's knife-edged skin was covered in necrotic spots, his muscles swelled to the point of near explosion, and he shattered the ground with every step. His eyes were cloudy and corrosive saliva dripped from his mouth. Spider-Woman's once dexterous body now twisted in reverse at the joints, spider silk spraying from rotting glands, slime mixed with viruses. Her hiss was like glass rubbing. Blade Warrior's half-vampire physique made his mutation even more terrifying. His fangs skyrocketed up to his chin and his pupils were scarlet like blood. His long silver blade had rusted away, replaced by bone-edged nails. The evil Knight Hellfire still burns, but has long since been twisted by the virus into a sickly, ghostly green color. Chains wrapped around the rotting body and the motorcycle's engine roared with a dying sound. Moon Knight, Deadpool, Punisher, Black Batman, Red Tank. Chapter 46: A World of Despair. Shao Han looked at them. There was no pity in his eyes, only determination. Since we can't save you, we'll send you to rest in peace. The next second. Boom! Shao Han instantly broke through the sound barrier and punched through Night Demon Man's chest. Rotten entrails burst apart on impact, and the former guardian of Hell's Kitchen didn't even have time to react before his head was instantly vaporized by heat vision. Luke Cage roared and rushed. His defensively strong body was like paper mache in front of Shao Han. Shao Han grabbed him by the throat with one hand and slammed him to the ground. Bang! The force was so great that the entire street collapsed, and the shockwave shattered all the buildings within a 100-meter radius. Luke Cage's spine is broken, but the zombified body is still writhing. Shao Han stomped down and his head exploded like a watermelon. The Spider-Woman swooped down from high above, her rotting spider silk shooting up like a rainstorm. Shao Han didn't even raise his eyelids as the bioforce field shook and all the slime instantly vaporized. He raised his hand and struck Freezing Breath, an extremely cold storm instantly freezing her into an ice sculpture, followed by a flick of his finger. Pop! The ice sculpture shattered and turned into ice crystals in the sky. The Blade Warrior's speed was faster than the others, and the bone blade cut through the air and went straight for the back of Shao Han's neck. Shao Han did not look back, backhandedly clasping his wrist and twisting it lightly. Ka-ching! The entire arm was ripped off alive. Blade's hiss hadn't even left his mouth. Shao Han had already pressed down on his face with one hand and slammed it into the ground, dragging it all the way for hundreds of meters until his skull was ground into white bones. The evil spirit knight's chains wrapped around and the hellfire attempted to sear Shao Han's soul. Shao Han let out a cold laugh, his eyes golden light soared, and his heat vision directly penetrated his skull. Then he crushed his skull with one hand, and the hellfire instantly extinguished. The Moonlight Knight assaulted from the shadows, his curved blade chopping at Shao Han's throat. Shao Han did not dodge or avoid, allowing the blade to slash on the biotic force field. Clang! The scimitar crumbled, Shao Han backhanded a punch, and the Moonlight Knight's chest was instantly dented, his ribs pierced through his back, and his entire body flew out hundreds of meters like rags, smashing into a building. Deadpool came charging in with a maniacal laugh, his twin swords flailing about. Shao Han frowned and cut him off with a direct heat vision. But Deadpool's upper body is still crawling, mumbling, "Oh, this feels so energizing." Shao Han breathlessly stomped on his head, and the self-healing factor regenerated madly under the influence of the virus. However, Shao Han did not give him another chance, and his freezing breath sealed him completely, followed by a punch that blasted him into ice slag. Punisher rushed out from behind the cover, his serrated dagger stabbing Shao Han in the back of his heart. Shao Han didn't even bother to turn around, and with a shock of the bioforce field, the dagger instantly shattered, and the bones of the Punisher's arm snapped inch by inch. Shao Han looked back at him, and with a sweep of his heat vision, this former messenger of vengeance turned into ashes. The Black Bat King roared silently, the proposed sonic waves ripping through the air as entire streets of buildings crumbled in sonic booms. Shao Han levitated without moving, and the bioforce field isolated all the shockwaves. He instantly appeared in front of the Black Bat King, stabbing his chest with one hand and crushing his heart. The red tank came crashing in like a runaway train, the ground trembling under his feet. Shao Han shook his head and without flashing or avoiding, he blasted out with the same punch. Boom! The two enormous forces collided, and the shockwave instantly toppled all the buildings within a few kilometers. The bones of Red Tank's arm shattered inch by inch, and Shao Han's second punch directly blasted through his chest, crushing the still beating heart. The battle begins. A few seconds later, over. Xiao Han stood between the corpses, his black battle armor immaculate, his super hearing catching the situation above. It's really one after the other. Before the words fell, the sky suddenly cracked open. Boom! A cosmic energy cannon descended from the sky. Xiao Han had already predicted it and instantly dodged it. He slowly looked up at the figure suspended high in the sky. The red cloak hunted, the golden cloak fluttered, and the grim face had undried blood remaining at the corner of his mouth. Hebrun. The pseudo-superheroes of this universe, who are supposed to be heroes, are now worse than zombies. Hungry. So hungry. Hyperion's voice was like sandpaper rubbing, an inhuman low growl rolling from his throat. His eyes were scarlet, his muscles swelled to near monstrous proportions, and ominous black veins wriggled beneath his skin. Xiao Han did not talk nonsense and directly accelerated into the sky. Bang! The fists of the two collided at a height of 1,000 meters, and the shockwaves instantly shattered the nearby clouds. He Bo Long was blown back hundreds of meters by this punch, but he forced himself to break in the air and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth with a fierce smile. Interesting. Your flesh and blood is more delicious than theirs. Xiao Han frowned slightly. This fellow's strength was stronger than expected. It seemed to have been strengthened after the mutation. He decided to test it. The Hyperion suddenly opened its arms, and a bizarre energy vortex emerged from its chest, absorbing all of the heat vision that Xiao Han had tentatively shot out. Ha ha ha. Energy? I can eat it. Xiao Han's face was expressionless as his figure instantly disappeared and appeared behind He Bo Long as he lashed out at his spine with a whip kick. Boom! The Hyperion slammed into the ground like a cannonball, but the next second it broke through, faster than before. His fist was wrapped in cosmic energy and ruthlessly smashed into Xiao Han's face. Xiao Han did not dodge and met him with the same punch. Thud! This time, the two of them were evenly matched. Xiao Han did not use his full strength, but He Bo Long's power was obviously stronger than just now. The mutation strengthened his cells. A hint of interest flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. It looks like we can play a little longer. The Hyperion laughed maniacally and lunged, and the two engaged in a frantic duel high in the sky. Each collision triggered a sonic boom, and the ruins of the city below were plowed over and over again by the fallout. Xiao Han deliberately restrained his power and tested his opponent's limits. After 30 rounds, the conclusion was clear. The power was close to 70% of his current self, but Xiao Han was continuing to get stronger. Energy absorption is capped, self-healing is slightly slower than Hulk, and combat IQ is low. Enough playing. Xiao Han suddenly changed his stance and his hands quickly formed a seal as a golden magic formation blossomed in the void. Mirror cage. Several magic arrays instantly closed in, confining Hebron within the cubic space. He frantically hit the barriers, but could only make the runes flicker slightly. Useless piece of. The Hyperion roared as the energy swirls in his chest skyrocketed. Watch me swallow this broken cage. Xiao Han was waiting for this moment. Soul Scorch. His eyes flared with golden light, and his heat vision was no longer a physical attack, but a fusion of Karma Taiji's soul magic that penetrated directly into the flesh of the Hyperion and seared its soul. Ah-ha-ha! The He Bo Long let out an unprecedented scream and fell to his knees in the void with his head in his hands. Black mist seeped out of his 7 orifices, the soul twisted by the virus. Xiao Han multiplied his victory and slapped his palm on He Bo Long's heavenly aura. The soul separation curse. Bang! With a soft sound, a translucent soul was hardened and knocked out of his body. The soul of the Hyperion looked around blankly, seeing its mutated body still hissing in its cage, seeing the devastated city, and finally looking at Xiao Han. What did I do? His soul trembled as memories flooded back like a tidal wave. The civilians he had eaten alive, the comrades he had torn apart. No! No! He fell to his knees in the void, his soul rippling with blood. Xiao Han looked at him quietly. The virus amplified your hunger, but it was you who chose to devour your own kind. Hebron raised his head, despair in his eyes. Kill me. Please. Don't let me go back to that body. Xiao Han nodded his head and raised his hand to gather solar flare-level energy. Rest in peace. The blazing white ball of light engulfed the soul and body of the Hyperion, turning it to ash in purification. The last bit of dust drifted away into the setting sun as the breeze brushed by. A world of despair. P.S. If you like it, you can click on my homepage to read my other book. Chapter 47, A Doomed Universe. Xiao Han hovered over the ruins as the setting sun stretched his figure. He didn't deliberately probe with his superpowers as his eyes watched the scene in front of him. The whole of New York has been turned into a dead graveyard, with only a scattering of zombies wandering in the distance. "Sir, anomalous energy fluctuations detected." Jarvis' voice came out from the watch. "Coordinates locked near the Statue of Liberty." Xiaohan nodded, and his supervision penetrated several kilometers of distance to see a weird purple light flickering at the base of the Statue of Liberty. A figure in vestment robes was kneeling there, surrounded by a complex magic formation. And alive? He accelerated instantly and landed at the foot of the Statue of Liberty in less than a second. It was a thin, middle-aged man with disheveled hair and glasses with one lens broken. He frantically carved runes on the stone slabs, his mouth chanting. "Doctor Strange?" Xiaohan recognized this mage who guarded the earth. Strange snapped his head up, his eyes covered in blood. "Who are you?" "Ahem." He staggered to his feet, his withered fingers trembling as he pointed at Xiaohan. "Help me. I have to fix this." Xiaohan noticed that his left hand had rotted and was being wrapped in magic. "Your virus." "Not important." Strange shouted hysterically, pointing to the spell on the floor. "I found a way to restart the timeline, but it takes a tremendous amount of energy." "You have a lot of energy in your body." Xiaohan narrowed his eyes slightly as he detected a hint of something wrong. Strange suddenly fell to his knees, two bloody tears running down his rotting face. "Please. Let me save them. Save Christine." Xiaohan was silent for a moment and reached out to press his hand on the center of the spell formation. "What do you need me to do?" A light of hope erupted in Strange's eyes and he immediately began to guide Xiaohan in adjusting the spell formation. As the last rune was completed, the entire spell formation lit up with a piercing golden light. "Now! Inject energy!" Xiaohan aimed the white light in his hand at the spell formation and dazzling energy rushed out. The spell began to spin and intense energy began to operate. "It worked!" Strange exclaimed ecstatically. "The timeline is about to His cheering came to an abrupt end. The spell suddenly turned blood red, and Strange's body began to decay at a rate visible to the naked eye. "No. No." He looked at his rapidly whitening hands in horror. "This isn't time magic. This is devouring mantra," Xiaohan coldly said. "You are under the control of a virus, Strange. This spell will devour my energy." Strange's expression went from shock to scowl. "Clever human." But too late. His body suddenly exploded and countless black tentacles shot towards Xiaohan. Xiaohan was prepared for this, his eyes blazing with golden light and his magical heat vision all over the place. Boom! Pure solar energy collided with dark magic, and the Statue of Liberty was reduced to pieces in the shockwave. When the light dissipated, all that was left on the ground was a huge charred black crater. "Sir, the energy readings went to 0. Jarvis reported. "New York is hopeless." Xiaohan began to fall silent. He suddenly somewhat did not understand the significance of the system allowing him to come to this universe. Finally looking at the hissing zombies below, Xiaohan unfolded his super hearing. Sounds from around the globe began to converge on his hearing. Abrupt. He found the anomaly. Xiaohan opened his eyes. Wakanda. The golden portal opened and Xiaohan flew out of it. He hovered over Wakanda, the golden sunlight spilling over his black battle armor. Below, Wakanda's energy shield shimmered with an ethereal blue light, keeping thousands of zombies at bay. Supervision penetrated the shield and he saw inside the Wakanda palace. There's a battle going on inside, and it doesn't look like it's peaceful here either. And beyond the shield, the zombie army roared and kept pounding the energy barrier. Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, floated in the air, her chaos magic distorting space. The Black Widow was writhing in a strange position, not much blood on her grimy face. Farther away, Captain Marvel Carol Danvers was burning with energy, ready to unleash a devastating blow. Xiaohan did not stay too long and waved his hand to open the teleportation portal. Passing through the portal and stepping into the grand hall of the Wakanda palace, Xiaohan quietly looked at the scene in front of him. The air smelled of blood and decay, and the ground was strewn with shell casings and broken vibranium spears. The royal court of Wakanda, which was supposed to be heavily guarded, was now in shambles. Bang! A gunshot came from the side hall, and Xiaohan instantly moved over. Chala was half kneeling on the ground, the visor of his Black Panther battlesuit shattered, black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his skin had begun to turn a greenish-gray as a result of a hideous bite mark on his arm. Beside him, Okoye was impaled in the abdomen, but she still held her spear in a death grip and stood in front of Chala. Their enemy, however, is Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, who has been completely zombified and enhanced by the virus. His metal arms were stained with blood, his eyes were scarlet, and a low, beastly growl escaped his throat. "Shala! Hang in there!" Okoye said through clenched teeth, but her voice had begun to tremble and her wounds were worsening. Bang! Another shot was fired, and the bullet pierced the Winter Soldier's knee with pinpoint accuracy, but he only staggered for a moment, then hissed and lunged. Xiaohan's figure suddenly flashed out and grabbed the Winter Soldier's throat with one hand, pressing him down hard on the ground. Ka-ching! With a crunch, the Winter Soldier's cervical vertebrae were crushed straight away, and his body convulsed a few times before he finally stopped moving. Shala lifted his head, his pupils had begun to dilate, but he was still holding on to consciousness, his voice hoarse. "Who are you?" "Xiaohan." He replied briefly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Gwen Stacy was huddled in the corner, her spider emitter damaged, a deep scratch on her arm, and her skin was darkening at a rate visible to the naked eye. Agent Coulson sat against the wall, his face pale, a penetrating wound in his chest, the blood having turned a dark red. The vision hovered in midair, the mind gem on his forehead shimmering slightly and the color of his skin darkening. He was the only one not infected, but his mechanical body was covered in battle scars. Seems to have fought something far more terrifying. "You're all infected," Xiaohan said in a deep voice. "We know," Shala laughed bitterly as the energy of the Panther's suit was rapidly decaying. "We won't last much longer. There is no antidote." Vision's voice was low and full of regret. "The virus has completely altered their cellular structure and reversal is impossible." "We know." Okoye gritted his teeth and gripped his spear. "We've known that for a long time." "Then let us die like warriors." Shala struggled to his feet, the energy core of his panther suit flickering on and off. Xiaohan looked at them in silence. He knew that these people were hopeless. The walkers outside are breaking through the shields. Phantasm looked up, looking out of the palace. "Wanda, Natasha, Captain Marvel. They'll be rushing in soon." At that, Vision froze and looked at Wanda, but said nothing. "Then don't let them in." Coulson coughed up a mouthful of black blood and raised his pistol shakily. "At least, don't let them destroy this place." Gwen took a deep breath and barely managed to stand up, even though her skin was starting to turn blue. "We can't become like them." Xiaohan took a deep breath as his gaze calmly swept over everyone. "What do you want to do?" Shala looked up, the light in her eyes not quite out yet. "Give us a pain in the ass. And then, end it all for us." The air froze for a second. Xiaohan slowly nodded his head. "Good." The next second. Zip! His eyes lit up with a blazing golden light, and his heat vision ran precisely through the hearts of Chala and Okoye. Their bodies shook slightly and then collapsed, without pain or struggle. Coulson closed his eyes, a relieved smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Thanks." Bang! Xiaohan's fingertip shot out a tiny beam of energy that penetrated Coulson's brow. Gwen looked at her fallen companions and took a deep breath before finally looking at Xiaohan. "Don't make me a monster." Xiaohan raised his hand and gently pressed it on her forehead. "Sleep." A gentle golden light flashed, and Gwen's body fell limply, her life extinguished in an instant. Vision watched this in silence and finally whispered, "They wouldn't want to be a threat after they die." Xiaohan nodded his head and raised his hand, a golden flame enveloped all the corpses, incinerating them completely. Chapter 48. Sometimes salvation means an end to suffering. Vision hovered in place, the mind gem on his forehead flickering faintly. No expression could be seen on his mechanical countenance, but his voice carried a deep weariness. "The shields on the outside will hold for another 15 minutes. Vision looked up at the palace dome. Carol Danvers is pounding the weak points of the shield with energy. Xiaohan walked to the window and his supervision penetrated the wall to see the scene outside. The zombified superheroes are frantically attacking the shield, and the energy barrier is already cracking. "What are you going to do?" Vision asked. "I can sense that with your power, you are perfectly capable of leaving the planet." Xiaohan turned to look at Phantasmagoria. "My purpose is to save the people here. But, there is no life here anymore, only walking dead." Vision was silent as she looked out at the frantic vendetta, wondering what she was thinking. "I'll give you the mind gem and you leave." In the end, Phantasm made a decision. "You will die." Xiaohan looked outside and understood why he was doing this. "Wanda can't come back anymore, There's nothing left for me. Vision shook his head, his gaze cast into the distance. Vision's eyes gazed through the shield at the figure that had once been the love of his life. Wanda hovered in the air, scarlet chaotic energy twisting and tumbling around her, her once soulful eyes now nothing but bloodthirsty scarlet. Her red hair danced in the storm of energy, undried blood lingering at the corners of her mouth. Goodbye. Phantasmagoria murmured softly, her voice almost inaudible. He raised his hand and opened a tiny gap in the shield. This is my own choice, you must leave. Mirage Vision looked at Xiao Han and uttered his last words. The heart gemstone was removed, and the golden light flickered for a split second at the tip of Phantasmagoria's fingers before he threw it at Xiao Han. As the gem left his body, Phantasm's vibranium carapace quickly faded all color to a dead, light gray. The zombies howled and hissed as they rushed towards Phantasmagoria. Phantasmagoria slowly flew out of the shield, and with the loss of the gem, he landed heavily on the ground in front of Wanda like a puppet with broken strings. The zombie heroes immediately came like a tidal wave and surrounded him. Xiao Han stood in front of Wakanda's shield and was silent for a moment. It was drizzling outside, raindrops rustling down. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips glowing with golden magical runes, and flicked it. Ka! The shield instantly disintegrated and the energy barrier shattered like glass. The zombie Wanda snapped her head up, her scarlet eyes locking onto him as chaos magic churned madly around her. The zombie Captain Marvel hovered in the air, his body burning with twisted energy flames, a low hissing sound coming from his throat. And further away, countless zombie heroes, zombie soldiers, and even mutated beasts all caught the scent of the living. Roar! Zombie Wanda took the lead, scarlet chaos magic sweeping in like a giant wave, space twisting and tearing before her. Xiao Han's eyes turned cold, his figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind her, blasting out a fist. Bang! A magical shield floated behind the zombie Wanda's body, and the shockwave shook the earth. She immediately reacted, and the chaos magic transformed into countless blood-red blades that pierced the sky toward Xiao Han. Xiao Han did not flash or evade, and his eyes exploded with golden light. Zip! Boom! Heat vision swept across the room, and all magical blades instantly vaporized. He took one step, the sound explosion cracked, and rushed directly in front of Wanda, grabbed her neck with one hand, and pressed her hard into the ground. Boom! The entire ruins of Wakanda's palace trembled. The zombie Captain Marvel took advantage of the opportunity to dive down, and his energy-bursting fist blasted Xiao Han straight in the back of his heart. Xiao Han doesn't look back, and lands a backhanded elbow. Ka-ching! The zombie Captain Marvel's sternum instantly collapsed, and his entire body flew backwards, crashing through several buildings. But the next second, more zombie heroes swarmed. Xiao Han slammed his hands together. Boom! A golden magic barrier instantly unfolded, and all attacks were bounced away. Immediately afterward, his eyes blazed with golden light as solar flare-level energy gathered within his body. It's over. Boom! Blazing white pillars of light erupted from within him, sweeping across the entire battlefield like divine punishment. Deathstroke Wanda screams in the glow as her body rapidly carbonizes. The zombie Captain Marvel tries to resist with energy, but is instantly vaporized. The zombies roared and charged, only to turn to dust in mid-air. The entire land was engulfed in light, and all the zombie heroes went up in smoke under the purification of the solar flare. When the light cleared, the ruins of Wakanda were a scorched earth. Rain pattered down, washing away the blood-stained ground. Xiao Han hovered above the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, his black battle armor glowing slightly in the darkness. The golden S emblem on his chest still stood out in the dim light of day. At his feet were countless broken bodies, with the remnants of magic slowly going out in the distance. Not far away, Captain Marvel's head rolled to the ground, his eyes still lingering with bloodthirsty madness. The Phantasm's body was torn beyond recognition, its gray mechanical body covered in gnaw marks. Xiao Han watched this in silence. He came into the world and witnessed the deepest despair. He hadn't been able to save anyone, not even Vision's last option, which was just to let himself go. Sir, the global scan is complete. Jarvis's voice was crystal clear over the sound of the rain. No human vital signs have been detected globally. Xiao Han raised his hand in silence, and the mind gem left behind by Phantasmagoria glowed with a ghostly yellow light in his palm. He gazed at the infinite gem, his supervision penetrating its internal structure and seeing countless energy veins flowing through it. Ding! 100% mission completion. Reward, 10,000 growth points. Random rewards being drawn. Received, a full set of kryptonite technology. The system's beep sounded in his head, but Xiaohan could not feel any joy. He looked up into the overcast sky as the rain slid down his cheeks. Is this what's called salvation? He asked in a low voice, his voice almost drowned out by the rain. Yes, host. The system replied calmly. Sometimes salvation means an end to suffering. Xiaohan was silent for a moment as he swept his gaze across the devastated land. Countless corpses lay on the ground, no longer breathing life. Xiaohan didn't look at it again. He shot up into the sky, breaking through the clouds, right into outer space. The earth spun beneath him, the azure ocean contrasting with the gray zombie continent. Purify it. Xiaohan clasped his hands together as the mind gemstone hovered in front of him, and golden magical runes spread rapidly in the void, forming a giant spell formation that covered the entire planet. Sun purge. Boom! Golden pillars of light descended from the universe, penetrating the atmosphere like divine punishment. Countless zombies snapped their heads up and some superhero zombies tried to resist. But the purifying light destroyed them, and their means were quickly destroyed, their bodies going up in smoke in the light. Across the surface of the planet, all the zombies wailed and dissolved in the light. Cities, forests, oceans. Everything is washed in pure energy. When the light cleared, the earth fell into dead silence. Xiaohan hovered in space, looking at the scorched earth beneath his feet. Purification complete. End of mission. He put away the mind gem, turned and slashed through the portal, disappearing into the depths of the universe. Chapter 49, The Earth is Mine. Xiaohan stood at the edge of the solar system, his pitch-black battle armor glowing coldly under the light of the stars. He gazed at the familiar blue planet in front of him with a slight frown. After probing, he found no signs of any alien fleet activity in the solar system. Even the Kree Empire's scout ships have disappeared. Supervision penetrates great distances, sweeping across the orbit of Mars, the moons of Jupiter, and even farther into the Kuiper Belt. It's empty. Interesting. He whispered, and with a flick of his fingertips, the golden portal unfolded once more. The next second, he appeared in the Alpha Centauri galaxy, his gaze sweeping across the gravitational field of the three stars intersecting it. As a matter of common sense, there should be an observatory or even a colonization base for an interstellar civilization here. However, there was nothing but barren rocky planets and cold interstellar dust. Go on. Xiaohan opened the portal continuously, spanning thousands of light-years, from Vega to Sirius, from the Orion cantilever to the galactic core. Silence. It was as if the entire galaxy had been completely emptied by some force, and not even a single abandoned shipwreck could be found. Except for some dead weakling god. Could it be that the aliens in this universe have run away en masse? The corners of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly as he thought of an idea as he hovered near the supermassive black hole in the center of the galaxy. Sir, anomalous spatial fluctuations have been detected. Jarvis suddenly warned. Xiaohan's gaze condensed as his supervision locked onto the edge of the black hole event horizon. There was an almost imperceptible crack there, like a dimensional gap forced open by some force. So it is. He laughed softly, it's not a run, it's an escape. The signature of the energy remaining in that crack matched some kind of record he had once seen in the Karmitage library. Cosmic catastrophe, dimensional devourer. Some kind of existence far beyond the heavenly god group had awakened in a certain universe and devoured all the higher civilizations. So it seems that the Earth might be a leftover that it doesn't care about? No wonder no one even cares about the zombie virus outbreak. Xiaohan retracted his gaze and already had an answer in his heart. He raised his hand to slice open a new portal, his eyes sweeping across this dead universe. From now on, the Earth here is mine. The golden sparks rotated and closed, and Xiaohan's figure disappeared into the starry sky. Ding! The coordinates of the new universe have been recorded. The system's beep sounded. Xiaohan stood within the teleportation channel as a deep glint flashed in his eyes. The next time you come back, it's time to mine. The Earth. 169,278 Universe. Long Island Villa. Xiaohan stepped out of the portal as sunlight poured into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Wanda was sitting on the couch meditating, scarlet energy leaping from her fingertips, and was startled to see him suddenly appear. Xiao. Mister, you are back? She stood up with concern in her eyes. I heard Turing say you went to take care of something important, so... Xiaohan shook his head and gently patted his arm as the battle armor automatically lifted, solved it, but didn't save anyone. Wanda was keenly aware of the strangeness in his tone. Yeah? What happened? Xiaohan walked towards the fireplace and took out Reed's notes. Sometimes, the greatest power can't change certain endings. Wanda was a little unsure, then saw that Xiaohan was throwing black notes into the fireplace. That? A warning. The flames engulfed Reed's study, and as Shaw turned, Wanda saw a certain gravity in his eyes for the first time. There is some hunger that could devour the entire universe. Xiaohan watched as the flames in the fireplace faded out and Reed's notes turned to ashes. Jarvis? He asked tentatively, looking at the watch on his hand. I am, sir. I'm coming with you. Jarvis's voice immediately rang through the parlor. Oh? Let me guess, you were just absorbing internet information? Yes, sir. I've gotten a rough idea of what this world is like, and this world, it's not unlike mine. Jarvis' mechanical voice carried a hint of nostalgia. So, what are you going to do next? Sir, I replaced the AI Turing that Mr. Stark developed for you, and from now on I am Turing. Jarvis. No, I should call you Turing now. Xiaohan revealed a smile, raised his wrist, and lightly tapped the dial. This will be your new home from now on. A pleasure, sir. Turing's voice was gentle and calm, as if he had long since adapted to this new status. Wanda sat on the sidelines, scarlet energy still pulsing slightly in her fingertips as she looked at Xiaohan and then at his watch, seemingly a little confused. So an AI from another universe is now your housekeeper? She blinked, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Pretty much. Xiaohan leaned back on the sofa and swept his gaze across the calm sea outside the window. Tony in that world doesn't need him anymore, and there just happens to be a shortage of smarter butlers here. Turing's voice came out of the ceiling. Ms. Maximoff, if you need anything, such as adjusting the temperature of your room, customizing your training program, or just wanting to talk to someone, I'm standing by. Wanda froze slightly, then the corners of her mouth rose gently. Thanks, Turing. Xiaohan stood up and walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window, the sunlight outlining his upright silhouette. He was silent for a while and suddenly spoke. Wanda, how is your chaos magic practice going? Wanda immediately sat up straight, and the scarlet energy at her fingertips quickly coalesced into a delicate rose, the edges of its petals shimmering with shimmering light. Much better than yesterday, she said with some pride. At least now it won't suddenly explode out of control. Xiaohan nodded with a hint of approval in his gaze. The progress is fast. However, the real learning has just begun. Just started? Wanda cocked her head. Xiaohan looked at her and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. You'll know soon enough. Now to the training room. Training room. Xiaohan and Wanda were sitting opposite each other on the meditation cushion, and the mind gemstone was suspended between them, emitting a ghostly yellow light. Wanda gazed at the gem, scarlet energy leaping around her fingertips as if pulled in some way. Chaos magic has a natural resonance with mind gems. Xiaohan's voice was calm. But you have to remember that it's just a tool, not a source of power. Wanda took a deep breath and nodded. Xiaohan raised his hand, his fingertips glowing with golden magical runes, and gently tapped on the mind gemstone. The jewel shivered slightly, and the light rippled out like water waves, illuminating the entire meditation room in a warm yellow color. Close your eyes, Xiaohan said. Feel its energy flow, but don't try to control it. Wanda closed her eyes as she was told, and scarlet energy spread like silk threads from her palms, slowly wrapping around the mind gem. For a moment, her consciousness seemed to be pulled into a vast universe. Countless fragments of memories passed by like shooting stars. Childhood in Sokovia, the smiling faces of parents, the flames of the explosion, the darkness under the rubble. The coldness of Hydra's lab, Baron Sklar's sardonic smile, the screams of the experiments. Xiaohan's figure descended from the sky, his heat vision ripping through the darkness and taking her away from hell. These memories washed over her consciousness like a tidal wave, but the energy of the mind gem was like a lighthouse, steadily guiding her. Don't resist. Xiaohan's voice came from a distant place. Let it guide you, not you ride it. Wanda's breathing gradually smoothed out, and the scarlet energy of chaos magic was no longer raging, but rather like a trickle, intertwined with the light of the mind gem. Chapter 50, The Power Comes From You. Gradually, she saw more. Not just his own memories, but some kind of deeper presence. Inside the mind gem, it was as if a myriad of consciousnesses were whispering, the echoes of all the lives it had ever touched. Wanda's consciousness traveled through it, touching and separating. She saw her alternate universe self, mad, desperate, and ultimately turned to ashes. She saw Xiao Han, saw his regret in the face of not being able to save others. Seeing the powerful enemy that Xiao Han was facing. Also saw the golden sun, the infinite starry sky, and the black battle armor gleaming in the light. Ah! Wanda's eyes snapped open, cold and sweaty. The light of the mind gem slowly faded and returned to calm. Xiao Han looked at her quietly. See anything? Wanda's chest rose and fell violently, and it took a long time for it to calm down. Too much. She whispered. The alternate universe me. She's dead, isn't she? Xiao Han didn't deny it. That universe has ended. Wanda was silent for a moment, then looked up, no longer confused, but with a certain determined gleam in her eyes. I don't want to be like that. She said. I want to control this power, not be controlled by it. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. Very well, this is just the beginning. He reached out and the mind gem slowly fell into Wanda's palm. It will help you sort through chaos magic from today, but remember. His gaze was deep and sharp. The gems are only the medium, the true power always comes from yourself. Wanda nodded solemnly as she gripped the gem, feeling the steady pulsation in it. The lights in the training room softened, as if responding to the energy flowing between the two. Xiao Han stood up, his black short sleeves set off his perfect as sculpted body. Wanda looked breathless but quickly pressed down. Now, try this. He raised his hand and traced a golden rune in the air, intricate lines intertwining into a three-dimensional magic formation. The most basic application of chaos magic, reality warping. Wanda stared at the rune and cocked her head. Doesn't look like a foundation. Xiao Han laughed lightly. To you, it is the foundation. He flicked his fingers and the magic array split into dozens of small runes that surrounded Wanda. Touch them with your energy, but don't force control, let them respond to you naturally. Wanda took a deep breath, and scarlet energy flowed from her fingertips, probing those golden runes like living creatures. The moment the two came into contact, the entire space of the training room suddenly distorted for a split second, and the walls fluctuated like liquid. I did it. Wanda looked at her hands in surprise. No, you're just imitating. Xiao Han shook his head. True reality distortion doesn't need runes to guide it. Close your eyes and visualize the things you wish to change. Wanda closed her eyes again, her brow furrowing slightly. A few seconds later, the air in front of her suddenly rippled as a red teacup slowly took shape, with the traditional Sokovia pattern still emblazoned on its walls. Very good. Xiao Han picked up the teacup and gently pinched it, and the cup instantly dissipated into countless points of light. But remember, creating objects out of thin air uses a lot of energy. It's best to start by altering existing objects until you can take full control. He snapped his fingers and a metal target rose in the center of the training room. Try to turn it into something else. Wanda concentrated as the scarlet energy surged towards the mark. The metal surface began to wriggle, gradually turning into a giant steel rose with petal edges as sharp as knives. Not bad. Xiao Han revealed an encouraging smile. Now let it fly. Wanda's fingers moved slightly and the steel rose slowly rose into the air, but it suddenly lost control 2 meters off the ground and spun around to crash towards the wall. Xiao Han raised his hand and a golden barrier blocked it. Not enough control. He walked over to Wanda and gently squeezed her shoulder. Feel the flow of energy, it's as natural as breathing. Wanda's shoulders shook slightly as sweat slid down her cheeks. It's so hard, it's always trying to break free. Because you are in fear. Xiao Han's voice suddenly softened. Chaos magic amplifies emotions, especially negative ones. The more you fear losing control, the more it rages. Puzzled, Wanda looked up at him. How did you know I was afraid? Xiao Han pointed to the mind gemstone necklace on her chest. It's telling me. Every time you use your ability, memories from your childhood will surface, the pain, the anger, the helplessness, all of these are affecting you. Wanda bit her lower lip as the crimson energy stirred involuntarily. Look at me. Xiao Han looked straight into her eyes. Those experiences created you, but they shouldn't define you. Pain can become strength, but it should never become a shackle. A brief silence fell over the training room. Outside the window, the waves lapped gently against the beach, the regular sound as if some sort of soothing. Again. Xiao Han finally said, waving his hand to reset the metal target. This time, don't think about controlling the magic, but directing it. Wanda took a deep breath and slowly raised her hands. This time, the scarlet energy was no longer furious, but wrapped around the target as gently as a mist. The surface of the metal rippled and gradually transformed into a lifelike cardinal that lifted its wings and flew into the air, circling the training room for a week before landing firmly on Wanda's outstretched finger. I did it? Wanda looked incredulously at the bird at her fingertips. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth lifted slightly. It's better than you think. Now, let it sing. Wanda wrinkled her nose. That's a lot to ask, isn't it? The cardinal suddenly cocked its head and let out a string of crisp chirps, the pitch surprisingly perfect replicas of the ballad Wanda's mother used to hum when she was a child. Wanda's eyes instantly moistened. The cardinal dissipated into a scarlet point of light, but the smile on her face lingered for a long time. Remember this feeling. Xiao Han's voice carried a rare gentleness. Magic is born of emotion, but it takes reason to harness it. You keep practicing and we'll continue tomorrow. He turned toward the door. Xiao Han. Wanda suddenly called out to him. Thank you. Not just for the training. Xiao Han didn't turn around and just waved his hand. Cheer up, tomorrow will be harder. As the door to the training room closed softly, Wanda looked down at the mind gem on her chest, her fingertips lightly touching its surface. The gem glowed slightly, as if responding to her touch. Turing? She called softly. At your service, Ms. Maximoff. The AI butler's voice rang out immediately. Can you find me some Sokovia ballads? Just the kind my mother used to sing. Sure. 37 traditional ballads have been searched. Want to play them now? Wanda nodded and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. The setting sun's rays poured over the ocean, coloring the entire world a warm orange-red. A soft melody flowed through the room, a tune she thought she had long forgotten. Surrounded by the notes, Wanda felt, for the first time, that those hurts buried deep in her heart didn't seem so heavy anymore. Meanwhile, Xiao Han was lying on a sun lounger on the terrace on the top floor of the villa, looking at the gradually darkening sea level from afar. His thoughts drifted further afield as he levitated the mind gem he had brought back from the zombie universe in his hands. Chapter 51 Bioforce Field Advancement. Ding! Detected the host's current growth points of 25,000, redeemable from all items. The system's beep sounded in Xiao Han's mind, interrupting his thoughts. He opened his eyes slightly, his fingers gently rubbing the surface of the mind gem, the ghostly yellow light reflecting in his pupils. System, bring up the redemption list. Ding! Mall items have been updated. Here are the recommended redemption options. Kryptonian Bioforce Field Advancement Module 15,000 points, strengthens Bioforce Field defenses against dimensional level attacks. The host can also upgrade slowly on their own. Destruction Day Cell Sample 800,000 points, fused to gain Destruction Day level regeneration and evolutionary abilities. Anti-Surveillance Armor 2 million points, Multiverse level battle armor that can fight against the Supreme Being. Xiao Han's eyes swept over the list and finally rested on the first item, which was all he could afford. Redeem Kryptonian Bioforce Field Advancement Module. Ding! Redemption successful, remaining growth points, 10,000 points. Integration begins. In an instant, a fiery energy erupted from Xiao Han's body, and golden light flowed over the surface of his skin like a liquid. He stifled a grunt, his muscles tensing slightly as he felt the drastic changes on a cellular level. The structure of the bioforce field was reorganizing, and the originally invisible barrier gradually solidified, even forming a faint golden halo around him. Fusion complete. Xiao Han slowly exhaled a breath and raised his hand, gently clenching his fist. Buzz! The air vibrated in his palm, the strength of the bioforce field increased several times, and he could even feel the subtle fluctuations in the space around him. Not bad. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. At least if we encounter a dimension devourer, we won't run out of options. Looking up at the sky, the sun's rays shone down on him, soothing him like a hot spring. Gradually, he closed his eyes. Time passed a little, and the afterglow of the setting sun gilded the side of his well-defined face with a golden edge. His eyes were closed, his breathing was even and deep, his chest under his black short sleeves rose and fell slightly as he breathed, the lines of each muscle as perfect as an ancient Greek sculpture. Wanda did not know when she came to the terrace. She stood aside and her gaze unconsciously fell on Xiao Han. The sea breeze gently brushed her red hair, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly as she looked at Xiao Han's sleeping form. The man was powerful, mysterious, yet in the smallest way gave her a sense of security she had never known. He saves her from hell, teaches her to control her power, and is even willing to understand her past. Wanda's heart beat slightly faster at the thought, and her fingertips moved involuntarily. He has long eyelashes. The thought popped into her mind, followed by some amusement. But the line of sight could not move away from Xiao Han's face. Ghostly, she slowly stretched out her hand, her fingertips approaching towards Xiao Han's cheek. The sound of her heartbeat amplified in her ears, and scarlet energy shimmered slightly in her fingertips, as if exposing her little mind. Just at the moment when her fingers were about to touch Xiao Han. "Touch me fair and square if you want to, don't do it while I'm asleep." Xiao Han suddenly opened his mouth, but his eyes remained closed, the corners of his mouth curved up. Wanda's hand snapped frozen in mid-air, her cheeks instantly reddening as the scarlet energy snapped and exploded in a small shower of sparks. I just... She stammered and tried to defend herself, but she saw Xiao Han slowly open his eyes, his golden pupils flickering slightly under the setting sun with a promising smile. "Just what?" He lazily propped up his chin. Wanda retracted her hand in shame, a blush spreading from her cheeks to the base of her ears. "It's just that you have a mosquito on your face." "Oh?" Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and his smile deepened. "So do you want to shoot it off for me?" She stammered and tried to draw back her hand, but she was gently tugged by Xiao Han, and her entire body lost its balance and fell into his arms. Xiao Han's voice rang in her ear, "You can see more clearly from this distance." Wanda braced herself in panic, but was stunned the moment she met his gaze. Those calm eyes reflected her clearly at the moment. "Run for what?" Xiao Han laughed lowly, a lazy flirtation in his voice. "I didn't say no touching." Wanda's heart missed a beat, and scarlet energy flowed uncontrollably around her body, like the panicked mood of her owner at the moment. "I didn't." She broke away from his hand and left quickly with a red face, her back almost qualifying as a runaway. Xiao Han watched her figure disappear into the stairway and let out a light laugh as he reclined back into the chair, resting his hands behind his head. "Turing," he called absently. "Yes, sir." The AI butler's voice rang out gently. "Turn up the difficulty of the training room by 1 level." The corners of Xiao Han's mouth still hung with that playful smile. "Save someone from having too much energy and always thinking about something." Wanda, who had just reached the stairwell, heard this and rolled her eyes. "I'm not afraid." A smile played at the corners of her mouth. Xiao Han arrived at the underground laboratory, and the nanotechnology automatically sensed his arrival, and the lights came on one by one, illuminating the advanced space that was comparable to the Stark Industrial Research and Development Center. He raised his hand and a holographic projection unfolded on the central workbench. The Kryptonian technology complete set, data stream rewarded by the system flowed through the air like a river of stars. Turing, establish an independent database with the highest encryption level. Xiao Han's fingertips tapped, and the data stream began to be categorized and reorganized. "Established, sir." Turing's voice echoed through the lab. Technologies were detected covering the fields of energy, bioengineering, space physics, etc., far beyond the current level of technology on Earth. Xiao Han's gaze locked onto the bioforce field advancement theory. "This is the ultimate Kryptonian research into biological force fields." His superbrain parsed at a rapid pace, his pupils reflecting the fast-flowing data. "So," he whispered to himself, "bioforce fields are not only defense barriers, they also interfere with the fabric of space." He raised his hand, and a golden force field coalesced in his palm, no longer a transparent barrier, but instead showing a faint ripple of energy. With his intention, the force field began to distort the space around him, rippling the air. "Spatial folding?" Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and tried to compress the force field to the extreme. Buzz. The air in the lab suddenly trembled, and a tiny black hole appeared in the space of his palm, but it instantly annihilated and disappeared. "Sir, the energy readings are abnormal," Turing immediately warned. The spatial disturbance just now was enough to tear apart ordinary matter. Xiao Han retracted his force field and pondered, "It seems that more precise control is needed." He moved on to another technology, solar energy absorption efficiency optimization. The Kryptonians had long since researched how to maximize the use of stellar energy, and although Xiao Han's body of steel could absorb sunlight, there was still room for improvement in efficiency. Turing, simulate solar radiation band adjustment. The holographic projection immediately displayed the energy absorption curve within Xiao Han's body, as well as the optimized theoretical model. According to the calculations, your energy reserve speed can be increased by 300% after optimization, and your limit output increased by 50%. Turing reported. Xiao Han nodded and walked towards the solar simulation chamber in the corner of the lab. It was a device that Tony had previously customized for him based on artificial sun technology that simulated different intensities of stellar radiation. He removed his shirt, revealing a lean body, its musculature is sculpted in the blue light of the analog chamber. Laying back into the pod, he closed his eyes, activate maximum intensity. Warning, this mode has not been tested for security. Turing warned. Execute. Buzz. The simulation chamber instantly lit up with a blinding white light, comparable to the sun's energy radiation pouring down. Xiao Han's skin surface glowed with faint golden lines that spread all over his body like a circuit. His cells were absorbing energy like crazy, and every molecule in his body was shaking, reorganizing, and evolving. 10 minutes later, the simulation cabin automatically closed, and Xiao Han opened his eyes, golden light flowing in his pupils. He slowly sat up and clenched his fists, feeling the power surging through his body. It worked out well. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Suddenly, the door to the lab was pushed open and Wanda poked her head in. "Xiao, I just felt an energy fluctuation." "Wow." Her gaze fell on Xiao Han's naked upper body and she instantly forgot what to say. Xiao Han leaned lazily against the side of the simulation pod. "It's not a good habit to peek at other people's training, Ms. Maximoff." Wanda's ears burned and she forced herself to calm down. "I came to tell you that dinner is ready. If you're busy, I can eat it myself first." Xiao Han laughed lightly, casually picking up the black shirt aside and putting it on, the buttons casually buttoning a few. "Let's go together, I happen to be hungry." Wanda watched him walk toward her heart beating faster involuntarily. Chapter 52 Recruitment Operations. In the dining room, soft light spilled over the long table, and the tantalizing aroma of Wanda's carefully prepared dinner. Sokovia-style beef stew, golden and crispy toast, and a pot of fresh vegetable salad. The presentation is not elaborate but homey. Xiao Han pulled out a chair and sat down, the tip of his nose twitching slightly. "Smells good." Wanda's cheeks blushed slightly as she sat down across from him. "It's just some home cooking, I don't know if it's to your liking." She watched nervously as Xiao Han cut off a piece of beef and brought it to her mouth, her fingertips unconsciously wrapping around the napkin. "The meat is soft and the spices are just right." Xiao Han nodded and forked up another piece of carrot. "The fire is in good hands." Wanda's eyes lit up and the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose. "Really? I was afraid the stew would take too long. It was a lot better last time." Xiao Han teased, pouring her a glass of red wine in his hand. Wanda let out a soft laugh, her tense shoulders relaxing. She took a small sip of her red wine, the scarlet liquid reflecting off her equally flushed cheeks. Just as the two were having a quiet meal, Turing suddenly projected holograms from the ceiling. Tony Stark's trademark gangly grin appeared above the table. "Hey Shaw, not interrupting your candlelight dinner?" Tony raised an eyebrow at the two at the table, his eyes lingering on Wanda for a second longer. Xiao Han cut the steak slowly. "You're already interrupting. Pepper and I chartered the VIP box for the Monaco Grand Prix in 2 days." Tony shook the champagne glass in his hand. "Want to come along? It's guaranteed to be more fun than training your little witch at home." Wanda's fork accidentally touched the plate with a crisp sound. Xiao Han glanced at her and shook his head at Tony, not interested. "Come on. That's the fastest race car in the world." Tony spread his hands exaggeratedly. "And there are plenty of beautiful women in Monaco, much more eye candy than that black battlesuit of yours." "I have no feeling for speed." Xiao Han took a sip of red wine. "And beautiful?" He glanced meaningfully at Wanda. "I'm afraid my home will be demolished." Wanda nearly choked on her red wine, her ears instantly red. Tony whistled. "Oh, I see. Okay, let's not interrupt your training." He purposely stretched his tone. "Instead of saving the world, Superman is keeping witches in his house." "Tony, maybe I should go talk to you." Xiao Han nodded. "Shat. Bye." Tony hastily cut off the communication and the hologram instantly disappeared. The restaurant was quiet for a moment, the only sound left was the clatter of cutlery. Wanda bowed her head, her red hair falling to cover half her face. He's been so," she muttered in a small voice. "Oh, a beating?" Xiao Han took over, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "Just get used to it." Wanda surreptitiously raised her eyes and realized that Xiao Han was looking at her with a rare easy smile in his golden eyes. Her heart raced and a million thoughts flashed through her mind. Xiao Han's gaze lingered on Wanda's face for a few seconds, then continued eating as if nothing had happened. The atmosphere in the restaurant changed subtly. Wanda's fingers unconsciously rubbed the edge of her napkin, scarlet energy looming at her fingertips. She surreptitiously raised her eyes again to find Xiaohan intently cutting the steak on his plate. That? Wanda made a decision and spoke tentatively, "Are you sure you don't want to go to Monaco?" Xiaohan raised his eyes to look at her, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. "What, you want to go?" Wanda shook her head in quick succession, her red hair swaying gently with the movement. "No, I was just curious, you never seem to go out." "I don't need those." Xiaohan put down his knife and fork, picked up a napkin and wiped the corner of his mouth. "Racing, parties, limelight, that's Tony's hobby. My power is not to please others." Wanda looked at his face and suddenly understood something. The man who was powerful enough to change the world chose an uneventful life. Not because he was withdrawn, but because he knew exactly what he wanted. "I understand," she said softly, standing up and starting to gather the dishes. "Thank you for training today." Xiaohan turned around and looked at her busy figure. Crimson energy coursed through her fingertips as the cutlery floated automatically, neatly arranged in the sink. "Your control has improved," he commented. The corners of Wanda's mouth quirked up. "Someone said I had too much energy, I had to find something to do." Xiaohan laughed lightly and walked towards the stairs. "Continue training tomorrow morning, don't be late." Wanda's eyes widened. "Will it be early?" "If you want to become stronger, you don't have the privilege of sleeping." Xiaohan waved his hand without looking back and his figure disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Wanda bristled, but couldn't hide the laughter in her eyes. She gently waved her hand, and the faucet automatically turned on, and the dishes began to wash themselves under the scarlet energy. "Turing?" she called suddenly. "At your service, Ms. Maximoff." Turing's gentle voice rang out. "Can you get me some, information on racing competitions? It's the kind Tony was talking about." "Of course. The complete footage of the last 5 years of the Monaco Grand Prix has been retrieved. Would you like to play it now?" Wanda dried her hands and walked to the living room. "Well, I want to see what's so appealing." The holographic projection unfolded in the center of the living room, and the deafening roar of engines instantly filled the space. Wanda was curled up on the couch, her red hair cascading over her shoulders as she eyed the speeding cars. What she didn't know was that Xiaohan upstairs was leaning against the railing, similarly gazing at the scene, a thoughtful glint flashing through his golden eyes. It was late at night and Wanda had long since returned to her room to rest. Xiaohan stood alone on the terrace of the villa, looking up at the starry sky. His supervision penetrates the atmosphere and he can see galaxies light years away. The other side. Somewhere in the mountains of Canada. A black SUV crunches over gravel on a rugged mountain road, its headlights cutting through the heavy night. The heater was on full blast in the car, but it couldn't drive away the tight atmosphere. Natasha Romanoff had one hand on the steering wheel, her red hair tied back in a sharp ponytail, her dark green tactical suit outlining her lean frame. In the rearview mirror, she glanced at the tall man in the back seat who remained silent. Adam Bernard. Or, rather, what used to be Ranch. "So, Adam," she spoke, her voice taking on its usual lazy flirtation. "What exactly did Fury impress you with? Don't tell me it was his world needs heroes speech." The co-pilot, Clint Barton, was fiddling with his compound bow and sniffed with a soft chuckle. "I'll bet $5 it's a pension plan." Adam's gaze retracted from the window and his knuckles tapped lightly on his knees. His eyes were so calm as to be almost indifferent. "He mentioned someone." "Who?" Natasha raised an eyebrow. "Superman." The car was quiet for a few seconds as Adam spat out the word. "Fury says he can blow up buildings with one punch, shoot lasers from his eyes, and ice entire streets with his freezing breath." He paused. "Sounds like something out of a comic book." Clint whistled. "Welcome to the club. I was skeptical until last week that it was some kind of projection prank by Stark. Who knew, 2 days ago he was popping up all over the globe. And attended Stark's council." "So, Adam, you're still here?" Natasha pointed out. Adam's eyes narrowed, because if such people do exist, the world either needs more Guardians. He raised his hand, his palm suddenly rippling with ghostly blue energy. "If this one doesn't work, then a counterweight is needed. But it seems to be good." Chapter 53 Blue Marvel vs. Hulk. According to satellite thermal imaging, Banner's cabin is in the valley 2 kilometers ahead. Clint Barton adjusted the miniature display on his wristwatch, his compound bow resting across his lap. The military's last search was 3 days ago, and he should still be there. Adam's gaze retracted from the window. "Are you guys sure you want to do this?" It's not wise to provoke the Hulk. Fury's orders. Natasha turned the steering wheel and the vehicle turned onto a dirt road almost hidden by weeds. And we have you, don't we? Mr. Former Strongest Human. The car was quiet for a few seconds. The corner of Adam's mouth twitched slightly. That title is long gone. The vehicle suddenly lurched, and a dilapidated wooden house appeared in the woods ahead, with wisps of white smoke billowing from the chimney. Here we are. Natasha turned off the engine and the three of them silently checked their gear. While Clint slung his arrow pouch on his back, Adam simply straightened his jacket. He never needed a weapon. The clearing in front of the cabin was overgrown with weeds and a squirrel was startled and quickly scurried up a pine tree. Natasha stepped forward, raising her hand to signal the other two to keep their distance. She knocked gently on the wooden door and there was a panicked clatter from inside the house. Who? Banner's hoarse voice came through the door panel. Dr. Banner, I'm Natasha Romanoff from S.H.I.E.L.D. We mean no harm, we just want to talk. After a long silence, the door opened a crack. Banner's gaunt face appeared in the doorway, eyes bloodshot behind his glasses. S.H.I.E.L.D.? What's the difference between you and the military? Natasha gave a reassuring smile. Big difference. We're not here to arrest you, but to offer help. Banner's gaze swept over the two men behind her, lingering on Adam for a few seconds. Bringing armed men to offer help? That's sweet. A necessary precaution, Doctor. Clint shrugged. We all know that friend inside you doesn't have a good temper. Banner's frown tightened, but sidestepped to let the door open. 5 minutes. Finish up and go. The cabin is simple but neat, with handwritten formulas and drawings covering the walls. A small generator hummed in the corner, powering a few rudimentary instruments. Banner gestured for them to sit down and leaned over the edge of the table himself, keeping a safe distance. Straight up, what do you guys want? Banner got right to the point. Natasha leaned forward, a research position, safe housing, and, when appropriate, assistance, or like us, join the Avengers program. Assist? Banner looked at them calmly. You are trying to turn me into a weapon. No, it's a precaution. Adam spoke suddenly, his voice low. There are more and more beings like Superman, the world needs balance. Banner's pupils contracted slightly. You guys have seen him? The guy who flies around in a black battle suit? Fury met. Clint interjects, he also became Stark's partner. So Fury thought it was time to form his own insurance policy. Banner's fingers tapped unconsciously on the desktop. To be honest, I'm not very interested. Even if I agree, what guarantee do you have that the military won't come after me again? General Ross is treating me like his white whale. Fury has his ways. Natasha said confidently. By special authorization of the president, all cases against you have been sealed. Banner stood up suddenly, pacing back and forth in the small space. You don't understand, this isn't a legal issue. Hulk is getting harder and harder to control. The last time I transformed I almost killed a squad of soldiers. His voice began to tremble. I can't risk it. Adam was keenly aware that Banner's breathing became rapid and his fingers began to twitch involuntarily, a precursor to the transformation. Doctor, calm down. He stood up and made soothing gestures with his hands. Take a deep breath. But it was too late. Banner bent over in pain, an unnatural green color flaring under his skin. Move. You must. Leave. The air in the cabin seemed to freeze. Natasha and Clint quickly backed away while Adam stepped in front of them, ethereal blue energy beginning to flow around them. Roar! With a deafening roar, Banner's body swelled and contorted, his clothes bursting open as Hulk broke through. The cabin was torn apart by the tremendous force of the impact, with wood shavings and shards of glass flying everywhere. Natasha leapt out of the danger zone with a backflip, and Clint was already knocking his arrow. Dr. Banner. Calm down. But what responded to him was a huge green fist wrapped in a howling wind. Bang! Adam blocked with both hands and took the punch hard, the air compressed to its limit with a piercing pop. The ghostly blue antimatter energy formed a barrier in front of his body. Boom! The moment the two forces collided, the shockwave spread in a spherical shape, the trees within a 100-meter radius were uprooted, and the ground cracked with spiderweb like cracks. Adam's feet sank deep into the ground and he skidded backward for a dozen meters before barely stopping. This guy's power, it's not right. Adam gritted his teeth, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Roar! Hulk roared up to the sky, his muscles expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye, his veins bulging, and the anger in his eyes almost materializing. He stomped the ground so hard that it collapsed, and his massive body rushed toward Adam like a cannonball. "Look out!" Natasha yelled from a distance. Hulk storms out. Clint quickly fired a few tranquilizer arrows, but the tips couldn't even pierce Hulk's skin before they bounced off. Damn! His defense has increased again. In the center of the battlefield, Adam and Hulk fight again. Dang! 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 Every time his fists and feet collided, there was a loud noise, and the shockwaves crushed the surrounding rocks into pieces. Adam's antimatter energy kept bombarding Hulk, but only left shallow burn marks that were repaired in a flash by Hulk's self-healing abilities. How is that possible? Adam was appalled in his mind. His antimatter attack was enough to destroy a small mountain, but it had surprisingly little effect on Hulk. Hulk grew stronger and stronger as his anger increased his power geometrically. Bang! A heavy punch breaks through Adam's defenses and slams him hard in the chest. Ahem! Adam flew backwards, crashing through 3 large trees in a row before barely stopping. Adam! Natasha exclaimed, glancing at Hulk, not daring to go over to check on the situation. Instead of pursuing, Hulk stood still, pounding his chest with both fists and letting out an earth-shattering roar. His muscle density continued to reorganize, and his skin began to glow an abnormal dark green, even faintly red. He's evolving. Clint's face was serious. Anger has pushed him over the edge. Adam got up quickly and brushed the dust off his body, his eyes lit up with wariness. This guy's strength isn't normal, it needs to be resolved as soon as possible. He took a deep breath, and the antimatter energy in his body began to operate at its limit, an ethereal blue light wrapping around his entire body. Whoosh! Adam instantly breaks through the sound barrier, leaving a trail of sonic boom clouds in the air, heading straight for Hulk. Boom! This time, his fist hit Hulk solidly in the jaw, and the massive impact sent Hulk staggering back. But Hulk quickly steadies himself and backhands Adam with a swinging punch, slamming him hard into the ground. Bang! The earth trembles and smoke rises. Adam leaps out of the pit and engages Hulk in a frenzied sparring match. The speed of the two was so fast that it was hard to catch with the naked eye, and only 2 residual shadows, one blue and one green, could be seen constantly colliding in the forest. Trees fell in rows, rocks turned into powder, and the entire forest wailed as the two fought. "We have to do something," Natasha said anxiously. Clint quickly changed arrows. "I'll try a sonic arrow, maybe I can jam him." He drew his bowstring full and aimed at Hulk's back. Whoosh! The arrow broke through the air, erupting into a piercing sound wave the moment it approached Hulk. Roar! Hulk covered his ears in pain, and there was a brief pause in his movements. Adam seizes the opportunity and cracks Hulk with an uppercut. "Good job!" he yelled. But in the next second, Hulk's anger escalated again. Hulk is pissed. His hissing continued to come from him, his eyes turning completely blood red and his muscles swelling to the point of nearly bursting. Not good. He's even angrier. Clint's face paled. Hulk stomped on the ground so hard that the ground rose and fell like a wave, and the shockwave lifted Clint and Natasha out of the air. Adam quickly flew to catch both men, but Hulk was already charging like a gale. Bang! 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 With 3 consecutive punches, Adam's defense was completely shattered and the antimatter barrier shattered. He was blasted away once again and crashed into the mountain wall, where the rubble buried him. Hulk didn't stop, he leapt high into the air, closed both fists and slammed them down hard toward where Adam had fallen. Chapter 54, The End of the Battle. Boom! Hulk's fist slammed down, and the entire mountain wall collapsed under the terrifying impact. Boulders tumbled, smoke rose to the sky, and shockwaves swept across several kilometers in every direction. Adam! Natasha barely steadied herself in the gale, her face white. Clint quickly shot his hook and line arrow and pulled her to leap up a huge surviving tree. Damn, this is a big game. A piercing ghostly blue light suddenly erupted from the collapsed mountain. Bang! The rubble exploded and Adam's figure rose into the sky, surrounded by raging antimatter energy, his eyes completely filled with blue light. "You provoke me." His voice was horribly low, each word carrying a tremor of energy. Hulk threw back his head and growled, meeting it without fear. Thud! The two collided in mid-air, antimatter energy blasting against Hulk's brute force, and space seemed to distort for a moment. Adam no longer held back, his antimatter energy was on full blast, each punch carrying a terrifying amount of energy. Boom! 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 Successive explosions blossomed in the air, intertwining ghostly blue and deep green energies, illuminating the night sky as if it were polar day. Hulk was blasted back and forth, but with each wound he took, he healed himself faster and his muscle density grew wildly. Roar! He violently grabbed Adam's arm and slammed him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder slam. Bang! The earth cracked and Adam sank dozens of meters deep into the ground. But in the next second, a blue light shot up from the crack, and Adam levitated out, his hands coalescing into a ball of antimatter energy several meters in diameter. It's over, he said calmly, pushing the ball of energy towards Hulk. Without dodging, Hulk met his fists with both of them, and actually tore the energy ball apart. Boom! A shocking explosion swept through the entire mountainous area, mushroom clouds rose into the air, and the shockwave snapped all the trees in a dozen kilometers radius. Natasha and Clint were lifted out of the air, fortunately shielded by Adam in time with an energy barrier. The smoke cleared, and Hulk was half kneeling in the center of a huge pit hundreds of meters in diameter, bruised and battered, but with even more fury in his eyes. Hulk is the strongest. He roared up to the sky as his muscle density began to increase, his skin began to glow with a metal-like sheen, and his wounds healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Adam's pupils shrunk. Does this guy have no limits? The other side. Xiaohan was lying on the terrace of his Long Island villa, playing with a silver coin in his hand, which flipped between his slender fingers, reflecting the starlight. Suddenly, his movements faltered slightly, and he raised an eyebrow lightly. A fight? He narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning to the north. Supervision penetrated thousands of kilometers, and the battle scene in a mountain range somewhere in Canada came into clear view. Each collision between Adam Bernard and Hulk triggered a seismic shockwave, and trees fell in pieces all around them. Interesting. Xiaohan sat up straight and the coin disappeared in his palm. He saw Adam's antimatter energy clash fiercely with Hulk's sheer power, ghostly blues and deep greens intertwining in the night sky. Adam was blasted into the mountain wall by Hulk's punch, sending debris flying. That blue light should be the antimatter energy? Xiaohan narrowed his eyes as his super brain rapidly analyzed the battle data. You were supposed to be invincible, but met Hulk. Hulk isn't normal either. This setup looks like the angrier he gets the stronger he gets. This would have been a slap in the face for the movie Hulk. Xiaohan waved his hand to open a small portal and took out a fresh fruit from somewhere, eating it while reviewing the battle situation with his mouth. Hulk roared up to the sky, the sound waves shattering trees within a 100-meter radius. He pounded his chest with both fists, his muscles expanding once again, the veins under his skin glowing red like lava. Hulk's power is evolving, and anger is the catalyst. Xiaohan thought this setting was strange. What kind of person was angry all the time? The Dragon King? The mountain wall exploded, and Adam burst out of it, antimatter energy forming a vortex around him. He clasped his hands together and a ghostly blue beam of light shot straight at Hulk's chest. Boom! The shockwave of the explosion leveled the entire forest, and Hulk was blasted hundreds of meters and crashed through 3 hills before coming to a stop. Xiaohan nodded slightly, not a bad attack. In the smoke, Hulk's figure slowly stood up, the wound in his chest healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The anger in his eyes increased as his muscle density reorganized once more and his size swelled another notch. It's a pity that it doesn't work on Hulk. Xiaohan laughed lightly, then picked up a piece of cut watermelon and stuffed it into his mouth. Anger makes him stronger the more he fights. In the distance, Natasha and Clint were struggling to get up, apparently no longer able to intervene in the fight. Xiaohan felt that Hulk hadn't reached his limit yet, but he was getting close, and Adam hadn't used his full strength. And it can't be that it's just his universe's Hulk that's the strongest one. Adam hovered in the night sky, the ghostly blue energy forming a furious vortex around him. He gazed down at the evolving Hulk below him, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes. Natasha, take Barton and evacuate, as far away as possible. He ordered without looking back, his voice carrying an unprecedented seriousness. Without any nonsense, Natasha immediately assisted the injured Clint and quickly retreated backwards. Hulk rose from the rubble, glowing in ominous red light. His muscles had swelled to near monstrous proportions and his skin took on a metallic texture. Hulk! Invincible! He roared up to the sky, his voice shattering the rocks within a 100-meter radius. Adam took a deep breath and crossed his arms over his chest. The ghostly blue energy ran wildly within him, and complex energy patterns began to emerge on the surface of his skin. Antimatter, liberate. In an instant, Adam's body was completely engulfed in blue light. His hair stood up at the roots and transformed into a pure blue energy body. His eyes erupted with piercing light, and his entire person was like a heavenly god descending. Undaunted, Hulk stomped his legs so hard that the ground collapsed. He charged straight at Adam like a green cannonball. Boom! The moment the two forces collided, the shockwave spread in a spherical shape, leveling everything around them. Adam's antimatter energy clashed fiercely with Hulk's brute force, and a storm of energy swept across the entire mountainous region. Natasha and Clint, who were evacuating in the distance, had to get down on the ground to avoid being lifted off the ground by the fallout. This is too much. Clint looked up with difficulty at the two entangled figures in the distance. That's Superman, can he fight them? Xiaohan continued to observe the battle in the distance. The watermelon in his hand was already finished. He casually threw the rind into the open portal. Behind the door was some office of S.H.I.E.L.D. His gaze locked on Hulk. That green giant's muscles were expanding and growing in strength. On the battlefield, Adam was once again sent flying by Hulk's fist, this time crashing directly into a large mountain, accompanied by a loud crash and a large hole in the mountain. Is it almost over? Xiaohan had only just taken out the melon seeds and was about to tear open the package. And that's when it happened. Several boulders flew out, carrying a ghostly blue light on them. Adam slowly flew out of the mountain, a terrifying energy wave surrounding him. His eyes had turned completely dark blue, even the whites of his eyes had disappeared. Antimatter domain fully open. Xiaohan recognized the state. Finally getting real. Adam crossed his arms in front of his chest and a miniature black hole formed in his palm. The air around him was sucked in so crazily that even the light began to distort. Hulk seemed to sense the threat as well, and for the first time stopped his attack and stared warily at the black hole. It's over. Adam's voice became hollow. He pushed the black hole towards Hulk, and wherever he passed, the ground was plowed into a deep furrow and trees were uprooted and sucked into it. Hulk roared, surprisingly not dodging and meeting the black hole with both fists. Boom! Space seemed to stand still at that moment, followed by a deafening explosion. The piercing white light engulfed everything, and the shockwave swept across dozens of kilometers in a radius, flattening even the distant peaks. When the light dispersed, a huge pit nearly 1,000 meters in diameter appeared in the center of the battlefield, too deep to see the bottom. Chapter 55 Hawaii Trip. Hulk lay at the bottom of the pit, battered and bruised, his green skin riddled with cracks but still slowly healing. Adam levitated overhead, his breath a bit disorganized, obviously consumed by this strike. Still down? On the terrace, Xiaohan leaned back in his recliner and raised his eyebrows. This Hulk is indeed unusual. Just then, Hulk's body suddenly convulsed violently, the veins under his skin rippling and his muscles beginning to wriggle unnaturally. What's going on? Natasha exclaimed from a distance. Hulk curled up in agony and let out a heartbreaking roar, his eyes staring at Adam in indignation. His size began to shrink and his green color faded. A few minutes later, lying at the bottom of the pit was no longer Hulk, but Dr. Banner, back in his human form. He opened his eyes weakly, his voice hoarse, "It's over." Over? Adam landed beside him and eyed him warily. Dr. Banner? Tell me you're in a good mood or I should probably consider fighting you. It's me. Banner sat up with difficulty. I need to rest. Xiaohan saw this and withdrew his gaze. End of good show. He clapped his hands together and slumped back into his chair. Turing, continue to monitor their movements. Understood, sir. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are approaching that sector. Turing reported. Nick Fury just announced that the Avengers program is officially open. Xiaohan let out a soft chuckle. He finally got his Superboy band together. He closed his eyes while his super hearing remained focused on the distant conversation. Join us, Dr. Banner. Natasha's voice came. We can help you control the Hulk. I need to think. Banner responded weakly. The world needs more Guardians like you. It was Adam's voice. Xiaohan shook his head and stopped paying attention. He looked up at the stars as his thoughts drifted further away. Just then, soft footsteps came from behind them. Still awake? Wanda's voice came from the stairway. Xiaohan didn't turn around. Aren't you too? Wanda walked over to him and sat down, her red hair shimmering in the moonlight. She followed Xiaohan's gaze to the stars. What are you looking at? The future. Xiaohan replied briefly. Wanda cocked her head at him. You're always like that, secretive. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly. Mages are all like this. The two were silent for a moment as the night breeze brushed across the terrace. Your conversation during the day about Monaco, Wanda said suddenly. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. So? Wanda bit her lower lip. If you change your mind and want to go, I can come along. Xiao Han turned his head to look at her, his golden eyes reflecting her figure. You want to go? Wanda's face burned slightly. I just wanted to see the outside world. Since Hydra came out, I haven't. Before she finished her words, Xiao Han had already stood up. Yes, leave tomorrow, but not Monaco. Wanda's eyes widened. Really? Where is that? Why not? Xiao Han shrugged. Training requires practice anyway. Anywhere, like Hawaii. Wanda couldn't help but smile, scarlet energy leaping through her fingertips. Xiao Han looked at her and a hint of softness flashed in his eyes. Don't be too happy, come back and continue training. Got it. Wanda stood up cheerfully, her red hair arcing gracefully in the air. I'll go get my bags ready. She trotted away, light on her feet. Xiao Han shook his head and turned toward the bedroom. Morning. Sunlight poured into the dining room through the floor-to-ceiling windows as Wanda set the last of the omelets on the table. Crimson energy flowed through her fingertips, and the dinner plate landed firmly in front of where Xiao Han often sat. Turing, is he still in the training room? Wanda asked softly, her fingers unconsciously curling a strand of red hair. Sir has been absorbing artificial solar energy all night. Turing's voice came from the ceiling. According to Superman's powers, he has sensed the entirety of your breakfast preparation. Wanda's ears were hot, and she was just about to speak when the door leading to the underground training room slid open noiselessly. Xiao Han stepped forward, the cuffs of his black casual shirt casually pulled up, revealing his well-defined small arms. The golden energy afterglow hadn't fully faded in his pupils yet, running under his eyes as he stepped. The omelet's heat is better than yesterday. Xiao Han sat down at the dining table, his fingertips gently bending, and the coffee automatically floated to him. Wanda pushed the toast over. I added some spices, I don't know if it's to your taste. She watched as Xiao Han sliced open the fried egg and the golden egg mixture float onto the plate. Xiao Han tasted it and raised an eyebrow. Cinnamon and nutmeg? And you know this? Wanda's eyes widened in surprise. My taste buds can analyze molecular structures. Xiao Han shook his fork. But the pairing does look good. Wanda pursed her lips and looked down as she cut her share of breakfast. The morning light filtered through her red hair, casting fine shadows of light on the white dining cloth. So? She spoke hesitantly, is there anything special about Hawaii? To be honest, I've never been. Xiao Han put down his coffee cup, the sun, the beach, and... He suddenly reached out and snapped his fingers in front of Wanda, and an egg flower appeared out of nowhere and floated down to the side of her dinner plate. An environment suitable for practicing elemental magic. Wanda pinched the flower, scarlet energy wrapping around it involuntarily, golden lines flaring up around the edges of the petals. I thought it would be, well, a more serious place to train. Chaos magic stems from emotions. Xiao Han stood up, the sunlight outlining his upright silhouette. Depressing environments are only counterproductive. He walked towards the center of the living room and raised his hand to draw a golden circle of light. At the other end of the portal, azure waves lapped the white sandy beach and palm trees swayed in the breeze. Wanda jogged to keep up, stopping abruptly before crossing the portal. Wait, shouldn't I change into my swimsuit? Xiao Han stepped into the portal without looking back. It's better that way. Warm Hawaiian breezes greet you with the scent of sea salt. Wanda stepped barefoot on the fine sand, her toes sinking into the warm grains of sand. She took a deep breath, her chaos magic unconsciously overflowing, forming a scarlet mist around her. Control. Xiao Han's voice came from behind him. Feel the resonance of the energy with the environment. Wanda closed her eyes and let the ocean breeze brush her cheeks. She noticed that the flow of magical energy was really different here, like a warm current wrapping around her entire body. When she opened her eyes again, the scarlet mist had stabilized, pulsing regularly with her breathing. Very good. Xiao Han had changed his attire at some point, and the sunlight illuminated the perfect proportions of his body, with muscle lines like sculptures. He pointed to the sea in the distance. Now, try to extend the energy over the water. Wanda's cheeks warmed slightly as she hurriedly focused. Crimson energy swept across the sea like ribbons, stirring up tiny waves. It's not control, it's guidance. Xiao Han walked to her side. Imagine your magic is part of the sea breeze. As he guided him, the scarlet energy gradually synchronized with the waves, reflecting a strange glow in the sunlight. Wanda was pleasantly surprised to find that this time the energy expenditure was much less than in the training room. Why is it easier here? Elemental affinity. Xiao Han raised his hand, and a tiny stream of water rose from the sea and hovered in his palm. Every place has a unique energy field, and finding the resonance is half the battle. He suddenly took hold of Wanda's wrist and led her finger out to sea. Feel the frequency. Wanda held her breath as Xiao Han's palm was warm and dry, some sort of strange energy fluctuation coming through the contact. She subconsciously mimicked this frequency, and the scarlet energy instantly spread, flooding the entire sea with a shimmering light. I did it! She cheered out, almost bumping into Xiao Han's chin as she turned her head. The two were close enough to count each other's eyelashes. Xiao Han's golden eyes narrowed slightly. Good talent. He let go and took a half step back. Now try changing the form of the water. Wanda turned in a panic to face the sea, her red hair flying between her ears to hide the tips of her flushed ears. She concentrated as scarlet energy intertwined on the surface of the sea, gradually condensing into a crystalline crystal castle. Too deliberate. Xiao Han commented, chaos magic should be more. Before he finished speaking, the crystal castle suddenly twisted and distorted, transforming into a huge water dragon that rushed up into the sky. Wanda shrieked as the water hose swooped down towards the beach out of control. Xiao Han instantly appeared in front of her, his eyes glowing with golden light. Chapter 56, The Teaching of Magic. The blazing light vaporized the water dragon into a roiling mist, forming a rainbow in the sunlight. I'm sorry. Wanda apologized in a panic, I just got carried away. Walking away? Xiao Han turned around, droplets of water sliding down his well-defined chest. Wanda's eyes unconsciously followed those water droplets, just distraction. Xiao Han suddenly pressed a step closer and looked at her with a bad smile. Wanda, do you know what happens when an apprentice wanders off in commotage? Wanda gulped, WH. What consequences? 3 hours of extra practice. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly. But considering the special circumstances. He snapped his fingers and the portal appeared, dropping 2 lounge chairs and umbrellas out of thin air on the beach. Rest before continuing. Wanda took a long breath and slumped into the recliner. The sea breeze breezes gently through with a slightly salty scent. She stole a glance at Xiao Han beside her and realized that he had closed his eyes, the sunlight casting fine golden shadows on his eyelashes. Xiao Han? She called in a small voice. Thank you for bringing me here. Crimson energy leapt around her fingertips and transformed into a small flower that floated to Xiao Han's chest. This is so much better than Hydra's simulation training room. Xiao Han caught the flower and twirled it between his fingers. Tomorrow, we will go to Tahiti, the coral reefs there are more suitable for practicing energy essence control. Wanda sat up straight in surprise. Really? If your behavior this afternoon satisfies me. Xiao Han pinned the small flower to his ear and added to Wanda's laughter. Now, concentrate on feeling the rhythm of the waves. The real lesson has just begun. The waves lapped at the beach and the sun warmed the fine sand. Wanda sat cross-legged under the parasol, scarlet energy flowing through her palms like a thin veil. She followed Xiao Han's instructions and tried to adjust her magic frequency to synchronize with the waves. It's not right. Xiao Han suddenly spoke, his eyes still closed. You're being too deliberate. Wanda pouted, I'm already relaxed. Heartbeat is 92 beats per minute, pupil dilation is 0.3 millimeters, and there is fine sweat on the corners of the forehead. Xiao Han said lazily. You call that relaxing? Wanda's eyes widened. You. How did you? Super senses. Xiao Han finally opened his eyes and his golden eyes looked at Wanda. Now take a deep breath and imagine you are a seaweed plant. Seaweed? Wanda cried. The kind that goes with the flow. Xiao Han sat up and suddenly reached out to lightly tap her brow. A wave of warmth instantly spread throughout his body, and Wanda felt his consciousness suddenly spread out as if he were one with the entire beach. She could sense every grain of sand trembling, every drop of sea water undulating. It is? Sympathetic magic. Xiao Han withdrew his finger, maintained for 3 seconds. Wanda held her breath, trying to maintain this marvelous state. The scarlet energy was no longer under her deliberate control, but naturally danced with the sea breeze, tracing patterns on the surface of the sea that were perfectly synchronized with the waves. Very good. Xiao Han's voice seemed to come from far away. Remember this feeling. When the link broke, Wanda drifted off for a moment, realizing that she was still in the cross-legged position, but her entire body was drenched in sweat. It's amazing. She gasped, her red hair sticking to the side of her cheek. Xiaohan handed her a bottle of water. The first time is always like this. Rest for 10 minutes, then practice elemental shaping. Wanda took small sips of water, surreptitiously observing the man beside her. The sun gilded the side of his well-defined face and Wanda felt her breath begin to catch. What are you looking at? Xiaohan suddenly turned his head. Wanda choked on a mouthful of water. I'm studying light refraction. Oh? Xiaohan raised his eyebrows and asked knowingly, so what was researched? I saw your battlesuit material earlier, and the reflectivity was strange. Wanda was in a hurry. Xiaohan laughed lightly and suddenly snapped his fingers. The watch on his left wrist began to change, and nanomaterials that looked like black fluid began to surge. The beachwear on his body instantly transformed into that iconic black battle armor, with golden veins flowing in the sunlight. URU metal mixed with a special alloy with a reflectivity of 0.0001%. He explained in a serious manner. Well. Wanda nodded with a red face and hurriedly changed the subject. Is elemental shaping like this? She waved her hand and summoned a ball of scarlet energy, barely molding it into the shape of a dolphin. Xiaohan shook his head, too stiff. He reached over and covered the back of her hand, directing the flow of energy. Imagine it's alive. The magical energies of the two briefly mingled, scarlet and gold intertwining, and the dolphin suddenly sprang into action, flipping through the air with a tiny splash of energy. Wow! Wanda exclaimed in surprise, then realized that Xiaohan's hand was still over hers. Xiaohan seemed to have noticed this as well, but did not immediately draw back his hand. He bowed his head slightly, his breath brushing against her ear. Control your breathing and the energy will follow your rhythm. Wanda's heartbeat accelerated, and she could smell the unique scent of Xiaohan's body. At this moment, he forgot about his studies, about chaos magic, about all. Crimson energy surged uncontrollably, blowing the dolphin into a cloud of fireworks. Sorry. She scrambled back. Xiaohan watched and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mood swings are a catalyst for chaos magic, but they are also a double-edged sword. He stood up, his battlesuit changing back to casual wear. Keep practicing. I want to see dolphins that can swim around the island before sunset. That's impossible. Wanda's eyes widened. Xiaohan was already walking towards the beach, waving his hand without looking back. At Camtasia, if an apprentice talks back, 5 hours of extra practice. Wanda felt it was difficult, but dutifully started practicing. This time she learned her lesson, calming down before slowly releasing her energy. Over time, her dolphins became more and more realistic, even making leaps out of the water. By the time the 7th dolphin managed to complete a lap around the island, the setting sun was already coloring the sea gold. I did it! Wanda jumped up excitedly and turned around to look for Xiaohan. She found him standing on the far reef, his back to the setting sun, answering a holographic communication. Tony Stark's exaggerated voice came faintly. So you guys are really dating? I can't believe going to Hawaii and doing nothing. Oh ho, Mr. Superman and Lois? Xiaohan directly closed the communication and turned around just in time to meet Wanda's line of sight. I just happened to walk here. Wanda explained handily. Tony is always like that, you know, ready to go back. Xiaohan raised his hand and scratched the portal. Oh. Wanda said she understood, and then followed. Just as she was about to step through the portal, Xiaohan suddenly spoke. Tomorrow, 8 o'clock, Tahiti. Bring your bathing suit. Wanda's eyes lit up. Really? If you can finish the basic theory of magic tonight. The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly. This book was specially borrowed by him from Karmatage for her to study. That book is 500 pages long. Wanda protested. 472 pages. Shaman corrected, Comitage's apprentice. Okay, got it. Wanda interrupted helplessly. 3 hours of extra practice, huh? Xiaohan let out a low laugh and gently pushed her through the portal. Clever little witch. P.S. Doesn't take up word count. Someone said earlier that my pacing is too fast, so I'm purposely slowing down a bit in Wanda's scenes to have a bit of a daily routine. Do you all like this kind of daily? I'll see all your comments, so it's easy for me to determine the next direction in time. Also, I'll post a picture of the main character in his battle armor below this comment. I've been looking for a long time and couldn't find one that looked good. This one barely makes it. I'm not ranked enough to post a picture. Chapter 57. Anyone else want to try? End of daily routine. After this chapter, back to business. Returning to the villa, Wanda immediately rushed to the study, where Scarlet Energy held heavy ancient books floating in front of her. Turing thoughtfully prepared refreshments for her and adjusted the room lighting. "Ms. Maximoff, would you like me to read to you?" Turing asked. "No, thanks." Wanda flipped through it with her full attention. "Where's Xiao Han?" "Sir is in the solar simulator." "Do you need me to notify him that you're looking for him?" "No. No." Wanda shook her head hastily, her cheeks warming slightly. "I was just asking." Turing was silent for a few seconds before suddenly saying, "According to my database, humans usually behave in such situations." Turing. "Sorry, I'll shut up." In the dead of night, Wanda finally closed her book. She rubbed her aching neck towards the balcony and unexpectedly found Xiao Han hovering in the night sky, surrounded by several devices glowing with golden light as if they were absorbing energy. He sensed her gaze and slowly landed on the balcony railing. "Finished reading?" "Aha." Wanda nodded. "Something doesn't quite make sense about the conversion ratio of energy." Xiao Han landed lightly beside her, his body still carrying the coolness of the night dew. "Which page exactly?" Wanda flipped to the mark. Xiao Han glanced at her hand regarding her, and suddenly laughed lightly. "If you understand this way, then the correct ratio should be 3-7. His breath brushed against her ear with a faint minty scent. Wanda then realized the two were close enough to count his eyelashes. "You? How do you know this has to be right?" "Because I'm Superman." Xiao Han took the book and pointed to his brain. Wanda's eyes widened. "Super brain, that powerful?" "More than you think." Xiao Han said gently, handing the book back to her. "Go to bed, you have to get up early tomorrow." He turned to leave when Wanda suddenly summoned up the courage. "Xiao Han. Thank you for teaching me so much." Under the moonlight, Xiao Han's expression softened by a few points. "You're a fast learner." He paused. "Much better than strange." Wanda asked curiously, "Who was this?" "A supreme mage. The guy's first attempt at a portal got himself stuck in mirror space." Xiao Han shook his head. "Sleep, little witch." Watching his departing back, Wanda clutched her books tightly, a smile on her lips. She was suddenly looking forward to tomorrow's training, though beat to death to admit it. By the time the sunlight poured through the muslin curtains into the bedroom early the next morning, Wanda had already packed her bags. She changed into a pale yellow beach dress, her red hair pulled back loosely with ribbons, and a necklace of heart gems on her chest glowing faintly in the sunlight. "Turing, where's Xiao Han?" she asked softly, tucking the sunscreen into her small bag. "Sir is performing a morning recharge in the solar simulation chamber." Turing's voice came from the watch. "Do I need to let him know you're ready?" Wanda shook her head, her fingertips glowing with scarlet energy as she grabbed her things and headed towards the underground lab. "No, I'll go by myself." She carefully opened the door to the underground training room. Inside the transparent cover of the simulation chamber, Xiao Han was suspended in a pillar of blazing white light, the muscle lines under his black undershirt undulating slightly as he breathed. His eyelashes were almost transparent in the bright light, and his whole body was as if bathed in liquid sunlight. Wanda unconsciously held her breath, and just then, Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes, his golden pupils looking straight at her. The simulation pod slowly opened and he landed lightly on the ground. "It's not polite to peek at someone's recharge, Ms. Maximoff." He flashed a smile and grabbed the shirt next to him and put it on. Wanda's ears burned. "I just came to tell you I'm ready." Xiao Han raised an eyebrow at her carefully put together outfit. "Looks like someone is looking forward to a vacation." "It's training," Wanda emphasized, but the smirk on her face betrayed her. Xiao Han let out a low laugh and raised his hand to scratch out the portal. At the other end of the gate this time is the turquoise blue, jewel-like waters of Tahiti, with white sands glistening in the sunlight, more dreamy than Hawaii. First the rules. He stepped through the portal, training in energy precision control in the morning, free afternoon. Wanda cheered to keep up and couldn't help but spin around as her bare feet hit the fine, soft sand. The sea breeze lifted the hem of her skirt, and her red hair was like a burning flame in the sunlight. Xiao Han was already walking towards the shallows, the seawater not over his ankles. He bent down and cupped a handful of seawater, condensing it into a crystalline coral shape in his palm. "Watch." As he did, the water coral suddenly split into hundreds of miniature jellyfish, each glowing with golden light, forming complex three-dimensional patterns in the air. Wanda watched in fascination and tried as he did. At first her jellyfish were of varying sizes, and soon she was able to control them more finely. The scarlet energy mingled with the seawater, refracting a rainbow-like halo in the sunlight. Nice. Xiao Han nodded in recognition. Now try this. He snapped his fingers, and all the jellyfish suddenly turned into glowing words that arranged themselves into the basic spell of the Kamatage. Wanda bit her lower lip and concentrated as her swarm of jellyfish began to morph as well, slower but eventually forming the words chaos magic. The midday sun was getting hotter and hotter, and Xiao Han didn't know where to change two recliners and umbrellas. Wanda slumped in her chair, fine beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. Tired? Xiao Han handed her a chilled coconut. Wanda took the coconut, fingertips unconsciously rubbing the smooth surface. It's more consuming than in the training room, but... She looked up at the blue sea, happier. Xiao Han leaned back in his recliner, his sunglasses covering his eyes, but the curve of his mouth softened a few points. Magic stems from emotion. Happiness inspires creativity more than fear. Wanda nodded thoughtfully, suddenly realizing that Xiao Han's sunglasses reflected her small movements. Her fingers were unconsciously curling around her red hair. She scrambled to drop her hand and pretended to be interested in the coconut. In the late afternoon, they came to the coral reef area. Xiao Han taught her how to compress the energy into thin filaments and explore the coral's internal structure without harming it. Wanda was a quick learner, scarlet energy moving through the coral like a living thing. Sir. Turing's voice suddenly came out from Xiao Han's watch. Sir, the Monaco match is about to start. Perhaps, this time it will be different from before. A holographic projection unfolds, showing live footage from the Monaco Grand Prix. Tony Stark stood tartly in the stands and flew kisses to the cheering crowd. The atmosphere in the room climaxed as he walked to his race car. Tony is still so presentable. Xiao Han commented, reaching out to open the small portal, a cut-up portion of fruit appearing in his hand. The race started quickly with cars coming off the start line. Tony Stark sped around the track in his race car. And that's when it happened. In the scene, a man in overalls suddenly rips open his shirt, revealing an arc reactor on his chest, and two electric whips fling out like living snakes. Whoa! Wanda exclaimed. The blue electric whip swung down towards the rushing race car, which was instantly split into two halves. There were gasps of surprise, and soon the car Tony was in had also gotten closer to the whipsaw. Whiplash flashed a cruel grin as the electric whip slashed down towards Tony's race car. The next second, Tony reached out and pressed the watch on his wrist, and gold and red nano battle armor instantly covered Tony's entire body. He caught the electric whip with one hand, and the palm cannon fired with a roar, and the whipcord was blown straight out, hitting the guardrail hard. The room was silent for a second, then erupted in deafening cheers. Tony lifted his mask and grinned gangly at the camera. Anyone else want to give it a try? Wanda couldn't help but laugh out loud. He really is. Oh, a beating. Xiao Han answered. He turned off the projection and looked toward the sinking sunset in the distance. Turing, it looks like the dandy won't need rescuing. Wanda looked at his side, colored gold by the setting sun, and suddenly said, "Thank you for bringing me here." Her voice was soft. These past 2 days have been the best training I've ever experienced. Xiao Han turned his head to look at her, his sunglasses sliding down the bridge of his nose to reveal those faux gold eyes. You're welcome, little witch. The sea breeze brushed by, carrying with it a salty scent and the fragrance of jasmine in the distance. Wanda's heartbeat suddenly sped up, and a certain unfamiliar sentiment took root in her chest. And Xiao Han just put his sunglasses back on and slumped back into his chair as if he didn't notice anything. P.S. End of daily. 58, Operation Avenger. Nightfall. SHIELD headquarters. Some underground conference room. The holographic projection rotated in the center of the metal round table, and Xiao Han's image was suspended in it. Black battle clothes with golden lines, those calm golden eyes seemed to penetrate the screen to gaze at everyone. Nick Fury's one eye swept over the crowd around the round table. The world needs insurance, and Superman. He knocked on the desktop, and a dense stream of data popped up next to Xiao Han's image. Is the biggest uncertainty right now. We need to recruit, the world needs him. Adam Bernard sat in the corner, the ghostly blue antimatter energy changing various shapes between his fingers. He stared at the image of Xiao Han catching a crashed airliner with his bare hands at a certain point in the image and frowned slightly. His power system, unlike a mutant or a serum mutation, could it really be a Kryptonian? Whatever. Fury's one eye flickered slightly. Now we have you, we have Dr. Banner, and we have the Hydra tech we captured last time. He pulled up another set of data. The energy readings from that battle in Canada 2 days ago are approaching nuclear explosion levels, and that, in turn, is not your limit. Banner pushed up his glasses and glanced at the crowd. Chief, this guy on the news has been saving lives. From the chemical plant explosion in Mumbai to the earthquake in Chile, he even fixed the nuclear leak. He pointed to a video of Shao Han sealing a leak from a nuclear power plant with frozen breath. It's not like this is a threat that needs to be dealt with, more like it should be recruited peacefully. That's precisely why it's dangerous, Doctor. Fury pulls up an encrypted video of Shao Han hovering over the surface of the Earth, the sun shining on him over him. If a man can bathe in space, why should he remain kind to ants? Natasha Romanoff suddenly laughed softly. So it's moral debate time? She twirled the knife in her hand. Barton and I are just on the payroll, the chief gives the orders and we carry them out. Hawkeye in the corner silently examined the ballistic chips of the new arrows without looking up. Need you to be reminded, sir, that the last time we invited Dr. Banner we nearly had a large mountain range demolished. Fury didn't answer, just pulled up another image. Footage of Tony Stark at the Monaco Grand Prix, with his nano battle armor instantly covering his entire body. We don't need to go straight to Superman. Fury gave a confident look. We could start with his partner. Adam Bernard, arms folded over his chest, looked at the screen with an expressionless face. Stark will cooperate? He will. Fury's one eye locked on Stark's image. Because he's a businessman, and businessmen know best to weigh the pros and cons. Hawkeye Clint adjusted his headset and said lightly, so the plan is to get to Stark first and then contact Superman through him? Exactly. The guy has no idea of whereabouts to look for. Fury stood up, his black trench coat swinging slightly behind him. Natasha, you and Barton are in charge of reaching out to Stark and trying to be as friendly as possible. Friendly? Natasha raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're not asking me to use a beauty trick? Fury grimaced. If it works. Banner couldn't help but interject. What if Stark refuses? Fury's one eye contracted slightly and his voice was cold and hard. Then let him understand that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s invitation is never just. Adam was silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. The world would be a different place if Superman was actually on our side. Or worse. Fury whispered, an unchecked god is the greatest threat in itself. The conference room fell into a brief silence. Time for action? Natasha broke the silence. Tomorrow. Fury turned off the holographic projection. Stark has a party in Monaco tonight and flies back to New York tomorrow. We'll meet him at the airport. Natasha stood up, a smile if anything at the corner of her mouth. I hope he's not too resistant to friendly talks. Fury didn't respond, just turned toward the door, his one eye narrowing in the darkness. Remember. He paused in front of the door. Whether he wants it or not, the world needs Superman. And we're the ones who convinced him. And on the other side. Shao Han, who was on the balcony of his home, looked in the direction of the ESA. Come on, let's see how you're going to invite me? Wanda walked up to the balcony with a fruit plate and saw Shao Han staring into the distance, a shimmer in his golden eyes. Looking at what? She set the fruit plate down on the small table and curiously followed his gaze, but all she saw was the New York night sky. Nothing. Shao Han retracted his gaze and casually picked up a piece of watermelon. Go and rest, and watch a good show tomorrow. Good show? Wanda cocked her head, her red hair falling over her shoulders. What's the good part? Shao Han shrugged his shoulders, a game of mice trying to catch cats. Wanda blinked, even more confused, but when he didn't mean to say more, she had to nod. Okay, I'll go to bed then. She turned to leave and couldn't help but glance back as she reached the door. Shao Han had already looked into the distance again, and with a flick of his fingertips, a golden portal unfolded silently, with a certain library at the other end of the door. Wanda pursed her lips and eventually closed the balcony door gently without asking any more questions. The morrow. New York Airport. Tony Stark's private jet landed slowly, and inside the cabin, he shook his glass of red wine and listened absently to Jarvis' report. Sir, suspicious characters have been detected in the airport exit hall. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton are waiting. Tony snorted and took a sip of his drink. I thought it was something dangerous, but this? Pepper put the tablet down and looked at him with some concern. Do we need to contact security? There's no need. Tony waved his hand and put on his sunglasses. I'd like to see what tricks Fury is up to this time. After the plane came to a stop, Tony put his arm around Pepper's waist and walked out of the aisle at a leisurely pace. Just as he stepped into the exit hall, a slender figure came face to face. Natasha Romanoff's red hair was cascading, a tight black dress outlined perfect curves, and a smile, if any, hung at the corner of her lips. Mr. Stark, what a coincidence! Tony paused, his eyes behind his sunglasses looking her up and down before grinning. Agent Romanoff, has Shield's pay gotten so low that it requires you to moonlight as a flight attendant? Natasha's smile stayed the same, but her eyes cooled slightly. The chief wants to talk to you. Oh? Talking about what? Tony feigns surprise. If it's the Avengers program, then I already turned it down last time. Before Natasha could respond, Clint had stepped out of the crowd and stood beside her with his hands in his pockets. This time is different. Tony raised an eyebrow. What, you guys brought help? Before the words left his mouth, Nick Fury's figure stepped out of the side door, his black trenchcoat hunting and his one eye cold. Stark, talk somewhere else. Tony snorted and turned back to Pepper and whispered, don't worry, honey, it looks like our Lord Director isn't dead yet. Pepper sighed helplessly, but nodded. Airport VIP lounge. Fury braced his hands on the desktop and looked directly at Tony with his one eye. The Avengers program needs you, in an advisory capacity, not interfering with your work normally, only stepping in when necessary. Tony leaned back on the couch, crossed his legs and lazily shook his head, not interested. Fury narrowed his eyes. The world is changing, Stark. Mutants, alien technology, even the existence of gods. We need to prepare ahead. Ready for what? Tony spread his hands. A Superboy band? Sorry, I'm not interested in forming a band. Fury's fists clenched slightly, but quickly unclenched. What about Shao Han? What does he think? Tony took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of slightly mocking eyes. Fury, you've already been rejected by me once, and now you want to be rejected again? Fury blushed hard. He's not you, Stark. Maybe he'll know better what responsibility is. Tony snorted and put his sunglasses back on. Sorry, he's not interested either. Fury finally pressed on and said in a cold voice, what do you have besides that battle armor? Not even as good as Natasha beside me. Tony's movements paused. He stood up slowly, his gaze sharp behind his sunglasses. Fury, what did you just say? Fury didn't budge. I'd say you're just a regular guy relying on battle armor. Tony was silent for a second, then suddenly smiled. Okay, since you want to talk so badly. He snapped his fingers and said to Pepper, honey, it looks like we're going to have to change our schedule. Then he looked to Fury, his eyes teasing, now, to my Malibu villa. Let's have a nice chat. Chapter 59, Beginning of the Great War. Villa Malibu. Nick Fury quickly led his team into Tony's luxury villa and the elevator went straight to the underground training room. The moment the metal door slid open, they saw Tony Stark standing lazily in the ring, his fingers lightly tapping the ropes. Just in time, Tony grinned, opening his arms. Who wants a warm-up first? Natasha rolled onto the stage without saying a word, her tight black combat suit outlining her perfect lines. Ladies first? She asked with a raised eyebrow, while already in a fighting stance. Tony did a gentleman's salute. Of course, after you, beautiful lady. Natasha attacks quickly with a high whip right to Tony's solar plexus. But Tony just slightly sidestepped her head and clasped her ankle with one hand. He commented, good speed, but not enough power. Natasha's pupils narrowed slightly, and she used her strength to break free with a backflip, launching another series of attacks the moment she landed. Each of her strikes was precise and vicious, but they were all easily blocked by Tony. To Nick's shock, Tony only used one hand the entire time, and the other was even in his pocket. This can't be right. Hawkeye murmured, his fingers unconsciously tightening. Tony finally moved when Natasha landed a straight punch. He took her fist with precision and gave it a gentle push. Black Widow takes several steps back, her back hitting the ropes hard. There was silence in the training room. In another gender, Tony cocked his head. You'd be embedded in that wall right now. Dr. Banner and Adam exchanged a look. The scientists quickly analyze. Muscle reaction time beyond normal and unusual strength. Pepper sat on the couch in the corner, swiping at her phone without looking up. Natasha glanced at Clint. Hawkeye leaps into the ring and forms a clinch with Natasha. But even with the two working well together, Tony was still swimming. He even adjusted the position of his sunglasses between blocks. Enough. Nick finally couldn't resist interrupting. Stark, when was this? Tony spread his hands exaggeratedly. What? There's something the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know? Nick took a deep breath, his one eye narrowing slightly. We need you to contact Shao Han, right now. Oh? Tony raised an eyebrow. You know about manners now? Adam suddenly stepped forward. Tony, we just want to talk. The world needs guardians like him. Banner chimed in. We come in good faith. Tony stared at them for a few seconds before suddenly snapping his fingers. Jarvis, get through to Xiaohan. In the meantime. In the living room of the Long Island villa, Xiaohan and Wanda were watching the farce through a holographic projection. Turing's mechanical voice sounded, "Sir, communication request from Mr. Stark." Xiaohan patted Wanda's shoulder signaling to wait a moment, then said, "Answer it." "Hey, Xia." Tony's voice came through, "There are some lost agents over here who want to see you." "Want to meet?" Xiaohan looked at Wanda, who nodded her head gently. "Make them wait." The communication just hangs up. Nick subconsciously took half a step back as the golden portal blossomed in the center of the training room. Xiaohan stepped out, wearing only a black shirt and shorts, and Wanda followed close behind. "I heard." Xiaohan looked around the crowd, his voice calm, "You guys are looking for me?" The atmosphere began to be different as Nick Fury looked at Shaw Chill. He knew that the real negotiations were only now beginning. Hawkeye and Natasha quickly took a few steps back while Dr. Banner subconsciously pushed up his glasses with a mixed expression. Adam stood still, his gaze calm, as if he wanted to see through Xiaohan's essence. Tony whistled and jumped out of the ring. "Shaw, you made it. These guys had to see you and invite me to join that Superboy club." Xiaohan swept a glance at the people in the training room. "Speak up, disturbing me 3 times, it seems that you guys don't quite understand what I mean." Nick Fury stepped forward, his voice low. "Xiaohan, we need to talk." "Talk about what?" Xiaohan said indifferently, "If it's because you want me to join your Avengers program, then there's no need to waste time." Nick frowned. "The world is facing a threat like never before, and we need a force like you." Xiaohan let out a light laugh, "And then what? Make me listen to your commands?" "It's not command, it's cooperation." Dr. Banner interjected, his tone sincere, "We just want to make sure the world is safe." Wanda stood beside Xiaohan, her scarlet energy fluctuating slightly as she looked at them warily. "That's not what you guys just said, we saw it all." Natasha gave her a look. "We were just testing the waters, no offense." Tony snorted, "Oh? So that 2-on-1 was a test too?" Hawkeye shrugged, "Just a tactical assessment." Xiaohan shook his head. "Fury, you are always like this, first testing, then negotiating, and finally threatening. Unfortunately, this set is useless to me." Nick Fury's face sank. "Did you really think you could stay out of this?" Xiaohan's gaze suddenly went cold. "I protect this world not because of your orders, but because I want to." Adam suddenly spoke. "Xiaohan, we are not enemies." "Then don't bother me," Xiaohan said indifferently. Nick Fury took a deep breath and seemed to suppress his anger. "What if one day your power gets out of control? Who will stop you?" A dangerous glint flashed in Xiaohan's eyes. "You can try." The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Nick glanced at the crowd and suppressed his emotions once again, his one eye looking directly at Xiaohan. "The world is changing, and we need a being like you to maintain the balance." Xiaohan let out a light laugh. "Balance? Fury, are you sure you're not looking for a weapon to take advantage of?" Fury's face was unchanged. "Weapon or ally, we have the same goal, to protect the world." Xiaohan shook his head and swept his gaze over everyone present, finally landing on Adam. "Do you? You think so?" Adam was silent for a second, then spoke. "Power needs to be restrained or it will only bring chaos." Xiaohan raised his eyebrows slightly. "My power is up to me." Nick Fury finally couldn't help himself and looked at Xiaohan expressionlessly. "So the negotiations have broken down?" Tony sighed. "Well, go out and fight, don't tear down my house." Xiaohan didn't say anything and waved his hand to open a teleportation door, which was outside Tony's villa. Adam was the first to walk in, and the rest of the group looked at each other and followed. Outside Tony's villa. The clearing at the edge of the cliff. The sea breeze howled, the waves lapped against the cliffs, and a touch of tension filled the air. Xiaohan stood in the center of the open space, the black nano battlesuit already on, the golden lines clearly visible. His gaze was calm, while the SHIELD crowd looked grave. Across the room, Adam stepped out slowly, ghostly blue antimatter energy flowing around him, his eyes sharp. Nick Fury stood in the back, his one eye fixed on Xiaohan, while Banner, Natasha, and Clint stood a little farther away, looking different. Wanda stood on the terrace of the villa, her red hair blowing in the ocean breeze, scarlet energy flickering slightly at her fingertips, ready to strike. Tony, for his part, leaned against the doorframe with his arms folded over his chest, a look of amusement on his face. "Xiaohan." Adam spoke, his voice calm. "We don't want to make an enemy of you." Xiaohan nodded slightly. "Then get out of my way." Nick Fury said coldly, "You're too arrogant, Xiaohan. Do you think you can really ignore all the rules?" Xiaohan laughed. "Rules? Fury, your rules only apply to those who are willing to follow it. Adam took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands, ghostly blue energy condensing in his palms. Then let me see just how strong you are. Xiaohan did not move, but only looked at him indifferently, and with a wave of his left hand, the picture changed, and all of them came together within the mirror space that was upside down from the outside scene. Nick Fury was alarmed, but his years of experience as an agent quickly calmed him down. Come on, Xiaohan said indifferently. Adam looked around, took a deep breath, and snapped out. Boom! A ghostly blue beam of energy tore through the air and came straight at Xiaohan. Xiaohan remained where he was, not even blinking his eyes. Bang! The energy beam suddenly exploded half a meter away from him, as if it had hit an invisible wall. The energy scattered in all directions but failed to shake him in the slightest. Adam's pupils shrank. What is this? Xiaohan gently raised his hand and clenched his right fist. It's my turn. In the next second, his figure suddenly disappeared. Adam didn't even have time to react. Xiaohan had already appeared in front of him and blasted out with a punch. Dang! Adam hastily set up his arms to block, but the horrific impact still sent his entire body flying backwards, slamming heavily into the far side of the cliff face, sending debris flying. Both of them were only testing this strike and did not use their full strength. P.S. Your hyping is my motivation. Chapter 60, Superman vs. Ranch Hulk. Adam! Banner exclaimed. Nick Fury's face suddenly changed and he immediately ordered, Natasha. Barton. Natasha and Clint move quickly, Natasha flinging her taser while Clint draws his bow and a high explosive arrow breaks through the air. Xiaohan didn't even return his head and just gave a gentle wave of his hand. Buzz. The chanting power formed an invisible barrier, and the stunners and arrows slammed into it and were instantly bounced off. It's better for you guys to stay out of it, Xiaohan said indifferently. Just then, the cliff wall exploded, and Adam's figure rushed out of it, wrapped in raging antimatter energy, faster than before. Xiaohan! He roared angrily and blasted his fist at Xiaohan. Without dodging or avoiding, Xiaohan clasped Adam's wrist with one hand and threw it violently. Bang! Adam was slammed into the ground so hard that the ground fell apart. However, he immediately rolled over and rose up, his antimatter energy surging wildly as his double fists bombarded Xiaohan like a torrential downpour. Bang, 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 bang. Xiaohan blocked with one hand, each punch was steadily received by him, the ground under his feet cracked inch by inch, but his figure did not move at all. Your strength is good, Xiaohan commented, but it's not enough. Before the words left his mouth, he suddenly changed his stance and swept out with a whip leg. Boom! Adam was knocked off his feet once again and crashed into the distant upside-down peak before barely coming to a stop. Nick Fury's face was already hard to see as he snapped to Banner. Banner. Now is not the time to hesitate. Banner gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing behind his glasses as he struggled. Fury, are you sure you want to do this? Do it! Fury snapped. Banner took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils had flushed green. Roar! Hulk broke out of his body, and his berserk roar shook the clouds. Xiaohan finally revealed a hint of interest. 2 against 1? Come on! Without any nonsense, Hulk directly leapt up and his huge fist wrapped with huge force smashed at Xiaohan. Instead of matching fists this time, Xiaohan's body flashed and appeared behind Hulk, blasting him with an elbow strike to his spine. Bang! Hulk stifles a grunt and stumbles a few steps, but quickly steadies himself and turns around with a swinging punch. Xiaohan raised his hand to block, his fist stopped steadily, and the shockwave instantly exploded, shattering the ground around him. He didn't use a bio-force field wrap, mirroring the space for random hits. That's more like it, Xiaohan commented. In the distance, Adam also regained his footing, his antimatter energy in full force, and Hulk pinched Xiaohan one after the other. Boom! 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 The battle between the three instantly entered white heat, and the energy shockwaves continued to spread as the entire open space was almost leveled. Wanda stood on the terrace, her fingers tightening slightly, scarlet energy poised to strike. For his part, Tony narrowed his eyes and muttered, "This is going to be a real game." In the center of the battle, Xiaohan fought 1 against 2, yet he was still at ease. His speed, strength and reflexes are far superior to those of Adam and Hulk, and he has the upper hand in every encounter. He seized a break and blasted Hulk in the chest, knocking him back dozens of meters, while backhanding a magical chain that wrapped around Adam and slammed him hard into the ground. Keep this up and you'll never beat me. Xiaohan shook his head. Show your strength, even I cannot defeat you. what makes you protect the world? Show your true strength. Adam struggled to his feet, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. And Hulk gasped, the anger in his eyes growing. The atmosphere gradually climbed. The sea breeze suddenly solidified, the air seemed to be compressed by some invisible force, and even the sound of the waves disappeared. Xiaohan stood in the center of the open space, the golden lines on his black battlesuit slowly lit up, and his eyes completely turned into blazing gold. A solar flare-like energy fluctuation surrounded his body, and the ground under his feet began to crack and melt. On the opposite side, Adam Bernard slowly levitated up, and the antimatter energy was no longer internalized, but completely exploded. A ghostly blue energy storm swept around him, and an extreme glow surfaced on his skin, a sign that the energy core in his body was in full bloom. In the distance, Hulk's body rumbled again, muscle fibers tearing and reorganizing, his skin turning from green to green and eventually to a deep dark green, and it was no longer blood that flowed through his veins, but boiling gamma energy. Each of his breaths carried a searing white breath, and the rock beneath his feet vaporized directly. Nick Fury retreated to a safe distance, his one eye frantically scanning the battlefield data, his face becoming more and more ugly. What kind of monster is Xiaohan? Natasha and Hawkeye had long since withdrawn further away, and Clint's fingers were deadlocked on the bowstring, but he realized he didn't even have the courage to aim. It wasn't even a battle for humans to meddle in. Wanda stood on the terrace of the villa as chaos magic erupted uncontrollably, scarlet energy forming a storm that enveloped the entire villa. Her eyes reflected the battlefield in the distance, her heart beating so fast it almost burst out of her chest. Tony Stark's faceplate had long since been covered, and Jarvis's voice warned sharply in his ear, "Sir, the energy fluctuations have reached nuclear explosion levels, immediate evacuation is recommended." "No." Tony's voice trailed off, "I have to watch. The fight, it's on." Adam took the lead. He clasped his hands together, and the antimatter annihilation cannon instantly took shape, a ghostly blue beam of light running through it. Xiaohan didn't flash or avoid, his eyes' golden light skyrocketed and his heat vision met the attack. Boom! The moment the two energies collided, a blinding white light engulfed everything, and the shockwave spread in a spherical shape. The entire cliff collapsed directly, and the huge rocks crashed into the sea, stirring up tens of meters of huge waves. Hulk seized this momentary opportunity, his legs violently stepped on the ground under his feet collapsed, and he was like a meteorite slamming into Shao Kahn. The fist had not yet arrived, but anyone could feel the terror of the punch. Xiaohan maintained his heat vision and clenched his right hand into a fist, his bioforce field fully open as he met it with a punch. Thud! The moment the two fists collided, time seemed to stand still for a second. Then, a terrifying shockwave exploded. The clouds were torn apart, the sea dented a huge crater 1,000 meters in diameter, and Tony's villa shook under the protection of chaos magic. Hulk's arm bone made an unbearable cracking sound, but he laughed as the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his other fist was already blasting at Xiaohan's abdomen. With a flash, Xiaohan appeared behind Hulk and whipped him toward Adam with a whip kick. Adam immediately changes his stance, antimatter energy turning into a giant net to catch Hulk, and the two work together flawlessly, with Hulk using his strength to charge again while Adam presses his hands to the ground. Earth core impact. The earth instantly turned into a ghostly blue color, and countless energy spikes ripped up from the ground, surrounding Xiaohan. At the same time Hulk descended from the sky and clenched his fists together, Hulk invincible. Xiaohan finally smiled. That's what makes it interesting. His battlesuit suddenly disintegrated, revealing a lean upper body with golden lines emerging on the surface of his skin. That's the sign of a full-blown solar flare. Boom! Pure light and heat erupted from within him, Adam's antimatter spikes vaporizing instantly as Hulk was engulfed in flames of light as if he'd hit a star. When the light faded a little, Hulk, scorched and blackened, fell from mid-air and smashed heavily into the sea. Half of Adam's body was cauterized, the antimatter energy frantically repairing the injury. Xiaohan was suspended in the air like a god. He looked to Adam, "Want to continue?" Adam wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly smiled, "Of course." His body began to disintegrate, transforming into a body of pure ethereal blue energy, the antimatter mimicry fully liberated. Meanwhile, the sea suddenly boils over and a gamma giant, even more furious than before, breaks through the water, and Hulk is not only healed, but evolved. His body carried a white aura, a scarlet light danced in his eyes, and his voice exploded. Hulk! Infinite rage! Xiaohan took a deep breath and slowly folded his hands together. Then, the final blow. A golden magic formation unfolded under his feet, instantly covering the entire sea, while his eyes, chest, and fists simultaneously lit up with a piercing golden light. Adam transformed into a ghostly blue meteor. Hulk leaps high. Shao Han's voice resounded through heaven and earth. Divine punishment. Boom. White light engulfed the entire mirror space. When the light clears, the sea level has dropped an unknown amount. The cliff disappeared completely, and in its place was a huge semicircular pit 5 kilometers in diameter, with smooth, mirror-like walls that appeared crystallized. Adam was on one knee, his body had returned to its human form and was covered in blood. Hulk transforms back into Banner, unconscious. Shao Han stood in front of them, the light on his body gradually converging. He looked toward the pale Nick Fury in the distance. Now, it's your turn. Fury's one eye sensed danger. What are you doing? Shao Han's eyes lit up with a golden light, his supervision had seen the essence of the green alien under Nick Fury. A green-skinned alien with the delusion of forming a team of gods? P.S. Sorry brothers, last night stayed up until 4 o'clock to code, today got up late, just woke up immediately give you more. Chapter 61, Fury goes off the grid. Nick Fury's one eye contracted violently, but the agent's instincts quickly calmed him. His voice remained low and calm. Shao Han, what are you babbling about? Natasha and Clint had instinctively assumed fighting stances. Adam struggled to his feet, Banner woke up from his stupor, and everyone watched the scene in shock. Shao Han did not reply, but only raised his hand to strike a golden magic beam, precisely hitting Nick Fury's chest. Ah! With a hiss of pain, Nick Fury's body began to twist and distort, his green skin spreading all over his body like a tidal wave. A few seconds later, standing in place was already a tall Skrull, his eyes filled with horror. This can't be! Natasha exclaimed, dropping the weapon in her hand to the ground. Adam's pupils plummeted. Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., an alien? Shao Han levitated as he slowly approached the Skrulls, his voice icy cold. Do you think I don't know your plans? The Skrull's secret invasion. He grabbed the Skrull by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Where is the real Fury? The Skrull struggled, his green face twisting. I won't say. Just then, the communicator dropped by the Skrulls suddenly lit up and a holographic projection of Nick Fury appeared in front of the group. He looks even more haggard than usual, and the background appears to be inside a space capsule of some sort. Stop it, Shaman. Fury in the projection snapped. Talos is our ally. Shao Han let out a cold laugh. Oh? So you ran away to outer space to get away by yourself, but left an alien on Earth to pretend to be you, and presumed to form the most powerful team on Earth? In the projection, the figure of Captain Marvel Carol Danvers also appeared beside Fury, her blonde hair flowing with a warning in her eyes. Let him go, Shao Han. This matter is more complicated than you think. Shao Han's golden eyes narrowed slightly. Before you say anything, Carol, mind your own planet. Before the words fell, his eyes suddenly lit up with blazing golden light. No! Fury and Carol shouted at the same time. But it was too late. Zip! The heat vision ran through the Skrull's head, and the heat instantly vaporized his entire body into ash, leaving not even a trace behind. There was dead silence. The projected Fury grimaced as Carol clenched her fists. You have no idea what you've done. Shao Han ignored Fury's cries. Turing, locate the source of the signal. Coordinates locked, sir. Turing's voice came out from Shao Han's watch. Located in outer orbit, Kree scout ship converted space station. Shao Han raised his hand to slice open a huge golden portal, and at the other end of the door was the capsule where Fury and Carol were. The two looked in shock at the portal that suddenly appeared in front of them. Since you want to talk so much, Shao Han coldly said, why don't you say it face to face? He took one step through the portal and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Inside the mirrored space, the Avengers looked at each other. What should we do? Banner asked weakly. Adam wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes complex. Follow it up. This is far more serious than we thought. Tony had donned his battle armor at some point. Jarvis, activate space mode. Wanda's chaos magic float around her. I'm going too. Natasha picked up the communicator on the floor and exchanged a glance with Clint. Looks like we're going to have to upgrade our work to the interstellar level. Inside the space station, Fury and Carol looked warily at Shao Han, who had suddenly appeared. Carol's body had lit up with cosmic energy around her. You've gone too far, Shao Han. Talos is our friend. Shao Han levitated in the capsule, ignoring the weightless environment. A friend? An alien masquerading as the head of Earth's top security? Fury squeezed Carol's shoulder, his one eye staring intently at Shannon. Talos is doing me a favor. The Skrulls are refugees, they're being hunted by the Kree, I'm just giving them shelter. And the price is for them to infiltrate Earth? Xiao Han laughed coldly. Carol floats up, you don't know what the Kree did. The Skrulls just wanted a home. I don't care about your interstellar feud. Xiao Han interrupted her. But bringing Earth into it is another matter. Just then, inside the portal, Tony, Wanda, Adam and the others passed through one by one. Wow, an outer spaceship. Tony whistled. Jarvis, for the record, consider this theme for your next party. Fury's one eye widened slightly as he watched the crowd fishtail in, you guys. Adam floated to Xiao Han's side, and although his face was still pale, his voice was firm. Fury, or rather, the real Fury. We need an explanation. Banner held onto the bulkhead, his voice weak. So all these years. It was that Skrull who worked with you? Natasha's eyes became sharp. Chief, you owe us all an explanation. Fury took a deep breath and steadied himself in the weightless environment. Well, since it's over. Carol, pull up the information. Carol hesitated, but pressed her wristwatch. The pod projected a wealth of information about the Skrull refugees, as well as a visual record of the Kree Empire's pursuit. 20 years ago, I met Talos. Fury began to explain. The Kree were hunting down all the Skrulls galaxy-wide at the time. Carol and I saved their clan. Tony interrupted, so you let an alien pretend to be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Do you realize how ridiculous that is? Talos is helping me. Fury raised his voice. I need to form a defense in space, and Earth needs someone to sit on it. The Skrull's shape-shifting abilities are perfect cover. Tony mocked disdainfully, but have you ever wondered what humanity would think of all supernatural beings if this came to light? Xiao Han looked at them expressionlessly. More importantly, the Skrull's secret invasion program. How many organizations have they infiltrated around the globe? How many governments? Fury and Carol changed color at the same time. How do you know this? Carol asked in shock. A golden light flowed in Xiao Han's eyes. I know a lot more than you think, Captain Marvel. He turned to Fury. Now, you have two choices. One is to tell me all the key locations that have been infiltrated by the Skrulls, or I'll find them myself and burn them all to the ground. The atmosphere in the cabin instantly dropped to freezing point. Fury's one eye narrowed slightly, as if weighing the pros and cons. Glancing at Carol, Nick coldly spoke. Xiao Han, you take yourself too seriously. The Earth has long since ceased to be just a human Earth. Zip! Xiao Han's eyes exploded with golden light, and his heat vision instantly penetrated Fury's chest. The self-proclaimed guardian of the Earth looked down at the large hole in his chest, a look of disbelief still frozen on his face. You? How? Fury's one-eyed eye widened as his body slowly fell backward. Carol Danvers erupted into a blinding light. You killed him? Her blonde hair danced wildly in the cosmic energy, her fists clenched. You have no idea what you're doing. Xiao Han looked at her calmly. I know it very well. A traitor who indulged aliens in invading Earth deserves to die. Enough! Carol roared and charged the bulkhead, crashing right through the metal shell into space. Xiao Han followed closely behind, and the two of them instantly arrived in the void outside the space station. The Avengers watched the scene in shock. Tony immediately activated the battle armor's thrusters. Jarvis, turn on life support. Sir, the risk factor for combat in outer space. Shut up and carry out the order. Wanda's chaos magic formed a protective shield wrapped around her entire body, and hesitantly wrapped several of Natasha's people as well. Adam, on the other hand, creates a breathing barrier out of antimatter energy. The crowd rushed out of the broken bulkhead and watched the battle from a safe distance. P.S. Someone asked me how much I rewarded plus more, which opened the door to a new world for me. Can it still be like this? Ha ha. Chapter 62 Captain Marvel goes offline. In the blackness of space, Carol's entire body was bathed in radiant cosmic energy, like a small star. She crossed her arms over her chest as her energy gathered into a dazzling ball of light. You killed Nick, and you must pay. Xiao Han hovered in the void and looked at her expressionlessly. He didn't say anything, just slowly raised his right hand in a come-hither gesture. Boom! Carol released an energy shockwave that was enough to destroy a small planet, and the piercing pillar of light tore through the darkness, heading straight for Xiao Han. The Avengers watching the battle subconsciously raised their hands to shield themselves from the glare. Tony's battle armor alarms went wild. Sir, energy readings are exceeding the threshold. Recommend immediate evacuation. However, when the light faded a little, everyone was dumbstruck. Xiaohan caught that energy shock with one hand. A layer of golden force field unfolded in front of his palm, blocking Carol's full force strike steadily. "This can't be," Carol muttered. "Your energy." Xiaohan's voice was transmitted into her mind through spiritual sensing magic. "From the space gem. And I." He suddenly accelerated and appeared in front of Carol in an instant. "From the sun itself." This punch was plain and simple, yet it contained a terrifying power. Carol hastily set up her arms to block, cosmic energy forming a shield. Bang! The shield shattered like glass, and Carol was blown away by the punch, making a golden trajectory through space. She barely managed to stabilize herself, and a trace of golden energy blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. "What the hell are you?" Carol wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, cosmic energy surging wildly to repair her injuries. Xiaohan did not reply, and his eyes suddenly lit up with an unprecedented golden light. Solar flare-level energy rushed through him, and the cosmic background radiation around him began to distort. The Avengers watching the battle felt a palpitation. Banner shuddered, his energy readings growing geometrically. Undeterred, Carol raised her hands above her head, drawing more energy from the depths of the universe. Her body gradually became transparent, as if she had become one with the universe. Ultimate photon shock. Die for me. She compressed all of her energy into a single point and fired a beam of energy as thin as a hair but extremely condensed towards Xiaohan. Tiny cracks appeared in space wherever this beam of light passed. Xiaohan, however, did not dodge and allowed it to hit his chest. And then, there was no more. What? Carol's eyes widened. Golden light patterns flowed under Xiaohan's skin like liquid sunlight. He slowly raised his hands, palms facing each other, and a miniature sun was forming. Carol Danvers. His voice was like an oracle. "You pride yourself on being an interstellar police officer, yet you condone the infiltration of aliens into Earth. Today, I'm going to let you know what true power is." The miniature sun was gently pushed out, seemingly slowly but instantly. Carol tried to dodge, but realized she was locked in some kind of force field and couldn't move. No! The blinding white light engulfed everything. When the light dissipated, Carol floated in space, her battlesuit shattered and the light around her dimmed like a candle in the wind. Her consciousness had begun to blur and she only saw Xiaohan's slowly approaching figure. "I could have left you alone." Xiaohan's voice rang in her head. "But you want me dead." He reached out and pressed his hand to Carol's forehead and a golden light flashed. "Go to sleep and be a good person in your next life." Carol's body floated limply in space, unconscious. The Avengers watching the battle were silent. A shocked expression appeared under Tony's faceplate. He just beat Captain Marvel? A one-sided crush? Adam's eyes glittered with complexity. What kind of being are we really working against? Wanda flew over to Xiaohan and saw him vaporize Captain Marvel's body with his heat vision. What now? Xiaohan looked around the crowd, his gaze finally landing on the broken space station. "Now, let's go find the remaining Skrulls." And then, his voice was cold as ice, "End the secret invasion once and for all." Xiaohan raised his hand to summon the golden portal and turned to Adam. "You stay in this space base to prevent the Skrulls from rebelling." Adam opened his mouth as if to say something, but finally just nodded, "Understood." At the other end of the portal was Tony's villa lab. Xiaohan walked in with large strides, his black combat boots making a crisp sound on the floor. He raised his hand and Jarvis immediately went to work, the lab's holographic projection system activating automatically as countless streams of data intertwined in the air. "Jarvis, pull up the biometric data of the Skrulls." Xiaohan's voice was calm. Tony whistled and took off his torn battle armor gloves. "Wow, this is my lab, right?" Banner had walked self-consciously to his workbench, his eyes behind his glasses glittering with the concentration of a scientist. "Their cells are highly plastic, but a gamma-ray scan should be able to." "Too slow." Xiaohan interrupted, his eyes lit up with a golden light. "We need real-time monitoring with global coverage." His superbrain raced as his fingers danced stumps across the holographic keyboard. Tony and Banner were quickly drawn into his train of thought and the three formed a perfect working rhythm. Polarized light refractive index differences. Tony snapped his fingers suddenly. "Combine quantum resonance." Banner immediately picked up. Xiaohan's fingertips condensed a strand of golden energy and injected it into the holographic model, plus this. A short 20 minutes later, a dozen silver-gray bracelet-type detectors had been placed on the lab bench. It's incredible." Natasha picked up a bracelet and turned it gently. Clint tweaked the microdetector on the bowstring, so this thing really recognizes those green-skinned aliens? Theoretically, it could cover a radius of 2 kilometers. Banner pushed up his glasses. Jarvis is in mass production. Xiaohan tapped his watch. Turing, spread the news of the Skrull invasion to all mainstream media and darknet channels. Executed, sir. Turing's voice came through. Reports have appeared in the Wall Street Journal and on the SHIELD intranet. Xiaohan stood in the center of the lab, his eyes slightly closed. Supervision pierced through layers of buildings and swept across the entire surface of the Earth. Found it. He suddenly opened his eyes. North Africa, 300 meters under the Sahara, the shelter Fury built for them is now a base camp. Tony put on his new battle armor. Rod and I will take the troops for the sweep of New York and Washington. Banner and the 2 agents. I'm going to the Skrull's lair. Xiaohan interrupted him, and his black nano battlesuit automatically covered his entire body, golden patterns flowing under the light. Wanda is with me. Wanda, her fingertips already wrapped in scarlet energy, sniffed and nodded softly. Tony raised an eyebrow. Just the 2 of you? The corner of Xiaohan's mouth rose slightly. Not enough? Without waiting for an answer, he had slashed through a huge portal. On the other side of the door was the scorching desert, with sand dunes stretching to the sky under the blazing sun. Wanda followed Xiaohan across the portal, her red hair flying in the hot wind. From behind him came Tony's shout, "Hey! At least bring this!" A silver-gray bracelet passed through the soon-to-be-closed portal, and Xiaohan casually caught it. The heat of the desert was palpable, and the grains of sand twisted slightly in the heat. Wanda used her chaos magic to hold up a barrier to keep the heat out. The underground entrance is over there. Xiaohan pointed to an ordinary-looking sand dune. His eyes lit up with a golden light and his heat vision blasted out. The grains of sand instantly vaporized, revealing the thick metal door below. P.S. One more to come, stayed up late to add more. Can I get a little reward from my friends Carrot? Chapter 63, Covert Invasion and Removal Operations. Alarms blared across the desert as the metal doors began to slowly close. Xiaohan's face was expressionless as he pressed one hand on the ground. Bang! The entire dune was lifted by an invisible force, and the dome of the underground base was exposed to the sunlight. The metal structure twisted and warped, and the siren turned into an ear-splitting, metal-ripping sound. Wanda's scarlet energy had formed into a huge sharp blade. Want to stay alive? It's not necessary. Xiaohan's voice was icy cold. He raised his hand and blasted a solar flare-level energy cannon into the base, and in a blinding white light, the entire underground facility began to crumble. The surviving Skrulls poured out of the various exits screaming, their green skins standing out in the sunlight. Some of them still retained their human appearance, and some had returned to their original colors. Wanda's chaos magic swept away, swirling the Skrulls trying to escape into the crimson storm. Their bodies twisted and distorted in mid-air, eventually turning into ashes. Xiaohan hovered in the air, his heat vision precisely harvesting every leak. This time, he is as the messenger of the Day of Judgment. After just 10 minutes, the entire base had been reduced to rubble. The high temperatures melt the sand grains into glassy crystals that sparkle in the sunlight. Wanda landed beside Xiaohan, her chest heaving slightly. It's over? Xiaohan's super hearing scanned hundreds of kilometers in a radius. The main strongholds have been cleared, but there are definitely still scattered individuals. Super sight began to look, and soon a target appeared. Cairo, Egypt, is less than 50 kilometers away from them. Looks like we have work to do. Xiaohan scratched open the new portal. Wanda looked at the ruins in the desert and suddenly asked, if they're just refugees, are we doing the right thing? Xiaohan's footsteps slightly lurched. He turned to look at Wanda, his golden eyes firm. When they decided to infiltrate the Earth regime, they were already invaders. His voice softened as he reached up to stroke Wanda's red hair. There is no need for guilt in protecting your home. Wanda took a deep breath, chaos magic leaping through her fingertips once more. Next target? Xiaohan stepped into the portal, a guy disguised as the president of Egypt. The silhouettes of the two disappeared into the golden sparks, leaving behind only the slowly collapsing base in the desert, and the mirage looming in the distance. Xiaohan and Wanda passed through the teleportation portal and instantly appeared over the Cairo presidential palace. The hot sun scorched the ancient city, and the waters of the Nile reflected the harsh light. The outside of the presidential palace was heavily guarded, but Xiaohan's supervision had already penetrated the walls. Locked on to the target, the Skrull disguised as the Egyptian president. He's in the conference room with a few bodyguards. Xiao Han whispered, his eyes faintly glowing gold. Wanda's scarlet energy flowed through her fingertips. Just kill it? No. Xiao Han shook his head. Let's do it differently this time. With a wave of his raised hand, the mirror dimension instantly unfolded, the real world shattered like glass, and the entire presidential palace was pulled into the light and strange mirror space. The building twists and folds, the walls flow like liquid, and those outside are oblivious to it. The guards inside the presidential palace looked at the sudden change in their surroundings in horror, and some even went straight to their knees in prayer. The door to the conference room suddenly opened on its own, and Xiao Han and Wanda walked in slowly. Mr. President. Xiao Han's voice was cold and calm, your game of disguise is over. The Skrull snapped to his feet, his green skin visible in the panic. He forced himself to be calm and chided in the voice of the Egyptian president, who are you? The guards. Seize them. However, just as his bodyguards tried to act, Wanda's chaos magic had already wrapped around and imprisoned them all in place. There's no need to act. Xiao Han approached step by step, his eyes blazing with golden light. I know who you are. The Skrulls finally couldn't maintain their disguise and their skin quickly faded away from their human appearance, revealing their true green color. He gritted his teeth, you Earthlings don't understand. We just want a home. Wanting a home is fine. Xiao Han's voice was devoid of temperature. But you shouldn't use deception and infiltration. The Skrull suddenly pulled a device out of his arms and laughed, then let's die together. Buzz. A piercing energy pulse erupted, and the entire mirror space trembled violently. Xiao Han instantly unfolded his bioforce field and protected Wanda behind him. However, it was not a bomb, but a transmission beacon. Boom! A huge spatial rift tore apart over the presidential palace, and the gunports of a Skrull warship slowly poked out, aiming at Xiao Han and Wanda. Oh no! Wanda exclaimed, they have reinforcements. A light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, seeking death. Blazing heat vision erupted from his eyes like two golden blades, instantly penetrating the battleship's armor. The fire from the explosion raged through the mirror dimension, but Xiao Han did not stop, grabbing the warship's shell with both hands and tearing it violently. Ka-ching! The entire battleship was ripped in half by his hard hand, and the wreckage crashed down in the mirror space, turning into twisted metal fragments. Wanda wasn't idle either, as the scarlet energy transformed into countless sharp blades, pinning all those Skrulls who tried to flee in place. The battle quickly ended and Xiao Han landed beside Wanda, looking at the Skrull leader who was limp on the ground. Where is your fleet? Xiao Han asked coldly. The Skrull laughed miserably, you'll never find them. Xiao Han didn't bother with nonsense and directly unfolded his super hearing and super sight. After a few seconds, he looked up, a coldness flashing in his eyes. Africa. He whispered. They also have a fleet hidden in some small country in Africa. Wanda frowned, what do they want? It's not that I want to, it's that I'm already doing it. Xiao Han looked up in the direction of Africa. They're preparing to launch a full-scale invasion of Earth. A flash of concern flashed in Wanda's eyes, we have to stop them. Of course. Xiao Han raised his hand to slice open a huge teleportation door, and the other end of the door was clearly the grassland land of Africa. Let's go. He stepped in, it's time to end this war. Wanda took a deep breath, scarlet energy wrapping around her entire body, and followed close behind. The two figures disappeared into the portal, leaving behind only the distorted presidential palace in the mirror dimension, and the thoroughly defeated Skrulls. And on Earth, Tony, Rod, Natasha, and the others are scouring the globe with probes for the remaining Skrull spies. They didn't know yet that the real decisive battle was about to be fought on the grasslands. Xiao Han and Wanda stepped out of the teleportation portal, and the small African city in front of them was so calm that it was almost eerie. With the hot sun scorching the red clay streets, vendors lazily hawking fruits in the marketplace, and children chasing and playing in the dust, it all seemed so ordinary. But Xiao Han's super hearing caught the whispers under those disguises. How many people have the council planted? 17, and the fiscal bill will be under control next week. What about the military? The two generals have been replaced and are infiltrating the special forces. These conversations come from seemingly ordinary citizens, police officers, and even the old man selling water on the street corner. Under their skin, green blood flowed. Wanda sensed the change in Xiao Han's eyes as scarlet energy began to flow through her fingertips. They're here? Everywhere. Xiao Han's voice was icy cold. Without any nonsense, his eyes suddenly lit up with blazing golden light. Zip! Heat vision swept across the bazaar like the scythe of the god of death, and a few vendors who were in the middle of a conversation vaporized directly before they could react. The green blood didn't even have time to spurt before it was vaporized by the heat. The crowd instantly exploded, screams of terror resounding through the streets. Disguised African civilians scatter in all directions, and the Skrulls instinctively reveal their true colors. Skin flushed an unnatural green color, and some even outright morphed in an attempt to escape. Wanda. Xiao Han only shouted the name. Understood. Crimson chaos magic spread quickly, wrapping itself around each of the shape-shifting Skrulls with precision and yanking them into midair. A Skrull spy disguised as an old woman had just pulled out her pistol when her entire arm was twisted into a twist by crimson energy. Xiao Han levitated, his supervision penetrating through a building and locking onto all the lurkers. P.S. Do you guys think Xiao Han is too tyrannical? Chapter 64 Change of Power. 10 minutes. Xiao Han single-handedly choked the neck of a Skrull and lifted it high in the air. The alien's green skin glowed eerily in the sunlight and was writhing in agony. Turing, start recording. Xiao Han said in a cold voice. Recording has begun, sir. Turing's voice came from the watch. Xiao Han looked straight ahead, his golden eyes glittering with majesty. I am Superman. Everyone, these are the aliens that are going to invade Earth, the Skrulls. He shook the alien in his hand. They can turn into your family, into you, without a word. Xiao Han's voice was low. Imagine if you woke up one day and realized that your family around you had turned into such aliens, what would you do? The Skrulls let out hoarse roars in his hands, their skin constantly changing into various human faces as if proving Xiao Han's words. Recording complete, sir. Turing reported. Release it to all mainstream platforms. Xiao Han casually pinched and dropped him on the ground. Within minutes, the video spread like wildfire across the World Wide Web. Social media instantly exploded, governments held emergency meetings, and the general public was thrown into panic and anger. Support Superman. Destroy these alien monsters. They may have infiltrated the government. Similar statements have flooded the internet, creating a wave of global outcry against the Skrulls. Xiao Han's supervision penetrated the body of the Skrull spy on the ground, and the cellular structure, DNA sequence, and deformation mechanism were all visible in his eyes. So it is. He muttered, mimicking others through memory replication and cellular reorganization, and even being able to replicate abilities. Wanda approached, scarlet energy binding a dozen shape-shifting Skrulls. Where to next? Outer space. Xiao Han slashed a portal. It's time to receive their ship. The three went through the portal and instantly appeared in the command bay of the Skrull mothership. Adam was hovering in mid-air, ghostly blue antimatter energy surrounding his body, and dozens of Skrulls' corpses lay at his feet. You're here. Adam landed on the ground, the rest are under control. Xiao Han nodded as his super hearing scanned the entire ship. There are no leaks. He reached out and pressed his hand on the console, and with a thought, the entire massive mothership instantly disappeared and was stowed away in system space. The three of them instantly arrived in outer space, and Xiao Han had already used a biological force field to wrap them long ago, though they could survive on their own. Adam's pupils narrowed. This? A little trick. Xiao Han did not explain much and opened the teleportation portal again. Let's go, it's time to go back. On the terrace of the Long Island villa, the setting sun tints the sea gold. Xiao Han stood by the railing and gave orders to Turing, informed Tony and the Avengers to come over for dinner tonight. Just tell them that I have an important announcement to make. Invitation sent, sir. Turing responded. Mr. Stark replied that he would bring the wine. Wanda approached, her red hair fluttering in the evening breeze. What are you going to tell them? Xiao Han looked at the distant sea horizon and his smile became firm. It's time to let this world know who the true Guardian is. As night fell, the lights of the villa were warm and bright. Tony was the first to arrive and was indeed carrying 2 expensive bottles of champagne. Followed by Banner, Natasha and Clint, and Adam who had just gone to visit his family. Tony Stark pushed open the door to the villa and was the first to step inside. Just as he stepped into the living room, he saw Wanda standing in the doorway of the dining room. Red hair slightly raised, scarlet chaos magic wrapped around her fingertips. A plate of steak grilled just right was hovering steadily in mid-air, floating slowly toward the table. Wow! Tony raised an eyebrow, his tone exaggerated. Looks like Shaw's little witch can not only fight, but cook? Wanda rolled her eyes and hooked her fingers so that the steak landed firmly on the table. What, Mr. Stark thinks I can only tear down houses? Natasha followed Tony with a soft chuckle. Looks like someone finally found a more interesting pastime than blowing up labs. Clint Barton smoothly fished an apple out of the drifting fruit plate. This is so much more advanced than S.H.I.E.L.D.'s automated food delivery system. Dr. Banner pushed up his glasses and smiled gently. At least it's safer than Hulk serving food. Adam Bernard clasped his arms over his chest, showing a rare hint of a smile. Not bad for efficiency. Tony spread his hands in mock regret. If I had known that magic was so convenient, I would have asked Shaw to be my personal chef. Natasha helplessly picked up a piece of bread and shoved it into Tony's mouth with precision. Shut up, unless you want to turn into a twist. The crowd laughed and the atmosphere lightened before they took their seats. Tony muttered vaguely as he chewed the bread, this bread tastes good, it's just a little violent in the way it's fed. Xiaohan walked out of the kitchen with a plate of salad in his hand, his golden eyes sweeping over the crowd as he smiled. It seems like you guys are getting along well. Tony swallowed his bread and raised his glass. That's for sure, no one can resist the charms of a billionaire. Natasha had a smile under her eyes. I hope your sense of humor saves the day. Okay. Xiaohan sat down and signaled the crowd to start. Eat first, we'll talk about business after eating. At the dinner table, the crowd sat around the long table and the atmosphere began to be subtle. Xiaohan raised his wineglass, his golden eyes sweeping over everyone. To the dawn of a new era. Tony Stark set down his glass, the bottom of the metal cup making a crisp sound on the tabletop. Well, Shaw, can we talk now? What exactly is it that we were summoned here to talk about? Natasha Romanoff rubbed her temples, her tone weary. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a mess right now, with Fury gone and the Skrulls infiltrating deeper than we thought. Clint chewed on his bread and added vaguely, I've taken out at least a couple hundred greenskins today. Dr. Banner pushed up his glasses and smiled bitterly. Hulk is having a good fight. Adam Bernard leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. So, what's your plan? Xiaohan looked around the crowd and his fingertips gently tapped on the desktop. Eat first. Tony rolled his eyes. There you go again. Wanda laughed softly from the sidelines as Scarlet Energy quietly rolled up a piece of steak and floated it to Xiaohan's plate. Only when the crowd was almost done eating did Xiaohan slowly speak. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. has disappeared, but that's not the problem. He paused. The problem is that a normal person, yet trying to control a superhero battle team is inherently unrealistic. Tony raised an eyebrow. So, S.H.I.E.L.D. needs a new director. Xiaohan's gaze fell on Tony. It's up to you to be. Put. Tony spit out a mouthful of red wine. What? Banner pushed up his glasses and nodded. I agree, you're the strongest, you call the shots. Natasha and Clint looked at each other, then shrugged. We're fine with that. Adam added faintly, I'm okay with that. Tony's eyes widened and he pointed at himself. Wait, why me? I'm just a playboy, billionaire, philanthropist, inventor, and occasional world saver, but I'm not interested in being a commissioner of anything. Xiaohan smiled and pointed at him. S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by your father and others in the first place, it makes sense for you to take over now. Tony scratched his hair and stood up in annoyance. You know what? I hate bureaucracy. But you also hate it when people mess things up. Xiaohan looked at him calmly. Imagine what will happen next time if S.H.I.E.L.D. continues to be controlled by the extremes? Tony was silent for a moment before he sat down again and sighed. Fine, but I have conditions. I want absolute autonomy. I'll set the budget for S.H.I.E.L.D., I'll choose the personnel, and I don't want to sit in an office every day. Of course, you can too. Xiaohan nodded. Deal. So, Natasha folded her arms, her gaze sharp. What do we do next? Xiaohan's eyes went cold. First, pull out all the Hydra and Skrulls in S.H.I.E.L.D. With a flick of his finger, a holographic projection unfolded, showing a detailed structural map of the inner workings of S.H.I.E.L.D., with certain names highlighted in red. Especially Alexander Pierce, who is the biggest Hydra head. Tony whistled. Wow, this is going to be hilarious. Banner frowned. Just take him out? Would that be too aggressive? Xiaohan said indifferently. Radical? No, it's called efficiency. Adam nodded slightly. I'm in charge of cleaning up the European division. Natasha and Clint looked at each other. We're in charge of headquarters. Tony spread his hands. What about me? Xiaohan glanced at him. You're in charge of being the director, and by the way, go through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database thoroughly to make sure there are no leaks. Tony bristled. Sounds like hard labor. Xiaohan laughed softly. You could get Jarvis to help. Tony rolled his eyes. Of course, my butler now has to moonlight as a S.H.I.E.L.D. secretary. Xiaohan stood up, his golden eyes sweeping over everyone. The power of S.H.I.E.L.D. is changing, and you are the enforcers of that change. Tony raised his glass and smiled helplessly. Here's to a new era. P.S. Extra shifts. The little author is online to ask for some gift support. 65. Commencement of operations. At the end of the dinner, an ocean breeze wrapped in a slightly salty scent whisked across the terrace of the Long Island villa. Tony Stark stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, tapping his fingertips on a champagne glass. Jarvis, prepare the SHIELD database Supreme Access Protocol. He tilted his head back and drained his glass. By the way, let Pepper know that I'm going to wear the dark blue suit tomorrow. Recorded, sir. The AI butler's voice came from the watch. Ms. Potts reminds you that the Starks have begun pressuring various legislators. Natasha and Clint walked side by side toward the tarmac, the neckline of their SHIELD uniforms flipping slightly in the night breeze. Bet $100 that Pierce doesn't live through the night. Clint said without looking up as he adjusted the string spacing on his compound bow. Natasha's red lips curled into a smile. I'll bet 200 that he'll die of an accidental heart attack. With the roar of the Quinjet's engine, the two figures disappeared into the thickening night. Midnight. The Alexander Pierce mansion was lit up. The former president of the Security Council was pacing anxiously in his study as the encrypted communicator continued to send out alerts of attacks on various divisions. When he failed to dial for the third time, the hands of the antique desk clock pointed exactly to midnight. Are you looking for this? Pierce jerked around to see Adam Bernard's figure emerge from the shadows, ghostly blue antimatter energy coalescing into the familiar shape of a communicator in his palm. You have no idea what you're up against. Pierce pressed the alarm button at the bottom of the table, only to find that the entire mansion's electrical system had long since gone down. Hydra isn't. Cut off one head and grow two? Adam gently crushed the communicator, blue light reflecting off his icy face. Try it. SHIELD's Triple Quadrant Wing headquarters is experiencing an unprecedented data storm at this very moment. A virtual projection of Tony Stark was in the center of SHIELD's main control room, tens of thousands of streams of code washing over every terminal like a golden waterfall. Found you guys, Snaky Snake. On the holographic map, hundreds of red dots were blinking on various floors. Jarvis, send coordinates to Natasha. When the morning sun breaks through the clouds. The stretcher in the SHIELD infirmary was being covered with a white cloth with Pierce's name on it. The global news is rolling with the news that the former president of the Security Council has died of a heart attack. And the World Security Council has voted unanimously for Tony Stark to take over as director of SHIELD. Sir, a war report has come in from the European division. Agent Hill walked briskly into the new director's office, the tactical tablet displaying live footage of Adam destroying the 9th Hydra base. Agent Coulson on the other side has requested additional Quinjets. Tony crossed his legs in the office chair that had belonged to Fury and twirled the SHIELD insignia around his fingertips. Give him 5 of them. Also, replace this chair with an ergonomic version. The director's ass is golden. Natasha's voice came over the comms. Skrull nest detected on level 17. Biological removal team needed. Approved. Tony snapped his fingers and the holographic projection switched to a diagram of SHIELD's internal structure. Hill, take your cute little team and inventory the 084 items in the underground warehouse. I bet I can find half a dozen alien pickles. The other side. At the Culver University lab, Bruce Banner is placing a bouquet of white roses on Betty Ross' desk. The female professor looked at the man who had disappeared for years in shock as the test tube slipped from her fingers. This time, I won't run away. Banner said softly, the gamma ray detector making a steady ticking sound behind him. As night fell again, the lights at SHIELD headquarters remained as bright as day. Tony stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking New York City at night, his newly minted commissioner's badge reflecting cold light off his chest. The holographic screen scrolled the results of the day's battle. Globally, 2,174 Hydra agents were removed, 586 Skrull pretenders were removed, and 43 items of alien technology were seized. SIR, Mr. Shaw sent a message. Jarvis suddenly spoke up. He said good job, but watch out for Hydra striking back. Tony picked up his coffee cup and saluted the void. Tell that sun-loving bully that this director isn't afraid of Hydra at all, unless they're willing to come in and build a limited edition coffee maker. In the glass reflection, the new director's smile faded. Outside the window, a transport plane bearing the Stark Industries logo was skimming the moon, its cabin full of 084 items recovered from the Hydra base. An underground base in Europe. In the dimly lit conference room, on either side of the long table sat several of Hydra's most central leaders. A holographic projection hovered over the desktop, showing images of Hydra strongholds around the globe being raided by SHIELD. The red-cleared markings were alarming. Daniel Whitehall pushed up his glasses, his voice low. Alexander's death was not an accident, it was an execution. One of the Hydra leaders snorted coldly. Tony Stark just took office, and he dares to make a direct move? Where did he get the guts? Mrs. Hydra, Vivian DeFrost tapped her fingertips lightly on the tabletop, her scarlet fingernails glowing coldly in the dim light, because he's not just Tony Stark, he's got Superman standing behind him. A brief silence fell over the room. Superman. The name made several people in the room look different. Gideon Malik spoke slowly, we underestimated him. Not only did he see through the Skrull's infiltration, he took on S.H.I.E.L.D. directly, even. He paused, his eyes grim, might even have known of our existence. No way. A certain leader suddenly slapped the table, Hydra's level of secrecy far exceeds S.H.I.E.L.D.'s. He can't possibly have all of our information. But he has killed Pierce. Whitehall said coldly. That means he at least knows Pierce is Hydra. Lady Hydra narrowed her eyes slightly, the question now is, what do we do? Hibernate. Malik murmured. Cease all operations for the time being and bide your time. Waiting? Waiting for Superman to take us out one by one and kill us? So what do you guys want to do? Go straight to war? Malik asked rhetorically. Why not? It's not like we don't have an undercard. What ye mean is? Frowned Whitehall. Winter Soldier. Madame Hydra slowly spat out the name. The air in the room suddenly froze. The Winter Soldier, Hydra's lethal weapon, a brainwashed, transformed super soldier who has performed countless impossible missions over the decades. Assassinate Tony Stark? Malik shook his head. It's too risky. Stark Industries has too much influence, and his death would cause a global shock that might even directly enrage Superman. But it's also the most direct way. Lady Hydra said softly. With Tony Stark dead, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be thrown into instant chaos and Superman would lose his voice in human society. And she smiled slightly, once the Winter Soldier strikes, no one can stop him. But what if it fails? Malik asked in a hushed voice. Fail? Then let Superman know that Hydra is not astray like the Skrulls. Whitehall contemplated for a moment and finally nodded slowly, I agree. Malik was still a bit hesitant, this could start an all-out war. The war started a long time ago. Lady Hydra stood up, her voice icy. Only now, it's our turn to fight back. She looked around the group and finally tapped, Winter Soldier out, target, Tony Stark. New York. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Tony Stark sat with his legs crossed in the director's office, a holographic projection in front of him showing the progress of the removal of Hydra strongholds around the world. Jarvis, how's it going in Europe? Mr. Atom has cleared Berlin and Paris and is now on his way to Moscow. Tony nodded and looked back to Natasha and Clint on the other side of the room. What about this side of HQ? Natasha slid the tablet and pulled up a list. 37 sleeper agents have been arrested, with 12 more at large. Nice efficiency. Tony sipped his coffee. However, I always felt that Hydra wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Clint leaned over the table and toyed with an arrow. They'll definitely strike back. The question is, when? In what way? P.S. 4 shifts a day, close to 10,000 words. Is there anyone more dedicated than me? Carrot. Chapter 66, Attack on Tony. New York. Midnight. As the rain blanketed the city, the glass edifice of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters remained lit up in the night. Tony Stark pushed open the door, the cold wind wrapped in the rain to meet his face, although his physique could not feel the cold, but he still subconsciously tightened his suit jacket. This damn weather. He muttered, walking briskly toward the black sedan parked at the curb. The car door opened and the familiar face of Happy Hogan peeked out. Boss, get in, it's raining too much. Tony got into the back seat and casually shook the water droplets out of his hair. Thanks, Harpy. It's been a hell of a day, those Hydra spies can hide better than I thought. Happy started the car, the wipers making regular arcs on the windshield. Boss, I hear the European side is pretty much cleaned up too? Well, that Atom guy was efficient. Tony leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. However, I always felt that Hydra wouldn't just admit defeat. The car slowly drove into the rainy night street, the tires running over the standing water and splashing in tiny splashes. Tony looked out the window at the blur of neon light and his thoughts drifted away. Abrupt. Z. The Harpy slammed on the brakes, and Tony's physicality had reacted early, steadying himself in his seat. What the hell? He frowned. Happy stared dead ahead, his voice tight. Boss, there's someone up ahead. Tony looked up. In the rain, a tall figure stood in the middle of the road, blocking their way. The man wore a mask, revealing only a pair of icy eyes, and his long blonde hair was wet from the rain, clinging to his shoulders. Even more striking was his left arm, metallic and glowing morosely in the streetlight. Hydra. Tony narrowed his eyes. Harpy's hand was already feeling for the pistol at his waist. Boss, I'll go down and check it out. No. Tony squeezed his shoulder. Stay in the car. But. Trust me, Harpy. Tony pushed the car door open and the rain immediately dampened his suit. He stood in the rain, looking straight ahead at the Winter Soldier, his voice calm. Who are you? A Hydra man. What do you want? Money? Freedom? I can give you all that. The man didn't answer. He just slowly raised his metal arm, holding a long knife in his hand, the sheath glistening coldly in the rain. Tony sighed and quietly pressed his right hand on his watch as the nano-battle armor began to rapidly cover his arm. It seems the negotiations have failed. Next. Bang! The Winter Soldier sprinted, his long knife suddenly sheathed, tearing through the rain and stabbing Tony right in the face. The man's long knife was held in a death grip by his mechanical palm, and it didn't move. Looks like your knife wasn't sharp enough. Tony's voice held a hint of mockery. The man's eyes went cold, and he lashed out to draw the knife, but found that the blade felt like it was welded into Tony's hand, and he couldn't pull it out. His pupils contracted slightly. This person's power, something wasn't right. Without hesitation, the Winter Soldier immediately changed his stance, his metal left arm building up strength and slamming towards Tony's chest. Bang! Tony's other quickly lifted up and clasped his metal fist with precision. The two huge forces collided, the air exploded in a circle of airwaves, and the rain was shaken and splashed in all directions. The man, the Winter Soldier, was utterly shocked. His metal arm was a product of Hydra's finest technology, powerful enough to tear through tank armor. But now, to be caught by Tony Stark with one hand? Surprised? Tony sneered. I'm not the normal guy who used to just hide in his battle armor. The Winter Soldier reacted extremely quickly, his right leg snapped up and his knee slammed hard into Tony's abdomen. But Tony was faster than him. Pop! He let go of his long knife and grabbed the Winter Soldier by the throat with his right hand, lifting him up whole. The Winter Soldier's knee top comes to an abrupt halt in mid-air, his legs dangling in the air as he struggles. Game over. Tony said coldly. The next second. Boom! He swung the Winter Soldier around and slammed it hard into the ground. The asphalt cracked instantly, the Winter Soldier stifled a grunt, and before he could slow down, Tony's iron fist had already slammed down. Bang! 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 Each punch carried a dozen tons of force, and the Winter Soldier's mask shattered on the second punch, revealing an unfamiliar face. It was a blonde man Tony had never seen before. Tony's fist paused for a moment, but quickly continued to swing down until his opponent was completely unconscious. Jarvis, scan him. Tony stood up and shook the blood from his hands. Target not identified, sir. No matches in the database. Tony frowned, then pressed his communicator. All Avengers, gather at S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately. Someone has attacked me, and it should be Hydra. Natasha's calm voice came from the other end of the calm. 10 minutes to. Tony looked down at his unconscious assailant, his eyes cold. Hydra, just how many more cards do you have? Long Island Villa. Underground Laboratory. Shauhan stood in front of the lab bench, his supervision penetrating the Skrull's genetic samples under the microscope, the molecular structure clear as day in his eyes. His super brain raced, analyzing the permutations of each base sequence. Sure enough, Skrulls have far more cellular plasticity than humans. He whispered to himself, tapping his fingertips lightly on the tabletop. The image of Tony Stark's attack was playing silently on the holographic projection in the lab. Shauhan had long heard the contents of Hydra's meeting, but he did not intervene. If he couldn't even solve this trouble, then Tony would be a S.H.I.E.L.D. director for nothing. His gaze returned to the experimental data. Genetic recombination, memory replication, plus Kryptonian cell compatibility. Time passes and the lights in the lab are always bright. Finally, Shauhan's fingertips stopped, and a drop of golden liquid flickered slightly in the test tube. It was the serum he had just completed. Perfect. The serum fuses perfectly with Kryptonian cells and gives him the power to duplicate the abilities of others. Provided, of course, that he has touched the target and that the ability to copy will be somewhat limited. For example, he can't copy magic-based abilities, and neither can external powers, unless the other person's power stems from genetics. He grabbed a syringe and without hesitation injected the serum into his arm. The golden liquid merged into his veins, and Xiao Han closed his eyes, feeling the changes within his body. But surprisingly, there was no feeling. There was no pain, no burning, not even a hint of something different. He opened his eyes and frowned slightly, then stretched. It's also true that Kryptonian cells are inherently powerful, and with this level of genetic adaptation, there wouldn't even be a rejection reaction. Just then, the lab's communicator rang. "Mr. Shaw, an incoming call from Tony Stark." Turing's voice rang out. Xiao Han casually waved his hand and the holographic projection unfolded, Tony's face appearing on the screen with the SHIELD conference room in the background. His expression was stony, his brow furrowed. "Shaw, I was just attacked." "I know." Xiao Han's tone was flat. "Tony froze, you know?" "Aha." Xiao Han nodded. "The Hydra faction is just a scapegoat." Tony was silent for a split second, then took a deep breath. "That guy has been knocked out by me and is now being held in the SHIELD interrogation room. However, his identity is still unknown." Xiao Han glanced at him and directly said, "Kill him." Tony was stunned. "What?" "He is one of the murderers of your parents." Xiao Han told a big secret. Tony's pupils constricted suddenly and his breath caught. "What did you say?" On December 16, 1991, Howard Stark and Maria died in a car accident. Shaughnessy looked straight at him. "It wasn't an accident, it was a Hydra assassination. And the person who attacked you today is the same assassin who carried out the mission back then." Tony's fists clenched violently, knuckles white. His voice was low. "You knew?" 10 minutes ago. Xiao Han lied. "Well, is it all true?" 1,000% true, Tony." Tony fell silent, his chest heaving violently. After a few seconds, he took a deep breath, his voice icy. "Thank you, Xiao, I understand." Comms cut off, screen goes out. Xiao Han withdrew his gaze and shook his head. He looked down at his palm, his fingertips moving slightly. The surface of the skin glowed with a faint golden halo, a sign that the serum was beginning to take effect. "Next," he whispered to himself. "Time to try out this new ability." Chapter 67, A Man Who Deserves More Than Tony's Beatings. New York. Somewhere in a dark, damp alley. Gunshots, screams, knives and blood foam intertwined in the air. Deadpool Wade Wilson is wielding his twin swords, spinning and jumping through the crowd, humming an off-key ditty. Bang! A criminal gang member had just raised his gun when his head was sliced off by Deadpool's knife, spraying liquid on the wall. "Wow! That's a move I call Chopper Special Day." Deadpool whistled and backhanded another man through the throat, and this one, it's called the Throat Special. The gang members backed away in terror, but Deadpool weaved between them as quickly as he could, his blade flashing and bringing up a shadow of knives with each swing. "Hey! You assholes, can you not die so fast? I haven't had enough fun yet." And that's when it happened. Zip! A blazing golden ray of light descended from the sky like a sort of divine punishment, instantly sweeping across the entire alley. Boom! All the gang members didn't even have time to let out a scream, they were directly vaporized into ashes, the ground was plowed into a charred furrow by the heat sight, and the smell of burning filled the air. Deadpool froze, he slowly looked down at his empty hands and his knife was half melted. Fark! He jerked his head up and looked toward the end of the alley. Xiao Han's figure slowly landed high in the sky, his black battle suit glistening in the dim light as golden lines flowed. Deadpool blinked, then spread his hands exaggeratedly. "Wow! If it isn't our boy from the sun." "What, you're here for my midnight rave party too?" Xiao Han didn't reply and just calmly walked towards him. Deadpool cocked his head and continued to chatter. "I must say though, your entrance was a bit rough, straight up roasting all of my dance partners for the night, and that makes me look bad." Still ignoring him, Xiao Han walked up to him and reached out to press his hand directly on his shoulder. Deadpool looked down at the hand and then looked up at Xiao Han's indifferent face, suddenly revealing an exaggerated bad smile. "Hey, big guy, I'll get the wrong idea if you touch me so suddenly." He winked. Do you like me?" Xiao Han still didn't say anything, only that his supervision penetrated Deadpool's skin and directly analyzed his cellular structure. Deadpool's self-healing factor was clearly visible in his eyes, those crazy cells constantly dividing and reorganizing, even against the common sense of biology. "Wow, you have this look in your eyes, like you're looking into my soul." Deadpool covered his chest in mock shame. "I should warn you, though, that my soul might be a bit, well, colorful and black?" Xiao cells began to mimic Deadpool's self-healing factor, but soon, he realized that this self-healing ability wasn't even as good as his own Kryptonian cells. So it is. Xiao withdrew his hand and whispered to himself. Deadpool raised an eyebrow. What turns out to be true? You finally realized I'm handsome enough to startle the UN? Xiao glanced at him. Your immortality is not because of the self-healing factor in your body. Deadpool froze, then covered his mouth in exaggeration. Geez. You're not trying to say I'm cursed, are you? Or that I'm actually some god's bastard child? Xiao said indifferently, the goddess of death doesn't want to accept you. Deadpool's expression suddenly froze for a second, then returned to that playful look. Wow, that's really romantic? So Miss Death has a crush on me to keep me from dying? You bet. Xiao didn't bother to talk to him anymore and turned around, ready to leave. Deadpool, however, suddenly rushed up in an arrow step and stopped in front of him. Wait. You're just going to leave? Not going to buy me a cup of coffee? Or at least explain why you suddenly came to peek at my cells? Xiao stopped and his golden eyes looked at him. You want to be a familiar face too? Deadpool covered his chest exaggeratedly. Wow, that's mean. But I like it. Xiao no longer cared about him and directly rose into the air, instantly disappearing into the night sky. Deadpool stood still, looking up at the sky with a half-hearted shrug. Okay, another high-maintenance handsome guy. He sighed, pulling a piece of chocolate out of his pocket and stuffing it in his mouth, muttering vaguely. But the goddess of death doesn't want to take me? Gee, that's a new setting. He licked the chocolate from the corner of his mouth and suddenly grinned. Looks like I'll have to thank the exterminator the next time I see him. After saying that, he hummed a little song and turned towards the depths of the alley, his figure fading into the darkness. Xiao stepped out of the portal, and the golden light slowly dissipated behind him. In the living room, Wanda was sitting on the couch, scarlet chaos magic flowing through her fingertips, transforming into a delicate rose of energy that dissipated again in her palm. Hearing the movement, she jerked her head up, her red hair slightly raised, and a delighted light instantly lit up in her eyes. Xiao, you're back. She stood up, her magic dissipating into the air, and walked quickly towards Xiao. Xiao looked at her and revealed an appreciative look. Well practiced. Wanda's cheeks blushed slightly and her fingers involuntarily curled around a strand of hair. Yeah? Why did you just suddenly go out? Go test something. Xiao walked over to the sofa and sat down, casually picking up the water cup on the coffee table and taking a sip. Wanda blinked and hesitated, but sat down next to him and whispered, You're always like that, secretive. Xiao looked at her sideways and said meaningfully, What do you want to ask? Wanda bit her lower lip, her heart beating slightly faster. She took a deep breath and finally summoned up the courage to raise her head and look straight into his eyes. Xiao, I've been living here for so long. Don't you have any other ideas besides teaching me magic? Xiao raised his eyebrows. Oh? Wanda's face turned even redder, but she didn't back down. I'm not stupid. How could a normal person let a strange girl live in their house and make her act like a hostess? You, what the hell were you thinking? Xiao looked at her and suddenly smiled. What about you? He asked back, what do you think? Wanda's breath caught slightly and her fingers clenched the corners of her coat. Her voice was soft but firm. I've had a lot of fun with you this time. I knew I had nothing, so I practiced my magic desperately, hoping to help you. When I fought with you 2 days ago, She paused, a blazing light in her eyes. Maybe I am in love with you? Maybe you don't believe me, but the book says that's how relationships work. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Xiao looked at her quietly, his gaze slowly moving down from her eyes and landing on her slightly trembling lips. The next second, he leaned right in for a kiss. Well. Wanda's eyes widened instantly and her entire body froze in place. Xiao lips were warm and strong, covering her softness without refusal. Her mind went blank, feeling only his burning breath and the warmth of his palm against her waist. She was confused for a few seconds, then, instinctively, she closed her eyes and responded to him in a raw but passionate way. Xiaohan's palm clasped the back of her neck and deepened the kiss. Wanda's fingers unconsciously gripped the lapel of his coat, her heart beating so fast it almost burst out of her chest. Only after a long time did Xiaohan slowly release her. Wanda's lips were slightly reddened, her breathing was disorganized, and there was a misty haze in her eyes. Xiaohan let out a low laugh and raised his hand. Buzz! A golden portal unfolded beside him, and at the other end of the door, the bedroom. He looked to Wanda, his voice low. Ready? Wanda didn't say anything, just looked up at him, those amber eyes full of adoration and anticipation. Xiaohan stopped talking nonsense and directly picked her up in his arms and took a step into the teleportation portal. The moment the door closed, Wanda's soft laughter disappeared into the golden light along with Xiaohan's whisper. Chapter 68: A New World. Early morning sunlight pours into the bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches of light on the floor. Xiaohan slowly opened his eyes, his golden pupils contracting slightly in the morning light as he felt the warm energy. He looked sideways to his side. Wanda was still asleep, her red hair falling between her pillows, her breathing even and peaceful. Last night's exploration of life had taken a lot of energy out of her, and opening it up for the first time was no small burden on her. Xiaohan gently got up without startling her, and with a casual wave of his hand, a black silk robe automatically draped over his shoulders. He stepped out of the bedroom barefoot, the living room silent except for the soft sound of distant waves coming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Good morning, sir." Turing's voice rang gently through the air. Mr. Stark, requesting calms, have been waiting 3 minutes. Xiaohan raised an eyebrow and walked towards the kitchen area. The coffee machine automatically began to operate and the rich aroma quickly filled the air. "Tony? So early?" "Yes, he seems to be in a hurry." Turing replied, "Need to get through now?" Xiaohan picked up his coffee cup and took a sip. "Take it." The holographic projection unfolded in the center of the living room and an image of Tony Stark emerged. He looked a little tired, with a faint greenish-black color under his eyes, and he was holding the same cup of coffee, but the consistency looked more like plain espresso. Tony's voice came through the projection, a hint of raspiness in his exhaustion. "Shaw, I was supposed to kill that asshole last night." Xiaohan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the morning light spilling through the glass onto his silhouette, and then? Coulson recognized him. Tony's voice trailed off. "That damn Hydra, actually a member of the Roaring Commandos, one of Captain America's best friends." Xiaohan's fingers gently tapped on the glass, making a crisp sound. So? Tony suddenly raised his volume and quickly suppressed it. "Coulson showed me the file. The guy fell off a cliff and disappeared in 1944. Hydra found him, brainwashed him, and turned him into a killing machine." The sound of glass clinking came from the other end of the projection, and Tony took a sip of his coffee and continued. "Jarvis received a file of the surveillance footage of my parents' murder." Xiaohan's perception sensed that Wanda was still asleep. "You watched?" "Looked." Tony's voice suddenly became unusually calm. "Watched every frame. I saw that asshole with his metal arm around my father's neck. I saw my mother begging for mercy. I saw them." The sound of breaking glass came over the calm. Xiaohan walked over to the sofa and sat down. "So now you want to ask me if I should kill him?" "Wanda didn't kill me in the first place either." Tony snapped, "Even though she hated me so much." A glimmer of golden light flared from Xiaohan's fingertips and was quickly extinguished. "I'm not you, Tony. This decision can only be made by you. If I kill him..." Xiaohan interrupted him, "If you don't kill him, I'd regret it." Tony laughed bitterly. "That's a hell of a multiple-choice question." Xiaohan looked out the window, the sea sparkling under the sun. "Choices are the worst to make. You are right, he is controlled by Hydra. But this time you decide for yourself. I won't make the choice for you." There was a long silence on the other end of the calm. "You know what?" Tony finally spoke, his voice much lighter. "My father never said he loved me." Xiaohan didn't respond. "But when that asshole was choking him, his last words were to save Maria." Tony's voice trembled slightly. "He always loved my mother." Another moment of silence. "I see," Tony said suddenly, his voice firmer. "Thanks, Shaw. Well, the Winter Soldier issue stops here. Just imagine what the ending is. I'm not going to portray it any further. I'll get sprayed whether I write it alive or dead." The comms cut off, and not a moment later, footsteps came up the stairs. Wanda rubbed her eyes and walked down, her red hair tousled and covered with the black shirt Xiaohan wore last night, the hem just covering her thighs. "Who's calling so early?" she asked with a yawn, her voice still sleepy. Xiaohan turned off the projection and reached out to pull her into his arms. "Tony." He hesitates to make a decision. Wanda sat obediently on his lap, her cheek pressed against his chest. "What decision?" "Maybe it's being the better person." Xiaohan caressed her red hair. Wanda tilted her face up, sleepy but with a smile. "Just like me?" Xiaohan lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "No, you always have been." Wanda's face instantly reddened as she buried her face into the nape of Xiaohan's neck and said in a muffled voice, "When did you become so good at talking?" Xiaohan patted her back. "Go change. I'll teach you spatial teleportation today." Wanda's eyes immediately lit up as she jumped up and ran upstairs, then suddenly stopped and turned to ask, "Are you sure it wasn't because of last night?" "Go." Xiao Han interrupted her with a helpless smile at the corner of his mouth. Wanda laughed softly and ran up the stairs, her red hair flowing behind her. 10 minutes. Xiao Han stood in the center of the training room, golden magic runes slowly rotating under his feet. Wanda stood across from him, her red hair slightly ruffled by the energy field, a focused gleam in her eyes. Chaos magic is essentially different from common space spells. Xiao Han raised his hand and his fingertips traced through the air, and golden sparks bloomed with it. It doesn't require a spell, but relies on your intentions and emotions. Wanda nodded as scarlet energy surged out from her palm, trying to mimic Xiao Han's movements. Red sparks erupted, but quickly dissipated, failing to form a full portal. "Take it easy." Xiao Han walked behind her and gently rested one hand on her shoulder. "Feel the flow of space and visualize it like water that can be pivoted by your energy." Wanda took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Crimson energy flowed around her, gradually becoming more solid. She raised her hand again, and this time, red sparks were interspersed with a scarlet glow as an unstable portal slowly took shape, but quickly twisted closed again. "I can't do it." She opened her eyes with some chagrin. Xiao Han let out a low chuckle, being able to make space fluctuate on the first attempt is already quite good. He stood behind her, his hands over hers, guiding her movements. "Do it again, but this time don't try to control it, let it respond to you naturally." Wanda's heart raced slightly as she felt his warmth, but she quickly focused and tried again. This time, her scarlet energy intertwined with red sparks, and a full portal unfolded in front of the two, with the other end on the other side of the training room. "I did it!" Wanda turned around in surprise and almost crashed into Xiao Han's arms. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth rose slightly, not bad, but not even close. He raised his hand and the portal expanded. True spatial teleportation requires traveling across dimensions, not spinning around in the same room. Wanda deliberately teased, "So you demonstrate one?" Xiao Han did not say anything, he just raised his hand and scratched out a new portal, the other end of which was clearly the top of the snow-covered snowy mountains, and the cold wind whistled into it. Wanda was a little curious, "Where is this?" "Himalaya," Xiao Han said indifferently. When the mages of Commodage first learned the art of teleportation, they often accidentally left themselves there. Wanda couldn't help but laugh out loud. "So you fell too?" Xiao Han glanced at her. "I learned it on the first day." "Wow." Wanda bristled, but couldn't hide the adoration in her eyes. "Keep practicing." Xiao Han retrieved the portal. "I'll teach you the use of the mirror dimension when you can stably open transcontinental teleportation." Wanda nodded and tried again with concentration. Her fingertips glowed scarlet once more, red sparks swirling and intertwining in the air. This time, the portal was much more stable than before, the edges no longer flickering, but forming a complete circular passage. "Look! I made it!" Wanda excitedly turned around to look at Xiao Han with a joyful glint in her eyes. However, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. His supervision penetrated the portal and saw not the other side of the training room or any part of the planet. Instead, it was an unfamiliar city with tall buildings, a clear blue sky, and even a giant Daily Planet logo visible in the distance. "It's not right." "System," Xiao Han murmured in his mind, "what's going on here?" Ding. Abnormal spatial fluctuation detected. The system's voice replied calmly. Wanda's chaos magic inadvertently opened the trans-universe channel. This behavior is not part of the host's mission, and the system has not issued a relevant command. Xiao Han frowned slightly, meaning, she opened the crack in the multiverse by herself? Yes. The system replies. Based on energy analysis, Wanda's chaos magic has the ability to modify reality, and may have unintentionally torn down the dimensional barrier during a time of intense mood swings. Refer to 616 Universe Mr. Fantastic for the open channel. Xiao Han was silent for a moment, then looked at Wanda, who was still immersed in excitement. She was reaching out to touch the edge of the portal, curiously surveying the world on the other side. Chapter 69 Clark Kent. Before reading, give a note that I will respect the original plot and may add my own original ideas or settings again, because I feel that if I follow the original exactly then people might as well go see the movie. Xiao, look. The buildings over there are so strange, I've never seen a city like this before. She turned back and smiled at Xiao Han, her red hair fluttering slightly under the fluctuations of the energy field. Xiao Han approached her and gently pressed her shoulder. Wanda, you did a good job, but this time the portal might be, well, a bit special. Special? She blinked. What do you mean? It means that the other side of the portal is another universe. Xiaohan spoke in a calm tone, but his gaze always observed her reaction. Wanda's smile froze, the scarlet energy fluctuating slightly. You mean I opened the door to another world? Right. Xiaohan nodded, but don't worry, since it can be opened, it can be closed. Wanda took a deep breath, and the uneasiness in her eyes was gradually replaced by curiosity. So, should we go take a look? Xiaohan looked at her as she jumped into action and of course knew what she was thinking, of course. He took her hand and the two of them stepped through the portal together. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. They stood at the top of a tall building overlooking the entire city. The sunlight poured down on the metal and glass buildings and the streets were lined with cars. Giant freighters were docked in the harbor in the distance, and even more strikingly, a figure occasionally flew across the sky, its red and blue cloak hunting in the wind. That? Wanda's eyes widened. Xiaohan's super hearing had captured the sounds of the entire city. Superman saved another plane. I heard Gotham's Batman captured Black Mask's men last night. Wonder Woman is coming to Metropolis next week for a peace summit. His expression became odd. Xiao? Wanda took his hand. What did you hear? Xiaohan slowly spoke. Wanda, we may have come to the DC universe. DC universe? Wanda froze. You mean? Is the one I'm thinking of? After getting to know Xiaohan, Wanda had supplemented DC Comics, and had gone from being the passerby who only knew Superman, to now at least remembering the names of the superheroes. Right. Xiaohan nodded his head and swept his gaze across the entire city. This is Metropolis. A flicker of excitement flashed in Wanda's eyes. So, that guy who just flew past was really Superman? Before Xiaohan could reply, a broken figure suddenly approached. The red and blue figure hovered in front of them, his cloak fluttering slowly behind him, the sunlight refracting brightly off the S symbol on his chest. Clark Kent. Superman. Was scrutinizing them with those blue eyes, his voice gentle. Who are you guys? Why have I never seen you guys before in this world? It's like you never existed before? As you can see, I'm Kryptonian. Xiaohan kept a kind expression on his face as he looked at him. Clark's blue eyes glittered with disbelief as he slowly landed on the roof of the building, keeping a polite distance from Xiaohan. You say, you're Kryptonian too? He sounded a little less confident, as if he was worried that Xiaohan would tell him he was just lying to him the next second. Xiaohan smiled faintly and didn't answer directly, but gently held Wanda's hand as the bioforce field wrapped around her silently, ensuring that she wouldn't be affected by Clark's supervision. We just came here by accident. Xiaohan said. But yes, I'm like you. Clark's breathing quickened slightly as his supervision instinctively swept over Xiaohan's body, but it was like hitting an invisible wall that he couldn't penetrate. And Wanda's body was likewise wrapped in a strange layer of energy that his vision could not see through. This can't be right. Clark muttered, but then shook his head in self-deprecation. No, it's silly to ask, but I'd like to ask anyway, are you really from Krypton? There was a hint of anticipation in his tone. Xiaohan did not reply, but only gently levitated up, his feet off the ground, his eyes slowly lit up with a blazing golden light, and the air around him was slightly distorted due to the high temperature. Clark's pupils constricted suddenly, his expression progressively happier. Enough, I believe it. He took a deep breath, his mouth smiling uncontrollably, a long-lost excitement in his eyes. It does seem a bit incredible. He paused to calm down. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to run into a fellow human being. Xiaohan landed back on the ground, the golden light in his eyes fading as he said gently, understood. Clark was about to say something, but saw the scene around him. You guys, wanna get a cup of coffee? We can talk. Wanda glanced at Xiaohan and when she saw him nod, she revealed a friendly smile. Good. 3 minutes later, they were sitting in a quiet coffee shop in downtown Metropolis. Clark picked a corner by the window to make sure no one could hear them. He held his coffee cup in both hands and watched Xiaohan and Wanda sit down. So, he began to tell, how did you escape the Kryptonian crisis? Where have you been all these years? Xiaohan picked up his coffee and took a sip, his tone calm. My escape pod left Krypton a long time ago, but the course deviated and there was a little accident. I drifted in the universe for a long time and finally landed on another Earth. Another Earth? Clark blinked, then responded. Yes, you are from a parallel universe. Wanda stirred her cup of coffee gently and added, we don't have Superman or Metropolis there. A complex look flashed in Clark's eyes. but was quickly replaced by excitement. So, your powers, too, are because of the yellow sun? Xiao Han nodded. Well, same as you. Clark took a deep breath, as if he'd finally found someone to talk to, and the conversation opened up. 2 years ago, General Zod came. His voice trailed off. He wanted to remodel Earth and rebuild Krypton, but I stopped him. His fingers rubbed the rim of his glass, his eyes slightly bleak. I had to kill him. He was the last Kryptonian I saw, until today. Xiao Han listened quietly without interrupting. Clark quickly adjusted his emotions and continued, then I joined the Justice League and worked with Batman, Wonder Woman, and the others to protect Earth. Bruce, that's Batman, I don't know what happened, and now he's not very friendly with me. His tone lightened a bit, even with a hint of a smile. Diana, Wonder Woman. She always says I'm too mild-mannered and should be stronger. Wanda couldn't help but smile. Sounds like you guys are close. Clark nodded, a warm light in his eyes. Yeah, they're like family. He paused and suddenly looked at Xiao Han with some embarrassment. I'm sorry, am I talking too much? It's just that it was nice to meet you. Xiao Han shook his head and interrupted. It's okay, I understand. Clark nodded, then frowned as if he'd heard something. Diana will definitely want to see you. But, right now I have to run another errand. Before he could finish his sentence, the coffee shop's television suddenly inserted an emergency news item. Breaking! There has been a mass escape from Gotham City's Arkham Asylum. The Joker, Poison Ivy Woman, Bane, and several other high-risk criminals have escaped, and the Gotham police are currently requesting support from the Justice League. Clark's expression instantly became serious as he stood up and looked apologetically at Xiao Han and Wanda. Sorry, I have to go help. Xiao Han also stood up and said indifferently, let's go together. Clark was stunned for a moment, then broke into a grateful smile. Thanks. Wanda's fingertips glowed scarlet and her eyes glittered with wariness. Just as well, I want to see what level the villains of this world are at. Clark took a deep breath and a determined light rekindled in his eyes. Go! In the next second, the red and blue cape raised, Superman rushed up into the sky, Xiao Han and Wanda followed closely behind, and the three of them sped off in the direction of Gotham. P.S. I originally wanted to write 2 to 3 female leads, but the comment section seemed to like single a bit more, which kept me from arranging it. Here to collect opinions, see single more or female more. If it is more female, this copy just can be arranged. Chapter 70, Superman ruling the world? The sky over Gotham City was cloudy, with sirens piercing and smoke filling the outskirts of Arkham Asylum. The Joker's maniacal laughter was especially clear amidst the chaos as he stood atop a blown-over police car, his green hair standing out in the firelight. Ha 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 ha. Why isn't the Bat here yet? I can't wait to show him my new toy. The Joker waved a remote control around as members of the Joker gang were exchanging fire with the police. Poison Ivy Woman maneuvered her vines to topple the police car, while Bane ripped open the door of the armored car with his bare hands. Harley Quinn nimbly weaved her way through the gunfire, the baseball bat in her hand knocking down one cop after another with precision. Just then, a dark shadow fell from the sky, Batman's cape unfurling in the firelight as he kicked the weapon out of Harley's hand with precision. The party's over. Batman's low voice caused the members of the Joker gang to stutter. Batsy. Joker turned around excitedly, only to see 3 figures slowly descending in the sky as Clark appeared over the battlefield with Xiao Han and Wanda. Batman glanced up, a slight frown under his mask, but said nothing, continuing to focus on subduing the foe in front of him. Clark cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly and was just about to make his move when Xiao Han raised his hand to stop him. Training is over, now it's time for the actual combat session. Xiao Han looked at Wanda. Wanda's red lips rose slightly, and excitement flashed in her eyes. Understood. She slowly floated up, her red hair dancing in the energy field of chaos magic, her hands gracefully drawing circles. Crimson energy quickly surged across the battlefield. Hey! What's that? A new superhero? Hallie looked up, and the next second she was wrapped in scarlet energy, unable to move. Joker's laughter came to an abrupt halt as he realized to his horror that he had no control over his body. What kind of trick is this? Poison Ivy Girl's vines withered the instant they came into contact with the scarlet energy, and Bane's enhanced muscles were useless in the face of the magic. In a matter of seconds, all the villains, like puppets on strings, were manipulated by Wanda into a line and floated over to the dumbfounded police. Over to you. Wanda waved her hand gently and the villains landed neatly in front of the police. I think you'll need these. The cops looked at each other in disbelief until the sheriff shakily ordered, cuff them now. Wanda didn't stop, her hands unfolded and scarlet energy covered the entire battlefield. Blown-up vehicles were restored to their original state, shattered walls were rebuilt, and even the craters on the ground disappeared. Wonder Woman Diana had just arrived, the golden lasso of truth still in her hand, when she saw this scene. She stopped mid-air in shock. Zeus is up. Batman watched everything in silence and turned to disappear into the shadows. Clark flew over. Diana, let me introduce you, this is Xiaohan and Wanda, they are from a parallel universe. Diana landed in front of them and put away her lasso with curiosity in her eyes. Amazon warrior Diana Prince, it is an honor to meet you. Your powers, Ms. Wanda, are impressive. Wanda blushed slightly. Thanks, it's just tricks. It's no small trick. Diana said sincerely. Your ability is special, this world has never had your kind of ability. Clark looked around at the streets that were gradually coming back into order. This isn't the place to talk, I know a nice restaurant nearby. 10 minutes later, the four of them were sitting in a booth in an upscale restaurant. Wonder Woman thoughtfully ordered for everyone and made a special dessert recommendation for Wanda. So? Diana sliced her steak and looked at Xiaohan curiously. You said you're Kryptonian like Clark? Xiaohan nodded his head and briefly explained where he came from. From time to time, Diana nodded, or agreed. That does sound incredible now. She put down her knife and fork. The Amazons have always believed in the existence of the multiverse, but there has never been conclusive evidence. Wanda tasted a bite of the chocolate cake and her eyes lit up. This is delicious. Then, embarrassed, he added, sorry to interrupt. Diana smiled. It's okay, food is worth concentrating on enjoying. She turned to Wanda. Your ability, is it magic? Wanda nodded. Yes, it's magic, with the ability to modify reality. Diana was thoughtful. Sounds like it could be compared to the divine power of the Olympian gods. Clark, who had been listening quietly, interjected. Xiaohan said they only came here by accident, so I guess we can think about helping them get back. Diana added, maybe get Zatanna to help? Or Dr. Fate. They're very knowledgeable about interdimensional travel. Xiaohan put down his wine glass. No need to bother, Wanda can open the passage back. We just want to learn more about this world. Diana smiled knowingly. Then you must meet the other Alliance members. Barry will be thrilled to death, he always says the parallel universe theory is right. Clark's expression suddenly looked a little worse for wear. Bruce probably won't be at the party these days. Diana sighed. He's still like that? He's been that way since General Zod. More withdrawn. Clark smiled bitterly. I'm sorry about those people. Shaman keenly noted their conversation. Batman doesn't trust Superman? Diana and Clark exchanged a look. Eventually Diana spoke up. When Clark and Zod accidentally destroyed Bruce's company building while fighting 2 years ago, those employees who couldn't escape in time. 3 months later Bruce found a mirror of prophecy and discovered a possible future, only vague snippets of it, but we all saw it. Clark would go dark and become the ruler of Earth. Wanda had a question mark on her face. This is ridiculous. Clark shook his head. No, it's a real possibility. My power. Xiaohan suddenly laughed. So, Batman thinks that the good Superman will rule the world? Diana nodded. Bruce always plans for the worst. But I know Clark's heart and he'll never turn out that way. Clark gave her a grateful look. The lights in the dining room softened as the four of them finished a pleasant dinner. Diana looked at her watch and stood up. I'm sorry, I have to leave now, she said with a smile. There are still some matters that need to be taken care of. Clark nodded. Thanks for taking the time to come by, Diana. Diana gently patted Clark on the shoulder before extending her hand to Xiaohan and Wanda. It was nice to meet you guys, I hope you have a good time in Gotham. Wanda took her hand and smiled. Thanks for the recommendation, that dessert was really good. Diana winked. Next time you come to Paradise Island, I'll have the chef prepare you a more authentic Greek dessert. With that, she gracefully turned away. Clark watched her leave, then looked over at Xiaohan and Wanda. Do you have a place to stay tonight? Xiaohan nodded. We're going to find a hotel to stay in. Clark gave a gentle smile. Policing in Gotham is, well, slightly more complicated. I can recommend a couple of high-security ones. Wanda asked curiously, you come to Gotham often? Clark flashed a smile. Occasionally, I help Bruce with things, although he's not too keen on working with me right now. Xiaohan smiled faintly. It's alright, we can find the place ourselves. Clark hesitated, but finally said, if you need any help, you can always contact me. He pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Xiaohan. This is my contact information. Xiaohan took the business card, which bore the name Clark Kent, a reporter for the Daily Planet, but with a small S symbol in the lower right corner. He thought it was kind of funny that two Kryptonians connected in this way. Thanks. Xiaohan put away his business card. We'll contact each other next time, and perhaps travel in this world tour tomorrow. Clark nodded, then stood up. I'll see you next time, then. He waved at the two men and turned to leave the restaurant. Chapter 71 World Travel. After walking out of the restaurant, Wanda took Xiaohan's arm and looked up into Gotham's night sky. This city, it's kind of depressing, she said softly. Xiaohan's gaze swept through the streets, his super hearing catching the whispers of the city. The sirens, the criminals' low laughs, Batman's footsteps in the shadows. Go. He took Wanda's hand. Find a place to rest. The two strolled along the streets, eventually choosing a luxury hotel. The attendant at the front desk received them politely, and Xiaohan casually took out a black card and registered a penthouse suite. The elevator slowly rose and Wanda leaned on Xiaohan's shoulder and yawned. The city is more lively than New York. Xiaohan rubbed her hair. That's because you've never been to Hell's Kitchen. The elevator doors opened and they walked down the hallway to the end and swiped their cards to enter the Ute. The room was spacious and luxurious, with floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over Gotham at night, lit up but with a hint of gloom. Wanda went to the window and looked thoughtfully at the Wayne building in the distance. Do you think Batman is watching us right now? She asked suddenly. Xiaohan let out a light laugh. He must have already known we were coming. Wanda turned around and walked over to the table by the window and sat down. So we're going to look for him tomorrow? Xiaohan walked up to her and reached out to gently brush her cheek. There's no rush, let's take a look at the situation in this world first. So? Wanda asked curiously. Do you think Clark will really go dark? Xiaohan turned and sat across from her. According to the comic book setting, Superman's blackening usually requires a trigger. Such as? Wanda asked, cocking her head. Lois Lane's death. Xiaohan said indifferently. In most parallel universes, Superman blacked out because he lost her. Wanda nodded thoughtfully. I see, that's the pain of losing a loved one. Almost. Xiaohan picked up the remote control on the table and turned on the TV. In this world, though, it can be more complicated. The evening news was playing on the television, with the anchor woman gravely reporting on the aftermath of the Arkham incident. The scene switches to the blurry figure of Batman, who is leaping off a rooftop and disappearing into the darkness. Do you think Batman will believe us? Wanda's eyes followed the images on the television. Xiaohan laughed softly. Bruce Wayne never trusts anyone easily, especially a Kryptonian who suddenly appears. Wanda set her cup down, scarlet energy running through her fingertips. Shouldn't we be careful then? No need. Xiaohan reached out and held her wrist and the energy immediately subsided. If he comes looking for trouble, I'll take care of it. Wanda suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up. Do you think Clark's blacking out could be because of kryptonite? If someone killed him with kryptonite and resurrected him, he might not trust humans anymore. Xiaohan raised an eyebrow. Not bad speculation. But in this world, Batman seems to have gotten ahead of his defenses. Xiaohan's watch suddenly projected a screen that showed Batman's lab. He was pounding a green stone. See, he was prepared. Xiaohan pointed at the screen. Wanda frowned. That's so sad. Clark is obviously so kind and yet he has to deal with such suspicion. Xiaohan turned off the TV and the room fell into a brief silence. The neon light from the window shone through the curtains, creating a circle of light in front of the two men. Every world has its own problems, he finally said. Just like we have Hydra and the Skrulls there. Wanda stood up and walked over to the window. At least we solved part of the problem. Xiaohan walked up to her and reached around her waist. Tired? Wanda leaned into his arms and nodded. A little. Used a lot of magical energy today. Rest. Xiaohan kissed the top of her hair. Tomorrow we'll go traveling. The two walked toward the spacious king-size bed, and Wanda stifled a yawn just as she lay down. Xiaohan tucked her in while he himself leaned against the bed. Aren't you going to sleep? Wanda asked in a daze. Kryptonians don't need that much sleep. Xiaohan caressed her red hair. You go to sleep, I'll keep watch. Wanda grabbed his hand in a sleepy haze and murmured, Don't get too tired, Xia. Early morning sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Gotham Hotel's penthouse suite, gilding the room with a soft golden color. Wanda rolled over in the large, soft bed, her red hair falling between her pillows, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. She opened her eyes slowly, realizing that the spot on her side was empty, but the sheets were still warm. Wanda braced herself as the silk sheet slipped off her shoulders, revealing several ambiguous red marks on her pale skin. "Shaw?" she called softly, with the lethargy of a freshly awakened sleep still in her voice. No response. Wanda stepped barefoot on the soft carpet and casually grabbed the black shirt Xiao Han wore last night and pulled it over her body. The hem of her shirt just covered her thighs, hidden as she walked. She pushed open the bedroom door and was immediately captivated by the sight before her. Xiao Han was lying on a chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, the sunlight pouring through the glass on his perfect body. He wore only a pair of black slacks, his muscular lines as distinct as an ancient Greek sculpture in the sunlight. His eyes were closed and his face was calm, as if he was absorbing the energy of the sun. Wanda leaned against the doorframe, unconsciously holding her breath. Even after having been intimate, this man still managed to make her heart race. "Seen enough?" Xiao Han suddenly spoke, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Wanda's cheeks warmed slightly, but quickly raised her chin. "Not enough." Xiao Han opened his eyes as he turned towards Wanda. "Did you sleep well?" He reached up and caressed Wanda's cheek. "Aha!" Wanda nodded, her red hair swaying gently with the movement. "Just a little hungry." Xiao Han let out a low chuckle and slid his fingers across her chin. "I had the hotel send breakfast." 10 minutes. The doorbell rings. With a wave of Xiao Han's hand, the door lock opened automatically and a food cart slowly slid into the room, filled with a variety of exquisite breakfast items. The two enjoyed their breakfast, and Wanda stole glances at Xiao Han from time to time. He looked even more dazzling than usual in the sunlight. Literally. "Where are we going today?" Wanda asked vaguely as she took a bite of a waffle dripping with maple syrup. Xiao Han sipped his coffee. "World travel." Wanda continued, "Like a normal couple?" "Pretty much." Xiao Han put down his cup, "But we'll do it in a bit of a special way." 20 minutes later, the two were standing on the roof of the hotel. Gotham's morning fog had not yet completely lifted, and the city loomed in the sunlight like a dream. "Ready?" Xiao Han stretched out his hand. Wanda shook it without hesitation. "Anytime." In the next second, Xiao Han's bioforce field wrapped around the two as they slowly rose into the air. Wanda exclaimed in shock and subconsciously grabbed onto Xiao Han's arm. "Don't be afraid." Xiao Han's voice was still clear in the wind. "I won't let you fall." Wanda quickly adapted to the sensation, excitedly overlooking the diminishing city. "This is so much more exciting than flying with magic." Xiao Han smiled faintly and suddenly accelerated. Gotham became a speck in an instant as they made their way through the clouds to the stratosphere. The curvature of the earth is clearly visible beneath your feet, and the azure sea and Greenland form a picture. "First stop," Xiao Han pointed into the distance. "Paris. P.S. I have read everyone's messages, single more than one, more than the proportion of the majority. But I'm a person who is more respectful of personal wishes, so I specifically went to ask Xiao Han, and he told me that one is not enough, he wants two. It's not that I'm trying to write a romance plot, but it needs to be laid out or it's too abrupt. The new heroine will appear in the next chapter, so guess who it is?" Chapter 72, Didn't they say there was only one Kryptonian? They played all over Europe, heading upwards and enjoying the scenery along the way. The snow-capped Alps glisten in the sun. Xiao Han and Wanda landed on top of Matterhorn Peak, surrounded by rolling snowy peaks and glaciers. "It's beautiful," Wanda exclaimed softly. The exhaled white breath condensed in the cold air. Xiao Han's bioforce field insulated the cold, allowing her to comfortably enjoy the magnificent view. They traveled among the snowy peaks, and Wanda used her magic to draw huge hearts on the snow. Xiao Han took her to dive into the blue hole under the glacier, where the ice crystals refracted a fantastic blue light. They even encountered a herd of snow leopards, elegant big cats who showed curiosity rather than fear at the sudden appearance of the pair. At noon, they arrived in the town at the foot of the mountain and enjoyed a hot cheese fondue in a log cabin restaurant. Snow-covered mountain views outside the window and a warm fire and good food inside. Where to next? Xiao Han sipped his coffee. Siberia, I think, always wanted to visit. Wanda replied back as she rolled the melted cheese around her fork. Xiao Han looked out the window. Siberia is also quite good. Wanda blinked. Do you know what's over there? To be honest, I've never been. Lunch ended and Xiao Han took off again with Wanda. Flying eastward at supersonic speeds, the landscape beneath their feet changed from the snowy mountains of Europe to the vast Russian plains and eventually to the Siberian wilderness. Siberia by moonlight presents a scene of desolation and grandeur. The endless coniferous forest swayed in the cold wind, and the occasional howl of a wolf was heard in the distance. Xiao Han lowered his altitude and brought Wanda down next to a frozen lake. "It's so quiet here." Wanda looked around. Xiao Han didn't reply, but suddenly looked up into the distance. "There's a base there." Wanda followed his gaze, and in the distance, at the foot of the mountain, some low buildings and barbed wire fences were faintly visible. "How can there be a base in the middle of nowhere like this?" Wanda asked suspiciously. Xiao Han's eyes glowed with a golden light as his supervision pierced through the layers of barriers. "I don't know, but there's a cage underground that holds a girl." "Criminals?" Wanda frowned. Xiao Han's expression turned serious. "No, she's also Kryptonian." "What?" Wanda's eyes widened. "I see, you mean Supergirl?" Xiao Han nodded. "Kara Zor-El, another Kryptonian. It seems she exists in this world as well." Wanda immediately clenched her fists, scarlet energy coursing through her fingertips. "We have to get her out of there." Xiao Han's biotic force field wrapped around the two of them once again, and they instantly arrived over the base. From a high vantage point, the secret base looks more like a military research facility, with automatic machine guns mounted on the high walls and patrolling soldiers armed with special equipment. "Those weapons." Wanda narrowed her eyes. "Just some small toys." Xiao Han laughed lightly. Wanda's red hair fluttered in the cold wind. "I'll take care of the guards, you go save Kara." Wanda had swooped down, scarlet chaos magic forming a shield around her while transforming into countless filaments that assaulted the guards on the ground. The soldiers had fallen to the ground before they even had a chance to raise the alarm. Xiao Han followed closely behind, his eyes bursting with heat vision, directly melting through the base floor. 3 floors underground, in a cell made of an alloy of lead and kryptonite. Kara Zor-El, the superwoman of this world, is huddled in the corner. Her long blonde hair had lost its luster, her blue battle dress was tattered and torn, and she wore special kryptonite shackles on her wrists and ankles. Suddenly, the entire cell shook violently and the ceiling collapsed. Out of the smoke, a red-haired woman floated down, scarlet energy illuminating the dimly lit cell. Kara lifted her head weakly, her long pale blonde hair messy against her pale cheeks. Her blue eyes flickered with caution and suspicion, but her pupils contracted suddenly as the sunlight poured through the shattered ceiling. "Son." Her voice was so husky it was almost inaudible. Xiao Han's eyes lit up as his heat vision directly destroyed the kryptonite handcuffs. Wanda carefully held her trembling shoulders as crimson energy gently wrapped around Kara's body. "Don't be afraid, we'll get you out of here." Xiao Han stood aside as his supervision scanned Kara's physical condition. He saw that the Kryptonian cells in her body were greedily absorbing sunlight, like parched land suddenly encountering a rainstorm. But her long captivity had left her severely malnourished, with less than 1/10 the cellular activity of a normal Kryptonian. Her situation is worse than expected. Xiao Han frowned. "Needs immediate energizing." Kara suddenly grabbed Wanda's wrist with surprising force. "Who are you?" Her English had a strange accent, like she hadn't spoken it in a long time. "We're here to help you." Instead of breaking away, Wanda brushed her back with her other hand. "Can you stand up?" Kara tried to move her legs, but stumbled and almost fell. Xiao Han instantly appeared on her other side, holding her arm steadily. The moment his skin touched Kara's, the Kryptonian cells within both of them resonated wonderfully, and Kara's eyes widened in shock. "You're Kryptonian too?" She stared at Xiao Han incredulously. "I thought I was the only one." "It's a long story, let's get out of here first." Xiao Han replied briefly. He slashed through a golden portal with one hand and easily picked Kara up across the room with the other. Wanda followed closely behind, and the three of them went through the portal and instantly appeared on a high ground in the Siberian wilderness. The midday sunlight poured down without any cover, and Carla trembled violently in Xiao Han's arms. "Thank you, put me down," she cried out weakly. Xiao Han gently placed her on a flat rock. Kara immediately curled up, greedily absorbing the sunlight like a wounded animal. Her skin began to glow with a faint golden halo, and her dry blonde hair gradually regained its luster. Wanda crouched down and looked at her worriedly. Will she overabsorb? Kryptonian cells have self-protection mechanisms. Xiao Han stood aside. Before the words left her mouth, Kara suddenly threw her head back and let out a scream of agony, her eyes bursting into a fiery light. 2 heat sights shot uncontrollably into the sky, burning 2 large holes in the clouds. "Hold her down," Xiao Han said quickly. Wanda immediately used chaos magic to form binding bands that wrapped around Kara's arms and legs. Xiao Han, on the other hand, stepped forward and pressed his hands on her temples, channeling his bioforce field into her to help her stabilize the energy that was storming out. Breathe, slowly. His low voice carried a strangely soothing effect. Feel the flow of the sun, don't resist it, direct it. Kara's chest rose and fell violently, but the heat vision faded and eventually disappeared altogether. She collapsed weakly on the rock, panting heavily, sweat soaking through her tattered prison uniform. I can't help it, she said with difficulty. Xiao Han withdrew his hand and took out a spare jacket from the system space and draped it over her. The first time you come into contact with sunlight will be like this. Your cells have been starved for too long and need time to adapt. Wanda withdrew her magical restraints and gently wiped the sweat from Kara's forehead. Why did those humans imprison you? A flash of anger flashed in Kara's eyes. They found my ship. Used me as an experiment. Her English was becoming more fluent, and the Kryptonians' great capacity for learning was returning. Xiao Han and Wanda exchanged a look. The governmental agencies of this world are obviously aware of the existence of alien life and have no qualms about conducting inhumane research. We'll get you out of here, Wanda said firmly. Kara gave a weak smile. Thank you all, but please wait. You recover first. Xiao Han nodded. Wanda blinked and asked curiously, You're Kryptonian, when did you get to Earth? Kara's voice grew a little stronger. My ship malfunctioned and I drifted through the Phantom Zone for so long that I seemed to travel across worlds, and by the time I reached Earth, over 20 years had passed. Xiao Han looked at her thoughtfully. Projected over time, Kara would have experienced relativistic effects in the Phantom Zone, causing her to be physically younger despite being older than Superman. And according to her, she should have accidentally come to this world from the parallel world of Krypton. What about you? You're a Kryptonian too, and I've been locked up for over a decade and don't really know what's going on out there. Cal looked over at Xiao Han, curious about this compatriot. Chapter 73, Disaster Strikes. Just as he finished speaking, Karatzo slowly floated up. Xiao Han gazed at Carla suspended in the air. The sunlight gilded her with a golden halo, her blonde hair dancing in the breeze. As I just said, I am a Kryptonian from a parallel universe, Xiao Han calmly explained. We accidentally traveled to this universe and were only supposed to stay for a short time, but now that we've met you, we can't just sit back and do nothing. Kara slowly opened her eyes, her blue pupils glowing with intelligence. She landed back on the ground lightly, her feet touching the ground gently, her posture elegant and calm. I see. She nodded slightly, her voice soft. My superbrain has just scanned this Earth and discovered that there is another Kryptonian here, Clark Kent, or Superman as the humans call him. But the strange thing is that when I first arrived on Earth 20 years ago, he didn't exist then. She lifted her hand, fingertips gently rubbing her chin as she fell into a brief moment of contemplation. According to my speculation, I may have also mistakenly entered this world from a parallel universe. My ship encountered some sort of temporal disturbance in the Phantom Zone. Wanda blinked and asked curiously, so the Superman of this world is actually from a different Krypton than you? Wanda has read comics where Supergirl and Superman are basically only in one world for the main universe. For the most part, the two are in different parallel universes. Kara nodded, yes. Just like Xiao Han, our Krypton is similar but not a product of the same universe. Xiao Han pondered, it seems that the barriers of the multiverse are easier to break down than expected. So you don't recognize this Cal? In your universe, you're the only bloodline? Kara nodded, a hint of complexity in her eyes. Yes, on my Krypton, the Cal family never existed. I am the last survivor of the Zor-El family, and my parents, who were Krypton's foremost scientists, foresaw the destruction of the planet and sent me out. She paused and frowned slightly. There's no record of him at all in my memory. Understood. Xiao Han nodded. The parallel universe was messy, but it wasn't impossible to sort it out. It was a whole new independent version of Karatzo. Kara smiled slightly and held out her hand. To reacquaint myself, I am Kara Zor-El, one of the last bloodlines of Krypton. Xiao Han held her hand and felt the surging Kryptonian energy in her body rapidly recovering. Xiao Han, only, my story is a bit more complicated. Wanda held out her hand as well, scarlet energy shimmering slightly at her fingertips. Wanda Maximoff, Chaos Magic User. Kara surveyed Wanda curiously. Your energy is special, I've never seen this kind of power before. Setting up this universe without Marvel Comics. Wanda winked playfully. It's the first time I've seen a real Kryptonian, too. Xiao Han looked up at the sky. Clouds were gathering in the distance and the cold Siberian wind was beginning to howl. This is not the place to talk, he offered. Let's go back to the city and find a safe place to talk more about it. Kara looked around, a cold glint in her eyes as she swept her gaze across the desolate snowfields and the faintly visible remains of the military base in the distance. Those who imprisoned me, they won't take kindly to that. Xiao Han looked at the ruins and a golden light flashed in his eyes. If they dare to come, I will make them understand the price of messing with the Kryptonians. Kara looked at him sideways, a smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth as well. I like your style. Wanda laughed softly as her hands unfolded, scarlet energy arcing through the air. Let's not waste any more time then. She looked at Xiao Han. A portal? Xiao Han nodded his head and raised his hand, and golden sparks swirled in the void, rapidly expanding into a stable portal. At the other end of the gate, the sun was shining and the skyscrapers were in the center of the metropolis. Kara's eyes widened slightly. Is this a space jump? Magic tricks. Wanda shrugged, her tone relaxed. Xiao Han gestured sideways. Let's go, get out of here first. Kara took a deep breath and stepped into the portal, followed by Xiao Han and Wanda. Cosmopolitan City. Some cafe. The three of them chose a secluded corner and sat down. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the hustle and bustle of the city was cut off, and sunlight poured through the glass onto the tabletop. Carla changed into civilian clothes, and Xiao Han took out Wanda's set of simple black long dresses from the system space and gave them to her. She picked up her coffee cup and took a sip, followed by a contented smile. I haven't had a hot drink in a long time. Wanda held her chin in curiosity and asked, how long were you held in that base? Kara's eyes dimmed slightly. 12 years. Xiao Han and Wanda glanced at each other, and the atmosphere was momentarily gloomy. 12 years. Wanda repeated in a low voice, a flash of anger in her eyes. Those humans, they are simply unforgivable. Kara shook her head, her tone calm. Hatred only makes people lose their minds. My ship is also long gone, and I have nowhere to go now. Xiao Han's fingers gently tapped on the desktop, and a hint of thought flashed through his golden eyes. Kara, what are your plans now? He asked. Kara put down her coffee cup and gazed through the glass window at the towering Daily Planet building in the distance. I want to meet the Kal-El of this world. She said softly. Even though he's not related to me, he's of Kryptonian blood. Wanda nodded. Clark is very nice, he'll be glad to see you. Xiao Han pondered for a moment, then said, however, the current situation is a bit complicated. He briefly explains to Kara Batman's suspicion of Superman and the delicate relationship within the Justice League. Kara frowned slightly as she listened. So, Bruce thinks Clark will black out? That's right. Xiao Han said indifferently. And he's got kryptonite weapons ready. Kara's eyes snapped cold. Humans are always like that, fearing powers they cannot comprehend. Her fingertips unconsciously squeezed the coffee cup so tightly that tiny cracks instantly surfaced on the walls. Wanda reached out and gently pressed her wrist. Take it easy, Kara. Not all humans are like those who imprisoned you. Kara took a deep breath and loosened her fingers, the crack in the cup slowly repairing under her bioforce field. Sorry. She whispered. I'm just having some trouble controlling my emotions. Xiao Han looked at her and said calmly, your power has just been restored, so mood swings are normal. But you need to learn to control it, otherwise it will easily go out of control. Kara nodded, a flicker of determination in her eyes. I understand. Just then, the cafe's television suddenly inserted an emergency news item. Breaking. Unknown creature attack in downtown Metropolis, casualties unknown at this time. The scene switches to a building with smoke rolling out of the upper windows and sirens blaring through the streets. A loud roar ripped through the metropolis sky and the entire city shook. Xiao Han, Carla and Wanda looked up at the same time, their gazes piercing through the tall buildings and locking onto the rampaging behemoth in the distance. Go! Xiao Han ordered briefly. With a wave of Wanda's hands, scarlet energy instantly ripped through space, and a huge portal unfolded in front of the three. They stepped into it without hesitation and instantly appeared in the center of the battlefield. Chapter 74, Famous Paintings of the World. Metropolitan City Center. Doomsday is roaring. Its body was massive, with hideous bone spikes jutting out from under its skin, and its scarlet eyes filled with pure desire for destruction. Roar! It smashed a tall building with one punch, and debris rained down on the street. And ahead of it, Superman Clark was turning back in one of the ruins. He looked rather battered, but his eyes remained determined. Doomsday laughed maniacally, grabbed a huge stone tablet and raised it high. The stone monument slammed down. Bang! A black shadow instantly flashed and intercepted the smashing stone tablet with one hand. Debris splattered and waves of air churned. Clark looked up, his pupils plummeting. Xiao Han stood in front of him, supporting the stone tablet with one hand. You? Clark was shocked. Xiao Han didn't turn around, but just faintly said, "Stand back." The next second. Boom! He flung his hand violently, and the stone tablet flew backwards like a cannonball, directly smashing into Destruction Day's chest. Doomsday was blasted back dozens of meters and crashed through the building behind him before coming to a stop. Xiao Han did not give it a chance to catch its breath, and with a flash of his body, he instantly appeared in front of Destruction Day and kicked out. Bang! Doomsday's body flew backwards again, crashing into a power plant in the distance, exploding into the sky in flames. Clark stayed where he was, watching the scene in disbelief. Kara and Wanda landed beside him. "Are you okay?" Kara reached out to help him. Clark then looked back at Kara, "And you are?" "Kara Zor-El." Kara smiled slightly. "Another Kryptonian." Shock and delight flashed in Clark's eyes, but now was not the time for pleasantries. Roar! Doomsday crawled out of the rubble, snarling with rage. Its wounds were healing rapidly, and its breath was even more furious than before. Xiao Han hovered in midair and stared at it. Sure enough, this thing will evolve. Wanda frowned. Physical attacks will have limited effect on it, we'll need a magical or energy level strike. Kara clenched her fists. "I can try heat vision." Clark took a deep breath and reared up. "We're all in this together." Xiao Han nodded his head, and the golden light in his eyes surged. A quick battle. 3 Kryptonians, teaming up to fight Doomsday. The roar of Doomsday resounded through Metropolis, and just moments before it was about to charge. Boom! A golden figure descended from the sky and heavily smashed in front of Destruction Day. In the dust, Diana the Wonder Woman is holding a divine shield and her long sword is pointed straight at Doomsday. "Looks like I came at the right time." She flashed a smile, her battle spirit blazing. In the meantime. Shoo! The Batfighter sliced through the sky, the gun ports beneath its wings lit up with blue light. Swish! A golden bolt of lightning stopped abruptly and Flash Barry Allen appeared beside the crowd, grinning and waving. "Hey! New face?" Kara nodded at him while Clark flashed a smile. "Barry, don't run too fast later." Barry grinned. "Don't worry, I'll slow down a bit this time, probably." However, Doomsday would not give them time for idle chatter. Roar! It violently stepped on the ground and furiously rushed in. "Do it!" Xiao Han quickly issued the order. Kara took the lead. Her eyes blazed with light, and 2 blazing heat sights instantly erupted, fiercely blasting at Destruction Day's chest. Destruction Day was forced back a few steps by the impact, but it roared with rage and raised its hand to block, carrying the blow hard. Clark was a close second. He launched into an extreme sprint and threw a punch at Doomsday's face. Bang! Doomsday's head tilted back, but backhanded a claw sweep. Clark quickly backed away but was still grazed on the shoulder. Wonder Woman leaps through the air. She raised the Fire God's sword high, her divine power infusing the blade as she slashed down. Clank! One of Doomsday's bone spikes was severed, but it swung its arm in a violent rage, and Diana was knocked back several steps. Wanda manipulated chaos magic with both hands. Crimson energy swept across the earth, and a boulder weighing dozens of tons was lifted up hard and slammed into Destruction Day. Bang! Doomsday stumbled back from the smash, but it roared wildly as it tore through the stone and continued its charge. Xiao Han condensed magical energy in his palm. The golden ball of energy spun in his hand, and then he violently launched it out. Boom! Destruction Day was blown hundreds of meters away by the blow, crashing through several tall buildings. The Batfighter guns are firing on all cylinders. Swoosh! Several special armor-piercing rounds hit Doomsday with precision, and the fire from the explosions shot up into the sky. The Flash transformed into golden lightning. He circled around behind Doomsday at high speed and pushed hard. Bang! Destruction Day was carried away by inertia and slammed heavily into the ground. At this moment, the battlefield was fixed. Superman, Supergirl, Wonder Woman, Scarlet Witch, Shawchill, Flash, Batman. 7 superheroes struck at the same time, and Doomsday was silenced with a roar of rage. Truly world-famous paintings are born here. Nevertheless, Doomsday's body suddenly convulsed violently, bone spurs growing wildly and muscles swelling. "It's evolving!" Diana shouted. "Can't give it a chance." Clark gritted his teeth. Xiao Han probably understood the strength of Destruction Day and had a plan in mind. But so many people were there, he intended to keep them somewhat involved. Thinking of this, Xiao Han instantly activated, and in the next second, directly kicked at Destruction Day. Bang! Destruction Day had just been kicked away by Xiao Han and had yet to land. Suddenly, the entire space shattered like glass. In the next second, all of them were all pulled into a twisted world of light. Where is this? Flashberry's eyes widened as he stared at the city and folded buildings hanging upside down beneath his feet, his entire being confused. Wonder Woman Diana gripped her longsword tightly and looked around warily. Space magic? Clark and Kara looked at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. Xiao Han, you actually know magic? Clark looked at Xiao Han incredulously. Xiao Han hovered in mid-air, golden magical runes flowing around him as he faintly said, "A little trick." Batman's comms malfunctioned momentarily. Bruce murmured, "Looks like our new friend is hiding a lot of skills." Roar! Doomsday's roar interrupted the crowd's thoughts. It fell from a great height, smashing heavily into an upside-down building, then rose up in a violent rage, its scarlet eyes locking onto the crowd. Finish it first! Xiao Han ordered again. This time, in the mirror space, the crowd had no more scruples. Superman and Supergirl Kara no longer suppress their powers, and their fists are like blasts against Doomsday. Bang! 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 Doomsday was knocked back by the two men's continuous heavy blows, and his bone spurs broke. Wonder Woman Diana's divine blade sliced through space, bringing up brilliant golden light with each stroke. Clank! She cuts off Destruction Day's arm with her sword, but in the next second, its wounds begin to regenerate. It's gotten more resilient. Diana shouted. Barry the Flash transforms into golden lightning and weaves around Doomsday at high speeds, interfering with its movements. Hey, big guy! Look over here! Doomsday roared and swung its claws, but Barry had long since dodged behind it and pushed hard. Bang! Doomsday stumbles a few steps and almost falls over. Wanda's chaos magic completely exploded. She closed her hands together, and the buildings of mirror space twisted like living creatures as huge pillars of stone jutted up from the ground and slammed hard into Destruction Day. Boom! Doomsday was slammed into the twisted wall, but quickly tore through the rubble again and rushed out. Clark, attack its knees. Diana, chop its spine. Barry, keep jamming. The crowd cooperated well, and Destruction Day was suppressed with roars of rage, but was unable to break through the siege. Xiao Han stood high above the ground, his hands forming seals, and a golden magic formation unfolded at the feet of Destruction Day. Spatial confinement. Buzz. The air around Destruction Day suddenly froze, it swung wildly, but it was like hitting an invisible barrier. No matter how much it charged, it just spun in place. Roar. It roared in anger, but this time, it was completely trapped. The crowd slowly landed and looked at Destruction Day, who was trapped in a spatial cage, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Flash Barry sat paralyzed on the floor, gasping and laughing. Wow! This is so much more exciting than the usual missions. Diana put away her longsword and looked at Xiao Han with appreciation in her eyes. Your magic is very strong. Clark flew over, patted Xiao Han on the shoulder, and laughed. Looks like we owe you one. Wanda walked over to Xiao Han and said with a smile, good performance. Kara glanced at Xiao Han, something pondering in her eyes. Batman, on the other hand, doesn't know what he's thinking about, and he's not even intervening in this fight. Xiao Han waved his hand to lift the mirror space. The day of destruction must be attacked for its weakness to die. Chapter 75, The Battle of Krypton. The crowd returns to the real world, where Doomsday is trapped in a space cage, but its threat has not yet been lifted. Just then, Batman, who hadn't said anything, murmured, I have an idea. He opened his communicator and said in a low voice, Alfred, prepare the kryptonite weapon. Clark turned his head to him momentarily, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. Xiao Han had known Batman's secret for a long time, but he didn't point it out. The next second. Swish! He teleported to Batman's side, grabbed him by the shoulder with one hand, and the two of them instantly disappeared into thin air. Bat Cave. Bruce Wayne only felt a flash before his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already standing in his lab. You. His pupils narrowed, and his expression beneath the mask faltered in a rare moment. Xiao Han looked around and his gaze landed on the kryptonite weapons in the display case. Green kryptonite spears, kryptonite bullets, kryptonite daggers. Well prepared. Xiao Han spoke in a calm tone. Quickly calming down, Batman walked over to the weapons rack and removed the spear with its eerie green glow. Kryptonite weakens Doomsday's regenerative abilities, and by stabbing it in the heart, you can kill it completely. Xiao Han reached out, give it to me. Batman frowned, are you sure? Kryptonite is bad for Kryptonians. Before the words fell, Xiao Han was already holding the kryptonite spear with one hand. Buzz. The radiation from the kryptonite spread instantly, and Xiao Han's skin slightly flushed with an unnatural pallor. But soon, his cells adapted to the energy, and the discomfort quickly subsided. Batman was utterly shocked, you're not afraid of kryptonite? Xiao Han weighed the spear and said indifferently, this thing does not affect me much. Battlefield. Swish. Xiao Han and Batman reappeared, and in Xiao Han's hand, he was clearly holding the kryptonite spear. Clark, Kara, and Wanda stared at the same time. Xiao Han. That's kryptonite. Clark frowned. Kara also looked shocked, how could you touch it directly? Wanda's scarlet energy fluctuated slightly, ready to strike. Xiao Han calmly said, don't worry, I'm immune to kryptonite. Without much explanation, he turned around and flew towards the spatial cage with a single wave of his hand. The spatial rift unfolded, and Destruction Day remained trapped in place, frantically pounding against the invisible barrier. Xiao Han's eyes turned cold and his figure instantly disappeared. The kryptonite spear stabbed straight through Doomsday's heart. Put! The spear penetrated the flesh and blood, and Destruction Day let out a mournful hiss. The green kryptonite energy ate away at its body like a virus, its muscles rapidly atrophying and its bone spurs crumbling. Roar! After a final, unwilling roar, Destruction Day's body collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, its energy completely collapsing. Xiao Han did not hesitate and pressed one hand on the corpse of Destruction Day. Destruction Day's massive body instantly disappeared and was put into system space. Flashberry's mouth dropped open, he turned a monster that big into nothing? Wonder Woman Diana gripped her shield tightly, amazement flashing in her eyes, what kind of power is this? Clark frowned, feeling as if his powers seemed a bit monotonous. Batman was silent for a moment and spoke slowly, who the hell are you? Xiao Han put the kryptonite spear away in the system space and did not reply, but instead looked toward Metropolis in the distance. That question is unimportant, our enemies are not finished. The others froze as Xiao Han's gaze locked into the distance and the crowd followed his line of sight. A pitch-black figure broke through the air and eventually hovered above the crowd. He was clad in a black battlesuit, the tattered S symbol on his chest stained dark red, and his eyes were no longer Clark's gentle blue, but scarlet like blood. A hideous smile hung at the corners of his mouth, and a suffocating sense of oppression radiated around him. Clark's pupils constricted, who are you? The man gave a low laugh, his voice cold and raspy. I'm you, Clark Kent. Only, I come from a, well, more real world. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and asked directly, is Destruction Day your work? Black and Superman smiled sardonically, clever. But it's just a test tool to see how strong the heroes of this universe can be. Flashberry couldn't help but shout, what the hell do you want? The blackened Superman slowly raised his head, gathering blazing heat vision energy. Kill all humans. Kill everyone who stops me. Clark deadpanned, why? A flash of madness flashed in the blackened Superman's eyes, because in my world, Lois died, my father died, and 11 million people in Metropolis were nuked to dust. And all because of human stupidity, greed, and betrayal. His voice grew grimmer, I protect them, but what about them? They only kill each other, use my trust, and hurt everything I love. So, I woke up. Humans, unworthy of salvation. The blackened Superman slowly descended to the ground, his scarlet eyes scanning the crowd. I killed everyone who resisted me, including Batman, Wonder Woman. Then I sunbathed in space just to get stronger. Until, that is, I found a way to travel through parallel universes. He snapped his head up, killing intent boiling, and the humans of this universe will meet the same end. Xiao Han's face was expressionless, just by you? The blackened Superman stared at him, a flicker of scorn in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by madness. You're strong, but you're no match for me. Because I've, killed too many people like you. Clark roared and charged straight up, I won't let you hurt anyone. Bang! The two Supermen collided instantly, shockwaves exploding and the ground cracking. Wonder Woman Diana stepped forward with her sword drawn, we have to stop him. Flashberry transforms into a golden bolt of lightning and tries to interfere with the movements of the blackened Superman. Kara and Wanda looked at each other and struck out at the same time. Boom! Chaos magic intertwined with heat vision, and the battlefield was instantly plunged into a raging energy storm. Xiao Han, on the other hand, slowly levitated and his golden eyes lit up. Since you seek death, then I'll show you what true power means. Xiao Han slashed his hands and golden magic runes burned in the air as the mirror space unfolded once again. Swish! Everyone was once again pulled into this twisted world, and the outside world was instantly cut off. All that remains is violence in its purest form. Boom! The first punch collided and space trembled. The shockwave quickly exploded, and the surrounding buildings were easily torn apart as the ground collapsed into an abyss. Injustice Superman laughed, his scarlet eyes flashing with madness. You're strong, but not enough. Xiao Han didn't respond. The next second. Bang! 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 The two figures transformed into remnants as they frantically blasted against each other in the mirror space. Every punch was enough to shatter mountains, and every kick could crack the earth. A battle of pure power. Kryptonians at the top of their game. P.S. Thanks for all the support. Rush to number 4 on the male spin-off list. Chapter 76 Injustice Superman Offline. Clark, Kara, Wanda, and the others stood at the edge of the mirrored space, looking on in shock at the devastating battle inside. Flash Barry gulped, "Is this really a fight we can intervene in?" Batman was silent for a moment and whispered, "No, their powers, they're beyond Clark's level." Kara looked at everyone, "Maybe we shouldn't look like this." Instead, Wanda calmly looked at the battlefield. Mirror space is Xiao Han's home turf, so if we rashly go in, we will interfere with him instead. Inside the mirror space, the battle has reached a fever pitch. Boom! Injustice Superman was blasted into the ground by Xiao Han with a heavy punch. But the next second, he laughed maniacally and shot up into the sky, his heat vision pouring out like a river of blood. Xiao Han crossed his arms and carried the heat vision hard, and the ground under his feet instantly evaporated. "Is that all you got?" Xiao Han lashed out, shocking the heat vision and instantly bursting in front of Injustice Superman. Bang! A cross kick and Injustice Superman is blasted high into the air. Xiao Han did not give him a chance to catch his breath, and the golden light in his eyes skyrocketed. Solar flare. Rumble. Blazing white pillars of light shot up into the sky, instantly engulfing Injustice Superman's figure. Mirroring the edge of space. The crowd was shaken by the terrifying energy and took several steps back. Kara muttered, "Is this the true power of Xiao Han?" Clark's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. "He's more powerful than we thought. As the light dispersed, Injustice Superman's battlesuit shattered and blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, but the madness in his eyes had not diminished at all. Ha ha! Not bad. Finally met an opponent. He wiped away the blood and looked at Xiao Han with a fierce smile. But you know what? I've been basking in space for 5 whole years, and my cells, long ago, exceeded their limits. His muscles began to swell, bizarre energy patterns surfaced under his skin, and his breath climbed crazily. Now, it's my turn. Boom! His speed skyrocketed and he instantly appeared in front of Xiao Han and blasted out with a fist. Xiao Han was expressionless. Wu Yichao was strong, but there was still a gap between him and him. His speed appeared sluggish for a moment in Xiao Han's eyes. Bang! Xiao Han held Injustice Superman's fist with one hand, and the shockwave spread instantly. Starting to put up a fight? After the two collided and separated again, Xiao Han felt the strengthening of his opponent's strength. Injustice Superman's aura was still climbing, his muscles swelled to the limit, and his scarlet eyes were as hideous as hellish ghosts. Ha ha! How much longer can you hold out? He laughed maniacally and charged at Xiao Han once again. However, this time, Xiao Han's eyes changed. Cold, without mercy. Had enough fun? He spoke faintly. The next second. Boom! Xiao Han's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already thrown a punch at Injustice Superman's chest. Ka-ching! The sound of cracking ribs was clearly audible. Injustice Superman's eyes widened as blood spurted out of his mouth and his entire body flew backwards like a cannonball. But Xiao Han didn't stop. Swish! He caught up instantly, clasping Injustice Superman's face with one hand and slamming it hard into the ground. Bang! The earth collapsed and Injustice Superman's head sank deep into the ground. How could you? Injustice Superman struggled, a hint of fear finally appearing in his eyes. Xiao Han looked at him condescendingly, his voice icy cold. You think after a few years in the sun, you can compete with me? You think you're invincible because you've killed a few parallel universe heroes? He slowly raised his hand, golden magic runes coalescing in his palm. Ridiculous. Boom. Blazing white pillars of magical light fell from the sky, instantly engulfing Injustice Superman's body. Ah-ha-ha. Injustice Superman screamed in the light, his skin chipping away inch by inch as his cells were completely annihilated by the magical energy. Eventual. Bang. His body turned into ashes and dissipated into the mirror space. Injustice Superman, complete death. Mirror space lifted. Xiao Han's figure reappeared in front of the crowd with a calm demeanor, as if the battle just now was just a casual act. Clark, Kara, Diana, Barry, and the others all froze. Flash Barry stammered, "He won? Just like that?" Batman was silent for a long time before he finally whispered, "It's not easy, it's crushing." After the battle, the crowd made their way to the Justice League headquarters in Metropolis. Inside the spacious conference room, sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, but the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Flash Barry was the first to break the silence and looked at Xiao Han excitedly. "So how the hell did you do it? That blackened Superman didn't even have a chance to fight back in your hands." Xiao Han sat on the sofa with a bland expression, "It's just a little stronger than him." Diana laughed softly, "A little? I thought you were going to break up that magic space." Clark sat on the sidelines, his gaze complex as he looked at Xiao Han, then turned to Kara. "Kara, what's next for you?" Kara leaned against the window, her long blonde hair shining in the sunlight, but her eyes were a little bleak. "This world, it has failed me." She looked out the window at Metropolis with a dark expression. "Humans imprisoned me, studied me, and if Xiao Han hadn't saved me, I don't even know what would have happened. Perhaps I should visit another universe." As soon as her words fell, all eyes turned to Xiao Han and Wanda. They were the only ones present who were from another world. Wanda's eyes lit up and she immediately came over excitedly. "How about our world? No Superman, no Kryptonians, totally different." Kara stared slightly, then showed a hint of interest. "Sounds good to me?" Xiao Han didn't object and said with a smile, "If you want to go, we certainly welcome it." And that's when it happened. Xiao Han's gaze slowly moved towards Batman, his voice calm. "Bruce, now, do you still want to ask Superman for a statement?" For a moment, the air froze. Everyone's eyes were focused on Batman. Clark was silent and still. Bruce Wayne sat in the shadows, his expression unreadable under his mask. After a long time, he spoke slowly, "Anyone who needs precautions. Including myself." His voice was firm, not retreating, but not hostile either. Diana sighed and stood up. "It seems obvious now that the Superman of the prophecy, the one who rules the world, is the blacked-out Clark who has just been there." She paused and continued, "And not our Clark." Her gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on Bruce. "Trust, sometimes, is more important than defense." Bruce didn't respond, just stood up in silence and walked towards the door. "I will continue to prepare. But not for you, Clark. Rather, it's to kill them." He pushed the door open and left, his footsteps fading away. There was a brief silence in the conference room. Wanda grinned and tapped Kara on the shoulder. "So, decision made? Go to our place?" Kara smiled slightly and nodded, "Good." Clark looked at them with a complicated expression, but eventually a relieved smile. "I hope that while you're over there, you find a life of your own." Chapter 77, Back to Marvel. Justice League Headquarters. Inside the conference room, the crowd had pretty much talked. They got up and Xiao Han and the others were already preparing to go back. Clark walked over to Kara. "Wherever you go, remember that Kryptonian blood is always connected." Kara gave a faint smile. "Thanks, Cal. I hope we'll see each other again someday." Diana stepped forward and handed Kara an Amazon amulet. "Take this with you, it will keep you safe on your journey." Flash Barry scratched his head and grinned. "Hey, remember to come back and visit sometime. We could make a Kryptonian battle team." Xiao Han raised his hand and waved it, and golden sparks rotated in the air, gradually forming a stable portal. On the other side of the door was the living room of a cottage. "Ready?" Wanda laughed softly and took Kara's hand. Kara took a deep breath, took one last look at the heroes of this world, and nodded. The three of them stepped through the portal with a flash of golden light. Marvel Universe. Long Island Villa. "Welcome home, sir." The villa's touring immediately spoke up. New visitor detected, permissions have been updated. Kara stood in the spacious living room and looked around. The floor-to-ceiling windows are filled with Azure Ocean views, smart home devices automatically adjust the interior light, and holographic projections display artwork on the walls. You guys, you really know how to enjoy life. Kara smiled. Xiaohan took off his jacket and casually threw it on the sofa. This is normal. After all, you have to live comfortably. Wanda couldn't wait to pull Kara toward the second floor. Come on. I'll take you to choose your room. This villa has 12 bedrooms. Kara followed Wanda up the rotating staircase and couldn't help but ask, is this where you usually live? No other companions? Just the three of us for now. Wanda pushed open a door to a room. How about this one? It faces the ocean and has the best light. Kara walked into the room, stroking the silk sheets and looking out the window at the endless ocean, much better than an underground cage. Wanda suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up. Right. Tomorrow I'll take you to New York for a stroll. We have an awesome dessert store there, you'll love it. Downstairs, Xiaohan's voice came, don't be in a hurry to arrange your schedule, come down and get ready for dinner first. Wanda took a step closer and whispered to Kara, he's always like that, but nice. Kara stepped out onto the balcony and let the setting sun's rays splash her face. For the first time in this strange world, she felt a peace that had been missing for a long time. Thank you, Wanda. She whispered. Thanks to Xiaohan as well. Wanda leaned against the railing, her red hair fluttering in the ocean breeze. Welcome to our world, Kara. Nightfall. The three of them sat on a couch in the first-floor living room, the floor-to-ceiling windows sparkling with the nighttime sea. Kara's eyes were slightly glowing with the characteristic Kryptonian glow. Her super brain was absorbing all the information in the world at an alarming rate. All the details of the world flooded into her consciousness like a torrent. Suddenly, her pupils suddenly contracted, her body leaned forward slightly, and her fingers unconsciously clenched the armrest of the sofa. Wanda sensed something strange about her. Kara? What's wrong? Carla slowly raised her head and swept her gaze back and forth between Xiaohan and Wanda, finally settling on Xiaohan's calm face. You guys, why didn't you tell me? Her voice tightened a little. Wanda looked confused. Tell you what? Kara took a deep breath and said in a single word, why didn't you tell me I was a character in a comic? Wanda's expression instantly froze, her red lips slightly opened, but she failed to immediately say anything. She subconsciously looked at Xiaohan with a look of help in her eyes. Xiaohan had long anticipated this situation, and he gently raised his hand in a gesture. Calm down, Kara. In your original world, you were a real life. And in this world, your story is recorded in a manga, but that doesn't change the essence of who you are as a human being. His voice was steady. Just like me, I don't know why I came here from my original world. We are all travelers through dimensions. Kara's blonde hair swayed slightly in the light, her expression gradually changing from shock to thought. The Kryptonian's powerful mind allowed her to quickly analyze this startling fact. So, to you, my entire life, my pain, my struggles, are just stories? She spoke slowly. Wanda shook her head. No. Not really, Kara. She looked at Carla seriously. You are here now, authentically with us. What you're feeling, what you're experiencing, it's all real. Xiaohan nodded his head and added, the cognitive differences between dimensions are just that. When I first came to this world, everyone in this world, whom I didn't recognize, was new to me. Kara was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed out softly. This is quite, well, an experience like no other. Her shoulders relaxed. A Kryptonian finding out he's actually a comic book character is something I'm afraid even my father wouldn't have expected. Wanda was relieved to see her mood lighten. It's great that you're accepting it. To be honest, I was afraid to tell you about it at first. The atmosphere in the living room was relaxed again, the sound of the waves outside the window was faintly audible, and the smart home system dimmed the lights at the right time. Wanda stood up. Wait, I'll get the ice cream. Times like this must be celebrated. Carla watched Wanda's back as she ran toward the kitchen and turned her head to Xiaohan and whispered, thank you for your candor. But? A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. I'm especially curious now, how are you depicted in the manga? Xiaohan coughed lightly. To be honest, I'm guessing I'm some branched version of Kryptonian. Wanda's voice came from the kitchen. I'm suddenly hungry. Kara, why don't we make something to eat? With pleasure. Kara responded, then stood up. On her way out, she turned back to Xiaohan. Thank you. Xiaohan nodded his head and revealed a smile. You're welcome. 10 minutes. Wanda and Carla were busy in the kitchen, the sound of spatulas clattering and gusts of aroma wafting away. Wanda was excitedly introducing Kara to the various seasonings of Earth, while Kara chopped vegetables at super speed, her knife flashing into a silver shadow. This is called chili powder in Chinese, but it might not feel right to a Kryptonian. The fact that I can analyze its molecular structure is really exciting. Really? What about this one? My special Hungarian red risotto sauce. Xiaohan sat on the sofa in the living room, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. Turing, anything to report in the last few days? The AI butler's voice came from the ceiling. Sir, Mr. Stark has attempted to contact you 3 times in the last 48 hours. I responded with the excuse that you are temporarily unavailable. Xiaohan raised an eyebrow. Tony? What happened? Turing continued, it was because of the Hulk. Dr. Banner was rounded up by General Ross' forces at Culver University the night before last. According to the surveillance records, he showed up voluntarily to protect Ms. Betty Ross. Chapter 78 Hulk Out of Control. The talk and laughter in the kitchen came to a screeching halt. Wanda's hand on the spoon stopped in mid-air and Kara turned her head. Xiaohan's expression sank. Continue. The military deployed new sonic tanks and heavy weaponry, but still suffered heavy losses. After Hulk destroyed half the campus, Atom intervened in the battle. Wanda put down her cookware and walked quickly. Atom and Hulk fighting again? The holographic projection unfolded, displaying a blurry piece of surveillance footage. The Hulk and Atom, whose body was wreathed in ethereal blue energy, collided fiercely over the city, the shockwave shattering glass for kilometers around. The battle lasted 17 minutes and eventually Hulk broke away from the battlefield. His current whereabouts are unknown. General Ross has issued a worldwide manhunt. Kara wiped her hands and walked over. This Hulk, is that the big green guy? Xiaohan turned off the projection and stood up. Ross won't stop. Wanda had already grabbed her coat. Are we going to find him? Xiaohan pondered for a moment. Contact Tony first. It should be because of this matter that he's looking for me so urgently. He turned to Kara. I'm sorry, just got here and this happened. Instead, Kara broke into an excited grin. Don't apologize, it's a lot more fun than staying at the Fortress of Solitude. The desire to fight flashed in her eyes. Do you need my help? Wanda smiled and put a hand on her shoulder. Sure. But really, don't you want to eat dinner first? I promise my Hungarian beef stew is worth the 5 minutes of anticipation. Xiaohan had dialed Tony's communication. Tony, I heard you were looking for me? Immediately Tony's bearded face popped up in the hologram. Thank God. Shaw. If you don't show up, I'm going to hack into your home system. You know about Banner, right? What's worse is... Xiaohan listened to Tony's communication with a stoic expression. Tony in the holographic projection looked tired and annoyed, having obviously been around the military for a long time. I have issued a statement in the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. that Banner is a S.H.I.E.L.D. scientific researcher under official protection. Tony rubbed his temples. But that old codger Ross wouldn't even listen, insisting that the Hulk was an uncontrollable creature that threatened national security. Wanda frowned. What about Atom? Does the military even want to move him? Tony shook his head. Atom is different. He's been active in the public eye for the last century, and even though he was forced to retire, he still has a fan base, and the military wouldn't dare blatantly target him. But Hulk is different. He sighed. Every appearance of the Hulk is accompanied by mass destruction, and Ross bites on that. Kara folded her arms across her chest, finding it a little funny. How could Hulk show up if the military wasn't interfering? So the military can just arrest people? Not only that. Tony lowered his voice. I found out that they've been secretly mobilizing resources at the Gamma Research Facility lately, and they seem to be planning something. Xiaohan's eyes grew cold as he listened. Understood. He said briefly, then closed the communication. The living room was quiet for a moment. Wanda looked at Xiaohan and waited for his decision. Kara, for her part, stood by the window, her eyes sharp and clearly extremely unhappy with the military. Xiaohan slowly stood up with a calm tone. Since the government is unsympathetic, there is no need for us to talk to them about rules. Wanda's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Wanda had been incarcerated as long as Kara, and was naturally preoccupied with such things. Xiaohan looked to her and nodded. Go straight ahead. Find Banner, make sure he's safe, then. He swept his gaze over the two men, his voice firm. Let the military understand that Superman's wrath is more than they can handle. Carla agreed. I like the plan. Wanda's fingertips had flushed with scarlet energy, so what are we waiting for? Xiao Han raised his hand and waved it, and the golden portal unfolded in the center of the living room. Turing, lock on to where Hulk was last seen. Confirmed, sir. Target is located at the Canadian border with a weak but traceable gamma radiation signature. Xiao Han stepped towards the teleportation portal, his black battlesuit covering his entire body silently, and golden lines flowing under the light. Go! He said without looking back. It's time to show some people what it means to be truly uncontrollable. Just as Xiao Han was about to step into the teleportation portal, Carla suddenly spoke, "Wait, shouldn't we make a concrete plan first?" Her voice was crisp and clear, extraordinarily clear in the quiet living room. In the holographic projection, Tony, who had been ready to end the communication, snapped his eyes wide open. Wait a minute. Who is that voice? His image shook violently and he seemed to jump out of his chair. Jarvis, crank up the audio analysis, Shaw. Why is there a strange woman's voice in your house? Xiao Han laughed. Tony, maybe you should go to the Oscars to receive an award. Tony's enlarged face filled the entire projection, and he squinted his eyes as he peered hard out of the virtual camera. Let's see, did you abduct any more super babes home? Kara curiously came up to the projection, her long blonde hair falling over her shoulders. Hello, I'm Kara Zoe. Kara had just finished introducing herself when Tony in the holographic projection froze. Tony's eyes widened and he pointed his finger ground at Kara. Wait. If I'm not mistaken, Kara Zor-El? Superwoman? Tony's curiosity was written all over his face. DC Comics Supergirl. The Kryptonian girl in the blue dress from the Superman prequels. He suddenly covered his chest and said in an exaggerated manner, Jarvis, get my heart rate, I might have to make a memento of a living, breathing comic book character standing in front of me. Kara winked, looks like you're a fan. He rubbed the stubble on his chin to scrutinize Kara. Seriously though, that battlesuit of yours is much more practical than that little kilt from the comics. Wanda immediately stepped in front of Kara. Hey. Watch your eyes. Xiao Han interrupted them with a light cough. Tony. Okay, fine. Tony spread his hands. But this is so magical, I'm actually talking to Supergirl about how to deal with the US military? DC wouldn't dare draw this storyline like this. He suddenly thought of something. Wait, you can sunbathe and absorb energy just like Xiao, right? Then if we fight later? Kara smiled slightly, her eyes suddenly glowing red. Whoa! Heat vision. Tony looked like a kid who saw a new toy. That's so cool. Seen it more than once though, can you show off frozen breath? Or super speed? Xiao Han once again helplessly held his forehead. Tony. Okay, down to business. Tony put away his joking expression. Listen, since we now have 2 Kryptonians. He looked at Wanda. Well, counting you that's 3 super specialized fighters, I think we can play a little big. His hologram suddenly switched to a 3-dimensional map. General Ross's Gamma research base is here, and here. A few red dots flashed on the map, but I suggest you go to Banner first, he's not in the best shape right now. Tony's words were suddenly interrupted by the sound of an alarm. Jarvis' voice came through. Sir, General Ross is on the line. TCH, this guy's at it again. Tony bristled. There was a sudden breakdown in communications. The living room was silent. Kara raised an eyebrow. Is he usually this perky? Wanda sighed. That's a lot of restraint. Xiao Han walked towards the open portal. Let's go, find Banner first. Kara moved her shoulders. I hope this Mr. Green won't do it as soon as he sees me. Wanda smiled and said, don't worry, Hulk isn't really scary, just don't make him angry. Chapter 79, General Ross. Somewhere in a hidden village. The golden portal unfolded in front of the dilapidated wooden house, and Xiao Han, Wanda, and Kara stepped out. The door of the cabin was half covered, and through the cracks Banner could be seen sitting at the simple wooden table, poring over a well-worn book by the light of a kerosene lamp. Hearing the commotion, Banner raised his head and was visibly stunned at the sight of the trio, then smiled bitterly. Xiao? Wanda? How did you guys find this place? Well, you're Superman. He closed the book and rubbed his brow wearily. Hulk is out of control again and I can't go back to the city. Xiao Han walked into the house and looked around. Drab walls, a leaky roof, a rickety wooden bed. Banner's beard hadn't been shaved in a long time, and his glasses were cracked at the seams. It's okay. I'm not here to comfort you this time. Xiao Han said indifferently. Only then did Banner notice Carla standing behind Xiao Han and frown slightly. And this is? Kara Zor-El. Kara stepped forward and held out her hand. Another Kryptonian. Banner subconsciously shook it, then his eyes widened. Wait, Kara Zor-El? Superwoman? Banner took a closer look at Kara and realized that the more he looked alike. He looked at Xiao Han with an incredulous expression. A comic character? Xiao Han didn't explain and directly said, Banner, go back with us. Banner shook his head and took a step back. No, I'll only create more trouble if I go back. Ross's army is looking for me everywhere and something bad will happen once Hulk shows up. Then take care of the troublemaker. Wanda interrupted, scarlet energy flowing through her fingertips. The military crossed the line. Kara folded her arms across her chest. After being held by humans for so long, I'm already disappointed in them. How long are you going to hide? Banner opened his mouth as if he wanted to retort, but Xiao Han didn't give him a chance. Enough hesitation? Xiao Han clasped Banner's shoulder. Go. Wait. Where to? Banner hadn't responded. Xiao Han's other hand scratched open a new portal, and the other end of the door was clearly General Ross's military base. High walls and grids, patrolling soldiers, and the gray building in the center labeled Gamma Research. Of course it's to have a good talk with General Ross. Xiao Han carried Banner and took a step into the portal. Base. The golden portal unfolded high in the air, and Xiao Han carried Banner and hovered over the military base along with Wanda and Kara. Soon, the ear-piercing alarm instantly resounded throughout the base, and all the soldiers raised their weapons as if they were on the verge of an attack. However, they all froze in place when they saw the visitor. It's Superman? It's the Hulk. Who's the blonde girl? The soldiers' muzzles trembled slightly, and no one dared to make a move. General Ross strides out of the command center, his uniform straight and his face grim. He looked up at Xiao Han, who was suspended in the air, and his voice was cold and hard. Superman. This is a military restricted area, you've crossed the line. Xiao Han looked at him condescendingly. Crossing the line? He let go of Banner, the bioforce field controlling the levitation. Banner is my man, and you're wanted for my man. Xiao Han's voice steepened. You're saying that I crossed the line? His laugh was tinged with sarcasm. I do things, and no one ever dares to say I've crossed the line. No one. Before the words fell, all the soldiers' weapons instantly all aimed at Xiao Han. But Xiao Han's movements were faster. Zip! A blazing hot sight swept across the room. The entire base, instantly losing all armed forces. General Ross stood his ground, cold sweat seeping from his forehead, but his years of military service made him hold strong and not back down. He stared at Xiao Han dead in the face. You are declaring war on the United States of America. Xiao Han didn't bother to talk nonsense and gently hooked his finger. General Ross was violently lifted by an invisible force and levitated into mid-air. He struggled, but couldn't break free at all. Xiao Han, Wanda, Kara, and Banner slowly landed on the ground. Turing. In, sir. Turing's voice came out from Xiao Han's watch. Was everything just recorded? It has been recorded in its entirety, including General Ross's remarks and subsequent handling. Xiao Han nodded. Very well, record me now. A shimmering light projected out from Xiao Han's watch, forming a holographic camera interface. He stood in front of the camera, his black battlesuit whipping slightly in the wind, his golden veins glowing with a cold light. I'm Superman. His voice was low, and his eyes looked straight into the camera. Hulk is my friend and a hero who protects this world. Only a few days ago, he joined me in wiping out an alien fleet and saving countless lives. And such heroes are threatened, wanted by the military, and even forced to hide in the wilderness. This is disappointing to me. I will protect the world, but I will not accept threats from anyone. I am not Clark Kent, and I will not show mercy to my enemies, much less spare anyone who tries to shoot me. He turned slightly sideways, allowing the camera to sweep over the destroyed military base behind him. This is your last warning. End of recording. Xiao Han said indifferently. Turing, release this video to the entire internet, including the darknet and all mainstream social media platforms. Uploaded, sir. Expect global network coverage in 30 seconds. Banner opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just sighed. Now, I'm afraid the military is going to blow up. Kara picked up on that. Whatever they want, we're with them. Ross was about to say something, but Xiao Han had already turned his head to Banner. Over to you. He added meaningfully, after all, this is your old man. Banner pushed up his cracked glasses, took a deep breath, and walked over to Ross, who was imprisoned by the Nimrod. Banner stood in front of Ross, just a few steps between them. Ross was imprisoned in mid-air by the invisible power of the Nimrod. His face was blue, but he was still staring at Banner in death, with a mixture of anger, unwillingness, and a trace of undetectable fear in his eyes. The entire base was dead silent, with only the buzzing of distant alarms remaining. Banner's fists clenched and unclenched, his eyes flickering with struggle behind his lenses. He thought of Betty, of the streets that had been destroyed by Hulk, and of Ross's callous orders as he hunted him down. "You know what, Rose?" Banner finally spoke, his voice husky. "I've imagined this scenario countless times, so that you, too, could have a taste of what it's like to be hunted and cornered." Rose's eyes were wide, but she couldn't speak. Banner shook his head and turned to Xiao Han. "Xiao, put him down." Xiao Han raised an eyebrow but did not ask any more questions as his fingers loosened. Ross fell heavily to the ground, his uniform caked in dust. He climbed up in a mess, his eyes full of unbelief. "You? Just like this?" Banner took off his cracked glasses and wiped them with the corner of his coat. "I'm not Hulk, Ross. I don't solve problems with violence." He paused, "But please remember, from this day forward, if you ever send anyone after me again, or continue those dangerous gamma experiments." His voice suddenly became low, green veins looming under his skin. "Then it won't be me standing in front of you next time." Ross's face instantly paled. Of course he understood the meaning of the words next time. It would be Hulk himself who would be at his door. Banner sighed helplessly. "Come on, it's settled." Wanda gave a look like she knew it was coming. "See? I told you Dr. Banner had a soft heart." Kara, however, was thoughtful. "Sometimes it takes more courage to spare an enemy than to kill them." Banner laughed bitterly and followed the crowd. Just as they were about to leave, Rose suddenly called out behind them, "Banner! Betty, her!" Banner took a step, but didn't look back. "Tell her I'm fine." "Go?" "No, I won't let him go that easily." Xiao Han's words caused Banner to freeze. P.S. Hey, remembering my first draft, the protagonist's body of steel fuses the 5 symbiotes and takes off straight away. Chapter 80, The Transhumanism Control Act. Banner turned back in confusion, but saw Xiao Han raise his hand and wave it. A new portal suddenly unfolded at the feet of General Ross. "What?" Before Ross could react, his entire body fell into the golden vortex. Banner's eyes widened. "Shaw. This is?" The view from the other end of the portal flickered. Hot African desert, dilapidated mines, ragged workers wielding pickaxes. Someone else with a whip is beating the workers. In the next second, the portal closed and General Ross completely disappeared into thin air. Only then did Xiao Han turn around and calmly looked at Banner. "You don't want to kill him, I respect your choice. But he treated me in a way that I disliked." Banner opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Wanda snorted out a laugh. "So, General Ross is going to experience life as a miner now?" Kara cradled her arms and asked with interest, "That mine is?" "A blood diamond mine somewhere in West Africa," Xiao Han said lightly. "No communication devices, no army, just manual labor 16 hours a day." He looked to Banner. "That's being kind." Banner was silent for a moment, eventually shaking his head with a bitter smile. "It's time to be afraid of those who are against you." "Thanks for the compliment." Xiao Han took the lead in stepping into the teleportation portal. "Come on, it's time to go home." While Wanda quickly followed, Kara glanced thoughtfully at where Ross had disappeared and muttered softly, "It seems the rules of this world are, well, quite interesting." When the last of the golden light dissipated, the military base returned to silence. Miles away in the mines of Africa, General Ross rose grimly from the sand and was met with a whip from an overseer. "Newbie. Don't be lazy. If you don't dig enough for 20 carats today, you won't be able to eat." SHIELD Headquarters. A golden portal unfolded in the command center of SHIELD Headquarters, and Xiao Han, Wanda, Kara, and Banner stepped out of it. Tony Stark, who was processing data in front of a holographic projection, jerked his head up and froze at the sight of the four, then exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow, this appearance is really getting exaggerated." He walked over quickly and looked Banner up and down. "Dr. Banner, you look, more refreshed than I expected." Banner pushed up his glasses and smiled bitterly. "I'm getting tired of almost being captured by the military and used as an experiment." Tony patted him on the shoulder. "Welcome back, science partner." Without pleasantries, Xiao Han went straight to the point. "Tony, you're going to have to take charge." Tony raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "SHIELD is now in your charge," Xiao Han said indifferently. "You're in charge of Banner's safety. Anyone who doesn't want him safe, let Hulk and Atom teach them how to behave." Tony spread his hands. It's not going to be easy on Ross. There's no need to explain, he can't come back anymore. Xiao Han interrupted him. The video has gone out, and now the whole world knows the military is after a hero who saved the planet. Tony blinked. Wait, what video, Jarvis? I can't believe you didn't warn me. Jarvis immediately projected a projection of the global declaration that Xiao Han had just made in the air. Tony read it and the corner of his mouth twitched. You're really getting to be the villain, Xiao. Xiao Han was non-committal. I'm just making them recognize reality. Kara stood and looked around S.H.I.E.L.D.'s high-tech facilities with interest. So, this is the Justice League headquarters in your world? Pretty much. Tony shrugged. But we're a little cooler, at least we don't have teammates who will black out. Banner sighed. Tony, what now? Tony put away his joking expression and said seriously, simple, you officially join S.H.I.E.L.D. Science and Research, and I'll give you top access to the lab. He winked. By the way, we can continue working on Anti-Hulk Armor 1.0, which is for your own use. Banner laughed helplessly. You're quite persistent. Xiao Han looked at Tony. On the government side, I'm always ready to send them to God. Tony rolled his eyes. You're always like this. I'm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. at least. If the government dares to mess around, I'll send out the data that he secretly misappropriated military funds for human experimentation. Xiao Han nodded. Very well. He turned to leave when Tony suddenly called out to him. Wait, you're just leaving? Xiao Han turned around. Anything else? Tony pointed to Kara. No introduction to this new teammate? Even though I already know. Kara smiled slightly. Kara Zor-El, Kryptonian. Tony covered his chest in exaggeration. Another Superman? Jarvis, get me some kryptonite for defense. Xiao Han lazily ignored him and raised his hand to slice open the portal. Let's go. Wanda waved at Tony. Remember to buy us dinner. Carla, on the other hand, looked at Tony curiously. You look like you're 40 and you talk like you're 20. The three figures disappeared into the golden vortex, leaving Tony and Banner standing in place. Tony let out a long breath. Okay, I got spit on. But this is a big deal. Banner pushed up his glasses. Which one do you mean? Xiao Han openly threatening the military, or the fact that we have an extra superwoman? Tony grinned. It's all pretty exciting, isn't it? Washington, D.C. U.S. Federal Capitol. White House basement conference room. In front of the long oval table, President Trump flipped through a document with a stony face, tapping his fingertips on the tabletop. Opposite him sat several mysterious people dressed in black robes, their faces hidden in the shadows, with only a pair of icy eyes looming in the dim light. The Transhuman Administration Act? The president looked up, his brow furrowed. Do you realize the upheaval this bill will cause once it is released? The mysterious man sitting in the center spoke slowly, his voice low and hoarse. Unrest? Mr. President, the world is out of control right now. Superman, Hulk, mutants, all sorts of unknown heroes, the power of these superhumans is far beyond the government's control, and they can threaten national security at any time. The president sneered. So you want me to sign a bill to force all superpowered people to register with the government? Those who don't register are considered criminals? And then what? You guys are responsible for arresting them? To be honest, I've been thinking about all this for a long time. Exactly. The mystic leaned forward slightly, revealing a confident smile. And, we'll make sure there's order. The president slammed the table. On what grounds? Who are you people? Who are you to direct the US government to do anything? Swish. The mysterious man's eyes suddenly lit up with a scarlet glow, and an invisible sense of oppression came over him. The president's breath hitched, and he was pretty sure that if he said another word, this man would kill him. Because we know better than you what the real threat is. The mysterious man's voice was no longer disguised, and echoed with a certain coldness. The president's face instantly turned pale, and cold sweat slid down his forehead. He took a trembling step back and fell into his chair. I see. He swallowed hard. The bill, it will be released soon. The red light in the mystic's eye slowly extinguished as he continued to sit. A wise choice, Mr. President. They stood up and wordlessly left the conference room, leaving the president alone, sitting in place, the papers in his hands soaked with cold sweat. A few moments later, the president pressed his communicator and his voice rasped, "Prepare for the meeting, we're going to push for the Transhuman Management Act legislation."